Paid for by Airtime Media.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now, 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Diving stab, Crawford throws to first. He got him. What a play.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
There's the snap. Sets and looks. Look out from the side. He's grabbed, spun, and sacked down. Brought down on the play by Leonard Floyd. He sacks Rogers. Rogers is down. He got up on his feet and then fell down. Under the ball, looking into the lights. Makes the catch against his chest. 35. Breaks the tackle 40. Comes to the near side of the block with the 50. Down the near side the 40. Room to roam. 35-30. Got a block at 5th. 25-20. He goes inside the 15. Breaks the tackle. 5. Touchdown! Touchdown! The Jets have won! The Jets have won! 65-yard punt return by the rookie, Xavier Gibson.
There's a smash! Soaring high and deep, way back in right field, and onto the arcade. Goodbye! Yastrzemski leads off with a home run.
It's lined up the middle, and it's going to be a base hit! Straw made the dive, and it went by him. Sable streaking home. He scores the winning run, and the Giants have walked it off against the Guardians. What a moment for Wade, for Sable, and for the Giants.
And that should do it.
What a night. The Giants and late night Lamont walk it off. And the New York Jets, despite losing Aaron Rodgers, get the walk-off punt return against the Buffalo Bills to wrap up week 1 of the NFL season. What's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murph & Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with my guy, Overnight Dave, behind the glass. And this morning, me and Overnight Dave had a conversation about what's the story of the day. What's, quote-unquote, Murph & Mac's big hit? Because here were your San Francisco Giants last night in the midst of a wild card race, winning their 4th straight game, and Lamont Wade Jr. getting a walk-off RBI to send the Giants into a victory celebration to wrap up their Monday night. But on the national stage, everybody was watching Monday Night Football and watching what happened to Aaron Rodgers yesterday and what happened in the first 5 plays in his career as a New York Jet. It was actually less than that. It was the 4th play of the night after Aaron Rodgers and the hype that had been building up all offseason long, after Aaron went into the darkness retreat, after he took a couple trips to Peru and started doing ayahuasca.
Come on, man.
He decided not to retire and to come back to the New York Jets, took a pay cut. He's out here making custom handshakes with Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner, being the star of Hard Knocks, and it all leads up to a Monday Night Football matchup at MetLife in New York/New Jersey and in front of a packed house on a night where it's the anniversary of 9/11. And there's Aaron Rodgers taking the field with the American flag, running out to a fan base that is just desperate for some type of success. Hell, desperate for a quarterback that can actually perform at an elite level. But guess what? The Jets fans never got to see that. Because I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be remembered as a forever Jet. If this injury that comes out this morning, it turns out to be an Achilles injury. That's my question. If Aaron Rodgers didn't really log any stats in the box score, was he ever really a Jet?
It's so ridiculous.
Because he put up 0 fantasy points yesterday. I saw there was a few people throughout the country who needed like 1 or 2 points from Aaron Rodgers. Guess what? You didn't get it because he didn't complete a single pass. He was 0 for 1 on the day, so I guess technically he does enter the box score. But for that catastrophe to happen within the first 5 minutes of the game, and on the first 3 plays of the game, he was running for his life, actually, and I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, this is what Robert Saleh was yelling about during Hard Knocks. This is why he was saying, this blanking line sucks, blah, 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 and just dropping F-bombs left and right. It's because maybe he knew that this was going to happen. Maybe Jets fans knew this was going to happen. Maybe they knew that this was like kind of a reincarnation of Vinny Testaverde tearing his Achilles after they went to the AFC Championship game.
I don't even know how to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, me neither, Aaron. And now we're talking about maybe this being the end of his career. Now, again, we don't have any confirmed news this morning, but the fear was coming out of New York last night that he's dealing with a torn Achilles. And we heard sound from Robert Saleh that we can get to you later in the show about how, plain and simple, it's not good. And no, it's not good for the future of the New York Jets or Aaron Rodgers. But somehow, some way, they still won the game last night, which we'll get to in just a second. But the ripple effects of this, of Aaron Rodgers, who I know is kind of a controversial figure, especially here in the Bay Area where the kid went to Berkeley, even though he doesn't like to rep it as much. But he's also a JUCO kid that played at Butte College and has his roots here in Northern California. So I've always been a fan of Aaron Rodgers and his ability on the field. In my opinion, he's one of the best quarterbacks of our generation. And that's why I was excited to see this kind of new chapter in his career. Going to a New York Jets team that you saw last night has an elite defense.
Not going to San Fran.
A defense that forced Josh Allen to turn the ball over 4 times last night. Now, he also could have came to San Francisco, and they have a great defense too. But as he told us up in Tahoe, he's not going to quote-unquote San Fran.
Not going to San Fran.
Instead, he went to New York. But maybe he would have been better playing off in the grass at Levi's or on the road in Pittsburgh this past weekend than he would have been on the turf last night. Because now this conversation has popped up in the NFL.
Come on, what are we talking about?
The battle of the turf monsters. And a lot of people are pointing to MetLife and the kind of janky turf that they've had for a while now. And I actually believe they replaced it, whether it was this offseason or last offseason. But 49er fans know too damn well how bad it has been throughout the past couple of years. Going back to when Nick Bosa tore his ACL on that field. Going back to when Jimmy Garoppolo got that high ankle sprain. And it's something that we've seen now this conversation get pushed forward in the NFL, especially by the players, on why all fields in the NFL are not being played on grass anyways. And why are you still playing on turf? Well, the obvious answer is money. It's because NFL owners know it's cheaper to upkeep a turf field than it is with real grass. But my question is, why the hell are these owners being so cheap when they're a part of $1 billion industry? When they're literally investing millions of dollars into these players, wouldn't it benefit them to keep them as healthy as possible and to keep them on a field? Now, again, seems like it's common sense to me, but common sense ain't too common. And I know the NFL owners have kind of rebooted those claims saying that, oh, it doesn't matter if you're playing on turf versus grass. And there's been a bunch of doctors who have studied it back and forth. And who knows if that was the reason for Aaron Rodgers suffering that injury last night. It did look like his foot got caught in the turf a little bit. And all the slow-mo angles that everybody was reposting on social media where you can kind of see like a pop in his calf, kind of like a slingshot, kind of curl up a little bit. I mean, it does not look good for Aaron Rodgers. And, of course, we've seen this before, whether it's here in the Bay Area with guys like Kevin Durant, Taylor, and Achilles. These are tough injuries to come back from, especially when you're 40 years old. And I hate to say it, is Aaron Rodgers on the back end of his career? I know last year was a down year in Green Bay. He was also dealing with that thumb injury. But now we're talking about maybe Aaron Rodgers never playing again? And what does this mean for the New York Jets moving forward? Are they sticking with Zach Wilson? Or are they now going to be in the trade market? Are they going to try to call up the 49ers and bring back Sam Darnold back to the promised land? I heard that theory being thrown around on Twitter yesterday. Could they go out and bring in a guy from the Carson Wentz, former Eagles quarterback? He's still out there. He's a free agent. Or will they ride with the former number 2 overall pick, Zach Wilson? Which, again, to just connect the dots to everything we saw this offseason, from the Trey Lance trade to Mac Jones still trying to find his footing out with the New England, to now what's going on with Zach Wilson out in New York, that's one hell of a draft class. And man, oh man, outside of Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields looked, all right this past weekend. Nobody has really panned out as a quarterback from that draft class. So we'll take a look at all the options for the New York Jets and the fact that they still won the game last night with Zach Wilson as a quarterback. Now, we got to give a lot of credit to that Jets defense that forced 4 turnovers against Josh Allen, forced him to throw 3 interceptions, and then he almost pulled a Mark Sanchez on Monday Night Football, running into his own player and fumbling the ball. But I also want to give a little bit of love to the Jets running game, whether it's Breece Hall, who ripped off a bunch of chunks yesterday off of coming off that ACL injury last year, or even a guy like Dalvin Cook who made his debut. And we can't get out of this first segment without tipping the cap to Garrett Wilson and that phenomenal catch that he made on that Zach Wilson fade in the corner of the end zone. How he tipped it up to himself, batted it up, took it down. Shout out the Fantasize This podcast that I do with Copes and Creative Tony. Garrett Wilson was my breakout player of the year. Yeah, not that hard of a guess or a prediction when the guy was the, offensive rookie of the year last year. And by the way, he won offensive rookie of the year with Zach Wilson as his quarterback, with Joe Flacco, with a guy named Mike White as his quarterback. Who? Yeah, exactly. Don't know who the hell these guys are. But he was still the offensive rookie of the year, so I still think he's going to be a productive fantasy player. But I don't know how productive the Jets are going to be, especially when you got Peyton and Eli over here ripping Zach Wilson all night long on the Manning cast. Probably the biggest thing that stood out to me is that Peyton Manning is not a Zach Wilson fan. So again, a lot of questions moving forward, and obviously a huge national story with Aaron Rodgers. We'll keep you updated if we hear from Schefter or Rappaport or anybody this morning on the official diagnosis and what's going on with those x-ray results, and if Aaron Rodgers is done for the season and maybe done for his career after only 4 snaps in the first game of the year against the New York Jets. One hell of a way to wrap up week 1 of the NFL season. The walk-off punt return, it was one hell of a ride, especially for a guy like Xavier Gibson, who I know was one of the stars of Hard Knocks, a rookie that was fighting to make the roster, and he gets the walk-off punt return yesterday in overtime after the Bills went 3-and-out in overtime. Again, I know the story is Aaron Rodgers, but what a disgrace that was last night from Josh Allen and the Bills. They say nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. I don't know. I think a lot of people are now going to circle the Bills on their calendar. Maybe a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders who have to take on the Bills next week. Or, maybe that's a little extra motivation.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
And they're probably planning on a chip on their shoulder. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the spread is for that game next week. But I know the spread for the 49ers taking on the Rams this weekend down at Levi South down in SoFi. They're 7-point favorites, and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday so we can give you some updates on everything going on with the 49ers offensive line. Colton McKivitz, not so great performance against TJ Watt yesterday, and how this 49ers offensive line plans to block Aaron Donald. We can get into some of those discussions. And, of course, we can always check in on the San Francisco Giants, the local story of the day, and late-night Lamont getting the job done last night. Kind of a weird back-and-forth game, especially after Alex Cobb was dealing with some hip kind of soreness in between starts. I know this is a hip injury that's kind of been lingering throughout the second half of the season. Explains a big reason why his numbers have kind of dropped off a little bit in the second half of the season. And it was interesting going into this weekend, not seeing Alex Cobb scheduled to pitch against the Colorado Rockies. They pushed him back one day. Apparently, he got a cortisone shot in between his starts. And then yesterday in the first inning, Gabe Kapler almost had to go out there and take him out of the game. Now, credit to Alex Cobb, tip of the cap. He decided to stay in. He works 5 innings, gives the Giants a chance to win the game, and then it was all bullpen from there. Both the Rogers twins, John Barevia, Camilo Duvall, and even Luke Jackson at the very end. Blake Sable, after popping out with the bases loaded in the 7th inning, comes through with an RBI knock, steals a bag, gets a balk from Emmanuel Clase, one of the best closers in the league. And then there's late night Lamont getting the walk-off win in front of, a pretty impressive 20,000 people out of the game yesterday. Like, that was one of the things. I don't even know if it was 20,000. They're saying it was the 3rd smallest attendance of the season. Which, isn't great when you're in the middle of a wild card race and you're 1.5 games back. But hey, SF Giants baseball, Dave, nothing like it.
I understand.
And it's something that kind of annoyed me because I was watching the game last night, and I believe it was the 7th or 8th inning. Wilmer Flores comes up to bat, and we all know that Wilmer likes to use the Friends theme song. But now with the pitch clock, it never gets to the part where you start singing, "I'll Be There For You," like it's a karaoke moment. Used to be a cool moment at the ballpark. Well, yesterday there was a pitching change. And so while I'm sitting there watching Terry Francona go out to the mound and put in a new pitcher, they finally let the song play out. But, there really wasn't anybody there to sing. But hey, shout out to all the people who stayed out there late night and all the people waking up early this morning finding out that the Giants won. Yeah, they did it in 10 innings last night, even with that Manfred man runner standing on second base. How about that? Middle of a wild card run, and we're getting games decided by ghost runners and the Manfred man out on second base. I don't like it, but I do like when the Giants are winning games. They won 4 in a row, are back up to 4 games above 500 with a 74-70 record, and they'll be back in action taking on the Cleveland Guardians again today with Sean Manaea on the mound, the lefty. How about that? Gabe Kapler just said, blanket, screw the bullpen games. We're throwing a Sean Manaea. We're throwing a Keaton Winn. Changing strategy down the stretch. We'll see if it pays off for your San Francisco Giants. And we'll see if they are playing into October after having a lot of matchups coming up against NL West teams. Another series against the Rockies. You got the Padres. You've got the Dodgers. Hell, I believe you got the D-backs for one more series too. And they got a win last night, so they stay a game and a half ahead of you. Also saw Miami lose yesterday, so that's good for the Giants. And I believe the Reds were off. So, hey, we'll keep you updated on those wild card standings as we get closer and closer to postseason baseball. But we're also getting closer to week 2 of the NFL season. And yesterday, Kyle Shanahan spoke about some of the highs and lows from this weekend's game against the Steelers. Seems like it would be mostly highs, but there was one low we got to talk about. Colton McKivitz and that offensive line. Kyle spoke about it yesterday at his press conference. We'll get you some of that sound and also get you more updates on Aaron Rodgers and that Achilles injury and what it means for his future with the New York Jets. It's Marcus Boucher on a Tuesday morning on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
This will be 3rd down and 6. McCaffrey in his right slot inside of Debo. 3 receivers are left. They all go out. Here's T.J. Watt, get a sack. Brock Purdy going right around Colton McKivitz. Purdy out of the shotgun, looking left. Time. Now he gets sacked. The flag is down. T.J. Watt's got the hat trick.
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right?
Check with Marcus. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Tuesday morning. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, turning the corner on week 1 of the NFL season. Of course, the big news last night, Aaron Rodgers goes down with an injury in his first 4 plays with the New York Jets. Zach Wilson comes in, and I'm not going to say he won the game for the Jets, but their defense steps up, causes Josh Allen to commit 4 turnovers last night, and the New York Jets get the walk-off win, the punt return in overtime to win 22-16 to put a bow on week 1 of the NFL season. And now it's time to start looking ahead to week 2, and more specifically the 49ers matchup against the LA Rams, who maybe got one of the biggest upsets this weekend up in Seattle as a 5-point underdog. You know, a pick that we took on Bobby Boucher's best bets, and also a pick that I took in my survivor pool. So hey, didn't hit on both of those, but it's hard to hit on all your bets on week 1 of the season. And that's why I think it's important not to overreact too much, whether it's good or whether it's bad. And it's something that I saw a lot yesterday, whether it was the talking head shows of First Take and so on and so on. And the headline about the Steeler and 49er game was this game more about how good the 49ers are or how bad the Steelers are? Because the Pittsburgh Steelers were a team that were getting a lot of praise and a lot of hype before the season started. Went 3-0 throughout the preseason, and we talked about how good this team is under Mike Tomlin, how they've never had a losing record in their career. But again, when I broke it down for you last Friday, I told you I was taking the 49ers. I'm laying the points because top to bottom, I just think overall they're a better roster. Now, I also told you last Friday that there could be an absolute game breaker in this game, and his name is T.J. Watt. Well, guess what? T.J. Watt showed up on Sunday and had 3 sacks. You heard one of them on the rejoin right there, the hat trick for the former Defensive Player of the Year. Now, luckily for the 49ers, they still went out and won 30-7. So it really didn't have too much of an impact on the game. But last night when I'm sitting there watching Aaron Rodgers go down after he tried to pull the same spin move that Brock Purdy did against Mika Fitzpatrick, I started thinking about it. I was like, damn, I sure am happy that Brock Purdy did not get injured on that third T.J. Watt set, where he ended up sitting on top of the ball, had to reach behind his back, and next thing you know, he's in like an arm wrestling match with T.J. Watt. And we all know that Brock Purdy just went through surgery this offseason with his elbow, and so automatically, I started thinking worst case scenario. Now, luckily for all the 49er fans out there and for the team themselves, Brock Purdy was absolutely fine. And he looked fine, more than fine on the field this weekend. All he did was go out there and continue to remain undefeated during the regular season. And what was the stat we dropped yesterday? He's like one of the first quarterbacks in NFL history to go out and win first 6 of his games and throw 2 touchdown passes in each of those games too. So overall, it was a great day for Brock Purdy, even with T.J. Watt breathing down his neck. But I know that's going to be an issue that we're going to be talking about a lot this season. It's something that we were talking about going all the way back to training camp, when I went out to Henderson to watch the 49ers practice against the Raiders, and the one-on-one matchups that I saw in joint practices of Max Crosby giving the business to Colton McKivitz. Now, again, not everybody's Max Crosby or T.J. Watt, but also there was Chandler Jones hitting him with spin moves. And now Chandler Jones is spinning out of control and might be out of the NFL. But again, this is a Colton McKivitz that was cut from the team 2 years ago. And credit to him for kind of reinventing himself, coming back, I believe, through the 49ers practice squad and now being a starting right tackle in the NFL. But should he be the starting tackle? And should the 49ers have invested some draft capital in their offensive line instead of taking, a backup tight end and a kicker in the 3rd round? But hey, that's all said and done now. Jake Moody went out and hit all 6 of his kicks this past weekend, so I'm sure 49ers are happy with their pick of Jake Moody right now. But I would still prefer an extra offensive lineman, and I would like some depth. Because during that T.J. Watt 3rd sack, it was also Trent Williams on the other side who went down with a quick injury. And I started thinking about the realistic kind of possibilities of having Colton McKivitz and Jalen Moore as their starting tackles. And that's not a scenario that I don't think anybody wants to see play out. But it's also one or two plays away from happening. And that's the lack of depth that we're talking about.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that's the thing about the NFL. That's why it stands for the not for long league. You can't guarantee anybody's health. Again, look at Aaron Rodgers last night and how his career as a Jet might be over in 4 blanking plays. Anything can happen in the NFL, and that's why it's so important to get these offensive linemen to protect your investment. Now, the 49ers haven't invested much in Brock Purdy as far as salary goes. He's the lowest paid quarterback in the NFL right now, but of course, that's because he was the last pick of his draft class as a rookie. But it's someone that they have invested the trust in moving forward, and that's a guy you want to take care of. So again, I think there's going to be question marks surrounding Colton McKivitz all season long, and overall this offensive line that played pretty well against the Steelers. And here was Kyle Shanahan yesterday at his press conference actually talking about the overall performance before we get into the Colton McKivitz, TJ Watt one-on-one matchup and what he thought about the pass protection versus what he saw in the run game from this 49ers offensive line.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, we knew there would be some tough situations going in. A lot of those stuff you don't expect to hold up very long. Some of the sacks, especially the last one, the sack fumble, we just got a different coverage than we were expecting. You know, you get the coverage we were expecting at that time of the game. We get rid of the ball a lot quicker. They played a different coverage that kind of surprised us at that time of the game, which made Brock have to hold on to it too long, and wasn't expecting to be able to hold on to it that long, and that's usually what happens. And wish I didn't call that in that situation, so we could have got rid of it quicker. But even when it does happen, Brock's still got to protect the ball.
Yeah, and I thought Brock did a great job protecting the ball. We were just talking about how he sat on top of it and somehow didn't get the ball stripped away from TJ Watt. But I still think moving forward, you don't want to give 3 opportunities or more to guys like TJ, to guys like Michael Parsons, who you're going to have to face off later this year, to a guy like Hassan Reddick, who we obviously saw do damage in the NFC Championship game, or even this weekend against Aaron Donald. Now, with Aaron Donald, it's a little different because that pressure is going to be coming up the middle. So it's going to be up to guys like Jake Brendel, Aaron Banks, Spencer Burford, and the big boys up front. I mean, look at this past weekend, the kind of middle pressure that we saw from a guy like Javon Hargrave. Even Javon Kinlaw got a few pressures too. And we should also mention that Chris Jones is finally getting paid by the Kansas City Chiefs. He signed a 1-year deal, so he's holding out. So there's your defensive line update of the day. But again, when we're talking about defensive versus offensive matchups, everybody and every team around the league, I think, is going to have eyes on Colton McKivitz moving forward. Here was Kyle talking about that one-on-one matchup against TJ Watt, and if it's going to lead to any concerns at the right tackle position moving forward.
I mean, he had the toughest matchup on the field. There was definitely a number that Watt got him. There's a couple of situations we could have helped him out better with some chips and stuff. He battled throughout it, but did good enough for us to win. But it was a huge challenge going against that player.
Did Kyle just drop it was good enough for us to win? Did he just go all Jimmy Garoppolo on Colton McKivitz?
But did good enough for us to win. But
wow, Dave, can I get those side by side? You got the Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy played good enough to win?
Did good enough for us to win.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Wow.
Did good enough for us to win.
There it
Jimmy
is.
played good enough for us to win.
That's going to be the keys to the 49er season. Not Jimmy G turning the ball over and not Colton
McKivitz. Did good enough for us
McKivitz.
to win.
If Colton McKivitz could just be good enough.
Did good enough for us to win.
Or opposite, just not be bad enough.
Did good enough for us to win.
The 49ers will have a chance to win a lot of games. But I will tell you what was extremely good this weekend, and that was the run blocking. And more specifically on the outside from the wide receivers, which I know is something kind of crazy to even wrap your head about. We're talking about wide receivers blocking. But in this system, in this run game with Kyle Shanahan, when you've got a tight end like George Kittle who wants to run the ball every play.
Run it again! Run it again!
And when you've got these big body wide receivers like a Juwan Jennings who doesn't mind getting his hands dirty, or even a Deebo Samuel who likes to go out and block. But how about the performances of not only Brandon Ayuk, who had a sick pancake block on that Christian McCaffrey 65-yard touchdown round, but also Ray McLeod, who ran all the way downfield as a lead blocker. And what we saw last night in the Monday Night Football game when Breece Hall ripped off an 80-yard run, and as good as that catch was from Garrett Wilson getting into the end zone, tipping it to himself, the Jets probably would have had a touch on that if Garrett Wilson wasn't showboating and pointing down the field and actually trying to block his guy like what we saw from Ray McLeod. But again, that's the difference. That's the difference between championship teams and teams like the Jets, or at least teams with championship aspirations, which I know the Jets had until Aaron Rodgers went down. But this is a 49ers team that has been close to getting back to the Super Bowl, to being in the Super Bowl. Now they got to go in, so that everybody's got to buy in. And I love that there's a saying in the 49ers wide receiver room, no block, no rock. If you're not out there blocking, you're not going to get the ball. And that's why I think guys buy in, and that's why it's cool to see the performances from these wide receivers doing stuff that a lot of wide receivers around the league don't do. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about those two wide receivers and how important their blocking was on that Christian McCaffrey touchdown run.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, him and Ray are, it was an unbelievable run starting on the inside. Our guards and our center and our back really just our 4 versus their 4 up the middle. Those guys did awesome. But then when it gets on the edge and you want to get touchdowns, that usually has to do with the receivers blocking. And both of those guys, starting with BA and then to Ray to finish, was as good of a clip as you could have to kind of show how important every play is to us, despite what type of play it is.
Yeah, and you got to be invested on every single play so that when you do get the rare opportunity where the ball's thrown to you, other guys want to block for you. Other guys want to put in that same effort. And that's why it was cool. There was a great quote that came out from Ray yesterday or after the game. He said, yeah, blocking's part of my job, but it's more inspiring when you're actually like the guys you're playing with. And he said, Christian McCaffrey's my dog, so I wanted to go out there and be the lead blocker for him. And hey, I'm just glad Ray McLeod's back after breaking his wrist like a month ago. Good to see him back in action, and good to see the national stage kind of recognize Brandon Ayuk for what he's becoming. One of the better wide receivers in the league. A guy that I told you before the season I think will eventually take over that wide receiver 1A role from Deebo Samuel. Nothing against Deebo. He's a great all-around player. But just from a pure wide receiver route running perspective, I think Brandon Ayuk is on another level. And you can ask someone like Patrick Peterson, who was slipping all over the field this past weekend, just how damn good Brandon Ayuk was. And that's why there was a lot of hype coming out from training camp. Hell, I was hyping him up at the joint practices, talking about how he was dicing up Raiders defensive backs. And this weekend, week 1, he diced up Patrick Peterson for not 1, but 2 touchdowns and caught all 8 of his targets, had over 120 yards. Really a breakout performance from Brandon Ayuk for the people who weren't paying attention on the national stage. But I know here on the local stage, with Brandon Ayuk plays like that, the 49ers are definitely good enough to win. With all the talent they have, you add in a Christian McCaffrey, a Deebo, a George Kittle, and Elijah Mitchell.
Enough for us to win.
Yeah, you're going to have a real good chance to win.
They're good enough for us to win.
And here's Kyle talking about those improvements from Brandon Ayuk during this offseason, how he bulked up, put on some size, and how he really is going to have a breakout season this year.
Getting more consistent. I thought he came a long way last year in that. As the year went, I think that's why he ended up leading our team in receiving, and he's carried into the offseason. And didn't know if he was going to get all those opportunities going to the game. You never know how it's going to play out, but he got 8 opportunities and he came down with all 8 of them. So that doesn't always mean you get more. Sometimes that means you get more attention and they take it away, which helps out other people. So you never know which direction it's going to go each week. But the coolest thing about BA is how ready he came to play regardless. You see him on some of those run plays and stuff, and from the beginning to the end. And usually when he's like that in the run game, it carries over to the pass game. The pass game's just a little more out of your control. But yesterday it all fell to him, and he was ready for the moment and had a big-time game.
Yeah, had a big-time game. And this, again, is what everybody's kind of been expecting this season from Brandon Ayuk. You want to talk about just a pure transformation of his body. Look how he's built this season. I mean, you want to go back to his rookie year when he was extremely thin, extremely wiry. Not saying he's jacked like Deebo now, but he's definitely put on some weight and has come into his own now. And I'll remind you, Brandon Ayuk was one of those guys that was in the doghouse his rookie year, was hardly getting any playing time. Something that seems like happens a lot with rookies with Kyle Shanahan, but guess what? He's out of the doghouse. Now he's going to be living in the penthouse, and now he's going to get paid next season. That's for sure. And, of course, that's going to come with question marks about whether or not you can pay 2 wide receivers like himself and Deebo, and what the 49ers will do with this cap space moving forward, but that's a question for down the line. Right now, we want to focus on the Super Bowl window that we've been talking about all of season long. And the development of a guy like Brandon Ayuk definitely helps that timeline. And you know what also helps? The development of another former first-round pick. Javon Kinlaw, a guy that, has had his ups and downs here during his tenure with the San Francisco 49ers, has dealt with some knee injuries, but came into camp this year in, of course, the quote-unquote best shape of his life. I always love when people say that. Of course, you came in the best shape of your life. You're not going to come in out of shape. But there's been some kind of positive and negative reports throughout training camp and throughout the preseason. And that's why going into a contract year, I was looking to see what Javon Kinlaw was going to do. Well, yesterday he had 3 pressures, on Sunday, and actually provided a nice little push up the middle. And so if you're talking about this 49ers defensive line, that could be one of the best, maybe even better than that 2019 defensive line. If you're talking about adding Hargrave and getting that additional depth and a breakout of a guy like Drake Jackson who had 3 sacks yesterday, we're talking about one of the most dominant D-lines in the entire NFL. So if Kinlaw turns into a player, that's fantastic. That helps out the timeline also. And it's something that Kyle wanted to address yesterday when talking about that defensive line, when talking about Drake Jackson and Nick Bosa drawing double teams. Here was his comments on Javon Kinlaw and what he saw out of the former first-rounder in his first game of the season this year.
I thought he took a step forward from last year. I thought he had one play in particular I really liked. He got in the backfield a couple times. On the 4th play of the game, when Fred Warner had that TFL, that real violent hit in the backfield where he just shot the C-gap, Kinlaw took up the center and the guard, which allowed Fred to be unblocked and make a big play. So I think Kinlaw did his job.
And that's what you want from your guys up front. That's what you want from the Hogs, to eat up blocks, to take those double teams, to free up guys like Fred Warner. That maybe set the tone on Sunday. Fred Warner flying through that C-gap and dropping the hammer on Najee Harris. But if you're not watching closely, you don't pick up on stuff like that with Kinlaw picking up those blocks. So again, if the 49ers add him to this defense, if he continues to make improvements, if he keeps that pad level low, I think Kinlaw could have a decent year. Who knows what his future looks like with the 49ers? But then again, it's the not-for-long league. Who knows what anybody's future is going to look like? 2 years ago, we were drafting Trey Lance. Jimmy Garoppolo was a quarterback of the team. Mike McGlinchey was your tackle last year. Life comes at you fast. Look at Aaron Rodgers last night. His career might be over in New York after 4 plays and possibly tearing his Achilles. But we got an injury update for you on the other side on Aaron Rodgers. And we'll discuss the possibilities at the quarterback position for Robert Saleh. Whether or not he wants to stick with Zach Wilson, whether or not he'll call up and make a trade. Sam Darnold's available. I don't think the 49ers are making him available, but I saw that theory thrown out last night. We'll dive into that. I've seen a few people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line today saying, hey, Trey Lance is in Dallas. Could they trade him to the New York Jets? We'll dive into those discussions. And we'll also tell you about a story that came out this weekend about how the 49ers almost traded the number 2 overall pick, which of course ended up being Nick Bosa, for a veteran quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has been linked to for quite some time. I don't think 49er fans are going to like this.
You like that? You like that?
We got more Kirk Cousins rumors for you on the other side. Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold. More 49er and quarterback talk coming up next. It's the Waterboy Marquise Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
First and First and 10, Jet 43. There's the snap. Sets and looks. Look out from the side. He's grabbed, spun, and sacked down. Brought down on the play by Leonard Floyd. Oh, he came rocketing through. He sacks Rodgers. It's a loss of 9, and they're back to the 33 of New York.
And that's 3 plays in a row where there's been pressure up front. We knew that was...
Rodgers is down. Rodgers is down. Rodgers is pointing to his leg, and he got up on his feet and then fell down on his own accord and is now sitting up with his elbows on his knees. But Floyd got him and twisted Rodgers, and the quarterback for the Jets is down. And we're at 11:15 in the first quarter.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, that might be it for the Aaron Rodgers tenure in New York.
Did good enough for us to win.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, despite only playing 4 snaps last night, somehow, some way, the New York Jets still found a way to win the game. Or more realistically, the Buffalo Bills found a way to give away that game after Josh Allen commits 4 turnovers, throws 3 interceptions, almost pulls a Mark Sanchez with a butt fumble, runs into his own player. They fumble the rock, tie it up right before overtime, but the Jets get the walk-off punt return victory to wrap up week 1 of the NFL season. And man, oh man, what a week it was, and what a way for it to end. On the biggest stage in football, arguably, Monday Night Football, in front of millions of people watching, in front of Jets fans who are desperate just to get a serviceable quarterback, just to get back to the playoffs. And this offseason, they got their guy. They got Aaron Rodgers, a man that will go down as one of the best quarterbacks of this generation. And all of a sudden, people were talking Super Bowl. Shout out to that, who was it, that magician or whatever the hell he was on Hard Knocks who predicted a Jets and 49ers Super Bowl. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's predicting that now. And shout out to everybody in Vegas who went out and put money on that Super Bowl matchup just because of that.
An idiot.
Just because of that episode on Hard Knocks. Dave, I'll say I'm an idiot because last night I took a teaser, so I had the Jets plus 8 points, but they covered, but I also teased the over. down to 38.5 points. Guess what the final score was? 22-16. Quick math, Dave. That's 38 points. And because the NFL doesn't want to kick the extra point anymore, Bobby Boucher did not cash in on one of his bets. But hey, what am I crying about? At least I still got a quarterback. At least I still got Jimmy Garoppolo taking on Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills in week 2. But before we get to week 2, we got to talk about what happened last night and what the plan is moving forward. And what's going to happen now on and off the field for the New York Jets. And if they're ever going to replace the turf on the field for, I don't know, maybe some real actual grass. Because we've seen this happen 1,000 times, and I know a lot of NFL players have the same argument. I saw David Bakhtiari, former left tackle for Aaron Rodgers, take to Twitter last night, and he tweeted out, "Congrats, NFL. How many more players have to get hurt on artificial turf? You care more about soccer players than us. You plan to remove all artificial turf for the World Cup coming up, so clearly it's feasible. I'm sick of this, do better." And again, the argument that I had at 5:05 this morning when I was talking about it, I agree. I think all teams should be playing on grass. Shout out to the Pittsburgh Steelers who, at a Heinz Field or Three River Fields or whatever the hell they're calling it, had a high school game, a college game, and an NFL game on the same weekend. And guess what? They're all using grass. Now, I know Aaron Rodgers is pretty famous for, indulging in a different kind of grass. Oh my God. But I'm sure he would have the same takes that he probably does not prefer to play out on turf, especially out in New York at MetLife, where we've seen injuries happen there. Nick Bosa tearing his ACL, where we've seen Jimmy Garoppolo with a high ankle sprain, and now we see Aaron Rodgers go down with what people are fearing are a torn Achilles. Now, as we mentioned earlier, there are no exact updates yet, but here was Robert Saleh taken to the podium yesterday, talking about how concerned he is over this injury. And really all you got to do is listen to the last 3 words of this cut.
All right, I'll deal with the quarterback real quick. Concerned with his Achilles. MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen. So prayers tonight, but it's not good.
It's not good.
It's not good.
Plain and simple.
It's not good.
It's not good. And I don't think it's good for anybody out in New York who did have those Super Bowl expectations. Because now it seems like you are rolling with Zach Wilson at quarterback.
It's not good.
Yeah, I don't think that's good for anybody, Dave.
It's not good.
Hell, I don't think that was good for ESPN and the ratings last night. Watching Aaron Rodgers fall off in the first 5 minutes of the game. And again, that's why I think there is going to be a bigger discussion on turf moving forward and whether teams should go to grass or not. But now the discussion is, what are the Jets going to do?
It's not good.
Will they go with Zach Wilson? I know that's what Robert Saleh pretty much said after the game. That was the game plan. I've seen people checking in this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line asking if the Jets would go out and trade for Trey Lance. Who knows? The Cowboys have dropped 40 without Trey Lance. I don't know if they need him or not. But then again, I don't know if they would be interested in a Trey Lance. Would they be interested in a Sam Darnold? I did have some sound I was going to play for you, but I know we're up against the clock, so I'll just tell you straight up. We had Bob Wischusen, play-by-play voice of the New York Jets, who threw out the suggestion last night that maybe they would be interested in trading for Sam Darnold to bring him back. Now, after the 49ers gave up on Trey Lance this offseason, I think they're probably going to hold on to Sam Darnold as insurance just in case something does go wrong and if Colton McKivitz continues to miss blocks on the outside. Because we've seen it before. The 49ers need all the quarterback depth they got, which is why I wasn't a huge fan of trading Trey Lance in the first place, but he wanted to get out of town, so now he's gone. But there was almost another big trade that I feel like we got to talk about for a quick second because I teased it on the other side. A story that came out this weekend from Mike Shanahan, not Kyle Shanahan, that the 49ers were actually planning to trade away their 2017 draft pick for Kirk Cousins.
Trade me right now.
Now, this was the year that the 49ers traded down from 2 to 3. Bears moved up and took Mitch Trubisky, and the 49ers ended up taking Solomon Thomas. So I guess in the big picture thing, there would be maybe some 49er fans that said, yeah, they maybe should have pulled the trigger. Or there might be some 49er fans who said, yeah, they probably should just pull the trigger on Christian McCaffrey, who went 8th that year to the Carolina Panthers. But hey, everything worked out, and now CMC is on the 49ers, and now there are still links to Kirk Cousins. But I think we can put an end to all these rumors because of what Kyle Shanahan has in Brock Purdy, which he probably thinks is another version of Kirk Cousins, which I know might sound egregious to a lot of people. Hopefully Brock Purdy performs better on primetime games, and we've seen him do that during the regular season. But I thought it was interesting to see this story come out, the ties and the back and forth, and how Kyle has been on the search for a quarterback for who knows how long now, but it seems like he finally got one after seeing the performance from Brock Purdy, not only this past weekend in Pittsburgh, but last season throughout the regular season and into the playoffs. And now the 49ers are looking to make another deep playoff run again. We'll see how far it goes, and we'll see how they match up against the LA Rams as we continue to break down their Week 2 matchup as the week goes on. But on the other side, we'll make that connection with Murph and Mac, get their opinions on the Aaron Rodgers injury news, talk about late night Lamont getting the walk-off win for the Giants, and start talking about Week 2 down in LA, Levi South, SoFi Stadium this Sunday, 49ers and Rams. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Tuesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Nothing like the 6 a.m. hard heavy metal from Overnight Dave to wrap up the leadoff spot this morning. Shout out late night Lamont last night. Giants get the walk-off victory, but I feel like the story of the day is Aaron Rodgers going down what a lot of people are thinking is a torn Achilles. The Aaron Rodgers era might be over in less than 5 plays. Murph, Mac, good morning, boys. What a Monday night.
Damn, Waterboy. Threw one pass officially.
That's it.
Because the second pass was called back on as a penalty on holding. I was going over the box score. He hands it to Breece Hall for one. He throws incomplete. He throws incomplete on a hold, and then he gets sacked.
And then he tries to pull the Brock Purdy spin move out of the pocket, and it didn't go too well for Aaron Rodgers.
You brought up that MetLife turf.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to go. They really should outlaw turf, like across the board. Let's just play the game on grass. How expensive can it be to water the lawn? And by the way, I'm wondering, Murph, what did the Jet fan base do to deserve this kind of karma? I mean, that is the... what
did they do?
What did they do?
What did they do?
Is it still go all the way back to Joe Namath running amok?
Maybe Namath should have manscaped before
Well, no,
he
I think it might be all the girlfriends Joe Namath stole back in the day. But they did something to get this kind of punishment from the universe. I mean, that...
Did Gastineau do something? Did Klecko do something?
Maybe you got to go... Maybe it was Marty Lyons all along.
Hey, man, we're going to have Ronnie today. He's a former Jet.
That's right.
Former Jet.
He is a former Jet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just mind-boggling. And your immediate... I mean, there's so many different thoughts, but one of them was, is that it? Is that
well,
it?
that's unfortunately,
it might be.
That's going to be a talking point. Yeah,
I mean,
he's 39 years old.
39, 40 years old with a torn Achilles.
And when you come back from an injury like that, like regardless of where you are in age, a lot of times you're never the same.
Shout out Klay Thompson, right?
Yeah, well,
Clay,
but Klay's 10 years younger.
Yeah, we saw it with Kevin Durant, and we also saw it with Kobe Bryant towards the end of his career.
Yeah, it's a really tough injury.
Durant, Kobe, Klay. Actually, Klay is, and what did that take? Klay almost like a full year?
2. Closer to 2.
Yeah, the ACL, too.
Yeah, back to back.
Klay's 7 years younger than... I was boning up on my Achilles. First of all, shout out Achilles.
Terrible injury.
Should we go back to Greek mythology?
The Greek god, right?
Well, if you could, go to Led Zeppelin and cue up Achilles' Last Stand.
Oh, there it is.
Great track on Presence. Right. Leaves off the whole album. It's a great one.
I learned this one in like 7th grade. It always stuck in my head. The reason why they call it the Achilles heel is the river Styx was supposed to grant you immortality.
Shout out Renegade.
Mm-hmm. So his mom, I know, Styx,
back to
right?
Styx again.
We're back to Styx.
We're right back to Styx.
Dude, 2 days in a row.
It was Tommy
Achilles
Shaw. All along, it was Tommy Shaw.
Who knew this was going to be So his mom wanted to make him immortal, so she dipped him in the river. But because she had to dip him, she had to hold him by the heel.
And
so
that's
the heel
look
is
what
the
happens.
only thing that doesn't go in the water.
Unprotected.
That's it.
It's unprotected.
That's the unprotected thing. And then they stretched it to the tendon that goes from the heel to your calf.
It's taken some of the great ones out, man. It really has.
You know how I knew about that? Was because of our guy Brad Pitt in the movie Troy. He was Achilles.
He was Achilles.
Look at you.
Right.
See?
I did not see the flick.
If they can take down,
it's a good movie.
If they can take down Brad Pitt, they can get anybody.
That's it.
Yeah.
Any guy who goes up on your roof shirtless to fix your antenna. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. So what a scene. What a thing.
Really unfortunate, man.
And then they win the game.
And hell of a ball game.
Walk-off win.
Hell of a game. No quarter given.
Here it is. Overnight.
Oh, you got Achilles last stand.
Here.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Listen to Bonham. Yeah.
How about Led Zeppelin calling a song Achilles Last
Well, that's
Stand?
what they do. They got to let them romp.
So I know the Steelers will play Styx, Renegade. Were they playing Achilles Zeppelin last night at the stadium?
Tough deal.
I don't think so.
Deal.
Tough day for Aaron Rodgers, but a good day for the Giants. Late Lamont gets the walk-off win. We'll talk about it all morning long because you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Tuesday starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Wow, what a turn of events, and man, oh man, as much as we riff on Aaron Rodgers, that is a tough thing to see, just because a great NFL story just got taken away. Although, I say that, who knows, maybe Zach Wilson will craft a great NFL story. Maybe there's your story. There's your answer, Paulie. Is that what did the Jets fans do? Maybe.
What do they do? What did they do?
Maybe they'll be rewarded with a legendary Zach Wilson miracle run to the Super Bowl.
Well, it would have to be a hell of a miracle.
Anybody? Is this thing on? You know what I mean? I know.
They got the defense, though. That's the thing. They showed you last night that great defenses really can win you ball games essentially with the 3 interceptions and the constant pressure. Like Josh Allen looked like he didn't want any part of that noise last night.
We talk about the AFC being so stacked with quarterbacks. Josh Allen did not look like he was ready to enter that conversation.
No, he looked kind of spooked last night, really.
Yeah, 4 turnovers. I guess that's a bad stadium for him. He had a bad game there last year.
What do you think about that whole turf discussion? I mean, we had some of the worst turf in history at Candlestick for so many years.
I mean, they've done all the research. Who knows? I mean, weren't they worried about the grass in Pittsburgh being too slippery? Because
they were, but it held up pretty nice. I mean, I didn't see anybody get hurt like that.
I mean, somebody's going to need to do a list of Achilles injuries, how many happen on artificial turf versus how many happen on natural grass, to let me know. But that's where Nick Bosa tore his ACL,
That's correct. And I believe that's where Mostert also went down and got hurt for most of the season. Raheem got hurt on that same surface.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they had multiple injuries.
Yes, they did. It was Raheem and it was Bosa.
God darn it. Yeah, so, and I saw at least one tweet from, it was Bakhtiari from the Packers blaming the turf.
Well, Marcus hit it right on the head during his show leading up to ours today, where he said, they always talk about the expense of maintaining and upkeeping natural grass surface, but when you're talking about billionaire owners protecting hundreds of millions of dollars in investments in their athletes, you want them to be protected to the best of your ability. So I'd say spend the extra money like taking care of a natural surface, but I guess it's so widespread. Most of the surfaces in the NFL now are artificial. There are very few grass fields left, actually, if you look around.
Once again, you got to shout out Jed York and John and Denise.
No, that's one thing they've done absolutely correctly. And they took some heat, if you remember, when the Vi opened for their surface.
Yeah.
Because it was getting chewed up a lot, but they seem to have gotten a good handle on it. So, yeah, compliments to Jed. Keep that grass where it is.
You just said that. That just got me thinking about which two.
Not many, dude. You got Cleveland. I know. I just saw them. They got grass. You got the Niners.
16 NFL teams play on artificial turf. Giants and Jets, Rams and Chargers have turf. How about that?
Yeah, they do. With those rubber balls, it's like all that rubber on the field, too. That can't be good for you.
Chicago, Baltimore, Washington, Kansas City,
Pittsburgh,
Tennessee are all grass.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So here it is. Actually, I got it right here for you. Here, list of NFL stadiums with grass or
Marcus,
turf.
do you guys have grass in Vegas? Is that grass? I think it is. Yeah, you guys have grass in the dome. That's cool. I think so.
Okay, yeah, there it is. So grass is in, actually it's more than you think, Paulie. Arizona, Baltimore, Chicago, Cleveland, Denver, Green Bay, Jacksonville. By the way, Niners are going to Jacksonville this year. Kansas City, Vegas. There it is. Miami. Wait, Philly? Philly has grass?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Philly's got grass?
Yeah.
If you'd have bet me $100, I would have told you they had artificial.
Yeah, they have
turf.
grass.
I'd have lost $100 today. Steelers, as we know, Niners and Commanders. So 14 of 32 have grass. 18 of 32 have artificial turf.
So fewer than
half. Fewer than half, but almost half. So anyway, really tough deal. And
it really is.
I know we riff on Rodgers.
No, but you want him out there.
Yeah,
of
you
course.
want him out there,
Yeah.
and that's a. And again, does he come back from this?
He'll probably try, but who knows if he can.
Well, that's going to be a lot to be determined.
Yeah.
A lot to be determined. He's 39. He would turn 40 in December.
How old was Rodgers when he retired? 45? 46
Brady?
maybe? Yeah.
Brady's 45.
45?
Wasn't he?
Yeah, 45, 46.
I actually saw last night on Twitter somebody saying, Brady, back to the Jets.
Oh, my God.
Brady, back to the Jets there. Brady was 40. He played all last year as 45. He just turned 46 last
How about the look on poor? I mean, I think we all felt for this guy because we all like Bob Saleh, right? I mean, we all do. He was great out here, and boy, that look on his face, they had that close-up on him on the sidelines after Rodgers went down. It was like, oh.
Well, what about the interesting way it all went down in that he, it wasn't overly obvious that something had happened.
But he knew.
How about the sit-down on the turf?
Yeah, that's when you knew.
He looked like a kindergartner sitting down on the rug for story time.
Yeah, that
you know
was
what
tough
I mean?
to see, man.
And none of his teammates knew how to react, but he went down. He was like, no.
It was just so fast. I mean, there were probably tons of Jet fans still getting seated at that point. It was the opening drive.
So the left tackle, Dwayne Brown, tries to go low. He tries to dive at Leonard Floyd. He whiffs. He whiffs on the tackle and he whiffs on the block, and that's what you'll look at if you analyze this play over and over again. Leonard Floyd just kind of goes around Dwayne Brown, who's diving to the ground, and that's the shot. And that's the thing, as Waterboy accurately pointed out in his show, that was the thing. Saleh led his F-bomb tirade on his O-line.
Yeah,
and so
well, he had good reason to.
Dude, it was creepy. Somebody found a tweet from 3 p.m. Some kid tweeted out, Aaron Rodgers is about to blow out his Achilles on a rain-soaked Met turf in about 2.5 hours.
Oh, my God. Why would anybody put that out there?
Because it was pouring rain.
Yeah, no, but still, you don't want to put that out in the universe, man. That's not
terrible,
cool.
Terrible. So, there you go, man. Well, that changes the balance of power in the AFC, obviously.
Big time.
And it changes the future of Aaron Rodgers' career. And, man, oh, man.
Zach Wilson back to the saddle.
Yeah.
You know.
For sure. And by the way, did you see the replays as the night went on on Twitter?
You can see his calf rippling and all that. Yeah, it's harsh.
It's like a pop.
Very harsh. Yeah, it curls up and all that. Yeah, it's harsh. Yeah, you don't want to see that.
So anyway, well, that and at that point, then I kind of rode that game out. Meanwhile, the Giants played like a 3-hour epic last night.
They did. Yeah, there was a lot of action last night.
In front of an intimate gathering. They listed 20,075. Let me tell you, and I love my guy Russ. And
no, there was some sparse. It was, boy.
When you list just over 20 and then you don't make it obvious, you don't call it 2001.
That really means about 11.
When they're like, let's make it 20075 to make it sound better. And then, man, oh man, that was tough. But they got the win.
Yeah.
So let's call it in. Why not? On a day where Aaron Rodgers dominates the news, the Giants win their 4th in a row.
That's right.
Annoyingly hanging around the wild.
They're back to 74 and 70.
74 and 70.
Yeah.
Arizona won, so they remain a game and a half. Only a game in the loss column, guys. Only one game in the loss column.
Got work to do.
Which is all that matters. Which means this thing's probably going down to the end, isn't it? Probably going down to the end.
Well, don't forget, they got the Dodgers coming in that final weekend of September.
7 of the last 10 against the Dodgers.
Yeah. That's going to be crazy.
But they got the Guardians down. They got 4 in Denver this weekend where they can take up. But the Guardians put up a little bit of a fight. My guy Tito Francona and Cleveland, they tried, but the Giants outlasted them thanks to my man Blake Sable.
Nice hitting.
Guy drops 2 pass balls, a couple balls to the Nards in the 9th inning, and he winds up being the hero. He's a gutty little dude.
I like Sable. I think we all like Sable. Yeah.
He's a dude who puts his.
He's got the glasses. I mean,
busting his hump.
Yeah, totally.
I didn't know he was Troy Polamalu's cousin. Did you hear that? Somebody wrote that in, that he's Troy Polamalu's cousin. But anyway, Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred late last night. Late after, ready for this? 3 hours and 21 minutes. That was like an old school
game. It's a long
game,
ball
right?
game, yeah.
God, I keep saying Goodell. Manfred says, "You're waking me up for this? You guys are still in the race?" He said, "That's right, wake up, suit." Put it in the books in 10 innings. San Francisco Giants 5, Cleveland Guardians 4.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
Fun.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
Enthusiastic fire emojis.
There it is. And leading off the game, number 14.
Still doing it.
Mike Yastrzemski. Bombs away. There you go. By the way, somebody points in, 408 says, the curse of the oil painting that I got.
Where is that oil painting? Where'd that thing go? Oh, got removed. Yeah, what the hell, dude?
Ready for this? Removed by management.
That's some weird weird concerns over here at the leader. That was objectionable on some level, but I don't know if that had something to do with it.
Did I put the whammy on him?
Well, no, maybe it was put on the whammy because they took it out of the room. We were protecting him.
There you go.
Yeah, in some weird way. I hate the guy so much, I'm actually trying to protect him. Yeah, it's weird. It's like...
Anyway, we'll get you all set.
All right.
Kyle spoke last night.
Yeah.
Start maybe beginning to think about the Rams. Maybe beginning to think about the wild card race.
Is Jimmy G going to march into Buffalo and come out of there with a W, by the way?
Who knows? If Josh Allen turns it over 4 times, yeah.
Jimmy G didn't look that spooked. I saw Jimmy G.
No.
Yeah.
Was it his ACL or Achilles for Jimmy? It was his ACL.
No, he didn't have Achilles.
Yeah, it was his ACL. Anyway, we will continue to ponder this Aaron Rodgers situation. Wow, what a story. And get you a guest list, a robust guest list, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers walked into Pittsburgh and put a beat down on the Steelers for their first win of the 2023 season. So to see all the top storylines and highlights from the 49ers win over the Steelers, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app. The 49ers walked into Pittsburgh
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
Infield has to come in. The outfield has to creep in. 2-1 the count to Wade. The pitch is lined up the middle, and it's going to be a base hit. Straw made the dive, and it went by him. Sable streaking home. He scores the winning run, and the Giants have walked it off against the Guardians and against their all-star. What a moment for Wade, for Sable, and for the Giants to steal a win against Cleveland.
Yeah, that's right. Dave Fleming on the call. The Giants are like, you guys gave up on us. We're scraping them out, sweep the Rockies, and gut one out in extra innings against the Guardians last night, who put up a game fight, by the way.
Cleveland did.
Cleveland was like, you know what, we're going to try. Tito Francona's like, we're going down with a fight. They'll do it again today. Alex Cobb gets credit for gutting out 5 innings with a bum hip.
Yeah, Big Gabe almost went out there and took him out in the first inning, or it looked like that could have happened last night.
Very likable Giant, Alex Cobb.
Yeah.
And so they go again tonight. And here's the deal. They announced Sean Manaea as a starter.
I saw that.
Days ago. It's like they're trying to what are you going to be for the Giants and their starters now, and a boyfriend or girlfriend trying to desperately keep it together with their other.
They start doing all the stuff that they wouldn't do. Yeah.
I'm going to bring you flowers.
No, I've always let you guys start games.
I'm going to do the
Don't you remember?
Oh, you did the dishes. Yeah. Yes, honey. I'm committed to our relationship.
You don't remember I let Cobb throw a 131.
I honestly feel like because they haven't done an opener
He's
in a
done
while.
like a 180 in the last 2 weeks. Kyle, go out there and work for me.
I mean, why would they announce Manaea? They never would before. But
While
anyway.
we ponder this, consider this, that this segment is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're chasing your goals or living your dreams, Redwood Credit Union is here to support you every step of the way. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Yeah. There it is.
Well, that's I guess I'm going to love Manaea as a starter today.
Yeah, let's go, Big Sean.
5-5 with a 6-0 against Cal Quantrill of the Guardians tonight. So they get going. Listen, the Arizona won last night. Giants only one back in the loss column. Again, the line from Bagley keeps hanging in my head. The Giants hanging around the race inspires as much annoyance as hope, because most people are very disappointed with how this season's gone. The openers, the lack of rhythm with the pitching, the interchangeable parts, the platoons. Everybody's frustrated. Attendance, guys. People are speaking with their pocketbooks. It's not a compelling product. And last night, well, listen, Monday night in September against Cleveland, you're not going to draw. I think even if you're having a great season, you're not going to draw too much on a Monday night.
Mondays are tough traditionally, and then you throw Monday Night Football back into the equation. It's definitely going to be a tough sell. But maybe as they compete going down the stretch, Murphy, if they continue to hang around.
Hanging around.
Yeah.
Hanging around.
Like John Malkovich says, hanging around, maybe the crowds will come.
They keep sending, because, I'm part of a season ticket group, and they keep sending us emails saying, put down your postseason deposit now.
Oof.
Don't miss out. And I'm like, I'm looking at the screen and barely holstering my single digit. You know what I mean?
I do.
I want to fly guns at the screen. I'm like, really? You're just trying to put your hand in my pocket right now?
Yeah.
You just take it like, hey, don't feed your kids. Put your postseason
Might as well give me all your money now, so we can get this out of the way.
And the thing is, if they make the playoffs as the 6th seed, they would play all 3 games away from home.
So what are you buying tickets for?
Theoretically, when they knock out the 3 seed.
Oh, you're going second round now.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
When they're hosting the Dodgers or Braves in the second round.
Speaking of fans and fan bases, did you guys? Somebody in the text line said, "I didn't see this. Did you guys see Justin Timberlake?
I did
hugging Aaron.
Well, no, I didn't see him hugging Rodgers. I saw him hugging Method Man.
So what happened? No kidding.
Method Man's still hanging around.
He's a Jets guy now. You got to give him his due. He's an actual Jets fan. But I was going to say, they're already blaming Justin Timberlake now for the Rodgers injury.
No, you know who they're blaming?
He's taking the abuse.
Perfect time to say good morning to Yeah, Marcus. As Marcus got all settled behind
You
the
hear they
glass
got
there.
JT.
No, you hear the one they're really coming for is Jake Paul.
Yeah, JP.
Oh, no, I don't know about this. What he do?
The NFL put out a meme saying the stars are out tonight.
Oh, boy.
And it was like a 5-swipe thing on Instagram. The first picture was, and it took me a long time to figure out it was Timberlake. Look, he's dropped a couple pounds. Like he looked a little leaner.
Yeah.
And he was hugging Method Man. And then the second one was a rapper I don't know. She was holding a stack of cash that was Marcus. What's that about? 2 feet?
That's about a foot and a half of cash. I do that a lot when I'm at home. I just hold my cash.
A stack of cash that was about.
I just hold it, Marcus.
Everybody on the YouTube
while I'm watching games.
Paulie, have you made any Tommy Lee jokes lately? By the way,
Actually, Tommy Lee's is bigger than that stack. Yeah,
that's quite impressive.
It's true. I've seen it. I saw the video. He's driving the boat, man. Come on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's like a low jack.
So she's holding a stack like this. Then they cut to Jake Paul. And then to save the whole thing, and all the commenters went nuts, dude, looking like the most normal New Jersey housewife you've ever seen, Edie Falco. She goes, go Jets, go Jets.
Nice.
And she's looking all normal.
Yeah.
She's looking like totally normal.
You shout out Edie Falco.
Nothing dolled up, nothing like blitzed out.
She's just coming
out.
at you straight. Yeah.
She's just coming to the Jets game.
Yeah.
Everybody was kind of like, hey, there's Edie Falco.
Good to see Carmella, yeah.
There's Carmella, yeah. So Waterboy, they were blaming your guy, Jake Paul.
Well, first of all,
there's another one.
That's not my guy, Murph.
Yeah, that's Marcus's guy, JP.
Yeah, I'm not a JP guy. I'm not a Jake Paul guy.
Man?
But yeah, even I was like, I saw those clips going around on Twitter, and I was like, all right, Method Man, Justin Timberlake, and Jake Paul. Has he scratched that level of celebrity status?
He has.
Unfortunately.
He's got the look. I tell you, I recognize him. I recognize him more than I recognize Timberlake.
How about that?
Wow.
Because Timberlake's look was different. He was wearing shades and like a cardigan sweater like Bing Crosby would wear.
JT's bringing
like
cardigan back.
Yeah. Very much so. And again, he looked a little leaner.
Yeah.
Like the chin line was a little sharper.
Right.
But anyway, whoever it was, it's the turf, whatever. I just looked it up online. So the NFLPA put out something in April saying that their data shows that a injury is more likely to occur on artificial turf. The NFL put out a study saying that there's no difference. So the NFLPA, the players are saying, well, you guys you're wrong. We say there is, and the NFL says, no, we say there isn't. So there's a dispute. Well, depends on how you futz the numbers, I guess.
And there are some that are more unforgiving than others, and that one there at MetLife certainly seems to be the site of multiple serious injuries.
Yeah.
So you have to start to consider, maybe they just got to revamp it there at that one stadium at least.
Had you seen the Jets owner Woody Johnson wearing the Woody bling necklace last night? Did you see that? He was wearing a rapper bling,
like a rope chain. No, I did not.
Spelled out Woody.
No.
And I don't know if he was riffing or not.
Boy, either way.
But all of a sudden, as somebody pointed out, they said, you better take that thing off now.
Should we get Jed like a rope chain with a JY, like diamond encrusted JY?
Once again, Jed gets a lot of credit. He's staying out of the camera.
Way to go with the grass, Jed. That's awesome, man.
Growing grass, signing Bosa, staying out of the camera.
Yep.
Comeback owner of the decade.
And
Jed
don't forget, John Lynch willingly chose to stay here a couple of seasons ago when he had the TV offers. He easily could have jumped ship for much easier pastures, made tons of money, and enjoyed these years. But he said, no, I want to stay. I want to stay. So that's a credit to Jed on some level, too.
Yeah.
That John Lynch said, no, I want to stay and see this thing through.
I would very much miss John Lynch if he left.
Me, too.
You know why?
Oh, man.
Because he's outstanding radio.
You ain't kidding.
Why, yeah.
You ain't kidding.
We'll have him Friday, too. So, Waterway, where'd you go more last night? Monday Night Football or Giants?
I was more Monday Night Football last night.
It was a good game, Marcus. I got locked into that game.
Well, it was interesting because once Aaron Rodgers went out, it seems like everybody closed the door and said, "Oh, this is over. There's no chance Zach Wilson and the Jets
defense
win."
did not budge.
But
they did not budge.
How about Josh Allen and the Bills biffing into it?
Shocked.
4 turnovers last night.
At how he played, I was shocked.
You can't lose that game to Zach Wilson and the Jets.
I don't know that I've ever seen him look more uncertain during any game.
He looked worse last night than he did during his rookie season when he was missing wide receivers left and right.
Night.
No, that was a bad
showing
showing overall.
Yeah, you're right. Everybody did kind of write off the Jets. Who knows? What is Zach? Listen, stories are to be written. Unscripted theater. Hey, I got a good one for you guys. That's why they play the game.
Indeed.
I made that one up, by the way. I made that one up. Credit me whenever you say that.
I will. You got to trademark that.
But who knows? Maybe Zach Wilson will author something. Although, did you guys hear Peyton Manning was not impressed with
I heard that was like a big takeaway last night. He was abusing the kid, apparently.
The entire Manning cast, Eli was like, I think they should roll out to a bootleg here. Peyton's like, no, hand the ball off. Hand it off every play after play after play. He did not want Zach Wilson throwing the ball one time.
I know you got to be prepared and everything as a backup quarterback in the NFL, but I got to be willing to guess that there's no way he thought he was getting in that game last night.
Well, all of a sudden, got to be ready, right?
Well, you do, but I mean, again, this is Aaron Rodgers' New York debut. It's a national audience.
You're always one play away, man.
I know, but still, I mean, that's like, next thing you know, less than 4 minutes into the game, he's out there.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
So the idea that Zach Wilson is back in the spotlight. Hey, guys, I mean, think about it. This is not to put a knock on Formica, but everybody, whether it's Trevor Lawrence or Pat Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or
any
Brock
snap,
Purdy, you're always one snap away, man.
I know.
You're living on the edge.
Yeah.
So.
Which is crazy to me since we were just talking about the artificial turf versus grass battle. I know it comes down to dollar and cents for these owners, but these are guys that are investing millions and millions of dollars into these players.
Yeah.
Does it really hurt them that much where they can't kind of invest in real grass? I mean, look at the Pittsburgh Steelers this past weekend.
Great question.
They had 3 games in a row. They had a high school football game, a college football game, and then they played the 49ers on Sunday, and they're still using real grass.
I think homeowners have gone towards the artificial turf, haven't they?
Yeah.
Like,
But that's
pioneered that.
That's a California drought, though. They told us to stop watering our lawns.
maybe even a guy who's just like, I don't want to mow my lawn.
Well, you
I'm
know
just
who the
going with
pioneer of
turf,
that
baby.
whole movement was Mike Brady and the Brady Bunch. They had the artificial
This is
turf in the
very true.
backyard.
Very true.
I was fascinated by that as a kid.
Did Greg, Peter, or Bobby pop an Achilles? That's a question.
I do remember Bobby running some patterns when Joe Namath came
This is
over
all true.
on the artificial turf.
Who was it? Marsha who got hit in the nose, broke her nose?
She did.
Well, that was inside,
You know
though.
what? Can we get some
That-
applause
you
for
can,
that?
but that was
very
actually
good.
inside.
Oh, that wasn't on the turf, Paul.
Mom always says,
that was
don't-
outside.
don't play ball in
you're
the house.
confusing two stories.
Well, what's
there,
don't
but
play ball in the house?
The vase breaks on the ball.
Okay.
That is outside. She walks outside to call Peter
Wow,
in
okay.
the backyard, right? And Namath airmails
Then they show it like in slow motion.
Oh, my nose. Oh, my
Yeah,
nose. Oh, my nose.
yeah, dude.
And it shows the superficiality of a Doug Simpson because once he sees the swollen, the jammed up nose, he dumps her.
See, I would have rushed the Martian's defense. I would have been like, you know what, baby, you look great with that nose.
Well, Charlie,
Me and you.
you are Charlie, the wallpaper guy who stuck with her.
I look like Charlie. I act like Charlie.
She
Yes.
then realizes the true love is Charlie.
Charlie's going to get him every time.
Who's bringing
every
over,
time.
by the way, bringing over wallpaper.
By the way, Murph,
You know what I mean?
Murph was Charlie a ginger? Was he coming at you with the red hair?
Sort of.
Yeah.
But maybe Charlie had Tommy Lee.
Well, Charlie had something going, yeah.
All right, let's get the guest list going.
Charlie, bro.
Tuesday.
Charlie.
I coach Charlie's.
Nice.
Charlie's
Good.
back.
Yeah.
9/12/23. September 12, 2020.
Charlie got Marcia. That's all I know.
The other angle, too, is that it was September 11th, and Rodgers ran out with the flag. You know what I mean? And the Jets get the win on September 11th. So that was good. But still, that was pretty much the Rodgers highlight, him carrying out the flag. That's it.
It could be the most defining moment of his Jet career. I hate to say that.
Honestly, will be.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got, Marcus?
All right, well, we're going to start the football talk in about 20 minutes with one of our favorites, the Hall of Famer, friend of the program, Ronnie Lott, number 42, stopping by 6:50 a.m. this morning.
Awesome.
Well, it'll be great to talk to Ronnie in general, and then also he's a former Jet, believe it or not.
He is.
Well,
Yeah.
they have a thing going. Him, Steve Young, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, and Christy Yamaguchi.
Nice lineup.
2 weeks from tomorrow are doing a little speaking engagement that you can go to and just hang. So, dude, you know, be the star of Brent Jones. BJ's great.
Yeah.
He was on with Copes and Dante. I was in the car yesterday afternoon. I drive back in the city. I got some Dante. The soft tones of a Dante Whitner.
The more Dante, the better.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll take him anytime.
So Ronnie Lott at 6:50. Yes. And then we got a little switcheroo, right? We got a little switcheroo on
we got a little switcheroo, but real quick, since we mentioned Ronnie Lott and the Jets, can I just play this just for personal preference?
Yeah. Yes.
Pochi.
Yes.
Pochi and the Giants.
Yeah. Love it, Ronnie. Damn it, that's a good track.
Anytime I think about Ronnie and the Jets,
Give me
I
another
think of
chorus.
Bochy and the Giants. You want it again, Paul?
I thought he was going to go right back into it. Yeah.
I gave you the short version. We'll keep it quick because we got to get through this guest list because as Murph just teased, we had a little bit of a switcheroo on a Tuesday. We're going to go Mike Kruko this morning in the Power Hour, not Dwayne Kuiper. Kuiper will come on tomorrow morning.
Okay. Good.
And then we'll get to our big hit of the day, which I think has to be the Aaron Rodgers Achilles discussion.
Yes,
we'll keep you updated throughout the show if we get any reports from Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter. Then we'll hop into our cooler of content, maybe play you some sound from the Manning Cats last night, and Peyton not being a big fan of Zach Wilson.
No.
Then at 9:15 this morning, we'll check in with Marcus Thompson, MT2 on the 49ers, and also 9:30 this morning, our first 49er player of the week. It's the man that went 8 for 8 with over 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. Ayuk is really on fire, boys, and he'll be joining the show at 9:30 this morning.
Did Paulie make any progress on his Brandon Ayuk
There's a
song?
couple ideas. We've had discussions. It's in the works. That's all I'll say. It's in the works.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Haven't told. Well, it's in
Is
the
your
works.
production team going to come into the building?
Well, that would be a help. That would be helpful. Yeah.
Well, I'd say, listen, time's a wasting, Creative Tony. Let's get this thing going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do know.
By the way, look at Triple E still contributing to the show, listening at home with COVID. He says the girl that I was referring to with the Tommy Lee stack of cash.
Oh, yeah.
Is a rapper called Sexy Red. Sexy Red. Yeah.
All right, Sexy Red.
So
go ahead with
go.
your cash.
All right, guys. Hey, Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday.
Okay.
What did he say? Next on The Sports Leader.
Take that for data.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You'd love to get a good start. We had 5 sacks today as a D-line, so Chris was definitely happy. Drake broke out, which we were expecting. So we just have so many players, and it's fun to watch IU do his thing, and Purdy shut some haters up. So it's nice to be on a really good team.
Nick Bosa, the quote machine. He's been on the team for less than a week, and he's given us the sorry about the scare, which is iconic. And now the Purdy shuts some haters up.
Nice and chill. Yeah.
And then his third one, it's nice to be on a really good team. He's like
nice to have you, Nick.
The guy is a quote monster. I love it.
It's nice to be on a really good team.
That's pretty good. And the Purdy shuts some haters up. 559 with a great text, non-Niners. I know we're going to do Niners this segment. But he says, do you think the Giants announced Mania so that the 20,075 have something to look forward to?
Oh, damn.
Sorry,
see, the riffs are coming in now.
Hey, Dante Whitner's going to fill in. Is he filling in? No.
He is.
Right? Is he filling in
he's
again today?
He's in,
I don't think he's here again today, is he?
I know he's in and out throughout the week. So you're going to get a little Dante with Copes, and you're also going to get a little bit of DKB, Dieter Kurtenbach, filling in with Copes this week, too.
All I see are winnable segments. Yeah.
Have you heard about Tommy's road trip? It's like he's just going. He's going. He went to the Niners-Steelers game. Then he went to Monday night. Then they went from Philly to New York. From Pittsburgh to New York. He was at the game last night, the Jets game.
Tolbert?
Yeah. Then he's going to like Phillies, Braves tonight, I think. And then I think, is the Thursday night game in the East Coast? I think he's going to like the Thursday night game, too.
I hope he at least detoured into the city to grab a John's Pizza.
Yeah,
down on Bleecker. So. You're close enough when you're at the Meadowlands. You might as well go all the way.
Some time. What is the Thursday? Do you have the
Thursday? No, I don't have it. In fact, we need Chronicles, Greg Silver.
By the way, I just went to my ESPN to go check.
Yeah.
And they just announced. Ready for this?
What do you got?
Got an alert.
Yeah.
Subscription price increase. Your new ESPN. I have to okay it right
We've
now.
decided to raise your rates.
Look at this. I'm
out of the generosity of our hearts. Yeah.
On the YouTube and on the Twitch.
Go ahead and give me a little more money.
What about they just jam like literally during the show? I got it now. Right now, I just have to okay $10.99 a month. It used to be like $4.99.
See how they force his hand? They force his hand live on the air.
What am I going to do?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. What? You want that content?
All of a sudden, Aaron Rodgers gets hurt on Monday Night Football, and they're doubling my ESPN Plus subscription.
Yeah.
Come on,
someone's got to pay for that.
What are we doing,
dude? I just ate it. I just took it.
No.
Vikings, Eagles. So, yeah, he's going to go to Philly on Thursday night.
That'd be fun. Yeah.
So, he's going Niners, Steelers, Jets, Bills. I think
he's got all this time to kill, though. What's he going to do between now and Thursday and Philly? That's what I'm saying. Get into New York and enjoy yourself.
No, I think he's going to a Braves, Phillies tonight, which is a really good game.
Okay.
And then Vikings, Eagles.
I think he's squeezing in a college game in between that, too.
Was there a Wednesday night college game?
I'm not sure. I heard Copes talking about it in the bullpen yesterday.
I got to tell you, as a guy who goes on quote-unquote dream trip, which we started back in 92, named after the Dream Team, which LeBron is trying to reform, by the way, I got to tip my cap. We've never pulled off something that good. Our best was a Giants-Braves on a Friday, Georgia-Notre Dame on a Saturday.
Right.
And we thought that was cool. Tommy's like, hold my beer. Literally, Tommy's saying, hold my beer, because Tommy usually has a beer in his hand. So anyway, is Dante Whitner in today or not? Is he? Did we look? Well, we have the programming schedules.
I looked at the schedule. It says it's Marcus Thompson today.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think OG made a mistake.
But our young Greg Silver saying on Twitter they're promoting Dante Whitner.
Well, I hope
is that yesterday's
We'll figure
Twitter?
it out. No, he said it's for today. Who knows what's going on?
Who wants yesterday's
they're
Twitter?
telling me to read the damn promo.
Yeah.
Like, we do these things in-house here, everybody.
I'll tell you who's there. Adam Copeland.
Well, now they're going to hold...
Yeah, but I need a reason to listen.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
and plus, now they're going to hold Murph accountable. Like, he's the lightning rod for
how about if
misinformation.
How about if I do tell you that we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your world-class care, puts you closer to your best health. World-class care closer than you think.
It's a good first step.
Why don't you look up Holer's thing and let me know?
Yeah.
OG was doing good until now.
Look up Holer's big schedule.
By the way, I got to give Triple E a little credit. He sent a screenshot of the final of our fantasy football matchup in week 1.
Right.
In which he absolutely hammered me. 120-76. And he sent it with the caption quotes, "Put it in the books, skinny boy."
Wow.
Unquote. Pretty good.
So he's riffing.
I had to give a little tip of the cap there.
Yeah.
A little tip. No,
Marcus ain't buying it. He rejects
if you're not
it.
showing up to work, don't be riffing.
Oh,
I don't need these texts.
COVID,
I don't care.
COVID's not legit?
Nah, I'm not saying that.
COVID's not legit.
It's a legit argument in 2020, not in 2023.
Tell him to go back to sleep. Get some rest. Woo. Maybe we should ask him who's hosting with Copes today.
Yeah, right?
Maybe he knows.
Well, he would. Listen, he's the king of putting the wrong stuff down on those things. So I would not ask him to who's hosting. All right, guys. Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday after the Niners get the big win. They're going down the Rams. Waterboy, did I hear you reveal the spread for this Sunday already?
It's a 7-point spread, Murph.
I was thinking about that when I was driving down Broadway when you said that. I was like,
A lot of points.
Yeah. But that Niner defense is good and that Niner offense is good. Maybe they win by more than 7. I don't know. Something you have to tune into the forecast. But let's start with Kyle last night. And he's talking about maybe really, if you're going to talk about anything concerned going forward, it's Colton McKivitz at right tackle. Listen, we just saw what happened to a left tackle in New York. Dwayne Brown tries to dive at Leonard Floyd. Leonard Floyd goes whoop right around him and ruins Aaron Rodgers' career with the Achilles sack. So tackles tend to be a little important. So here's Shanahan on Colton McKivitz against TJ Watt.
He had the toughest matchup on the field. There was definitely a number that Watt got him. There's a couple of situations we could have helped him out better with some chips and stuff. He battled throughout it, but did good enough for us to win. But it was a huge challenge going against that player.
So, yeah, he said we could have helped him. It's true. They could have helped him. They did, I guess, on a fair number of plays, keep Kittle in to help. That's why Kittle didn't have as many touches.
Yeah.
So that happened. But something to watch going forward. Now, again, it's not always going to be TJ Watt. But hear about Nick Bosa. 35 snaps, guys. 35 snaps. What was Kyle's take?
I thought he did a good job. He especially for his first time back, I thought he played real well in the run game. Didn't get a ton of opportunities in the pass game, with the center going the other way or some chips, but forced that holding call on one, and we ended up declining it because Huff got him I think we declined it. Because Huff got that tackle for the loss of 5. But I thought it was a good first day back, got out healthy, and ready to get him back into the swing of things this week.
All right. Well, there you go. Just those were quick ones because Ronnie called in. We should probably go to Ronnie.
Ronnie. Okay, cool.
Yeah, by the way, 415 coming in saying it's Marcus Thompson today with Copes. They announced it yesterday. I listen all day. OG, you owe me $1.
Okay, now.
Owe me $1.
This is where the downfall
Thompson
starts.
Listens with Copes today. Ronnie Lott talking about football, the 49ers, the huge bummer injury to Aaron Rodgers, and his event coming up in San Francisco. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Pickett over the middle, ball got tipped, intercepted by Talanoa Hufanga. Coming back the other way to the midfield, laterals it back to Shashawn Gibson. Down the sideline now he's knocked out by Kenny Pickett to save a pick six.
Well, if an SC safety is making interceptions, then that must mean it's time to get Ronnie Lott on the bat phone.
Yes, sir.
Because there he is. Well, listen, so much to get into. Ronnie's got an event coming up we want to promote.
Awesome.
And, of course, the really big news of the injury to Aaron Rodgers last night. And the Niners win. There's like a million things to talk about with Ronnie. But first and foremost, let's just say good morning to our good friend. Ronnie, good morning. How are you, man?
Hi, Ronnie.
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm sitting here reading the SEAL team history.
Okay, wait.
And the reason I'm reading it is that I recognized that I was watching the game. I was like, man, let me go back and look at the SEAL team history because they were playing like the SEAL team. I mean, this was unbelievable. Just the way that they went out and carved that team up.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, they were like the SEALs. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Well, they are. I mean, that defense is swarming, and it's Fred Warner. I mean, it started with Fred Warner, I thought, almost. You know, we talk about Bosa so much, Ronnie, but Warner, was immediately in the first few plays of the game.
He got up on Najee, yeah.
You saw 54 flying around the field. I don't know if that was memories of Keena or Hacksaw Reynolds or
might have been
Bobby Leopold.
Memories of Ronnie meeting Ickey Woods a little bit, yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what I love about watching them play and watching Fred obviously is that there's always a moment in a game when you find someone trying to make an explosion or trying to blow somebody up, and man, Najee Harris got hit early in the game. And it reminded me of when Carlton Williamson made his hit against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ooh.
And what was funny to me, I was like, you could see that he was like, well, I think I'm going home.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
This is over.
Yeah.
Oh. And what was great about that moment is, people do surrender. And that's what I thought what was interesting was, the rest of the game, it was now they're under control. They got them. And it was really, to me, one of those days where just that one hit, and when Najee went down and surrendered, it felt like to me it was just one of those games where they're just bigger, tougher, stronger, faster. And another thing that I kind of noticed is that at the beginning of the game, Tomlin came up, shook the coach's hand, and when he shook his hand, he was really aggressive when he shook his hand. And then after the game, he came over and was like, "Hey, man, wait a minute, hey guys, you guys got us."
Yeah, right.
And you can see the whole demeanor. My point is, you see the whole demeanor of these kind of moments when, somebody thought that they were going to go, dominate them, and the demeanor at the end of the game of how he shook his hand and the respect that he had when he shook his hand. It's those little things that you look at that really define more about the game than just watching the game and watching a team, play and watching some guys make some hits. It's the moments that when you watch the game and you see that big hit and you see people surrendering or you see people not doing certain things. And, the momentum of the game changed dramatically after that.
Yeah, good stuff. I heard Dante say yesterday, Dante Whitner on our afternoon show said that you break the will of your opponent.
For sure.
That's what he said. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I think that's what you're saying, Ronnie, and the respect from Tomlin. after the game. I'd love to keep talking Niners a little bit. I wanted to jump before we lost sort of the early thread is last night's injury to Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, man, that was terrible.
You wore the green, and obviously dealing with injuries is the heartbreaking part of sports, whether it's Klay Thompson or Kevin Durant or, Jimmy Garoppolo or Nick Bosa, all the injuries we've seen, Joe's elbow, on and on and on. But that one for you, to see that excitement. And it brings the question, too, Ronnie, of artificial turf versus natural grass. I don't know. You can take any angle you want on that, but, what was your reaction?
Yeah, I think the reaction is that, man, how sad.
Yeah.
I mean, sad for football, sad for the folks that are up in Northern California where his family's from and the people there that have rooted for him. I'm sad for Cal, sad for a lot of things because, watching him when he was at Cal, watching all the things that he did, watching him beat SC, watching a lot of amazing things that he took on, and now taking on this opportunity for this to happen. Yeah, very sad. I'm sad for the game, sad for football because we're going to miss him. And the reason you miss someone like that is that you miss the art of playing that position. That guy, again, when he was at Cal, that kid could throw it. He was very confident.
Yep.
He still is very confident. That's why I think he went to New York to say, hey, I'm going to see if I can beat Joe Willie. I really want to think that I can actually be Joe Willie. So, to me, it's sad for the game of football, sad for the Jets fans and the community, and it's just tough. I mean, but to see how it happened and the way it happened, that's football. That's the things that happen when you're pulled or when you fall or when you're, and to me, that wasn't anything other than somebody just trying to get the guy down. His foot, got stuck. And, these are unfortunate things that we see, week in and week out. I see it at Pee Wee football, with 9-year-old kids. You see it in high school. So we see those kind of moments in the game, and I love the game, but I also, will tell you those moments are tough.
Good stuff. The good talking to Ronnie Lott, man. It's great to have him here. And by the way, you get more Ronnie in San Francisco for a great event. Let's hit this, Ronnie.
Yeah, I want to hear about this.
So you, number 8.
Nice.
All right, number 84.
Nice.
Number 79.
Ooh, good lineup.
All right, number 42.
Yep.
And Christy Yamaguchi didn't wear a number, but she won a gold medal.
So she can wear a 1, yeah.
You guys are all going to be in San Francisco.
She can wear whatever she wants.
Yeah, that's it, Ronnie. Whatever she wants.
Hey, whatever she can wear. That's the she's the QB.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, you guys are going to have a spoken word evening of conversation at BroadwaySF.com.
Awesome.
Tell us about that, Ronnie. You doing a little speaking engagement here with your buddies on stage?
Yeah, but I think it's also about doing something bigger than us, and I think one of the reasons I say bigger than us is that every day you wake up with thinking that there are a lot of issues, and then you realize that there's something bigger than all of us. And those issues, sometimes you don't even see them. I mean, that's the toughest part is there's issues out there that we don't even get a chance to see. And I think what's great about this organization is, Champion Charities has gone on to try to find ways to do things that are bigger than themselves. And that is really important for a lot of reasons. And we'll continue on down this path for a lot of reasons, because it's important to be able to do something bigger than yourself, especially when it comes to, helping people, change their lives and helping people find ways to be a little bit more productive or finding ways to possibly learn how to have a job skill. And so to me, the great thing about Champion Charities is teaching young people how to be able to survive and how to be able to, uplift themselves so they can be better human beings.
Man, yeah, because a portion of the proceeds of every ticket goes to Champion Charities, which was founded by Ronnie and Harris Barton to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. You can get VIP premium tickets. That gets you a post-show meet with photos. And by the way, I left out 22, Dwight Hicks.
Oh,
He'll
nice.
be there too. Now that's the guy, the most skilled to skate.
Man, I was going to say, man,
the
you
hot
can't
licks.
leave out Hickey, man.
I know.
Hey,
Yeah, no, don't leave out Hickey. No.
Hey, there's no hot licks without Hicks.
There's no
You know
hot
what I
licks,
mean?
Ronnie, without Dwight.
Look, trust me, there's definitely no licks without Dwight.
It wasn't Ronnie Lott in the hot licks. It was Dwight
That's
Hicks
true.
in
You
the
gotta
hot
say
licks.
that was true.
Come on, man. That's and it will always roll that way.
Yeah, and he's of course a stage actor. He's a performer.
For real, yeah.
Broadway SF. Go ahead.
No, he is a performer.
Yeah.
I mean, he's down in living in the Atlanta area. He's been on a number of shows. Continues to act. Continues to evolve in the acting arena, which I love. And every once in a while, I'll see him on a show and it's been great knowing that here's a guy that not only led us but has led his family and done some wonderful things in the community of Georgia, and just a great guy. He came out here. Every year we have a DB reunion, and Dwight is always leading that group and leading us, and it's just been phenomenal being around him because of what he's been able to transition into, and that is a great actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's going to be there too. So Chris Yamaguchi, the Olympic gold medal skater, will get in conversation with Ronnie, Steve, Harris, Dwight, and Brent. It's BroadwaySF.com 2 weeks from tonight. And like we said, there's a post-show opportunity, a VIP opportunity. And I know a lot of 49er fans.
Man, I didn't know we were going to have all this stuff.
You didn't know
really
that.
Amazing.
Yeah, you didn't know that.
See, we got to tell you. Yeah.
Now you know.
It's going to be a good night.
It's going to be a post-show. You better brush your teeth or floss your teeth because you got to do some photos.
Ronnie. Somebody was telling me that this guy named Huey Lewis might be.
Whoa.
Nice. Good.
Whoa.
Yeah, Huey.
Whoa. Is that for real?
I don't know.
hey, if we hear the rumor, though, that's a good start.
Hey, I took our young...
I like to start rumors,
Oh, good. Hey, just Saturday, I took our young rising talent, Marcus Boucher, the water boy who does the 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., and you hear him on our show. I took him to the 2 a.m. club Saturday night, and I showed him where Huey stood for that album cover. So
the sports album.
We're teaching the next generation, all right?
It's a good one.
Hey, man, look, you know what? One of the great things that I would love to do is teach the next generation of guys that are going to be filling your seats, man.
Oh, yeah.
As you well know, man, learning and understanding and being able to get more guys and more young people to understand that they can evolve and be a part of our sports communities and other areas other than just, playing the game, that there's a lot of, roles that a lot of people play. And I was just talking to this young girl the other day about, her role. She wants to write a book on, just women's sports and what women do today and what they've done. And after watching the young lady win the U.S. Open.
Coco Gauff,
yeah. How great was that?
Coco it was just so. Hey, here we are. We're talking about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, coached by our great friend Brad Gilbert, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
I know.
He's raised in Piedmont, lives in Marin. Yeah.
Our guy, Brad Gilbert.
Yeah, he took her to the mountaintop, man. That's fantastic. It's such a great story, and God bless. I miss American tennis stars. I'm so happy that she's on the scene.
Yeah, but the thing that you got to, what I love about Brad is Brad has been being that kind of human being for a long time, man.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Yeah, just a good, he's a great teacher, good person.
Yeah,
a person who just loves, passing on what he's learned about the game of tennis, which to me, what she did was basically said, again, just like the Niners, hey, man, I'm taking this one.
Yeah, I like that.
This is mine. I'm taking it.
Yep.
Oh, man. Hey, there's so many things to wrap up with, Ronnie, but just on the Niners before we get out, we played Hufanga coming in. How about he's Troy Polamalu's student and he goes into Pittsburgh and makes that play. He also had a clean hit, a Ronnie Lott-like hit on Freiermuth in the end zone.
It's like your grasshopper out there.
Hit.
Yeah.
And I know this.
Yeah,
I know I know it's Trojan safety tradition.
Yeah,
there.
that's right. That's right.
Timmy McDonald's in that legacy too.
I saw Troy this offseason and bumped into him at a signing and was able to talk to him a little bit about some of the things that he's been working on with him. And to me, just knowing what Troy has accomplished and knowing what he's done in the game, but more importantly, what Troy's done off the field. Just an outstanding human being, great person, but to give like he's given to this young man and being able to help him see certain things and being able to watch him play at that high level, which Troy played at, and doing some of the things that he's done. Unbelievable.
Well, I'll tell you what.
To me, you see a lot of Hall of Fame in both of those guys.
Hufanga, man. And I tell you what, somebody spray a hose on your Trojans, man. You guys are scoring like 80 points.
Well,
I can't. Come on, man.
You
Take
know
it
what,
easy on the rest of us.
Well, let's ask Ronnie this question: if anybody's going to cool down the Trojans and spray them with the hose, is it going to be Deion Sanders, Ronnie, and his Buffaloes? They look like they mean business out here.
No, they mean business because they got business going every day. And what I mean by business going every day is that, man, it's about making people better.
Yeah.
You know, it's not about all the things that we think coaching's about. It's about making people better. One of the great things that Bill Walsh used to say, and he told me this one time, and he said, so, you know, what do you think about, you know, great players and what do you think about SC players? And he was like, man, Ronnie, I'd rather have a player that's going to make the best decisions, the player that's going to do all the right things, the player that's going to help others get better. I don't know if I'd take everybody from SC. And I remember sitting there thinking to myself, that's a very interesting observation, because a lot of times in life you think that it's about, you know, being the biggest and baddest. No, it's about being able to do things where you stretch yourself to help others and then stretch yourself to be able to know that you can be better at certain positions and certain things, and you got to work at your craft. And I think that's what Bill was just trying to say, is that, hey, you know, give me the guy that's going to be comfortable on the bench and is going to find a way to make people better, find a way to do things that's going to enhance the rest of the team. And to me, it says a lot about great coaches, but it also says a lot about what I saw this past weekend, man. Coach Riley, and when I was down there talking to the team, Coach Riley talked about the details, and there was a detail during the game where something happened, and the game was really basically over, and he was, you know, he was upset, and it made me realize that at that moment, it's the details of life that even when you're winning, you still have to be able to, you know, find and make sure that you're taking care of all the details. And so, you know, coaching to me is, you know, coaching is like seeing all the little things that you do right and wrong and being able to correct them. And, you know, that's what I saw. Unfortunately, you know, that quarterback at SC is pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
No, but that showdown
when you can, when you can throw it from the side like he can throw it from the side, and throw it from the different angles that he can throw it from. He's a unique. He's a very unique characteristic because he sees a lot of things that other quarterbacks can't even think about doing, because he can throw from a lot of different angles, man. He's a really special young man and a special kid, and we're very thankful that Coach Riley and his group was able to bring him to USC.
Yeah, I know it's a big question to ask at the end, but how sad are you about the Pac-12?
Oh, man.
I am sad because when I think of all the things that I've watched over the years, the Lou Alcindors, you know, the John McEnroes, you know, the Stan Morrisons, you know, just so many great, you know, athletes that have played in the Pac, you know, Mike Garrett's, you know, just so many great, you know, athletes that have played, and we've all had a chance to watch some of the, you know, the John Woodens of yesteryears, of what he was able to do and the streak, and that's, you know, unfortunately, that's going to be, you know, it's going to be a book written about it, and somebody's going to say, hey, I own this book, but it's gone now, and it's unfortunate because so many great stories, so many great moments. You know, I'm sitting here thinking about, you know, the times that as a kid you would watch, you know, hey, I just ran into Gene Washington.
Nice.
And I ran into Gene Washington, and it was awesome, man.
Yeah.
I used to watch him at Stanford, man, him and Plunkett.
Mm-hmm.
It's stuff like that, man, that are going to be memories, and it won't be, you know, it won't be existing anymore, and that's unfortunate for a lot of reasons.
Yep.
Unfortunate for it's unfortunate for, you know, all these other sports. I mean, there were some other sports that you know, that a lot. I mean, Cal, their rugby team, you know, just, you know, I mean, you know, because I really admired the coach there, and just it's stuff like that you're going to sit back going, wow, that's not going to happen again.
No,
So,
I mean, it'll exist, just not in the same form. No more Stanford SC, no more UCLA Cal, all that stuff. So anyway, but maybe they'll all get back. I feel like, Ronnie, it's like when the Berlin Wall fell and it was just chaos forever, and republics were breaking off and all that. I feel like maybe in the next 5 to 10 years it'll get reformed in some way, and the West Coast schools can stay together in some form. But that's just that's my dream.
So you just said something about the wall. The wall went down, and it's still down, bro.
Yeah, that's true. It never went back up.
It ain't going back up.
And by the way, I remember going to East Berlin.
Ooh. Yeah.
And before the wall went down.
Ooh. Wow.
And so, man, you know, when you think about those kind of moments in your life, and I remember we had just won the Super Bowl, and I remember this guy walked up to me and he goes, "You beat my Cowboys," and I'm like, I'm in Germany and I still got to hear about the Cowboys.
Still got to hear about that.
Of course, an East Berliner is a Cowboy fan.
I mean, right?
You know what
Exactly. See what I'm saying? They're all over the place,
Niners,
Ronnie.
yeah.
They're everywhere.
I'm like sitting there going, of all places, I got to talk
I don't
about
need
the
this.
Cowboys, but it that moment, it made me realize, like, you know, hey, they're everywhere.
That's hilarious.
It's just things like that happen, and I'm sure that we'll survive. We'll survive some other things that will, you know, go on through our history of our lives.
We go on, man. Great. See, this is what you're going to get at Unscripted. Icons on Stage, Wednesday, September 27th, 7:30 at the Curran Theater. Christy Yamaguchi, Olympic gold medalist, in conversation with Ronnie Lott, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, Brent Jones, and Steve Young.
What a group. That's
Go
awesome.
to BroadwaySF.com.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Can I tell you? I got to say this to you.
Yeah.
Christy is by far the superstar out of all the people that are
Well,
there,
I mean,
because
you know,
I've had just amazing moments with her, and yeah. So just want a lot of people know that she is by far a star amongst us amongst us old farts.
Yeah.
She's an incredible athlete.
Olympic gold is a pretty big deal, man.
Yeah, it
And
is.
I don't see she's the only one up there with one of those. So awesome,
Exactly.
man.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh, man. Awesome, Ronnie. Great catching up. Be
So good to hear you, Ronnie.
Knock 'em dead.
All right, guys, you guys.
Oh, all right, Ronnie, be good, man.
Oh, the last second just dropped
That's
off.
okay.
That's
What
all
a
right, though.
great conversation.
He was fantastic.
Yeah.
How about that guy? He goes, in East Berlin.
You
beat
know what I
my
mean? Of course, you guys are Cowboys
yeah,
fan, too.
exactly. All right. Well, that was fun. A good wide-ranging chat.
Really cool.
Let's get back to, well, Aaron Rodgers. That's the big one. Obviously, the Giants squeak one out. Mike Krukow is going to switch in for Dwayne Kuiper today.
Okay.
Just a little switcheroo on a schedule situation. So, Kruk today at 7:35. But we got to get back into the Aaron Rodgers story next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You just said something about the wall. The wall went down, and it's still down, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's sports leader.
All right, I'm telling you, just as Ronnie Lott is a Hall of Famer in his occupation, Steve Moskowitz a Hall of Famer in his. Now, his game is the tax game, but he's really good enough to come on the show every single morning and share great advice and great tips and great helpful suggestions with all our listeners. So, Steve, today I say good morning to you. It's a Tuesday. We can talk some ERC today. Hopefully get some of our listeners a little bit of that money back they're entitled to. Good morning, Steve.
Absolutely. Good morning, Paulie. And that's exactly what I want to do. I want to put the government's money in the hand of your listeners. And in so many cases, we're able to do that. Now, ERC, Employee Retention Credit, that's where the government will give employers up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. And for those of you said, oh, your CPA told you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough. That's only one of two tests. And a lot of CPAs I've talked to are only doing the first test because it's easy. It's math. That's what they like. And remember, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney.
Oh, yeah.
There's another test, a facts and circumstances test, that a lot of people qualify for that don't qualify under the drop in gross revenue. Not everybody, but a lot. Call us for that second opinion, and let's see if you're entitled to this money. And for some clients, it can be substantial. Maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, in a few cases, even millions.
That's what I'm talking about. That's great motivation, great incentive to reach out to Steve. And let's get you some of that ERC money that you are entitled to. Steve will do the heavy lifting and find out. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's the phone number to reach out and talk to Steve. You can visit him online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1st and 10, Jet 43. There's the snap. Sets and looks. Look out from the side. He's grabbed, spun, and sacked down. Brought down on the play by Leonard Floyd. Hurricanes rocketing through. He sacks Rodgers. It's a loss of 9, and they're back to the 33 of New York.
And that's 3 plays in a row where there's been pressure up front. We knew that was...
Rodgers is down. Rodgers is down. Rodgers is pointing to his leg, and he got up on his feet and then fell down on his own accord and is now sitting up with his elbows on his knees. But Floyd got him and twisted Rodgers, and the quarterback for the Jets is down.
All right, I'll deal with the quarterback real quick. Concerned with his Achilles. MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen. So prayers tonight, but it's not good.
Wow, what a turn of events. It's just bummer for football, bummer for fans, bummer for everyone. The part of the game that nobody, and I mean nobody likes, and this goes for Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant and Joe Montana's elbow and Buster Posey's ankle and all the things we've had were just the theater and the fun that gets us through these,
no question,
this drudgery called life, is taken away.
You never want to see an athlete get hurt, especially when it's of that stature. It's such a great story. The whole summer of Hard Knocks, all the buildup, Rodgers running out with the American flag. I mean, this is something we all want to see, man. So really disappointing. I feel bad for Aaron Rodgers. I feel bad for the Jets. I came in sort of riffing today, not on Rodgers, but I said to Murph, I go, what did the Jets fan base do? Like, they must have, there's got to be some kind of karmic violation with Jets fans, because can you imagine how excited they were? They finally got a quarterback to match that great defense. 4 snaps in, it's over.
Well, again, you can't make it up, blah, blah, blah. Well, you can't. I mean, 4 snaps, he guy literally threw one pass. I guess, what are you going to say? I was going to say, I guess the only other thing worse would have been if he thrown no passes, but he threw one pass and that was it. Down he went. The crazy thing is that they somehow won the game on a dramatic punt return by a kid who was an undrafted free agent, a rookie who made the team, who was the heartwarming story of Hard Knocks. Nice return, by the way, by that kid.
Yeah,
too.
It was. That was amazing.
Nice block,
you see the leg whip, by the way, on the block?
Yeah.
That was a pretty big leg whip there. We're not going to call it.
Yeah, he's going to let that go. It's 9/11 in New York.
Right. We're going to look the other way.
Good that happened. But if anybody doesn't know, you probably do by now, but Aaron Rodgers is believed, and we still don't have official confirmation on this, believed to have popped, strained, torn. What do you call it?
Tore his Achilles, popped it. Either
you heard
one.
Led Zeppelin's Achilles last stand.
You did, Marcus. I started
tripping on the whole concept of the Achilles heel and the Achilles tendon. This goes back probably to Greek mythology.
It does. Yes, it does.
When supposedly Achilles' mom dipped him into the river Styx to make him immortal.
So shout out
Styx. Nuts, because we were talking Styx yesterday.
Renegade coming back again. You can't get away from Styx.
This is the week of Greek mythology here. What do we get tomorrow? We're going to get something on Helen of Troy.
It's either the week of Greek mythology or the week of Dennis DeYoung. The singer of Styx. Yeah.
But supposedly she dipped him into the river and holding him by the heel. Therefore, that's the only thing that's not
She was like unprotected,
I was like, as a kid, that tripped me out. Like, wow, hey. And then, of course, you got the heel. So that's the Achilles heel for all you kids out there. And then the tendon that goes up that connects to the calf. And if you could see, as the night went on, Twitter was able to isolate the camera.
And
Marcus, you saw that where you could see the green sock ripple.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No, it's not, Bob Saleh. I feel bad for Saleh, too. You see the look on his face, man.
Did you see him? Did you go all the way to the end?
I did when he ran down. Yeah,
I was like,
that was
is that
great.
Saleh in the end zone?
He was right on that pile. He lost his mind. What an emotional night. Could you imagine what he went through last night? Like all his hopes and all that anticipation. And now, listen, they say Zach Wilson had a really good preseason, but he did look a little overwhelmed out there.
Actually, somebody wrote in and said, you guys, for Brock Purdy, like students or whatever, this is what it looks like when you're not as good as Brock Purdy. Like, you know what I mean?
Correct.
Like, this is another first rounder.
And that's exactly
who doesn't look as good as Brock Purdy.
That's a first rounder, man.
Yeah. By the way, 760 shouts out the Achilles Last Stand as a.
Well, you got to give it its due. Yeah, no question.
So anyway, guys, we do have a little bit of sound. So the things that happened, if you missed it, so the Jets O-line was a concern all year, or all summer, I should say, and their left tackle Dwayne Brown just kind of whiffed. He just whiffs on this block, and Leonard Floyd is able to get in on Rodgers and takes him down, and Ronnie Lott just told us this. It was a standard sack.
No question.
Now, the question is, did artificial turf play a role?
It's a legitimate question when you consider the scene of the crime last night, because that's the same field where they lost Bosa, same field where Garoppolo got hurt.
Solomon Thomas,
Raheem Mostert, all injured on that field. Because you remember the Jets, the Niners had to play, I think, twice there in 3 weeks. Remember, they had the Giants and then the Jets both on that same field.
Waterboy, we have sound from last night. What is it, Sala or Tom Pelissero? What do we have here?
Well, here's an update from Tom Pelissero immediately after the game on NFL Network, talking about the widely believed speculation that Aaron Rodgers has torn his Achilles.
Well, Jamie, the Jets fear a ruptured Achilles tendon for Aaron Rodgers. And unlike some other injuries where you really need the MRI to confirm the diagnosis, the vast majority of the time, the initial diagnosis of an Achilles is going to be confirmed.
Exactly. They were saying, like, I remember, so I looked at the internet and the Twitter doctors were saying, I was like, well, what do they know? What do they know? Well, I think sometimes it's the old, if it looks like a duck, walks like you got a duck, too. So,
and based on the fact the way he went right back down onto his keister when he stood up and then he went right back down, like you knew right there clearly. Because Rodgers is tough. Listen, that's one thing we probably don't talk about nearly enough is how tough Aaron Rodgers is. I mean, that guy, he's played in some unbelievably difficult circumstances with some of the injuries he's had to his, what do you have, that big thumb injury? And you got to drag him off the field. So to see him go back down, I was like, oh, no, that's not
the
good.
End of his career?
Legitimate question.
He turns 40 in December.
I know.
He turns 40 in December.
I mean, that injury.
To your point, he started every game.
Yeah, he's a tough SOB.
Except for the 2017 season. But from 2014 to 2022, he started every single game. In 2017, he missed 9 games. I forget what the injury was.
He was very Brett Favre-like in that way. Like, Favre was the same way. He was an Iron Man like I had never seen at that position. And then Rodgers essentially did the same thing.
I was boning up on the Achilles injury on, like, the Mayo Clinic website. And oddly enough, it says it's most likely to occur to men between the ages of 30 and 40. Isn't that weird? I mean, that's what Mayo Clinic said. I don't know why.
Well, that's probably when the body is starting to change. I mean, like you're no longer 22. Like you're not as resilient.
Sudden starts and stops.
Yeah,
And they said, of course, most frequently in an athletic endeavor.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is bad for my Achilles, boys.
Well, you got to, like, as Clint Eastwood said so famously, though, a man's got to know his limitations. Like, don't be out there thinking like you're Kobe Bryant.
Dude, people have said, hey, do you want to play pickup basketball?
No
like
way,
a
I don't want to play. What are you nuts?
I'm like, no.
I'm 97.
Yeah.
What do you think's going to happen? Nothing good's going to happen.
Anyway, it's going to be the controlling story of the
morning. Unless you want me out
obviously.
On the perimeter, Murph, just popping J's all day.
It will be our big hit for sure coming up. But also, Brandon Ayuk is our 49er Player of the Week today at 9:30. And we had a little switcheroo because of a schedule situation. No Dwayne Kuiper today. He'll be tomorrow. Mike Krukow about the never say die wild card Giants, who are currently tied for the 7th spot in the National League. And that's enough to be in the hunt. And they pulled one out last night.
Question for you, Murph, real quick. And I'm not kidding when I say this. I ask you this legitimately. Do you still have playoff fever? He said it about a month ago, Marcus. He goes, I got playoff fever.
You just absolutely, that's a checkmate move right there, buddy. I got no comeback. That is a checkmate. By the way, we are proudly sponsored by the O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. All right, Krukow on. Alex Cobb gutting it out. Blake Sable being a hero despite a couple of pass balls and some shots to the privates. And, of course, the Giants staying alive. Next on the Sports Leader.
It's not good.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health. We love the North Bay for its world-class beauty, but also for its world-class health care. Marin Health, not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Tuesday, September 26th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota. Come on!
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Score a great deal now at NorCal Honda Dealers Labor Day Kickoff Sales Event.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, so we do a little switcheroo, right? We got Mike Krukow in for Dwayne Kuiper. So, hey, more Kruk, great. And then Kuip tomorrow. That's great, too. And the Giants, late last night on an old school 3-hour and 21-minute game. They go 10 innings late into the night. They pull it out. They're fourth in a row. They're not going away. Not just yet. 74-70, a game and a half back for the third wild card. One game out in the loss column, which is really close. That's one day of baseball. And they go back at it tonight against the Cleveland Guardians. A lot to talk about. Mike, thanks for pinch hitting. How are you as a pinch hitter, Mike? Good morning.
Hey, Kruk.
Well, let's find out. Let's throw it out there and see how we do.
Okay.
Did you ever pinch hit in your career?
Great question.
I did. Absolutely did.
Nice.
Several times.
Wow.
And,
Several times.
yeah.
I love it.
And I didn't have much luck. I hit the ball hard, but, I'll give you an example. I don't know if you remember that one game we were playing at Giants-Dodgers, and it went like 15 innings. We're out of players and whatnot, and I think Greg Minton wound up getting the base hit, but I came in with the bases loaded and 1 out, and Dennis Powell was a left-hander, and he was pitching for the Dodgers. And it might have been 12th inning or whatever. And so I get the pinch hit nod from Roger, and I get up there. And it was one of those plays where, they bring the outfield in real close.
Mm-hmm.
So the outfielder, and I hit a freaking screaming line drive to center field, and the center fielder's standing right there.
Oh,
man.
man.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And then the other time I was in Pittsburgh with 2 men on. Joey Malfitano, the skipper, said, "Okay, get about your pinch hit." So I get up there, and I hit an absolute rocket to the shortstop. Double play.
Well, so analytics would say Farhan would sign you because the analytics show that you barrel balls up with
Mike's
exit
got numbers.
velocity.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, both hits were easily over 100 miles an hour. In fact, I'm thinking maybe 145.
Yeah.
Well, we're not here to dispute you at all. By the way, when was Joey the skipper? When was that?
Let's see, I want to say it was like 1981. They started out the season with Preston Gomez.
Oh, with the Cubs.
And,
okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
With the Cubs, yeah, and it didn't last very long. And then Joey replaced Preston, and I always kind of thought he kind of got a raw deal. I thought he should have been a manager. He was our third base coach, and when Herman Franks was our manager, a lot of Giants on that team, and we had Whitey Lockman was around, and Alvin Dark, and Peanuts Lowry, and Herman Franks, and Joey was our third base coach. He's the best third base coach I ever saw, and he really was and should have been a manager, and his chance to be a manager was just a bad hand. I mean, when the Wrigley family, we were very competitive and everything was first class. And then my rookie year, Mr. and Mrs. Wrigley both died, and their son Bill took over the organization. He was going through divorce and inheritance taxes, and all of a sudden they had to start to take money out of the organization. And everybody went. And so it was just a bunch of misfits and rookies and young players. And that was the team that Joey got. It was kind of a bad deal, but I wish he would have had a better hand. He would have been a good manager. And that was it. That was his only chance.
Well, a much beloved guy in baseball, and 89 years young, still going, and he's around. He was at the Mike Murphy ceremony, and God bless him. So go, Joey, go. All right, Mike. Well, they ain't going away. I mean, before we get into specifics, let's go big picture about this. They're not going away, right? They came home. We talked about this yesterday with you, and they were at a crossroads. And then Farhan told them, and Wotus spoke, and then, Tyro had already spoken, and they went out, and now they've put together 4 in a row. So big picture, you come into the park like, we're not going away, I guess is the theme here, huh?
Well, that's exactly the theme. Right now, everybody's standing up against the wall. They got their forehead pressed against the wall, and they're moving their feet, and they're just hoping like hell the wall moves. I mean, that's the mindset you're in right now. And, the old saying is, well, you put yourself here, now get yourself out.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've seen in the last 6 games, the bats have come to life. They've had double-digit hit totals in all 6 of those games.
Mm-hmm.
And, they scored 24 runs in 3 games against the Rockies. They had contribution offensively from everybody, really. I mean, they're barreling everything. The at-bats are great. We hadn't seen this.
Mm-hmm.
We hadn't seen it for 2.5 months.
Yep.
We saw it earlier in the year, but we hadn't seen it lately. And if they were going to get it going, they were going to have to start swinging it. We saw them overcome a 4-0 deficit in the Colorado series and get down 7-4, then wind up pulling that game out. And in last night's ball game, they overcome 3 errors and 2 pass balls.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that against a good team, and yet they did. And they did it against one of the nastiest closers in all of baseball, Emmanuel Clay. So a lot of things are being layered, little things that are levels of confidence that are being layered, and now they're not surprised. And that's how quickly it can come back. You know, they wandered for a long time offensively, and now it's back, and they've got confidence. And we saw it in the first and third situation with nobody out. They didn't score, but it wasn't like the end of the world. It's like, okay, we'll just try and get another one. We can do it. And you just had that sense, and to do it against a guy like Clay, that's a big league deal. So I like what I'm seeing. They still have to keep going. They can't get cocky. They have work to do, but they're doing it.
They are. Multiple hit games. Lamont Wade, 3 knocks. Jock Peterson, 2 knocks. Yastrzemski, 2 knocks and a bomb. You're right. 12 hits as a team. They're hitting the ball differently, especially during this homestand for sure. They go back at it tonight. And give the ball to Sean Manaea for his first announced start since May 10th.
Going to do some work.
Well, we'll get to that in just a second. We got to talk about last night's starter, Alex Cobb, who's really just been, the Willie Mack Award is 2 weeks from Friday, and that's a kind of guy you think about because him going out there and gutting it through this hip injury last night. Now, Mike, we don't know the degree of pain, but it was enough that the Giants made a visit in the first inning, and he's like, no, I'm going. And you've talked so much about your career and how in the end, you start. I mean, he's at this. He's going to be 36 in October, and it sounds like he's like seizing the moment. He didn't want to come out.
Yeah, and I love that about him. Look, you're a 12, 13-year veteran. You know what good and bad pain is. You know what you can and can't do. And in all likelihood, he's done this before. If you're going to be a rotation guy, you've got to take the ball every 5th day. I mean, that's just the deal. And when you're making a run at the end of the season, it's important that you go out and take your innings because you have to relieve some of the pressure on the bullpen. And, the injury to the hip is unique. It's the back hip. That's the drive hip. And normally when you lay your foot parallel to the rubber and you start to make your movement home, you drop down and you load off that back hip. And then you drop down and, you roll over so the pressure is on the inside of your back foot. That's where you're going to drive from, off the ball of your back foot. But to do that, you have to drop straight down and then you go forward. If you step before you're gathered, you drift and your arm never gets in a high position where it has to be to make a pitch. So when you have an injury like he had, and this is, I wouldn't say an injury, but let's say a chronic inflammation that he's been dealing with, they give him a cortisone shot, and you hope that the cortisone shot takes away some of that inflammation. So he started out the first inning, and it was bothering him. What he couldn't do is go down, drop, and then push. And so he tried it, and it wasn't working. Well, at that point in time, he could have left the game. But he realized the importance of him being out there was and how important it was for him to take some innings. He's been through it before. He knew that this was not bad pain. This was not pain that was going to further injure me. This is pain that I can get through. So what he did, he got back up on the mound. And instead of dropping down and pushing, he just simply let his body just sort of lean into his motion. Takes a little bit of pressure off of the back hip, and eventually it loosened up, and he was able to give him 5 innings. It was a gutty performance. And, he's going to wake up today, and he's going to go, oh, my God, what is it? He's going to be sore.
Yeah.
And they're just going to have to deal with it, and it's probably going to be this way the rest of the year. But, he's a veteran. That's why guys last as long as he's lasted. They're able to pitch with pain, and for him to do it in front of, against a good club, for his team and having all of his team witness what he did. They all know what he did. I mean, and that goes a long way this time of year. Yeah. And it inspires other guys who are out there and then they're nursing pain too, because this is September.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's got a ding or 2 or 3 or 5. So you know what? It was a big thing that he did that last night, and it didn't go unnoticed in the clubhouse.
Yeah, very cool. He's a likable guy. I mean, just enjoyable dude, easy guy to root for, and we'll see what happens 5 days from now when he gets the ball. But the Giants get the win last night. If you missed it, 5-4. One of the heroes was Blake Sable, and he's been such an interesting character all year. A Rule 5 guy to begin with is an interesting guy. You can count him on one hand, like Max Venable from back in your days and all that. But just it's not a common story to be a Rule 5 guy. And Farhan and the Giants truly believe in him because they've never let him go, and he's valuable because he catches and plays the outfield, and He's had his ups and his downs. And then last night, Mike, the 2 pass balls in the 9th, you're thinking, oh, man, this is not happening. Then he took one dangerously close to a painful area. He was having a rough 9th inning, Mike.
He took 2.
2. And then he winds up getting.
One will make you cry, 2 will make you quit, and he kept going.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so just your download on his whole night and season too, because he's been a guy of good cheer, and he's kind of an easy guy to root for.
He's a likable Giant too. Yeah,
hustle guy, but also not without his limitations. Last night he was the guy.
Well, I mean, the point you make about being a Rule 5 guy and being able to make it, that's rare, because it just has to all fall right. And, he's intriguing because of his power. I mean, he's 6'4", 235-pound guy, and he has power to the middle of the field. Most of his home runs go out to center field. And you saw him behind the plate, and, it was going to be a work in progress. He really wasn't ready. But he was, good enough to where he could play the outfield, a C+, maybe.
Right.
But, I mean, you saw that this guy had a future, and you didn't want him to drop out of your organization. So he was going to be around all year. And there was 2 or 3 times where it almost didn't happen. And he really has made progress behind the plate. He still has a ways to go. But, I mean, from where he was at the start of the year to where he is now, it's night and day. But last night it was a tough night. He had 2 pass balls. But, I mean, look, that could happen to anybody when you're catching the ball. You don't have a lot of time to react. And, he did. Those are 90-foot mistakes. Those are errors.
Yeah.
They overcame 3 errors and 2 pass balls. But one thing that's really great about this guy is he erases the negative. He didn't let it affect his at-bats. And, he gets a big knock that ties the score. And then 6'4", 235 catcher. It's September. Catchers aren't stealing bases in September. Their legs are pudding.
Right.
And he steals a base.
Yeah.
They got a guy, Emmanuel Calise, who's, a hard thrower and whatnot. But he's one of those guys that's so arrogant, he doesn't feel like he has to be quick out of the stretch because he's just going to strike you out anyway, right?
Right.
Rob Nen used to think that. Well, his unload time from the mound was 1.6. Well, that's way slow. Well, one thing about Sable, he can run a little bit, especially for a guy 6'4", 235, catcher, and he steals a base. Oh, my God. And he steals it easy. And then late night Lamont does his magic, and it's a walk-off. And I just think that the whole game was summed up by the mental toughness of Sable to be able to stay positive through 2 pass balls and stay on the field after 2 ding hits. And he winds up being the guy that was John Miller's I guess it was Dave's player of the game, and deservedly. And I mean, but that's what this time of the year is. It's games like that. It's efforts like that. Even with a rookie who comes up being the biggest guy, but they took strength from just him fighting through, getting hit in the cup twice, and having the great at bat. I mean, it's part of the personality of this club. I love it.
1 will make you cry, 2 will make you quit. That's a guy, truly a great story, because you're right. And then he turns around and steals the bag and gets the balk and just winds up being the hero last night. Blake Sable, as the Giants go back at it tonight. The Giants get the big win. They're hanging around 4 in a row now. Still 1 back in the loss column of Arizona. This thing's probably going down to the final weekend. Probably. Mike, the Giants did announce Minaya as the starter tonight, which is unusual. He hasn't been announced as starter since May 10th. Do you see... I mean, they announced Keaton Wynn on Sunday, and is there something changing? Are we going away from the openers here down the stretch?
No, I think him going in and taking the start, Minaya, just because of his style, he's a guy that can pitch effectively wild. I mean, he doesn't have pinpoint command. And against a team like the Guardians, they're a swing team. They go out of the strike zone. They chase. I mean, they've got one of the biggest chase rates. In fact, I think they're the team that chases the most. Well, why not throw a guy like Minaya out there? And because he's got movement, he's a guy that teams that give him problems are teams that are patient, that grind, that will take pitches, make them work, make them throw. But with a swing team like Cleveland, it's the perfect guy to throw out there. And he's got 75, 80 pitches in his arm. So, I mean, really, if they're in the swing mode and he's getting a lot of quick outs, he could get to the 7th inning. So I like the assignment, and he does too. He wants to be a starter.
Oh yeah,
and I think he'll relish this moment.
Well, there'll be interesting stuff. I was reading, Johnny Shea and Baggerly and Sluss and all the ones about, the opt-out guys like Conforto and Minaya and Stripling, who I want to ask you about in just a second. But Manaya's the kind of guy they said probably won't know whether he should opt in or out until he finishes his last 3 weeks, see how it goes, And so maybe if he pitches great, he can go get a contract somewhere. So that'll be something to watch. That leads us to Stripling.
Well,
go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that you're watching the game change. In the day of the fourth or fifth starter, who's 6-11 with a 5.0 ERA, getting $14 million is over. And I think what Minaya has done is really increased his marketability. And this is something that was pointed out to me by Gabe. And he said his ability to be able to be that bulk inning guy, or even come into an existing inning and get a ground ball or a strikeout. I mean, hell, he could even close. His versatility, that's marketability. And in this new age, that plays. I hope he's back next year. I mean, I would hate to see the guy go. I mean, because of what he can do on the field and because of the guy he is in that clubhouse. I mean, he's a solid citizen. So I would hate like hell to see him go.
Yeah, by the way, he also has the best handshake in Major League Baseball with Brebbia. You see that one with the slap of the belly and all that?
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, what would yours be, Murphy? Mac? What would you guys? I want you.
I think,
guys have a handshake.
That's a good question, Mike.
Did you see what Aaron Rodgers did, Mike, on Hard Knocks with? I think it was Sauce Gardner that ended with them smoking something. That might be Paulie's.
Yes, that could be mine.
Yeah, that was a good one. There you go.
The puffin. I'll do the puff and the pass. Yes.
I think I might have to do something with like a golf swing, but it would have to do it'd have to result in in the ball going dead left at some point
into
too.
the rough. Yeah.
So like Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams did a golf swing too, or missed putt. I'll do a missed putt.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that was funny. And Manaya's a fun dude. He's an enjoyable guy for sure. Okay, Ross Stripling. I forgot to ask you about this yesterday. It was like radio malpractice by me. We were so caught up in the Niners yesterday. I wanted to get your take because this kind of happened over the weekend. Everybody was watching Deion Sanders and USC and Cal and then the 49ers. And then we forgot to talk about this on Monday. But Ross Stripling over the weekend expressed dismay with how he's being handled. It's kind of a long story, but he's ready to go and the Giants aren't pitching him. And he expressed public, he was not furious. He wasn't throwing things, but he said, I'm just sitting here ready to go. And they have me in limbo is what he said. And then he said, I think I'm going to get called to the principal's office for saying this. But what's your feeling on all this?
Well, I mean, I totally see his point. I mean, he's ready to go. He wants to get back active. He wants to pitch. That is a very frustrating thing when you've recovered from your injury, you're ready to go, you want back in. I think it's a little out of character because I mean he's like Minaya, a solid citizen. For him to be disgruntled and for him to say something in the press surprised me a little bit. Only because this is September. You don't want any negatives surrounding the club. And he's aware of that. I mean, he's the kind of guy that would pay attention to those things in the clubhouse. And for him to be the guy that causes that is a little out of character. So I don't think it's a major issue. It is something that they're going to have to address. I mean, they're going to have to talk to him about it, and I'm sure they have. And when I say they, I think it's going to be Gabe and Farhan that have a conversation with him. But one thing about both those guys, I mean, it's not going to be like a trip to the principal's office. It's simply going to be an explanation as to what their options are and where he fits in. And I do think he's a part of it from here to the end of the season, no question. But I don't know where. I don't know where.
Yeah.
Who would you replace in the rotation? Who would you replace in the bullpen? I mean, that's the question. Do you add another arm? Do you take a bench player off and take a move away from a manager? It's a great question. But I mean, he's signed for next year too.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, he's definitely part of the plan. It'll be interesting to see how they resolve this and what they plan to do. But I think at this point right now, he just needs to be patient.
Yeah, people need to know he does have the option to opt in for next year, and he's already said, I'm committed to being a Giant in 2024. And so they're going to have to figure that one out, too. So there you go. All right, Mike. Well, listen, they're hanging around. They ain't going nowhere. And tonight, Sean Manaea gets the ball against Cleveland, and it's Cal Quantrill for the Guardians. Guardians put up a fight last night. We should probably shout out Luke Jackson striking out the last hitter with the bases loaded in the 10th inning, too. I like Luke Jackson. He's a fun dude. and he was up against it, and that was a big moment in the game, too.
Oh, my gosh, that was huge. And not only that, but look, you had a catcher down there who's already had 2 pass balls, right?
Mhm. Right.
You have a situation where he's got to bury that slider in the dirt.
Yeah.
And he did.
He did.
And Sable made the play. And that was a difference maker.
September baseball.
And then they'd walk it off.
Yeah.
Man, it was great.
They're hanging around, baby, and they'll do it again tonight at 6:45. And thanks, Mike, for pinch hitting. I would say that your pinch hit appearance today was like that exit velocity you produced as a Cub, I would say. So you did. You rocketed the ball.
I don't know. You know what? Right now, I'm sorry. I still can't get up. You guys working the sign out. That little, that handshake and that little Aaron Rodgers movement.
I know we got
to get on it.
Paulie will have that, and then maybe a strum of a guitar,
something like that. We'll nail it down.
I'll have a dead yank drive and a missed putt. Okay, that'll be mine.
Yes.
So,
all right. Send it on. I need to see this.
Be good, Mike. We'll talk to you Thursday. Oh no, Friday. We'll talk to you Friday. Take care. Atta babe. Here he goes. Mike Krukow, off he goes. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So, if you're just getting in your car, you're confused. Dwayne had a schedule switch up. He's doing tomorrow. Mike pinch hit. And like he did, he rocketed the ball.
Yeah, and Ross Stripling's over here in limbo. Made me think about a Reggae Friday precursor. Could I get a Jimmy Cliff waiting in limbo? And we could dedicate it to Stripling this upcoming Reggae Friday.
I know it's very cliche, but you could go, the traditional top 40 reggae. He's waiting in vain.
Waiting in vain. Well, shout out to the Marleys. I wonder, Marcus, you ever do any limbo dancing 808 KNBR? They lower the bar, they raise it. You got to go underneath. The hips are moving. You get your limbo
think
going.
That Marcus would be a good
limbo guy. He could limbo
guy.
it up. He's an athlete, yeah.
Well, boys, I'm pretty limber, so limbo, but it's like PE stuff. I'm not like going out to the bar and doing like limbo lines.
It may surprise you to hear that I would not be good at limbo.
No,
it may surprise
I wouldn't
you.
even attempt it.
No.
I know you're like, whoa, really? I thought you'd be great at it.
I could see Murph bending back.
Murph, come on.
Actually, we had somebody wrote in. We were talking about the Achilles, which is our big hit next, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But somebody wrote in and said, come on, boys, because we're talking about the 30 to 40 years old. We had a 37-year-old listener say, I got a softball game Thursday. You guys are making me nervous, is what he said. But
I don't mean to do that.
Somebody said, come on, boys, stretch every day. The guy says, come on, Murph, can you touch your toes? At which point, do you have a laugh track? Which laugh track?
Sure. I'll give you. Which one would you like?
I think De Niro, Cape Fear.
Oh, okay. Stand by. Let me go over there.
Murph, can you touch your toes? And my response was,
Murphy, we can go into this one. You got to try to stretch. That's a big thing. They say that's very important.
You do stretch.
I try to do it every day, several times a day. Yeah.
You got to discipline this guy.
Well, you know why? Because I hurt my back years ago, and as I was recovering from my back, my doctor was like, dude, you want to avoid this. You got to start stretching.
I know.
And I'm talking every day for the rest of your blanket life.
Doctors tell you that, and then you don't do it. You know what I mean?
My doctor told me not to smoke either. Look at
this
that
guy.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. All right. The big hit is, of course, the huge NFL news, Aaron Rodgers injury. We're diving in next on the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Copes and Dante Whitner to recap the 49ers' Week 1 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
1st and 10, Jet 43. There's the snap. Sampson looks. Look out from the side. He's grabbed, spun, and sacked down. Brought down on the play by Leonard Floyd. He came rocketing through. He sacks Rodgers. It's a loss of 9, and they're back to the 33 of New York.
And that's 3 plays in a row where there's been pressure up front. We knew that was.
Rodgers is down. Rodgers is pointing to his leg, and he got up on his feet and then fell down on his own accord and is now sitting up with his elbows on his knees. But Floyd got him and twisted Rodgers, and the quarterback for the Jets is down. And we're at 11:15 in the first quarter. Just 3 minutes and 45, and Rodgers is being helped off the field with his arms around two athletic trainers, walking with regularity, but leaving the game at the 11:15 mark of the first quarter. And Zach Wilson will come in. And Rodgers is limping as he gets to the bench.
Wow.
That is unbelievable.
To go from such excitement and just 4 minutes in, everybody in this stadium holding their breath, hoping that it's nothing serious.
Well, there it is. The story that you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. As Paulie was saying, Jets fans probably still getting in their seats when Aaron Rodgers is lost, believed to be lost for the year. It's not official, but Rob Saleh pretty much said after the game it's an Achilles and it's over for Aaron Rodgers. 4 plays into his season, one pass. Actually 2, but one called back on a penalty or negated by a penalty. And he gets 4 snaps into the most celebrated Jets moment since the Joe Namath guarantee. And the Jets franchise curse lingers. Aaron Rodgers' career may be over.
It's really unfortunate. I almost feel like I got to clarify a few things out here, Marcus. They're coming after me. Listen, you guys know I'm pretty famous for not liking Aaron Rodgers, the guy. But, dude, I never want to see a guy get hurt. I really don't. Like, I don't care how I feel about any given athlete. You always want to see the best players on the field. All the players. I don't want to wish injury on anybody. So just to clarify that, Murph, I took no joy in watching this guy go down. In fact, it was quite the opposite. I was really eager to see what he could do with this Jets team because even when he left the game, the fact that the Jets got a win last night is pretty impressive, despite all that stuff going on and all the distractions and the gut punch. Like, their defense, they kind of gave you a little display of what they're capable of last night. That defense is going to keep them in games. They're not going to require a lot of points being scored. But, no, I'm not happy about Rodgers being injured. I just wanted to say that, Murph, because I think some people, they got it twisted up in the game. They think I'm out here saying, like, oh, yeah, I'm, like, rejoicing. And I'm not at all. Believe me, I do not. I don't.
Oh, we got something.
Oh, stand by.
Boys, before we get into this big hit, we just literally got breaking news from our guy, Rap Sheet. Ian Rappaport just put out a tweet 3 minutes ago confirming that Aaron Rodgers does, in fact, have a torn Achilles. The MRI has confirmed it this morning, and he's out for the season.
Poor bastard.
Man, what a story.
I mean,
he'll be 40 years old in December.
Well, the next logical question is this going to end his career?
Is that the end of his career?
Yeah.
And that is quite like he would have to.
It'd be a miraculous comeback at his age. It's not easy.
I mean, Klay Thompson did it at age 30. He was born in 1990, so 33. That's 7 years younger.
And he's not a football player like this.
No,
Yeah.
not a football player. And it's hard, really hard. And what a story, guys, that Aaron Rodgers, the number one story in all of football. The number one story in all of football.
Hard Knocks, man.
Yes.
We were talking about him all summer long, watching him on Hard Knocks. And again, like, there was so much excitement and anticipation that image. Like, you got to ask yourself now, watching Rodgers run on the field with the American flag, will that be the only image we'll remember of him his time at the Jets?
Come up with a comparable story in history of a guy
not like that,
or
man.
arriving at a certain place and it going away that fast.
We've
just
seen
can't.
No.
I think it's a unicorn. It really is, and especially it's New York City. It was 9/11
All of that.
on top of everything. It brings the flag out, and it brings to mind all sorts of questions. Number one, is his career over? Number two, what role did artificial turf versus grass?
I think it's a factor, Murph. I do.
Number three, Zach Wilson coming up and becoming the guy here, but also just Aaron Rodgers' career and also just the fate of sports and how sports can just break your heart. Also, the importance of an offensive line. Dwayne Brown, the left tackle, whiffed on the block. Leonard Floyd came in and caused that sack. And that's something the Jets were talking about this summer, too. So here's Rob Saleh, our guy, Bobby Saleh, after the game, and he just went right to it here.
Okay.
Here it is.
Quarterback, real quick. Concerned with his Achilles. MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen. So prayers tonight.
Yeah.
Prayers tonight, but it's not good.
There it is. It's not good. And then he came on to say that they asked him about, are you upset for the team? And he's like, no, I'm upset for Aaron here.
That part sucks. I'm going to enjoy this win. Winning in the NFL is hard, regardless of who the quarterback is. personally, I don't hurt for me. I don't hurt for our locker room. I hurt for Aaron and how much he's invested in all of this. So I'm still going to say a prayer. I'm still going to hold out hope. But my heart's with Aaron right now, and nowhere else.
510 points out, guys. The Niners lost Nick Bosa on that field. And we've been talking about that all morning long, is that MetLife field.
No question, man. It's suspect.
Bakhtiari, that's 831. How many star athletes is that ridiculous turf field going to take out?
And you got to think back, too, because the Giants, they had an interesting trajectory with their surface, because when we were growing up and it was Lawrence Taylor era, they had artificial turf, and it was pretty famous for being very hard. It was like concrete. Then they went to grass. They had the natural grass surface. Then when they built MetLife, they reinstalled the artificial surface. And you're right, it didn't just stop with Bosa. So it's Rodgers, it's Bosa, Raheem Mostert got hurt on that turf, Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt on that turf. He had the high ankle sprain, and there was one more. Who was the other guy?
Solomon Thomas?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. Solomon Thomas. Throw him on the pile.
Yeah, 408 says the turf is a huge factor. Cheap billionaire ownership. We got to give credit to Jed.
It doesn't make sense.
Everybody
Yes,
else who still
thank
goes with
you,
natural
Jed.
grass.
Keep that grass on the field, man.
209 says he read that it was a brand new surface this year. I'm not even sure about that, but there you go.
And then they're saying also, Murphy, remember they had 2 games within a 24-hour window where the Giants played Sunday night. I don't know if that has any bearing on what happened.
I think it's just a tough deal on how your foot responds to the push.
It can get stuck. They say it can get stuck.
It can get stuck.
Yeah.
Now, here's the other part, guys, is like all of a sudden crazy rumors started flying around.
I know, immediately.
Like here, Waterboy, this would be cut K as in kilometer here. Bob Wischusen, who does the Jets radio, actually addressed the issue of would the Jets reach out to the 49ers about Sam Darnold.
I heard that too.
Dude, how about this?
Yeah.
If it were me, and maybe just I have a soft spot for the guy, but I think one of the most intriguing and fun things that they could potentially do is call San Francisco and see what they would want for Sam Darnold, who was here with the Jets. And I think there was a lot of back and forth in the room about whether or not they should move on from Sam and draft Zach Wilson or keep Sam and, trade the pick that Zach Wilson became and load Sam up with weapons in the past. Who knows? I mean, to me, all options should be on the table, because if you bring Aaron Rodgers here, you're telling the whole world that you think you are that player away from maybe winning a championship.
Wow. And also John Lynch is saying thanks, but no thanks. Guys, and again, this is a reminder, and of course we all know this intellectually, but it's a reminder that we're one play away.
I don't even like thinking like that.
Single time.
But you're so
and
right.
That goes for everybody, from Lamar Jackson to Pat Mahomes to Joe Burrow.
That's why they say, and that's why, if you think back when Nick Bosa was holding out, this is part of the reason, you see guys do that. This game is unforgiving. This game could change your life. It could change your physicality forever. So the guys do hold out. They want to get paid. Murphy, you got to also wonder, I've heard, would the Jets be willing to sniff around the Trey Lance situation and see, is there anything in the way we can move Trey to New York and see if they could groom him? I heard that as well. So
Or touchdown Tommy Brady?
What, are you going to break him out of mothballs now? I don't see that. Yeah.
Well, didn't Vinny Testaverde come out of mothballs?
I mean, if Tom Brady came out of retirement, would he do it for the Jets? You know what I'm saying?
707 says, just think if Trey Lance hadn't been traded, the Niners would probably trade him to the Jets. Probably, if that was the case, but he already got him too.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant to even address this, but
what?
It has been brought up, the snarky part of it, which is not cool
What's
at
snarky?
all, but they're saying, is Aaron Rodgers going to rely on a doctor to fix him? Because he said he does his own research.
Oh, dude, here come the riffs now. Let me give you an understated, Jackie.
Oh,
yeah, just quietly.
He did. He said he does.
Well, he knew more. He did his own research. When the COVID thing hit, he was like, "No, I got this. I did my own research."
I don't mean to be.
I know.
I guess I do mean to be that guy.
Well, you can check.
I read the text, so there it is.
Marcus was saying he could also go to his friend Dr. Joe Rogan and get a new prescription. I know we shouldn't be riffing.
Well, I mean, listen, it's not life threatening. The guy's not on his deathbed. So,
Dr. Rogan, what do I do?
He's also making $75 million. So it's not like.
Also, boys, if we're riffing, I just want to make it clear we shouldn't be, but we're doing it anyways.
It's bad.
Wasn't he talking about a COVID toe situation?
Yeah, he was.
You think the toe led to the Achilles injury?
Man.
I'm riffing, boys.
Is he going to be able to play next year? Honestly, do you guys see this? I mean, can he make that rehab all the way and come back at age 40? I mean,
it'd be possible, but you got to. I mean, boy. What would he look like?
First of all, there's a lot going on. Number one, what happens with Zach Wilson and the Jets? Does he lead them to the Super Bowl? I mean, or does he go 6-11 and then they're desperate to get Rodgers back, and Rodgers is like, yeah, I want to come back. And he might. I mean, I'm trying to think NFL players and Achilles.
Well, could he even do that?
A 1 year deal?
That's what I was going to say.
Who have we
could
had
he even do it in 1 year? It might take him like a year and a half. He might only want to play like 8 games or something.
And here's the thing, Paulie Mac. We got to remember that this offseason, it took an ayahuasca trip into a dark place just to convince himself that he didn't want to retire and still want to play football.
The darkest retreat.
Yeah.
He had his food coming through a mail slot.
See, 408 says this is exactly the type of injury is why Sam Darnold is Kyle's number 2. I mean, this is why they made the quarterback room better. Because it's just how many quarterbacks go 17 games?
Yeah.
By the way, it's hard to say 17. There you go. So, yeah.
It's just unfortunate, man. It really is.
Here's Tom Pelissaro, NFL Network. Let's go to cut Delta here. Marcus, 0912 Delta on. Does anybody think he'll come back from this here?
Then the second question is, what happens with Aaron Rodgers? He turns 40 in December. He has dealt with a lot of injuries through the course of his career here. He was, in his own words, 90% certain he was going to retire back in February and March before he went on his darkness retreat, came out, heard that the Packers might be looking to move on from him, and decided he wanted to give this one more go. Does he decide, as he has said in the past, to come back for another season? That is not an easy rehab process to do. Rodgers has said he's committed to multiple years with the Jets here, but a lot of different moving parts. What we know immediately here is, in all likelihood, Aaron Rodgers is going to miss the rest of the 2023 season. And the Jets, whose defense last night certainly looked championship caliber, they have a lot of playmakers on offense, are going to have to figure out, do they have the answer in-house, namely Zach Wilson, to be able to still make this a potential championship team?
A lot to be determined here. I'm looking at just cursory research online. They did a study of 1 year between 1997 and 2002. This is an old article, but it says, and maybe they've changed Achilles rehab. It said of 31 players who sustained a rupture, 21 returned to play at an average of 11 months after their injury. In the 3 seasons following the return, all 21 saw significant decreases in games played and rankings compared to their 3. So it would be a diminished player.
I mean, it's just, it
so
also
it'd be a year. It's a full year.
At least. I mean, that's if everything goes extremely well. I mean, think about what
he would miss next year's training camp, kind of.
That same injury, unless I'm forgetting something, which I don't think I am, that's the exact same injury that ended Kobe Bryant's career. Like, he didn't even try to come back from that.
The fact that Clay has come back is insane.
He's a little younger. He's a little
7
bit
years
younger. Yeah.
And it's not football.
Right.
It's a big deal
No,
there.
man.
So what a story. It is, of course, the big hit of the day and will continue to be. And it's just on so many ways. It's like whether you love Aaron Rodgers or hate Aaron Rodgers, you're an NFL fan, you just lost probably the most interesting story of the league.
Well, even before the game, they were projecting. I don't know if you guys caught this, like in the Monday Night Countdown, they had this thing where they were like, hey, only 2 quarterbacks have ever taken 2 separate franchises to Super Bowl titles. They would be Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. And then they projected Aaron Rodgers. They threw him up there. They're like, can he be the third? And it was a legitimate question because of that Jet defense. It's so good. And then you throw Dalvin Cook out there. Like the Jets, they got a few weapons.
Look what Garrett Wilson did last night, Paulie Mac. That catch in the end zone was unbelievable.
That
He was a rookie of the year last year.
Incredible play.
Breece Hall was ripping off runs left and right,
I like
getting
Breece
20,
Hall.
30 yards per
I
carry.
like that kid.
They have a lot of talent on that team.
Yep.
By the way, you can heal the Achilles without surgery.
How's
Isn't
that?
interesting? I don't know. They say you can. I was on Mayo Clinic here, and they said, by the way, the other weird thing, we brought this up earlier, they say it's most common among men ages 30 to 40.
That's when the body stops being as resilient. By the way, they say there are ways. Murph was saying there's a way you can cure the Achilles without surgery. Marcus, call Dr. Joe Rogan and find out how to do that.
I understand.
Yeah.
Cam Akers came back 6 months after an Achilles.
That's right. Good
young
call.
man. Young man. In his 20s, right? Early 20s?
Oh, yeah. He's only been in the league for a couple of years.
But he's a
that's a
kid.
big
Yeah, he's
difference.
young.
And we saw this weekend J.K. Dobbins torn his Achilles. That'll be something to keep an eye on, too.
We're talking about this.
Demarius Thomas and Terrell Suggs came back from Achilles tears. Kevin Durant has come back from an Achilles tear.
Is KD the same as he used to be, Murph? Honestly, some people say he's not. Some people say he hasn't been the same guy since he's come back from that
Again,
Achilles.
football, not basketball. But quarterback is not O-line, and it's not linebacker. So I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't rule it out just yet. He's the kind of guy who would say, I'm coming back.
Yeah, no,
man.
just to be, just so I can start riffing on him
This
again.
one's for Paulie.
Yeah, get well, Aaron, so I can riff on you again. I hate to lose you.
Maybe. So anyway, that's where we're at. It's the big hit, and the story of the season is gone.
That sucks.
The Jets now go forward with Zach Wilson. They got the win last night, crazy enough, because Josh Allen turned the ball over 4 times.
God. Well, but based on the heels of that, one of the reports I saw this morning on ESPN is they already started asking the question. I mean, it's 1 week, but ESPN looking for content. They're like, does this now make the Miami Dolphins the team to beat in the AFC East? No respect for the Bills whatsoever. But I've never really seen Josh Allen look that out of sorts. He did not look like he even knew what was going on out there last night.
Agreed. By the way, Richard Sherman's listeners are pointing out Achilles. He did come back. Some would say he wasn't the same.
That's the thing, yeah.
But he did come back. 323 says Kobe did come back from his Achilles. I forget.
I don't
really
remember that.
Honestly.
Did he?
831 says it takes a year to get flexibility, strength, and endurance. I don't know if 831's a doctor. A lot of people roasted me for finding the 20-year-old story. Hey, man, I did a quick search online.
Yeah.
And I found this stat.
Seat of
but
our
now
pants.
we
Come
found
on,
the
man.
more recent one, Cam Akers and James Robinson, Terrell Suggs. And, of course, as we mentioned, they all came back. So people can come back from these things, which means he doesn't necessarily have to be done. But he will be 40.
That's the thing.
And who knows how Zach Wilson's going to play. Who knows how Zach, like I said, if Zach Wilson plays great.
Well, the door's open for him to step in and be a hero right now, but I don't know if he's capable of doing that. I mean, we're going to find out.
A little preview of the cooler of content.
Yeah.
Peyton and Eli on the Peyton cast last night, the
dude,
Manning cast
I heard
last night.
he was vicious last night.
They're not optimistic here. Here's Peyton Manning, cut G on Wilson here. Yeah.
You can get on the perfect prediction panel. How many times will Zach Wilson throw the ball the rest of the game? So far, it looks like he's thrown it 12 times. Will he reach 25 times?
No, 3 more at the most. 3 more passes to him.
Here's one of them.
There we go. Let's just go backwards. Let's just run backwards.
Throw it anywhere.
Looks like Kurt Russell in.
Okay. Oh, what's the flag?
Kurt Russell and what? I was waiting for him to say Snake Plissken. I'm going to start liking him a little bit. Shout out Escape from New York. Yeah. He's like, he's running like Kurt Russell, and he didn't finish his thing.
Yeah, finish your riff.
Yeah,
Come on.
You got something. Now I'm interested. Come on. We'll talk a little Russell.
There's your big hit,
All right,
Rodgers. Wow. And you can react any way you want, whether it's, disappointment for the league or just marveling at the Jets' incredible bad luck.
It's beyond anything you could have even imagined.
So funny,
Jets.
our program director, Kevin Graham, who's moved on since, we wish him well. He sent out a tweet that Triple E sent us.
What did he say?
He goes, all right, Jets, here we go. Whatever you do, don't let me down this year.
Oh, poor guy.
4 minutes in.
We've had consecutive program directors, both of them Jets fans. The guy before Kevin was in, he had a Jets helmet on his shelf in his office here in San Francisco. One of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. Gang Green getting represented by management consecutive terms.
And these are two guys, and I'm sure plenty of other Jets fans who were alive when Vinny Testaverde tore his Achilles in their home opener in like 99 after they went to the 98 AFC Championship game. I believe.
Poor Vinny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Different cousin Vinny points out, too, that another Vinny, that Kobe came back and made those free throws. Do you remember that?
He did, and then he came back and dropped like 81 in his last game or something like that.
And 408 asked the ultimate question, did Achilles come back from his Achilles? You know what I mean?
Well, we got to ask Led Zeppelin.
I did the dive into the Greek mythology for you kids out there.
That's my favorite text of the day, by the way. Did Achilles come back from his Achilles?
408.
Incredible text.
You got to get into your Greek mythology, everybody. The river Styx was said to grant immortality. It's a hell of a river.
And by the way, you notice how we're going back to Styx again. It was like the Renegade Weekend in Pittsburgh. Now we're back to Styx.
And theoretically, his mom being, I guess maybe the ultimate Tiger mom, the ultimate competitive Little League mom, wanted Achilles to be immortal, so she dipped him in the river.
My kid's better than yours. Watch what I'm going to do.
So
I'm going to dunk his ass in the river.
We had competitive parents back
Where's
then.
the river Styx? Get my kid in there.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll pay big money for my kid to get into river Styx.
Drag his ass down to Styx. Dunk him in there.
So she held him by the heel.
Yeah.
And theoretically, that is why the heel is the weak spot on the human body. It's called the Achilles heel going back to then. And
That's
the heel is connected by the tendon that grabs the calf, and that's what rolled up, guys, like a nightshade. Like a nightshade.
Oh, dude, harsh.
Yeah,
they roll up.
It's got the shivers. Ooh, man.
And the guy tries to roll it back down.
Anyway,
Yeah, it's tough.
It's a bummer, man, for everybody involved. And all your varying texts, we see you. We see you. Okay, cooler of content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's not good.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Late night Lamont sent Giants fans home happy last night after he hit a walk-off game winner against the Cleveland Guardians. So to find out where late night Lamont's walk-off home run puts the Giants in the wild card standings, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Listen, we're a family here. If you listen to us, you're part of our family. Thank you. And we are a family. Paulie Meck is my brother. Marcus is my brother. Triple E is our...
What's he, like our nephew or something?
Triple E is like a cousin. We're not sure we want to see at the reunion.
Yeah,
like
no, you know who he is, dude? No, he's like Oliver on the Brady Bunch. He's like Oliver. Remember when they brought him in for a couple episodes?
OG Original Greg is like our nephew that we're just meeting for the first time. But Triple E's at home trying to contribute to the show. And he's sending stuff in. And it'll be no surprise to you, Paulie. He's sending in wrong stuff. All right, dude?
No, I'm not surprised.
So he said, guys, Klay Thompson went and shot the free throws after his Achilles, and I had to say to him, that was the ACL. Wasn't the Achilles before the draft?
You're 100% right.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Come on, huh?
Come on, Triple E, if you're going to be
He
home.
also said that when we talked about the guy who said, hey, guys, you got to stretch so you don't have a problem like Aaron Rodgers.
That's important.
Triple E sent in, said, I will tell you 100% I am the most flexible person on the show.
Easy does it.
He said, I can put both legs behind my head.
Oh, dude. That's the kind of image I don't want. I'd rather not even...
I wrote back a text, 2 words. The second word is H. The first word starts with a J. He wrote back, I can send photo proof or show you.
No. Dude, no such thing.
I said hard.
No such thing.
No, I don't need to see that.
I would have to sever the relationship, actually, if he did that. I'd have to turn my back.
I know Triple E's listening. I'm glad he's so flexible. He's almost as flexible as his work schedule when he actually shows up.
You know what I'm saying?
He just chimed in to say I can do it at the same time with both legs.
What? No.
Congrats, Triple E.
No, you're going to
do that. Goes over well with the ladies.
You send that picture, Triple E, only one thing's going to happen.
Now I got to turn my back.
That's it.
A lot of people wrote in about the painting we used to have here in the studio, wondering if it had some sort of... There's 2 ways to look at it.
I know.
One, was it a protector of Rodgers, and when it was removed,
in a weird way,
he got injured?
Maybe it was a protector.
Or was it some sort of curse? Another one said, is the painting called 4 more plays?
Oh, and then the other weird thing that's happened, like as a result of all this, is people are lashing out. Jet fans, I'm not even kidding about this, Marcus. I heard they're blaming Justin Timberlake because Justin Timberlake, I didn't see this, but apparently they had some pregame hug on the sideline. Now they're blaming JT for that JT energy. Murph said he's all slimmed down.
Well, that's the
I
thing,
didn't see his
Mac.
look.
You're saying people are blaming Justin Timberlake. I'm seeing people blaming Jake Paul for being on the sideline.
I didn't
before the
catch
game
that. Yeah, what's the
yesterday.
Jake Paul factor? How does he
I
get
have
in?
no idea. I guess, I don't know. He's a big boxer now.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing.
But people were saying that he is responsible for the Rodgers injury. I saw a number of people, the angry people on Twitter lashing out, saying it's Jake Paul's fault.
Right.
He just showed. By the way, certainly not Edie Falco's fault. She looked great, by the way. She just
Edie
looked like
Falco.
she wasn't all glitzed. She wasn't like sexy red holding the 2-foot-high stack of bills.
She's a Jersey girl. Yeah.
She just said, "Go Jets."
Yeah, totally.
She said.
Well, you know, it makes her even more likable that she's a Jets fan and not a Giant fan. You know, do you agree with me, Murph? Like, she's that much more likable that she's rooting for Gangrene and not Phil Simms' Giants.
Yes.
Makes her even more likable.
Well,
yeah.
I
Well, she's rogue. She's like, I'm not going with the blue chip. I want to go with the Jets. Like, that makes me like Carmella even more.
I don't know, though. The Jets kind of annoy me, though.
And by the way, keep in mind that more Jets Good Particles at their headquarters are in Florham Park, which is the home of your buddy Rags. He's
okay.
like a mile away from their headquarters.
Is that where the Giants are, too?
No, that's only the Jets are in Florham Park. I don't know where the Giants headquarters are. Fairleigh Dickinson, maybe? I forget.
Well, we have the cooler of content. We have a happy Jets fan after the win leading us off.
No, Murph. We're starting with the angry Jets fan.
Okay.
Because it's the same guy. And so we have two different clips of him before their win and after the win. The first clip is when Aaron Rodgers gets injured.
Okay.
Same guy.
Here we go.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Are you crying?
No, I'm pissed. You don't know the journey. You don't know.
At UnderdogFantasy.com.
Hurt him! Hurt him! Hurt him!
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was...
He said, you don't know the journey. That's the key phrase in there.
Yeah.
You don't know the journey. You don't know.
You don't know.
Yelling at his wife. I don't know. What did she do? She got nothing to do with this.
That one could turn dark in a
No,
hurry.
very. I know.
Until
You start
the young rookie out of Stephen F. Austin returns the punt for a touchdown. Same guy.
Bring it home! And we won the yeah! Yeah! Oh! All on you, Joe. All on you. We won! You, Josh. You.
Oh, wow.
What's the Jets
We
fan?
won at home 9-11.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Well, this is a peek into the mind of a Jets fan. I'm telling you, that's why I said they're the most tormented fan base, without a doubt, in the NFL. Now, I know they got the one
Cleveland
Super Bowl.
Browns?
I'm going to say they're beyond that now.
Detroit Lions?
After what they just went through, the Lions
You're
have
putting
never...
the Jets ahead of them.
Yeah, now that's the kind of heartache. That's a once-in-a-lifetime heartache.
The Browns they call the stadium in Cleveland the factory of sadness.
Well, you got that elf out there.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? They're winning games. They're beating Joe Burrow.
You don't know the journey. You don't know.
By the way, can I get a growl off? The angry Jets fan against... Give me Murphs. Let me get Murphs.
Did you...
That guy had more sustain. He was good. Yeah.
Did you...
I sounds like something else now. Sounds like he's in there with the Sunday Times, if
Now,
you know what I'm saying.
So we make the list of people Paulie dislikes that are generally
extensive.
popular. Tom Hanks heads the
extensive.
list.
Yes.
Peyton Manning, too, is generally, I think, people
He's
think
way
that
up
he's a
there.
funny guy,
Way
but
up
you're
there.
against him.
No, yeah.
So my question is, did you watch the Manning cast?
Not at all. Actually, I didn't watch it at all.
Now, me? I did. I popped over. Unfortunately, I hate when they come in at the end, right when I got there and John McEnroe was on. I was like, oh, Johnny Mac. And they're like, anyway, John, thanks for the visit. I was like, damn, I missed it.
By the way, they replayed the McEnroe interview you told me about yesterday.
What'd you think?
I liked it. They replayed it during Countdown leading up to the game. And there was I thought McEnroe asked some really good questions. He was like, listen, a lot of guys don't want to take this on. And they showed some clips. I don't know if you saw the same piece or if this was an extended version.
I just heard the audio.
Well, they showed a lot of Messier stuff because they were giving an example of a guy coming to New York like in that savior.
That'll win you over.
Big time.
Messier stuff.
Yeah, come get your Stanley
anyway,
Cup.
I support the Manning cast. I think it's pretty funny. It's not always great, but sometimes it's good. It's a good option.
Well, I heard it was really hard.
And Eli, there was a funny riff. I don't know if we have this in the cooler.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way, they were talking about, Peyton came in hard. He said, the Jets were losing. He goes, I don't know which New York team has it worse. He goes, tonight's Jets game. He goes, or Eli's Giants losing 40-0 at home, Eli. How about that? And Eli, just the deadpan Eli.
He's got some skills now, Eli.
The deadpan Eli goes, Yeah, 40-0. He goes, not as bad as another game I saw there when the Jets beat you, Peyton, 41-0.
Wow, see, the kid's ready.
And Peyton's like, it's completely irrelevant. Don't even know why you're bringing it up. It was funny little riffing back and forth there. Anyway, here they are, and Peyton's disgusted with Zach Wilson. Is this the one we already played? Okay, that's the one we already played.
All right.
How about here's the part where Peyton Manning didn't even know that Zach Wilson was on. Is this for real? He doesn't know Zach's
He was
the
hard
backup?
on Zach, yeah.
There it is.
Who is the backup? Richard Todd or Ken O'Brien?
It's their
Wilson
first
still
round-
plays there?
Yeah. Yes, he's still there. He's the first round pick last year.
I didn't know they had any other quarterback besides Aaron Rodgers. That's the only quarterback I thought they had on the entire roster.
So he's riffing. He's riffing. I like that, though. Richard Todd or Ken O'Brien.
Shout out
Speaking to our
Richard Todd.
generation,
No
guys.
question.
So here's one of the great
Todd.
one of the great New York Post headlines. Ken O'Brien was out of UC Davis. Very obscure pick by the Jets. When they took Ken O'Brien from UC Davis, OG, raised in Davis, Davis High, Blue Devil back there,
man.
right? And they took Ken O'Brien at UC Davis.
I remember that.
The New York Post headline was, Jets draft Ken Davis from UC O'Brien.
Oh, damn it.
That was the riff. They were like, who the hell is this guy? They're like, what is that? Here's Manning. His reaction when he saw Rodgers go to the cart. He was bummed.
Okay.
He's hurt.
Could not have been. Holy cow. I cannot believe this. I thought it was just an ankle. I thought we'd go tape it up and get him back in there. Come on.
Three plays, 4 plays.
Yeah. So
Murph,
I mean, some people thought, when he limped off the field, it was like maybe he'll be back.
Just so people understand the general dynamic between the Murph and Mac show. Like a lot of times we'll be off the air. I go to Murph. I go, Murph, I got an idea. Should I do this? Is there a little too much? And then Murph will be like, yeah, maybe don't go over that line, dude. Reel that ass in. I got to ask you a question now. It's an etiquette question. Is anything sacred anymore? I'm just asking you randomly and broadly. Like, is anything sacred? As far as riffs go,
I would say no.
I think we're seeing evidence of that. I'm seeing some dark riffs now on the text line about Aaron Rodgers. Some of them are kind of funny. That's the problem. But I feel like I don't want to riff on this guy because I don't like seeing guys get hurt. But now they're coming with the sharp skills and the riffs. You see that guy about the retreat?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Again.
Hey, by the way, Paulie, so listen, I do try to listen to everything.
Some
but
good stuff on the line.
But sometimes I'm like talking to Marcus about sound and stuff.
Yeah.
What riff he's in there with the Sunday Times? People are saying they spit their coffee out. What was the line?
Well, if you can go back to the growl, I know if this guy sounds like he's working on something.
That guy. Okay, I got you.
I said it sounds like he's in there with the Times.
By the way, our guy Copes is awake right now. He said, I'm not sure if that's a guy in the bathroom with the Sunday Times or Triple E trying to put his legs behind his head.
By the way,
I'd rather prefer to think about the Times.
By the way, the Triple E Army is coming out saying they are really defending him.
As an army?
They're mad at us.
What do we do?
Oh, we're the bad guys.
We're here to entertain.
We're at work. We're the bad guys.
Yeah, you got to show up.
There are people who are really upset that we're so mean to him.
No, come on. What am I?
Bring him in some cookies.
Who am I, Jimmy Fallon? What am I going to do? Build this kid a crying room? Come on.
We're so mean to him. We give the kid about 8 weeks vacation.
By the way,
way,
fast forward to the lawsuit trial that'll inevitably happen when I'll be on the stand. They'll be like, tell me if you recognize this voice. And I'll be playing back the crying room riff with the laugh. I'll be like, no, I've never heard that.
It's all boys, a part of the Murph and Mac show dynamic that we were just talking about.
I tried to explain it.
And Paulie Mac, I know we love to explain it to the people, and they know you're not a big fan of Aaron Rodgers.
Well,
they know you're not a big fan of Peyton Manning.
I just got to be honest.
And so here's the thing. Why not hit the holy trinity of quarterbacks that Paulie Mac doesn't like?
Hey, Paulie, hi. Phil Sims here.
Oh, man.
That would be the holy trinity.
That's the holy trinity.
The top three. There it is in the triangle.
Triple E's still chiming in. He says the legs go back smoothly. And you
Would
guys
you stop, Triple E?
You clearly need me based on some of these riffs. So there it is.
Yeah.
And Triple E says, tell my army out there I lean into this riffing.
Okay.
And 707 says, if you're calling out that, he says, you guys are soft if you're calling out the riffs on Triple E.
Can Triple E ask...
The same guy defended Rodgers' Vax takes, by the way. So
I want to know if Triple E can ask his army to ask him if he can lean into simply coming to work. Why don't you lean into coming in?
Is there anybody in that army that can produce the show, Paulie Mac? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Hey,
we got any
producers
producers out there?
Do we want to play the Micah Parsons thing here? Micah Parsons, who, by the way, is the happiest guy in the world at the Nick Bosa contract.
He was wreaking havoc out there the other night, Parsons.
By the way, it always takes a day for the takes of the NFL to kind of settle in, but the national one that's getting kicked around now is, did the Cowboys out-message the Niners. That's like the take now. Like the Niners, whoa, what a message in Pittsburgh.
Those are the two most dominant wins.
People say,
of
no,
the day.
the Cowboys out-messaged the Niners.
I saw a couple power rankings this morning where they have the Cowboys at the top of the list ahead of the 49ers.
Well, that was just
come on, it's 1 week.
Ass-kicking of epic proportion.
By the way, shout out power rankings. When they came about, I was like, wait, power rankings.
Rankings.
We have these things called the standing.
Yeah. That tells me about all the power I need.
But then sometimes I find myself reading, I'm like, look at me reading the freaking power rankings.
Power rankings to me, it's about wins and losses. There's your power.
Micah Parsons on a podcast.
On his own podcast. Yeah, I believe it's called The Edge, new podcast he's doing on Bleacher Report.
Talking about your boy, Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And I just don't think that we should sleep on Brock Purdy no more. Yes, he was a 7th-round pick. Yes, he came in late in the season and won 6 straight games, took him to the NFC Championship before his injury. But Purdy, you will not be slept on no more, brother. I think people are coming for you the same way they come for Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes. Yes, you are surrounded by a great team, but you are playing your butt off, and you got one hell of a story, brother. If we were to rank Purdy right now, I would put Purdy around, I think Purdy's a top 15 quarterback. There's things that we still want to see from Purdy, not when Purdy's winning, but when Purdy's down. You know, I think the adversity aspect of the football game is huge. Learning how to play from behind, learning situational football. It's not something I'm saying he can't do. It's just something that we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah, a pretty reasonable take there from Micah Parsons. Now, my kid riffed. He's like, geez, top 15, what a compliment. That's like you're basically saying he's – but I was like, well, hey. He's played 6 games, 6 starts.
That's actually very generous of Micah Parsons to say all that. And watching him the other night get after it, he threw a scare into me. He was all over the place. Parsons, were you watching that? Seeing him?
He's a monster on the field. But Murph, real quick, for a response to your son, we just had Mike Sando on a couple weeks ago, and he talks to a bunch of NFL executives and scouts, and they had Brock Purdy ranked 24th in the NFL.
Well, there you go.
So Micah Parsons got him higher.
Rocket, what do they say, 15 with a bullet? Right?
They do. Yes.
I'd never heard that phrase. And
what's a music thing? Yeah.
I know. And we were at the Daily Bruin.
Yeah.
And we made number 1 in the we became number 1 in the football team became number 1 in the nation. And my buddy Sully wanted to write number 1 with a bullet. I was like, huh? I'd never heard that my entire life. Yeah. So with a bullet. There you go.
Shout out to the great Bullets, the NBA's old team, the Baltimore Bullets. Shout out the Misfits track Bullet. And then finally, shout out, Murph, if I could, the Smashing Pumpkins Bullet with butterfly wings.
And of course,
that's the 3 of them.
Here on these very streets of San Francisco, Steve McQueen.
Very good pull.
Bullet.
Very good pull.
Buddy. Mount Bulletmore.
Very nice. That's all 4.
I'll take some Bullet bourbon while you're at it.
That's 5.
I will take some Bullet bourbon.
Okay.
All right, cooler of content. Man, we had so much, we didn't get to it all. We got more to go. We are giving away a $100 Amici's gift card later in the show, so stay tuned to a $100 Amici's gift card. We got Brock Purdy, our 49er Player of the Week at 9:30. And
it's Brandon Ayuk. Yeah.
Oops, Brandon Ayuk.
Another killer bee.
Sorry, guys. Brandon Ayuk. Even better, because he's higher than a top 15 receiver, right? Brandon Ayuk will join us at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader. We can get into the bourbon. All right, let's talk Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, and you've heard me talk about their great delivery service, bringing it to your home, piping hot, fresh, prompt, courteous, professional. But I want to talk about something else, too, not just residential deliveries, but businesses and catering large events. So maybe you're welcoming people back to the office or incentivizing people to come back to the office, or maybe you're having a youth sports team picnic. All I know is you can do it with Amici's catering menu, giving you options to order in larger sizes. The pastas, don't sleep on that tray of pasta. The salads, nice crunch to offset the carbs. Their famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings, I love those. You can get them all in larger sizes, so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group. You get the full range of menu, so maybe this is a corporate lunch, maybe this is a special event. Amici's has the catering menu at Amicis.com. I'll say it again, the catering menu at Amicis.com, because 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mac saying good morning, and thanks so much for listening to Murph and Mac today. Let me talk to you about QC Kinetics, another great way to deal with chronic pain. And a lot of us are in that boat, unfortunately. Knee pain, joint pain, back pain, shoulder pain, elbow pain, on and on and on it goes. And how do you deal with that as you get older? Well, QC Kinetics now is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. So again, we're not talking about pharmaceuticals. We're not talking about prescription medications. Regenerative medicine is what uses highly concentrated healing agents found in your own body. And again, these are very powerful treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in those aching joints I mentioned. In fact, Emmett Smith is a practitioner of the QC Kinetics methodology. If you have back pain in your knees, your shoulders, your hip, your back, or any other problem areas, get out there and try these treatments out. Schedule a free consultation. That's a starting point with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Currently available in Pleasanton and in San Jose. I went out to Pleasanton a couple of weeks ago. Incredibly nice staff over there. They'll take great care of you. Call 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN. It's 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Infield has to come in. The outfield has to creep in. 2-1 to count to Wade. The pitch is lined up the middle, and it's going to be a base hit. Straw made the dive, and it went by him. Sable streaking home. He scores the winning run, and the Giants have walked it off against the Guardians and against their all-star. What a moment for Wade, for Sable, and for the Giants to steal a win against Cleveland.
Well, great rejoin, Waterboy, for a number of reasons. Number one, do you believe in the wild card race here? Number two, sort of a significant little pop culture local history moment for Marcus on Saturday after Sound Summit, which was amazing.
Marcus is not going to be denied on Mount Tam. I'll tell you that right now.
I drove him down the mountain after we took that incredible walk over Rock Springs Trail.
Which might be one of the greatest elements of that entire day is the drive back down the hill, or the mountain, I should say, when the music ends, because the sun is going down. Everybody's got that afterglow. It's like such a great vibe.
And what's waiting for you at the bottom of the rainbow? The 2 a.m. Club.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I brought Marcus in and showed him the exact spot where he was standing, right where Huey was standing.
That's awesome.
And we celebrated with a pop.
We did, Murph.
But I know you had to get back into the city, so we just had the one.
Well, Marcus knows the history now. It's important you get to some of these landmarks. It's not just Huey Lewis shooting album covers. We got other famous Rock and Roll Hall of Famers up there hanging out as well.
After the games, we go to the Deuce, the 2 a.m. Club.
Bobby Weir, for example, get a cold
with Marcus's approval.
Oh, and Paul and Mac, I got to say, I've been waiting to go to the Deuce since I heard that soundbite, like my first week on the show.
After the game,
I was like, I got to find out where this Deuce is. And I'm not too familiar with Mill Valley. One thing I do know how to get to is the Deuce, the 2 a.m. Club.
Oh, yeah.
My old man
That's all
had
you
the
need,
best
really.
line.
That's all I need.
For all of us in the North Bay, Mill Valley, Stinson community, my old man used to say the most frequently given directions in all of the North Bay.
Yeah.
Turn left at the 2 a.m. Club and follow the double yellow line.
True story.
That's all you have to. That'll
still
take
works.
you to Muir Woods. That'll take you to Muir Beach. That'll take you to 2 a.m. That'll take you to Mount Tam. That'll take you to Stinson. There you go. So turn left at the 2 a.m. Club and follow
those
the
lines, baby. They'll take you there.
Number one, I want to remind everybody that in Copes' rotating hosts, today it's Marcus Thompson joining him today.
Okay.
Even though OG still had Dante Whitner in there, this kid. He gave us the new one.
Oh, it was OG now. Maybe it was Triple E rubbing off on OG.
Triple E just tested negative, by the way. He will be back tomorrow.
Okay.
So he can
quality control kind of thing.
Reassure his army that's sticking up for him.
Does he really have an army?
Yeah. This guy from the 818 was very upset at us.
Well, somebody said the Triple E army is really Triple E with 12 burner phones, which was a pretty good riff. Yeah, because that's the Triple E army.
It might be an army of one, Paul.
He's got him fanned out around his bed.
The other reason why we said that was a good rejoin was that when we had Ronnie Lott on this morning, and you guys should go back and listen. Ronnie was great this morning.
Ronnie's the best.
He's got his event coming up with Steve Young, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, Christy Yamaguchi at the Curran Theater in San Francisco, Wednesday, September 27th.
Awesome.
He said that we might pop in.
He did. He wouldn't have pulled that out of thin air for nothing.
Yeah. Really? And he goes, I don't know. So there you go.
And as soon as he did that, I wanted to talk back so the audience couldn't hear. And I'm like, Marcus, I'm going to need to Do You Believe in Love at some point today. So thanks for following through on that. A little Huey Lewis.
I want to talk about just a great little ditty right there, buddy. Okay, so listen, we mentioned it briefly. We'll just go right around and hand it out. What would you do? $100 Amici's gift card. You want one?
Yes, I do.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yesterday's winner was, I couldn't get the winner. It was somebody from San Carlos, last name Hillier.
Yeah, shout out San Carlos.
And the fan zone winner was Erica, who's a big listener and would love a shout out. So
shout out Erica. Eat that Amici's in good health.
Right now, an Amici's gift card, $100. I'll take that. Caller number 10 in honor of Jimmy G at 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Wins a $100 Amici's Pizza gift card. That's, of course, from Amici's. East Coast Pizzeria, 13 Bay Area locations to offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. All right, Paul, just a quick segment here of cleaning up the text line. Then we got to get a little bit into the Giants. And then, of course, Marcus Thompson will talk to us about the 49ers. And then Brandon Ayuk will be our player of the week at 9:30. 209 says, can I get a little love for the silver peso? Absolutely, you can.
No question.
Great bar.
Yep.
And what's really neat about all the little towns in pretty much all across America is every town has its own signature tavern.
Yeah.
And for Larkspur, it's the silver peso, which is basically the 2 a.m. club airlifted and dropped in Larkspur, or the 2 a.m. club is the silver peso airlifted and dropped in Mill Valley. Both very similar bars.
Hey, one of you silver peso guys out there, do me a favor, text us in and let me know if because I haven't been in there in a few years, but do they still have the picture of Tim Lincecum right over the door, which I always thought was a nice touch. I'm like, way to honor Timmy in the peso.
Sausalito has Smitty's. Fairfax has Naves.
Mm-hmm.
All of them.
San Rafael has Flatiron.
San Rafael's the Flatty for sure, which is a little different because they serve great food there.
They do. It's good eating in there.
Straight drinking.
Yeah.
Maybe the Mayflower, although they serve for it too.
You can get a burger in there.
We're down in
what's your spot?
Santa Clara, it's the Peacock, right?
Well, down in Sunnyvale, across the street from Fremont High School. Yeah, it used to be the Peacock, and it was connected to the Longhorn Steakhouse, but boys, they're both gone now. R.I.P.
See what happens?
There you go, man.
Luckily, you can smoke your own meats now with that remote control you've got from 50 miles out. I'm still fascinated by that. Marcus is out here queuing up his smoker when he's on 101. Like 40 miles from home. He's like, let me get my smoker going. I'm like, damn.
I got to send up the smoke signals,
I'm
Paul,
impressed.
Man. Let the neighborhood know what's going on.
And I said, what did you smoke over the weekend? He goes, you ready for this, Murph? This is what he said. He goes, I smoked some beef ribs. I go, yeah, how was that? This is what he was telling me. It sounds somebody. He goes, it's basically like eating steak that falls right off the bone.
It's like a ribeye off the bone.
I started salivating. I'm like, Marcus, that sounds damn good.
I love beef ribs.
And he was saying no sauce. It's a dry rub, salt and pepper.
Texas
I paid attention to all those details. I'm like,
you're taking notes, Paul.
I was taking mental notes.
I see you working.
In between gummies. I was taking mental notes.
Somebody wrote in and said, didn't Purdy come back against the Cowboys in the playoffs? I'm looking at, it was 6-3 Cowboys at no, Niners were up 9-6 at half. Let's see, the Cowboys led 6-3. The Cowboys led 6-3. Does that count as a comeback?
I mean,
they led 6-3 early in the second quarter. That doesn't really count as a comeback because Michael Parsons saying I got to see him come back. Then it was 9-6 at halftime, and then 9-9 in the third quarter, and then McCaffrey touchdown 16-9, Maher field goal 16-12, then Robbie Gold field goal 19-12.
Here's an interesting suggestion from one of our listeners, Murph. I want to see where you come down on this one. Where does Murph, and I've been in this joint. Where do you stand with the Matucci's in San Anselmo?
Matucci's?
Yeah, see, you got him with Matucci's. You got him. You got Murph.
I haven't been.
I'm shocked to hear that, actually. That's the one, if you're driving down Miracle Mile, you'll see it. It's on the It's got the Blues Brothers statue outside. You ever see that?
Yeah, I got to
It's a good
admit.
bar. It's out of a divey bar. It's a good spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, guys. Well, listen, that's the deal on the Cache Creek text line. We handled the silver peso.
We did as much as we could.
Somebody said shout out the Steamed Donkey in Pinecrest. Sam's in Tiburon, of course.
Steamed Donkey.
The Waterloo Inn in Waterloo.
like that.
That's a good spot. You guys ever go to the Waterloo Inn in Waterloo, California?
I have not.
That's a great spot. Niner bar like you read about.
Okay.
Like you read about. That's a good little spot.
Yeah.
And by the way, we had ribs at Sound Summit, too. They're pretty good.
Yeah, those ribs were not bad.
Pretty good.
Not bad at all.
That was just for those of us working
You got to
the
be
event,
working the event
Waterboy.
now.
Those of us working
Marcus
the
is up
Shout
there.
out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking
Well,
about.
shout out to the guys that got there about 3 hours before you
And
did.
shout out to the guys working for
yes, for no charge, out of the goodness of our hearts.
Hey, Michael Nash, one T-shirt.
Well,
one
it'd be nice.
T-shirt.
Murph and I could have a united front. We could wear the shirt on stage. Maybe someday. We'll see.
All right, guys. Thank you for the text lines. Let's do this. We got to visit the Giants because they're hanging around.
Okay.
They refuse to go away. And an unlikely hero last night. We'll get into that. And then Marcus Thompson at 9:15, Brandon Ayuk at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
The pitch. And that one is hit up the middle, base hit. Peterson coming around third. Hallberg's going to send him. And Straw will not make a throw. Peterson scores. And Blake Sabol, not waiting around, ties the game at 4.
There it is. In case you gave up on your Gigantes, they ain't giving up on you. They got their fourth straight win last night. Well, I have a very complex relationship with the 2023 Giants.
I think we all do on some level.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's been a complex kind of year.
Yeah, I feel that way. And as you pointed out, it was just 2 months ago that I said, playoff fever.
I had to ask Murph today earlier in the show as you mentioned something about the wild card. They're a game and a half out, whatever it is at this point. And I go, well, does that mean, Murph, do you still have playoff fever? Because you announced that to the world about, what, in the middle of June, July? It was a jock blog.
Yeah.
Murph made the announcement, I officially have playoff fever.
Well, there was a stretch where they were leading the wild card. They were going to be. There was a stretch where they were.
Well, they won 11 straight at one point. I mean, that team was hot.
In early August, they were 2.5 out in the West.
I remember. I was beating the drum. I'm like, bring me a pitcher, man. Let's make a move.
Do you remember, like, within 10 days, they were 10 out? Remember that?
I do. Plummeted.
I remember you kept saying, I was sitting next to you, you're like, man, that happened fast.
It did.
You're like, man, that happened fast.
We were up and then you're down. Just like that.
By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But they up and down and sideways and backwards and all that stuff. And you look up and I say this I say this both seriously and riffing.
Yeah.
They are tied for 7th in the National League. And that's contention. Okay. They are literally tied for 7th with the Miami Marlins. The freaking Miami Marlins.
I don't need it.
They're both 74 and 70. And Arizona's 76 and 69. You know how I feel about what the great Art Spander, who I just went to his birthday party.
For life. Shout out Artie for life.
Don't forget these words. OG, young man, learn this as you go forward in your broadcasting career. The all-important loss column. Spander, how many press boxes I've been in where Spander says, well, it's all about the all-important loss column, the AILC. So, and I learned this. My mind was blown. Why is the loss column important? Because you can't make up losses. But you can make up wins. There you go. So, the loss column is Arizona 69, Miami 70, Giants 70.
Okay.
So, they're right there.
They are right there. Just got to handle their business.
Now, what is it? What is it? What is the third wild card?
What is it? That's a good question.
Okay, what is it? The third wild card will earn you a date with the 3 seed, and that would be 3 games at their joint. So right now, that's Milwaukee. And, the Giants
got a puncher's chance with the arms they have.
To win 2 out of 3 in Milwaukee?
Cobb's out there toughing it out. Here comes Harrison now.
I'm not endorsing the way Farhan built this roster. I'm not endorsing the way they use the openers all year. I'm not endorsing all the spare parts and mediocre platoons that they've been rolling in and out. And it's angered me on a fundamental level.
Yes.
Like it really is. I've had trouble embracing this squad.
Murph, you're not the only one. There are a lot of Giant fans who feel the exact same way because I've spoken to a lot of them. So you're not alone. I mean, it has been a frustrating year. Like, who are these guys? And is the this is the one thing I keep coming back to is like, what's the message the Giants management is sending their fan base? Like, we're happy to compete and maybe get in like the back door at the end of the year if we're lucky enough and no one gets hurt. Maybe we can grab one of those wild cards. Like, because if that's the message, like, I want a new message. I want a more competitive message. Like, we're going out here to challenge the Dodgers. We're going to make some moves. We're going to add guys, and we want to take a run at the West. I don't want to just sneak in, Murph.
You and Huey Lewis, you want a new message.
We do.
But what's funny is individually you start going through like these players, and you're like, how do you feel about Luis Matos? I'm like, I'm excited. How do you feel about Tyro Estrada?
This is what Mike's been saying all year.
You know what I mean?
They broke into 21 guys.
About Alex Cobb? I'm like, good dude. I'm like, how do you feel about John Brebbia? I'm like, I like his personality. I rooted for Brebbia. I was upset to see him cough up the hit last night. And it's like you start putting these guys together. How do you feel about Luke Jackson? Praise Dale and raise hail.
How do you feel about Logan Webb?
How do you feel about Logan Webb?
Seriously.
Is number one.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Patty Bailey?
I feel great about Pat Bailey.
Right? So individually, like you like all these guys, but like collectively, I think, let's be honest, it goes back. I think we like the individual players more than we like Gabe and Farhan's
philosophies and practices.
How they're
I'll buy that.
Driving the car.
I think that's accurate. I think that's fair. I think that's accurate.
You had a thought, Waterboy?
Yeah, because I know, yes, we're all in on Logan Webb, a Patrick Bailey, a Kyle Harris, and a Camilo Duvall. But,
Kyle Harris.
But realistically, how many of these guys are going to be cornerstone pieces of your franchise moving forward?
That's the big question.
Theoretically, maybe I'm wildly optimistic.
Go.
But I think,
a fair amount.
Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, bam, I'm feeling good. Maybe Keaton Wynn, too. And I don't mean to be Patty Bailey.
Yes.
I'm feeling good.
No question.
Luis Matos is looking better and better. So, that's 5 right there.
And if Luciano...
I'm still with my guy, Casey Schmidt. I am.
You're right. There's a lot of young talent. Yeah.
And then when I said it to Sean Estes last week, he's like, you can't rely on all of those guys clicking.
But that's what Mike has been saying. That's Mike's message over and over is not only have they incorporated all these new guys, these young players, but they're still competing.
I would say if
they're competing.
There's any positive messages this year is this year, more than any other I can remember, they developed young kids. More than any other.
And that's the thing about this roster. When you're looking at it, it's got a lot of rookies. It's got a lot of prospects, which to me tells me that it's a rebuilding roster.
Yes.
But that's the problem because at this trade deadline, they were kind of stuck in limbo, whether to be buyers or sellers.
Yes.
And that's why a lot of people were coming at me on the text line when I brought up the thought of, okay, if you're not going to go all in compete, why not trade a Wilmer Flores, who's one of the hottest bats right now? Why not trade an Alex Cobb, who's 36 years old and was an all-star this year?
Maybe they should have.
Their value was an all-time high. If you're going to be a rebuilder, go all in on the rebuild.
With you. Yes.
2019, they kind of did when they traded Melanson and Dyson a little bit. That wasn't a full teardown or anything, but man, oh man, they're just terrified of quote-unquote rebuilding when I think maybe fans would respect that more.
No question. Just be honest. We see what's going on. Don't even bother with an A.J. Pollock. What was it? What's purpose did that serve? To placate Murph maybe for a day.
Well, that was the one where
A.J. Pollock.
I think Farhan would tell you we gave nothing for that. That wasn't. No. That was just a procedural move. It happened to come right at the trade deadline, so everybody thought that was.
I think it was like they tried to save face. Look at the move we made.
And that's the thing. If that's the move, that's them telling us that they're really not going all in.
If that's the move, I need some new moves.
So, man, So will I embrace this playoff run?
The next Shock Blog might tell us. I'm teasing ahead, if I may, on your own behalf. Yeah.
Oh, man. But I did tease.
Does Murph still have playoff fever to be continued?
That's actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here we are a month later. Where does playoff fever stand?
I did tease an unlikely hero, and you just heard it on the way back. And I just got to shout this guy out for gutting out this season as an unlikely guy, Blake Sable. How many teams would, keep Blake Sable on their roster all year? I don't know how many teams would. But, with the Dodgers, with the Braves.
Maybe not.
You don't think so?
Maybe not. How many teams would have had Blake Sable as their starting left fielder on opening day?
Oh, dude. That's a crazy card to pull out right now. Starting left fielder.
Matt Beatty.
Matt Beatty. Have you used him in the Immaculate Grid?
No.
But anyway, but I do want to just salute Blake Sable's sort of just kind of underdog story. Rule 5 guy stuck all year. And Izzy, as Mike said to us, if we had that cut, it would be really good. Actually, we should have cut that up. Where Mike talked about, is he a good outfielder? C+ maybe. Is he a good catcher? Couple of pass balls last night.
Hey.
But he has power. And he is a little bit of a threat at the plate. He's a little bit of a threat.
Yeah, I like him. I like him
he's
as a
hitting
player.
He's hitting 243.
Yeah.
But, forget batting averages. Kyle Schwarber's hitting, 189? And, the Phillies are, are considered contenders, But his OPS is 703. I know it's not. It's like Gregor Blanco-ish. But he's just a young guy. But last night he had a night where he had 2 pass balls in the 9th inning.
It was tough. It was not a good look.
And he took 2 off the no-no square.
The Nards, if I may.
And yet he got the hit off of Clase in the bottom of the 10th. They're down 4-3.
So he made up for it with the hit.
And then he stole second.
Yeah.
And then he drew a balk to third and then scored on Lamont Wade's hit. So, out of nowhere, there he is with the goggles, jumping around.
Now, Farhan, I'll tell you, see, that's why we have him on the squad.
Oh, there you go.
See, this is why he's out here winning us ball games in a pennant race.
Do we have any Sable sound after the game here yesterday, just to cue it up?
Yeah, Murph, what do you want? Him breaking down his RBI single or him talking about the Mitch Haniger speech that inspired the club over the weekend?
Oh, let's go with that. Yeah, the Mitch Haniger speech.
Okay.
Everybody's giving speeches.
Yeah,
Jesus, man.
I got to give Murph a speech
you do for
during
one
the break.
down there?
Yeah, I'm going to speech all you guys.
One game at a time. We were talking amongst ourselves, and I think for us, Hanny kind of brought up play every game like it's the biggest game of the year. So we're going one at a time. So it's great that we're getting the wins piling up. We're just looking forward to tomorrow.
September baseball.
Murph, I want to give you a sneak preview. I've only a rough draft at this point, but here are some of my talking points for my motivational speech to the group.
If you can keep your head when all about you losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you. I mean, I know I should have been a pair of ragged claws scuttling across floors of silent seas. I mean,
that's just a preview. That's like I'm just sketching out ideas, but that'll be part of my speech.
That actually worked for me. I want to go play now.
I got Murph motivated.
All right. Marcus Thompson and then Player of the Week, Brandon Ayuk on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yes!
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Copes and Dante Whitner to recap the 49ers' Week 1 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Paulie Mac, Murph, and Maxwell. A lot of people come up to me and say, Paulie, what do you do during the breaks? I see you talking to Marcus on the stream all the time. I'm talking to Marcus about Prize Picks. Now I'm going to talk to you about Prize Picks, because if you're looking for a new way to win up to 25 times your money this football season, try it out. Try it out on Prize Picks. It is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports, rather. All you have to do is select 2 or more players, predict their projection on a wide variety of stats, and then you place your entry. It's really as easy as that. That's it. And if you have the skills, you could easily turn $10 into $250 with just a couple of taps. Hey, easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, enormous selection of players and stat options. These are all factors in what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. When you're ready to test your skills, go ahead and join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. And right now at Prize Picks, they're going to match your first deposit up to $100, meaning you put $100 down, they put $100 down, just like that. And when you go to prizepicks.com/leader, make sure you use the code word leader, as in the sports leader. That's how you can remember it. Again, the code is leader at prizepicks.com/leader. And again, the first deposit will be matched for up to $100. It's Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. The KNBR Morning Show now continues with Murph, Mac, and Marcus. It's our Dubs insider from The Athletic, Marcus Thompson.
Sponsored by Truett & White. Trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruettandWhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I thought he came a long way last year in that, as the year went. I think that's why he ended up leading our team in receiving, and he's carried into that into the offseason. And, didn't know if he was going to get all those opportunities going to the game. You never know how it's going to play out, but he got 8 opportunities, and he came down with all 8 of them. So that doesn't always mean you get more. Sometimes that means you get more attention and they take it away, which helps out other people. So you never know which direction it's going to go each week. But the coolest thing about BA is how ready he came to play regardless. You see him on some of those run plays and stuff, and from the beginning to the end. And usually when he's like that in the run game, it carries over to the pass game. The pass game's just a little more out of your control. But yesterday it all fell to him, and he was ready for the moment and had a big-time game.
There he is, Kyle Shanahan, talking about Brandon Ayuk, who was the subject of Marcus Thompson's column. We got Marcus on the line every other Tuesday on the Uma guest line. MT2, good morning, man. How are you?
Man, you must be feeling good. Not only did the 49ers look, pretty incredible in their opener, but their biggest, perhaps, Super Bowl foe is now decimated. Would you go with the Jets being the...
Oh, well,
I want to know if I was going to go that far.
I think the Eagles maybe the hurdle before pre-Jets, but I feel you. I feel what you're saying.
I hear the point, yeah.
I was watching all them shows where they were predicting that a lot of people were on the Jets going to win the Super Bowl. So,
well, their defense is pretty awesome. I mean, watching their D last night, Josh Allen didn't know what was going on out there. So, compliments to that Jet defense, Marcus. It does look legit.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely their front defensive line, the front four especially.
Yep.
Really good. Probably, giving the 49ers a run for the money, and that's a really good defensive line. So
yeah,
it would have been an epic battle. Now they're going to need it. 49ers been in this position before, right? This feels a little bit familiar.
There is a theory that the Cowboys out-messaged the Niners. Like, who sent the statement?
The more dominant win, yeah.
So there you go. We got Dallas to worry about,
we're
too.
already making statements.
Yeah. 40-0 is something. That's a pretty big deal. I feel like they won up the 49ers on that one. Let's see if the defense can get a shutout.
Yeah, that's what we're saying is that, maybe so October 8th, Sunday Night Football, Cowboys-Niners. Levi's. Be there or be square.
Be there or be square.
See, well, I know what it's like to be a square, so you know what I mean? But I'd like to go to that one. Actually, you know what, Marcus? How about worrying about the Rams, who went up to Seattle and dropped a bomb on the Seahawks, and now the Niners got to go down to SoFi?
Yeah, SoFi is friendly confines in a way for the 49ers. Just playing the Rams is usually a good thing, say, for that one NFC Championship game they should have won. But the Rams look a little bit better than people thought, right? Matt Stafford felt like he, had some juice left in the tank. That defense is, can do some things. I don't know that Seattle was the greatest test of how good the Rams can be, but I still feel like the 49ers have this thing over the Rams where as long as Shanahan and McVay are, roaming the sidelines, there's going to be that kind of a Shanahan advantage there. So I do think they'll be 2-0, but the Rams did look. I was surprised by it. I was surprised by the Rams actually look like a formidable football team, who can win some games.
Right.
Unlike last year where they didn't look like that at all, even without Cooper Kupp, by the way.
Right. Kind of surprising.
New receivers for sure. I mean, week one overreaction is the big tradition. Did you have any thoughts on the Rodgers injury? I mean, it is It's kind of hard to come up with a take. I mean, it's a terrible fortune.
It's just unfortunate.
Bad karma.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Turf is a factor in this thing. Will he come back?
All that stuff.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, my takeaway was Garrett Wilson's pretty good, and he's got this kind of talent that can be like elite, and we're gonna see if he can raise the level of Zach Wilson. I know last year he was the one like, hey man, we gotta get this Zach Wilson guy out of here. so it's kind of interesting that he's back in the situation. Like it's wild. Like I wasn't even watching yet, and my phone is blowing up. It's still kind of trippy. It's very reminiscent of Game 5 in the 2019 Finals. Where it's like, really? It was like Achilles are always this way, right? It always happens this way. They're so sudden and they're out of nowhere. But yeah, it's just a wild thing to watch, especially considering all of the hype that's been going on around the Jets. And didn't this happen to Testaverde years ago?
It did.
We talked about this.
It's this whole Jets thing, man. And by the way, Marcus, just to connect the dots locally, there's already some whispers that, okay, now would the Jets be interested in going back and barking up Sam Darnold's tree and seeing if maybe they could bring him back to fit in? I mean, should Niner fans take that with any element of seriousness?
I mean, I don't think the 49ers can afford to do that. I mean, if anybody knows this feeling of needing another quarterback, it's the 49ers. Yep. And they gave away, they traded away the luxury they would have had to been able to do that. If they had kept Trey, then perhaps you can probably afford to get one of those guys. But you just can't. You can't do it. This is the NFL. You lose your quarterback, you're done. And there's a very good chance you're going to lose your quarterback. So you got to have two. That's the way the game goes now. So I don't think they could afford to do it.
In getting back to the Achilles, and you talking about Game 5, 2019 NBA Finals. What has your experience been talking to Klay Thompson about coming back from an Achilles?
It's a little bit less grueling than I remember former players talking about it. It feels more like, remember before, Achilles used to be like, yo, you'll never be the same again.
Yeah, no question.
And now it's more like it's just grueling. It's a very grueling process, but like the modern medicine has advanced to the point where you can kind of recover. It's also a different type of guy too. Like I do feel like even with Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson, these aren't guys who are just athletically geared, right? It's not like, remember Elton Brand was like this athletic freak and then he had these injuries and now he's just like a big body posting up. So in that sense, that probably bodes well for Aaron Rodgers because he's not out there trying, like, physically dominating. But it's doable. It's differences, man. That dude is 39, man. That's wild. It's a wild thought. It was hard for Klay at, 32?
That's it. Exactly.
Right? Like, and playing basketball. So that's a tough one, man. I hate that a legend could potentially go out like that, but it feels like that's how he's got to go out, and that's football, man.
Yeah, it is. Unforgiving.
I mean, so he'll be 40 in December.
That'd be tough, wouldn't it?
I mean, there's so much to be. It's less than like 12 hours or whatever since the injury.
Yeah.
But there'd be so much to be determined on what he wants to do with his career, what he.
Well, you know, he doesn't want to go out like this, but could he? That's the big question. Could he even come back from this? Would his body allow him? Only, like you said, it's only going to. Time will tell.
I don't know if being a quarterback's easier than some other positions, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. You got, like, giants diving at your feet regularly.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah,
I
true.
feel like even if he does come back, like, I don't think it'll be a year. I mean, look at Klay, right? Like, you need another, like, that first year back is kind of like, let's test the waters, let's work our way back in, and then the year after that, and that's for a 32-year-old. At 39, it might take him a year and a half, 2 years to be fully back. And look when this is happening, week 1, which means he's probably not going to be able to work out. He won't have a full training. Like, all of that stuff plays into it. So even if he says, I'm coming back, it may not be until December of next year. So now you might be missing 2 years. Unless, he could go on a darkness retreat and it's all fine.
Oh, there it is, right? There it is. Hey, listen, because the Niners gave us Brandon Ayuk at 9:30 and we have a 4-minute break, we got to take a quick out here with you, but I don't want to leave without a thought on Ayuk. You wrote about him. Dude looks like he's ready for big things.
Monster.
He's our player of the week in 5 minutes. What a
game.
Like he jumped out at you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, rarely does the training camp hype match when they get to the games, right? It's like, oh, this dude's having a great camp. He's having a great camp. He's having a great camp. And it's like, he's cool.
Mm-hmm.
But he had an incredible camp. People constantly talked about him. Best player on the field. And then he went and looked like it. Like he said he was about to break out, and week 1 looked like he was for real. And he's one of those quiet guys too. When he said something,
yeah,
he probably really means that.
Nice.
I think he really means it.
It's a really interesting story too. You're with Copes today, right?
I'm in, yes, 2:00. I might be bringing a pickle.
A pickle?
Okay.
Copes is shaking his head.
He's
the
giving
reaction.
thumbs down.
I'm giving you reaction in
He's
real
here.
time.
Saying thumbs down.
He's shaking his head. He didn't like that. Whatever that means, it turned him off. Yeah.
Let him tell you what it is.
All right. Okay, because
I'm tuning in. I'm tuning in.
I'm in the dark in the pickle community.
All right. Hey, man, listen, save your vocal cords for 2:00. Thanks for the hit.
Thanks, Marcus.
Marcus Thompson.
All right, have a good one.
Of
You too,
the
man.
Athletic. Brandon Ayuk is our 49er player of the
Let's
week.
go.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Niner fans, chance to get out in the city and talk 49ers with some greats. We're calling it Unscripted. The San Francisco 49ers presented by Broadway SF. These are 49er legends. Steve Young, you love him. Ronnie Lott, we had him on this morning. Brent Jones, you heard him yesterday with Copes. Harris Barton and Dwight Hicks are there too. And live on stage and in conversation with Olympic gold medalist and Niner fan Christy Yamaguchi. So that's pretty cool. One night only event, unique, very unique. To experience an authentic conversation between a lot of Bay Area icons here. Teammates and friends talking about their lives on and off the football field and all their accomplishments. Check it out. So you can go Wednesday, September 27, 2 weeks from tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. at the Curran Theater. A portion of all the sales will go to Champion Charities that's founded by Harris and Ronnie to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. So once again, this is Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, and Dwight Hicks, unscripted, one night, one stage with Christy Yamaguchi. Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 p.m. at the Curran Theater. Tickets are on sale now at BroadwaySF.com. That's BroadwaySF.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Play action, and McCaffrey looks left, throws for the end zone, wide open. Brandon Ayuk, touchdown! San Francisco!
Let's start the fire right now, baby. Ayuk is on fire.
All right, there you go, man. That's what Tim Ryan and Greg Papa said in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, when our next guest, our first 49ers player of the week. We do it every Tuesday.
Yeah.
Caught 8 balls for 129 yards and 2 touchdowns. And, oh, by the way, threw some pretty cool blocks on a Christian McCaffrey touchdown run. We've had Brandon on before on the Murph and Mac Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. It's great to have you back. And Brandon, congrats on a great opening win and a great opening performance by you. How you doing? Good morning.
Hey, Brandon.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing good,
man. We're doing good. My good. By the way, we were playing that song that came out of your boombox when you guys left the locker room.
Yeah.
NBA Youngblood, is that his name? Young boy. I'm sorry. And is that you? Do you get into that? Do you get into the boombox march out? Is that your thing?
No, I just heard it. I got you guys on speaker in the car, so I just heard it. I heard the background. I was vibing in the car to it. But no, for sure. We're always talking to figure out what's gonna be our walkout song. So for sure.
So who picks it?
It's a combination of guys. Trent was going around asking everybody what we wanted to come out to. Starting last week, like probably on Wednesday last week, and then Sunday probably just whatever we're feeling on Sunday before we walk out.
How do Debo and Trent get the front? They get to be the front row guys.
Yeah.
Big dogs in the front, man.
Big dogs up front. Well, that makes sense. I mean, yeah.
Well, that would be you after Sunday, right?
Seriously.
That means in SoFi, you're going to be in the front.
They better
right?
be saving you a spot up there.
I mean, I like to come out. I like to come out later, get a couple seconds to myself, and then just come out. I'm never in the front. I was in the front one time in Mexico. It was fun, but it just happened to be like that. But maybe sometimes I'll push out there and into the front.
Seems like it fits Debo and Trent pretty well. It's working, right? It's working, man. So, hey, listen, a lot of questions for you here on this Player of the Week. Let's just start with, like, Sunday night. Like, you get on the plane, you're flying back from Pittsburgh, and I'm just wondering how you're processing that game. Like, you just, by any measure, had a smash performance. 8 catches, 129 yards, 2 touchdowns. We mentioned the blocking, but what was your thought process as you guys flew back to San Francisco? What were you thinking about?
You're saying after the game?
Yeah.
Just excited to start off the way that we wanted to start off. With a big emphasis on the season. Starting off, we wanted to start off fast. Everybody knows how the past few seasons have gone in week 1, so I think just it was a lot of. We were happy for sure. We got out there in preseason with the goal of coming out big one with the win, and that's what happened. So definitely a lot of smiles, a lot of happiness.
So they call it the happy flight. What about the Pat Peterson angle? How much is media? How much is real? Because he said it on his own podcast. You know, there's some tells, and I'm going to get a pick. And then you caught 2 touchdowns with him. One time right next to you, the other time falling down. Do you take joy in that?
Yeah, you know, Pat, I said it earlier after the game. I've got to know Pat a little bit now. I've seen him 3-4 times. Got to practice with him, talking with him, played him a couple times. But also just knowing the type of player that he is. I definitely take joy in scoring on him. That's all it was. Nothing that he said. He just talking. You know, he's talking. He's a vet. He knows how to say things. And maybe I talked to him. His goal is maybe getting in Purdy's head, or maybe getting to Kyle. Who knows? Or maybe just speaking a pick for himself into existence. Who knows? But we didn't take too much of it. You know, Pat's a great competitor, and we love playing against Pat.
Good stuff with Brandon Ayuk, our 49er Player of the Week, joining the Murph and Mac Show here as the 49ers get the big win in Pittsburgh, getting ready to go down to SoFi on Sunday. Let's talk a few more on the Pittsburgh game before we look ahead, and that is the McCaffrey run. You got a lot of love for those blocks.
I've watched it like 100 times, that
Can you
block.
take us through that, how satisfying that was for you, and Did I read you just said you just look for a guy? Is that what you
give
said?
me somebody.
Yeah, they had. Pretty much that's what it was. They had in the second half. They came out with a good plan because I was in tight. They had a good plan with those guys on the edge, just kind of bum rushing us and not letting us get up to the second level or get to our assignments. So I was kind of in no man's land, just stuck out of the play. And Christian ends up breaking through, spinning, and it's just pretty much me and him running side by side in a black jersey. So I just tried to cover for him. And he's a great runner. He can always feel me. He can always feel where we're going as blockers, and he cuts off right behind me, and I'm able to get a that springs him free. So, it was super fun.
We should shout out Ray McLeod too, right?
There you go.
Absolutely, coming flying from the backside of the play to finish it off and hit the final block that got us into the end zone.
I mean, listen, every NFL team is expected as pros to do their job and all that. That's what you guys do. You're professionals. But I'm almost like reading something more into it. Like McCaffrey's like 11 guys are committed even to a running play. Is that like that? If you guys want to get where you want to get as a team.
Takes all 11.
Right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that says something.
Absolutely. I think the run game, even the pass game as well, but especially the run game, we're all tied together. 11 guys. 11 guys are set for 11 guys, and sometimes we have one guy left for the back to handle. But if you got guys flying around and playing with their hair on fire, then sometimes we can cover up everybody. And on that play, Christian makes one miss, and everybody else is covered up.
Brandon Ayuk, man, part of that touchdown run, caught two himself, blocked for the third with McCaffrey. He's our 49er player of the week. 8 catches, 129 yards, 2 touchdowns as the Niners get the big win. 30-7 in Pittsburgh. A little bit on the summer, Brandon, because we were just talking to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, and he was saying, man, summer hype, sometimes that's just summer hype. But there was a lot of hype, man. Brandon, Ayuk looks great. And then you looked great in week 1. What is the secret to why summer was so good and your first game was so good? What's different?
I think just the work that we put in. I don't think it's any secret. Since OTAs, even before OTAs, work that we put in, and then coming into OTAs, everybody coming in with the right mindset, in shape, ready to go. And I think that led to everybody who participated in OTAs being able to get better, which led to another 40 days away ourselves where we were able to get better, which led to training camp, because everybody came in and we got to continue to get better and better and better and better and put together a great camp. And just led into week 1, and we're just trying to continue that going. We're going to continue to work. Like I said, it's no secret. We know what got us to this point, and that was the work that we put in. So that's all. That's
well, there it is.
Love it.
That's what championship teams do. They all pull on the same rope then, and then it gets to your quarterback making that work with you. He talked about the word trust with you.
Yeah.
And he's new, right? He's only 6 starts and 2 playoff games. So, I wonder if you're still figuring him out or what you can tell us about your trust with Brock Purdy. What's the relationship like?
Oh, man. 6 games. What you say, 6 starts?
6 starts.
Yeah. Playoff games?
You know what I mean?
6 starts and 2 playoff games.
And then the playoffs, right.
So 8 total, but 6 regular season.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's crazy. But no, Purdy, he's done a great job since the moment he came in there and started his first start. Even when he started, when he ended up taking over in the Miami game, I believe, he did a great job. So, yeah, I think trust. Trust is a big thing. We talk about it in our offense all the time. Quarterback can trust that we're going to be in a spot where we're supposed to be, and we can complete passes even when we're not. Even in looks, when we have terrible looks, we can still continue to complete the ball, move the sticks, keep the offense flowing. And I think trust is the main thing with that. But Purdy, I'm enjoying playing with him. He gives us confidence every single week. He gives us a bunch of confidence, so much confidence going into every game that not only are we going to win the game, but you have a chance to have a great game as well. So I'm loving playing with him.
It's crazy that, how does that happen with a 7th-round guy? Like, how many teams passed on this guy? It's like, Brandon, my question is, what does it tell you about the draft process where you can't measure some things?
Yeah, it's just some. There's certain you see players I'm sure you guys. There's players around the league that when they make plays that just you can't even measure. They do certain stuff that you might not even see on tape or that you might not even see in the stat sheet that only certain guys can do. And I think he's one of those guys that just has it. I'm not sure. I can't even define what it is, but he has it.
That's it. That's the magic, right? That's the magic where you never know. Like, Fred Warner 3rd round, Talanoa Hufanga 5th or 6th round.
And plus,
right?
I feel like Brandon, one of
George
those
Kittle.
Yeah, and one of those things you're talking about that really can't be measured is just his poise out there, like how calm and comfortable. Even the first series in Pittsburgh, I mean, they had the camera close up on his face. Brandon, he's walking up to the line of scrimmage like he's done it thousands of times, which I guess in a sense he almost has because he played 4 full years in college. But maybe you could speak to that, just his attitude on the field, how comfortable and poised he seems.
Yeah, he plays with extreme poise, but also with poise and urgency. It's like a mix of poise and urgency. He's never too lax. He's just on point. He's on point. He's ready to go. And the way that he plays with that swag that just leads all the way down to the rest of the offense, down to the rest of the team, and that everybody can build off of. So, like I said, he has it.
Man, oh man, he's got it, whatever it is. A couple more for you, Brandon. We sure do appreciate you hopping on the Murph and Mac show as we do this. We're going to go big picture here. How much of your success right now goes all the way back to, and you came on our show, I think, last year and talked to us about this. You said Kyle and you had those conversations, and they're now legendary because look at you're really blossoming as a player. How much do you go back to that where he challenged you? He challenged you, and it was hard to hear probably at the time, but is that still paying dividends?
It's like that's probably one of the most questions, like the most asked questions I get whenever I do an interview or whenever I'm anywhere. Talking about those. But I think so. Having a whole complete staff, that continue to push you, continue to expect great things from you at all times, and hold you to a standard that is close to the one of your own. So I look back at all the time and just continue to push. I've seen both sides of the spectrum, and I like one more than the other. So I just look back at it, see how far we came, and just continue to look at how far we can take it.
I hear you. I promise that's the last time we'll ask that then.
That's it.
Hey, and also I was thinking about mentors, like for you, like because when you blocked, it reminded us of Jerry Rice and John Taylor back in the day, and T.O. and the great Niner receivers who took blocking very seriously.
Yep.
But it made me wonder about mentors, like is there somebody who's counseled you, I don't know, during your training in the spring, in the summer, guys you look up to, guys you've talked to outside the building maybe?
Most of the time, it's just guys that I've grown close to while playing with them. I still everybody knows Muhammad Sanu. I love having Muhammad Sanu. I went down there and worked with him a little bit this all season. Still continue to talk to him all the time. Send routes, send different looks back and forth all the time. I worked TJ Husmanzada. He was the coach that I worked with a lot coming out of the draft and early on in my career, just taking stuff from him. So I would say probably those two guys. And then also my one of my close friends. He was a receiver as well. So talking to him, but nobody. Yeah, I don't have any names that you guys might be looking for, but
Sanu and Husmanzada. That's notable for sure. Hey, last one for you is last night, terrible news for the NFL that Aaron Rodgers got hurt. My question to you is about turf.
Oh, man.
And are you of the belief that this artificial turf, particularly at MetLife Stadium, is a real problem? Is that true?
For me, I think I'm with the guys. I think most of the guys, maybe probably all of them, would agree that we like to play on this grass, that old grass. I think it's good for us as players. We go out there, we practice on grass all the time. We come back, and you feel a lot better playing on grass. So I don't want to get too much into it. The debate goes on forever, but I'm definitely standing with the guys and and for sure believe that the grass is best for us.
All right.
Tough deal for A-Rod. I was watching the game last night. I was really looking forward to seeing how the Jets looked in that game. And without him, especially great player he is, it was kind of tough. So
yeah,
prayers out to him.
It is brutal. All right, Brandon, we'll end it on this, man. Rams week. You know, we had Ronnie Lott on earlier today. He used to always just tell us, man, hey, it's Rams week.
Rams week.
And so, I mean, you're going to L.A. We had a joke from a listener. Said it's going to be a good home opener because there'll be so many 49ers fans there, right?
Hey.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have to. They know what time it is when the Niners are going out to LA. So I hope everybody's got their gear ready, and we can add another home game to the schedule this season.
Totally.
Well, it's always a good rivalry game, and hey, man, they shocked everybody with that win in Seattle. Got your attention, right?
For sure. They played a great game. I'm gonna check it out. I haven't dove into the field yet, but I'm gonna check it out and see what those guys are up to. But I definitely saw that they got a dub over another team in the way. So check it out.
Brandon, you're always a gracious guest, and you're generous with your time, and we sure do appreciate you calling in.
Great
on the
having you
off day.
on, man.
Congrats on that opener, and we'll look forward to Sunday. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. You guys have a good one.
Cheers.
Brandon Ayuk with a little speaker issue, but
hey, he's on his way to work. What are you going to do?
Sincerity there in his voice and all his answers. He's always been good. He's always been good when he talks.
You know, you also realize now, like, he's going to have, like, this monster season, and then there's going to be, like, another decision to be made, Murph, at the end of this season involving salaries. And do I have to bring Malkovich in for him as well?
Pay that man his money.
Do I have to start getting Malkovich ready?
I think it's so creative with the cap, just moving it here and there. It's like the shell game on the New York sidewalk.
It's like
you
you said, it's a massage of sorts. Hey, by the way, also massaging this segment thanks to Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're chasing your goals or living your dreams, Redwood Credit Union is here to support you every step of the way. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
It's funny about Ayuk is that, you know, what is he? He's listed as 6 feet 200, but he looks smaller than
I agree
that,
with you.
doesn't
He looks about 5'11".
I would actually disagree. I think this year he looks bigger. Like when I saw him at
more
training
muscle.
camp, he looks
Muscle,
a lot
but
more
not the height.
muscular.
Yeah.
Not that
I agree.
tall.
He's a little
but
more
his
muscle.
shoulders have filled out. Like he has got into his grown man body now.
You see the result of that when he's pancaking fools in the open field, the strength.
That is bigger because he did come into the league kind of tiny. I wouldn't say tiny, but on the smaller side.
A little lanky, right?
Yeah.
And he was a little smaller, yeah.
Not that tall. I thought he was going to be like a real speedster, but he's just turning into a dude, like a middle. He can work the middle of the field. He can work you deep. Now, the Niners are not a deep ball team, but, I mean, this guy, his back shoulder catch against Peterson there.
I remember sitting in my couch.
Sorry to interrupt, but a draft pick that hit.
It's so funny. That's exactly where I was going because I remember sitting at home during the COVID shows, and I remember one day we had Herm Edwards on, and Herm was telling us about Brandon Ayuk. He's like, dude, you guys, this kid is an athlete beyond like what you're used to seeing. He's incredibly fast. He's a hard worker. He's got great hands. Anyway, the point is, Herm was gushing about Ayuk when we had him on. Do you remember that conversation when we had Herm during COVID?
Absolutely.
We talked a lot of Ayuk with him, and he told us exactly what we're seeing now.
We got 415 saying Brandon Ayuk's got to be top 3 favorite 49er. 209, freaking love Brandon. Somebody give that man his money. And how about his comment, too?
Pay that man his money.
He doesn't want to get too into it, but the grass turf thing, man. I mean,
he didn't. He was very, very diplomatic. He didn't want to be controversial, but
and I know this is like an age-old debate, but I don't know why. And we got to praise Jed for rolling out the grass down there because it is easy to say, field turf, we don't have to monitor it.
10 times out of 10, you're going to be in better hands with real grass.
Smoking grass.
Either way, on the surface, in your hand, whatever it might be.
Smoking grass.
Yeah,
herb is a plant.
And that's the thing. It's good for everything.
Herbs are good for everything. Herb is a plant.
It's a plant.
So anyway, number 11, Brandon Ayuk. Other 11's probably who?
Well, Alex Smith. I mean, he was the 11.
See him on the ESPN Sunday morning?
I did. He looks awesome. Love Alex Smith on the mic. I saw him last night, too. He was up in the booth doing Countdown.
And we need to send a Murph and Max shout-out to his daughter. She's battling health issues. And his little young daughter, I think she's only 7 years old. And it's just another, just a situation where they're working on some stuff with her brain.
Smith. He's a good man.
And
he
deserves nothing but good things.
Yeah, I agree.
So we send
prayers. Yes.
Nothing but best wishes and best possible thoughts there to the Smith family. Thanks,
see him
Murph.
there.
Yes,
for sure.
Any 11s before Alex?
On the Niners, boy, I'm unable to come up with anything before Alex Smith. And I know my numbers pretty well. Help me out. Niner fans, 11s? I don't know if I can help you.
I don't know. I got it.
Not a lot of them, Murph.
I can look it up for you.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's end the suspense. I know, because now it's going to bother me all day.
All right,
This will bother me all day, Marcus. 40-11. You know what I mean? And I don't want to look. I don't want to fact check. I like to, if it's not in my head, like, I don't want to check. I want someone to tell me.
I got it.
That's my criteria. It's my process.
My laptop is a little sluggish right
Yeah.
now, buddy. I don't know what's going on here.
So far, nothing on the text line either.
Best 49er to wear each number. No, we don't want that one because that's not going to be
So
it.
you got your Alex Smith, your Brandon Ayuk's.
Why don't I tease this? Triple E says Marquise Goodwin.
Here comes, they're coming in now. You guys, thank you. Jeff Brom, Forever Niner, Jeff Brom.
Did he wear 11?
Yes, he did. Great call. And then, no, Tim Rattay was 13. That guy's wrong. Here's another one saying Steve Spurrier. Little before my time there, but that sounds right.
Marquise Goodwin says Triple E with his legs behind his
Tim Rattay was 13. I'm like 99% positive.
All right, man. I just wanted to
Was
close.
Gerbach 11?
Maybe.
He might have been.
Maybe.
Might have been.
All right, I think I need to clear my laptop.
It's a
I
tough
got
one.
like 11 windows open.
No,
on
let
my
us go to
laptop.
work. I know.
All right, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side. It's been a fun Tuesday, mostly about Aaron Rodgers. Jeez. And getting, somebody said, not playoff fever with the Giants, playoff rash. Playoff rash. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's fun to watch IU do his thing. And
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Absolutely. I think the run game, even the pass game as well, but especially the run game, we're all tied together. 11 guys. 11 guys are set for 11 guys, and sometimes we have one guy left for the back to handle. But if you got guys flying around and playing with their hair on fire, then sometimes we can cover up everybody. And on that play, Christian makes one miss, and everybody else is covered up.
There it is, Brandon Ayuk. I see you working, Waterboy. I see you working. Why don't we keep that behind closed doors? Although now it's in front of closed doors.
All shall be revealed soon enough, you guys. For real. You'll see.
Waterboy's voting loudly. He's voting loudly here.
Grateful Dead played just a couple times in Oakland, only on Halloween night. And when they would, Jerry would sing Werewolves of Oakland, just for your head.
To get the big cheer?
Just for your head.
Well, some great lyrics. He's a hairy-handed gent who runs amok in Kent.
Better not let him in.
Yeah, there he is, man. Well, here he is. Well, he's not a hairy-handed gent. He's Johnny Lund.
Johnny Lund's in the house.
Is G-Pop in there? I can't see.
Where's G-Pops?
He dialed and styled?
Hey, Greg.
He's dialed and styled.
I see him.
There he is.
What's up, boys?
Hey, Greg. How you doing, man?
Little Aaron Rodgers
Not
discussion.
good. Not good.
What's
wrong? There was
wrong?
a trip on that punt return last night. How the hell they missed that?
Oh, the
call?
leg whip. Yeah, profound leg whip.
What was that?
Yeah.
Was that not obvious?
Right out there in broad daylight. Like Murph said, though, on 9/11 in New York with the Jets running about.
Really?
That's how they wrote the script, man.
You did that all for
script
that?
writers, man. You couldn't
we
write
went all
that
the way to
stuff.
overtime for that? Seriously?
Is that a leg whip? Is that Joe Burrow calling it out?
That
Textbook
Conrad
leg whip.
Dobler
Textbook.
is rolling over in his grave right now.
Yeah.
How about the
Conrad
Dwayne
Dobler
Brown
did that.
whiff on Leonard Floyd that allows Rodgers to get right on in there?
That's a cut block. They were doing that early in the game. They
How
did it on
about
the
your
right
quarterback
side.
stop throwing interceptions?
But he missed
That'd be
on the
good.
cut
That's
block.
part of it, too,
Maybe
John.
3 interceptions by Josh Allen.
That would
Tag on Buffalo. Go ahead. We'll see you February the 11th in Vegas. 49ers and Bills Super Bowl.
Okay. That was a tough one, though, for the Western New York crowd.
That was
last
not good.
night. Yeah.
That was not good. The quarterback's got to stop turning the ball over.
Unbelievable,
Solved
Greg.
it.
Yeah.
What's going on with him?
He's a little prone.
Well, could it be that Jet defense was so good they rattled him, Greg?
Well, the way they play, it's solid. They play, cover 3 and bail technique, even though they got the great, talent on both sides, and DJ Reed and, Sauce. They like to open up, and he doesn't want to check it down. He wants it. The first one was a punt. He just threw it deep.
Yeah.
And then he got fooled on a couple. But the one that really was like, what's going on? It was the fumble.
Yeah.
I think the Jet sweeper may have distracted him on that. It went right through his hands, but that's not the story. It's
No.
I mean, come on. Trent Green. Remember Trent Green when he went to the Rams, got hurt right away by Rodney Harrison. And
Trent Green.
They went to Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
Vinny Testaverde in the late 90s. I mean, but 4 plays into his career and all the talk about Aaron Rodgers. I mean, my Lord.
And then we started talking about just what does Achilles mean anymore? Like, is that it? Are you done, or can you come back from these things? I mean, there's so many different questions. So you guys have it all.
Have a good show, boys.
Papa and Lunch.
Yes, sir.
OG, thanks for your work, Marcus.
Cheers,
I think
y'all.
Triple E's back tomorrow. He tested negative. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Are you crying?
No, I'm pissed. You don't know the journey. You don't know.
It's not good.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman.
San Francisco!
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
First and 10, Jet 43. There's the snap. Sets and looks. Look out from the side. He's grabbed, spun, and sacked down. Brought down on the play by Leonard Floyd. Harvey Kane's rocketing through. He sacks Rodgers. It's a loss of 9.
When that 3 plays in a row where there's been pressure up front, we knew that was.
Rodgers is down. Rodgers is down. Rodgers is pointing to his leg, and he got up on his feet and then fell down. But Floyd got him and twisted Rodgers. Sam Martin to punt. Deep back the rookie Gibson. Under the ball, looking into the lights. Makes the catch against his chest. 35. Breaks the tackle 40. Comes to the near side of the block with the 50. Down the near side of the 40. Room to roam. 35-30. Got a block at the 25-20. He goes inside the 15. Breaks the tackle. 5. Touchdown! Touchdown! The Jets have won! The Jets have won!
All right, I'll deal with the quarterback real quick. Concerned with his Achilles. MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen, so prayers tonight, but it's not good.
Well, as expected, an MRI confirmed just a short time ago that Aaron Rodgers suffered a complete tear of his left Achilles tendon. That means that Rodgers, barring a miracle long shot comeback in the playoffs, is done for the 2023 regular season.
Wow. What a night. The scriptwriters are on fire. Who'd have thought Aaron Rodgers gets hurt 4 plays and 1 pass into his Jets tenure. And Josh Allen throws all the interceptions to one guy, and the catch in the end zone by Wilson, and great calls by Kevin Harlan there. And at the end, Tyler Bass doinks it in. They go to overtime, and the guy that was featured on Hard Knocks wins the game. And yes, there was a penalty. What a Monday nighter. And we have Giants, we have more 49ers, we had a ton of stuff. But, man, you can't script that stuff last night. That was crazy.
A blatant penalty. Just a penalty? That was a leg whip and a trip, and I don't know how they blew that call, but Buffalo did not deserve to win the game. They just played shabbily, and they allowed the Jets to hang close. And, it just got to that point, and the quarterback turned it over incessantly. But the story of the game is Aaron Rodgers. I mean, 4 plays into his Jets career after all we talked about and the hang-up and the trade between the Jets and the Packers and Gutekunst and Joe Douglas. They finally got it done right before the draft, and Aaron's a new guy, and he's living in New York and going to Rangers and Knicks games and the U.S. Open and plays, and he's the man about town. He's the new Broadway A-Rod. And for it to disintegrate immediately, John, is just unbelievable. But going back to Hard Knocks, they had questions about that offensive line and Mekhi Becton in particular. And he had that look in his eye. Remember when the 49ers played him in 2019, that Sunday night game? I think it was week 12 on the way to the Super Bowl. He had a deep look in his eyes like, we can't block these guys and I'm in trouble. And he had it right away. And he had that look from the first snap of the game, and there weren't many. He only got to the 4th snap, but he had that look in his eye. He almost got sacked on the play before. He stumbled out. He was under constant pressure. They wanted a quick throw him. They wanted to get the ball out, so it was supposed to be, short drops and cut the ends, and we're not going to block for long, and they couldn't get him on the ground either time to the right, and then Mekhi Becton could not get Leonard Floyd on the ground. And then you saw it right away, and I guess because of Kevin Durant and what happened with him, John, and the calf, whenever you have an existing calf injury, you just worry about an Achilles. And right away, when he looked over to the sideline and then sat back down, you knew this is bad. He just had a look on him that he ain't coming back in this game. And then they put the boot on and the blue tent, and we waited and squirmed, and Adam Schefter got all angry at halftime, and everybody on Twitter's blowing up. But it was pretty obvious what was going to happen to him. And but the amazing thing is somehow the Jets found a way to win a game. We'll see where it goes from here. But so early in his Jets career, now the question is, Pat McAfee was saying this morning, and he knows him pretty well, Aaron Rodgers is not married. He doesn't have kids. A lot of times when you retire, you want to retire to go home, especially when you're in your late 30s, and like Tom Brady, you've missed so much of your life and maybe cost you a few relationships along the way, and there's just more to life. For Aaron, football is kind of his life. He is from this area, obviously, and Cal and Chico, and so we'll see where it goes, John. But that was, everybody was just shocked to the point where Peyton Manning had no idea that Zach Wilson is still on the New York Jets. He had to read his nameplate on his back and go, Wilson?
He was killing him the whole game.
Is he still on the team? Seriously? How do you not know that?
He's like, is it Ken O'Brien? It was classic.
Richard Todd. I think he went Richard Todd first.
Well, and the other things, too, is the ramifications for the league. I mean, they're on national TV 5 more times I'm sure this weekend CBS was stoked to have them against Dallas, and there's a game later, the Kansas City game.
Friday.
And they play,
How about Black Friday?
And they play Philadelphia. And so, you always wonder why we talk about the quarterback so much, and B, why they try to protect the quarterback so much. Number one, the Jets season is irreparably damaged. Zach Wilson, I don't know how much he's soaked up on Hard Knocks from Aaron Rodgers, but he's not Aaron Rodgers. And the other thing is, and it was the first thing that popped to my mind, and they said they put new turf in there, and David Bakhtiari right afterwards. Now it's the turf discussion again, because it's the same place that Nick got hurt and Solomon Thomas got hurt and Raheem Mostert and on down the line. Lots of guys have gotten hurt there. All the players want grass. The owners like the financial side of turf. And so, I don't know if grass would have saved that injury. I have no idea. But the financial implications, back to all these different things. And as you said, it's unfortunate whether you like Aaron Rodgers or not that he doesn't, we don't get to fulfill one of the biggest, if not the biggest storyline of the season. We'll just never know.
Well, I mean, what do they do with the Black Friday game? You can't move that off Amazon Prime, right? I guess you could. They do have the ability to flex out of it. I don't know. You could move a team from Sunday to Friday. I mean, your point about the national television schedule. I mean, the Jets had the maximum number of primetime games allowed. Plus, they were going to get a lot of Nance and Romo on CBS. It's New York, and it's Aaron Rodgers. And I even wonder, John, what the ratings were impacted last night. I mean, 4 plays into the game, Aaron Rodgers is out. How many people just clicked the game off? There a lot of people were there to see Aaron Rodgers play, and I know it was 9/11. It was stirring, and and it was a good game. It wasn't a well-played game, but it wasn't a competitive game. So I don't know. It's still New York, so you're going to get that market, obviously, and we'll see where it went. But I think it had an immediate impact on the ratings last night. And then are they going to flex out? How many times are they on Sunday Night Football? And you can't start flexing on a Sunday night until later. So they're not buried now. I mean, Sal is a good coach. He's a good defensive coach. Obviously, we root for him. I mean, my main thought was what happens to him. This is all collateral damage, and you can't blame him for. Mekhi Becton missed he didn't cut him. He didn't cut Floyd, so it is a football play. But you can't blame the coach for that. But the owner, and he's already very difficult to deal with. He is. He loves football. He was gone for a while when he worked for Trump, and he was a U.S. ambassador. What was he, the ambassador to the UK, I think? And things were peaceful in Florham Park when he was gone. And his brother ran things, and now he comes back, and he's just one of those guys that meddles all the time. And when you pay somebody, he immediately thinks that they should be the best player on the field every single snap. It doesn't work that way in sports. You just have to pay the guys that you have to pay, like Quinnen Williams, and then Aaron's contract, John, and the way they structured that, and the draft pick compensation going to Green Bay. I mean, the whole thing gets extremely complicated. But I can't recall a game. They were citing Testaverde in the late '90s. He got hurt, and Chad Pennington, Trent Green, but it was a preseason game. And who the hell is Trent Green? He's not Aaron Rodgers. And that did spawn the great story of Kurt Warner. But can you recall a season-opening injury with all the eyeballs on one particular player, and then 4 plays into his next chapter of his life, an Achilles tear or any injury to knock him out for the rest of the year? I mean, it's unbelievable.
The Brady injury, was that the first game when he got hit against Kansas City?
Bernard
and then
Pollard.
Matt Castle came in, and they still went, I think, 10-6 that year, but they didn't make the playoffs.
11-5, but didn't make the
11-5,
playoffs.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, but it just underscores.
But he was already established.
Right.
He was already a star. It wasn't even change teams.
Right.
It was the Brady bill, we called it. Bernard Pollard of the Chiefs hit him low, and they changed where you could hit a quarterback. You can't hit him high, and you can't hit him below the knees because he wound up tearing his ACL. But that happened early that year. That's correct.
But it changes the fortunes, and there's no other position in sports, and it's not even close. I mean, it's too bad when a pitcher blows out his elbow. It's too bad when other positions. I mean, Nick Bosa that year that the 49ers lost him in that Jets game. That was pretty devastating. But there's just no other position in the sport. I mean, when Jimmy Garoppolo, love him or hate him, was healthy, the 49ers did well, and the only time he played 16 games, they went to the Super Bowl. When he went down, they struggled. I mean, there's just, for some reason, there just aren't enough of these guys to go around. There's not enough starters, let alone backups. And nothing against Zach Wilson. It's just the whole game. I was laughing out loud. My wife kept walking in going, what are you laughing at? Because Peyton Manning was just murdering Zach Wilson. I mean, every decision,
he ignored
every throw,
him. He went Johnny McEnroe and Ryan Fitzpatrick. McEnroe
every
was
scramble.
Good too.
He was.
funny.
And Fitzpatrick was good, except when he had his helmet on and you couldn't hear what he was saying. But but other than that, it was good. But you know, it is. It's just too bad. And you know, I'm not a Jets fan. I don't care. But I did want to see how the storyline would play out. You know, you're sitting there. It's like watching a show and then a character gets killed off, and it's like, what did they do that? Well, now the Jets don't have Aaron Rodgers, and you pointed this out. I mean, look, they got Kansas City coming up on a Sunday night. They got Dallas coming up this weekend. They got Philly coming up. They got 4 other games, as you said, a Black Friday national games. I mean, I don't know what networks do. I don't know, because they're always trying to negotiate new TV contracts, and it's based on eyeballs, and Aaron Rodgers equals eyeballs. Aaron Rodgers equals money. You know, people, you protect the quarterback too much. That's why, because they don't want the stars of the movie getting hurt, and that's huge.
How do you protect that? I mean,
there's nothing. There's nothing you can do, right? I don't know.
I wonder if Joe Douglas has already called 49-49 and asked John Lynch, Sam Darnold available?
Sam wouldn't go. He would say no.
They're not trading
You want
Sam
me to go
Darnold.
back to the Jets?
Because if you're a 49er fan and you're watching that, that's the shudder. When they bring that he went in the blue tent, the cart was to the side. But when he got himself on there and he had a walking boot on, you knew it was over. I mean, that's the moment where our season just got derailed, at least, if not canceled. So that's why you bring in Sam Darnold and you protect yourself with a backup quarterback. So, I mean, didn't you just think of what's the way this train stops is if you lose, you know, a prominent player, a left tackle, a left defensive end, or a right defensive end, or a QB, or, you know, they're just that's what you think of, is that you have this great plan for your season, and all of a sudden, the whole thing went up in smoke and got canceled. Wow.
Brutal. All right, we'll continue to talk about it. Text line is open. Love to get your thoughts. We got more 49ers for you, but your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers and all the long-reaching ramifications that it has, that injury last night, and it was confirmed this morning he is out for the year with that Achilles at 39. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Give us your thoughts on that as well. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Make sure you join the conversation. You can see our pretty faces on there as well. We'll give you the guest list, which is vast and awesome. The guys are doing a great job. Danny and Walter doing a great job as always. So we'll give you that guest list coming up next as well. It's Papa and Lund on your Tuesday. Nothing going on. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk, who did it with his hands, did it with his blocking, did it all against the Steelers. He joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss his huge day in Pittsburgh and how much confidence he has in the Big Rooster. Did he call him the Big Rooster? That's Brock Purdy, of course. Big Brain Brock, Rooster Brock. I prefer Rooster. Anyway, I digress. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
That sounds delicious, but what really gets me going is Italian food. And who did I see Sunday morning, Acrisure Stadium Field, before the 49ers kick off the new year? The one and only Tony Gemignani from Tony's in the North Beach. And where was he going? To Italy. Napoli, to be specific, to receive an award, because Tony Gemignani has the #1 ranked pizza in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York style, Detroit Sicilian, and Grandma Papa style pizzas as well. And Tony also makes the best fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini is one of my all-time favorites. Don't forget about Tony's other locations around the North Beach, like Capo's, where he makes a delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizza. One of his specialties is Chicago Italian beef sandwiches, a bit spicy, but those beefs are gigantic and they are mouth-watering. And don't forget to finish off your meal with a right super delicious Italian specialty like holy cannoli or tiramisu. And take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. He's got it all. And last but not least, don't forget about his more casual restaurants. The Slice House locations around, like if you're going to the Giants game tonight at Oracle Park, checking out Steph and the Warriors at Chase, or at Levi Stadium to watch the 49ers, because Tony Gemignani has been ranked number 1 in the world, and he's right now in Napoli receiving an award for that.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Who is the backup? Richard Todd or Ken O'Brien? Wilson still plays there?
Yeah. Yes, he's still there. He's the first round pick last year.
I didn't know they had any other quarterback besides Aaron Rodgers. That's the only quarterback I thought they had on the entire roster.
Classic. Eli and Peyton, they didn't do much homework. As we know, it was 2021, of course. He's not in his second year. He's in his third year, but whatever. I thought Manningcast was great last night. My favorite part was when they showed the Jets fan after the injury who gave him the middle bird, and then Peyton started giving Eli a bunch of crap because Eli did the double bird, and John McEnroe was there. That was a good time. I
Johnny
enjoyed that
Mac,
part.
my hero.
That was cool.
So he let out when Aaron got hit by Leonard Floyd.
was not
You
happy.
cannot be serious.
How about that story
Now the
he
thing
told?
about
That
the
was
thing about
great.
Peyton is he's a stand-up comedian. So to fully appreciate when Zach Wilson came into the game, it wasn't just the audio part. He was looking on the screen and squinting his eyes like he legitimately did not know that Zach Wilson is still the backup quarterback of the New York Jets.
Doesn't
And
watch
they
Hard
don't
Knocks?
have. They don't have. I don't know. I mean,
Clearly he does not.
He started the QB doc on Netflix. So
Right.
you think he'd look at the competition? I mean, legitimately, John.
No, he didn't know.
had no idea.
No.
You know how long I spent Saturday studying Mason Rudolph just in case he got in the game as Pittsburgh's emergency number 3 behind. And I love that quarterback surname with Pickett. I should have thought of that before.
Trubisky and
he threw
Rudolph.
a couple. Trubisky, and then it was Rudolph, the red-nosed
Right.
quarterback, who actually played against the 49ers in 19. But in any event, he had no idea.
So
and they just didn't talk about it. But I like the fact that they went to one guess per half.
Yeah, it was
and
better.
not one guess per quarter.
Yeah, and
I
not
thought it was
rushed.
better.
Yeah, I thought it was much better and not rushed, and it was fun. I enjoyed. I was going back and forth between each broadcast. Which, by the
Do
way,
you watch
speaking
that live? See, I always watch the game broadcast first.
I
and
do
then
the
in
other.
morning.
I flip.
I go back and I watch it and nitpick it for football insights. It's hard for me to watch if it was some team that I didn't care about, but it was Aaron Rodgers' first game with the Jets, and my Buffalo Bills were playing, so I was living and dying on every snap. So it's hard for me to watch that live when the game's unfolding.
Beyond that, too, flipping back over to Troy and Joe, 22 seasons together, and they've called the most NFL games together. That's wild. It doesn't mean they're the best. It just means they've called the most, which I didn't know that.
More than Summerall and Matt?
Yeah. So, anyway. That was
But they're
kinda
not nearly as beloved.
No, they're not
even
beloved at
close.
all, actually.
Not even close.
They're ridiculed,
Why is that?
actually.
Why is that?
It goes back to the old Joe Buck thing. People just don't for some reason, especially here.
Aikman,
People
is
don't like.
Aikman that? Do people love Aikman outside of the Metroplex?
Nah, he's just. And I like the guy because remember a couple years ago he was hawking beer in L.A. and he was on our show, and he's
The
a nice
8-ball.
enough guy.
He brought
right.
the 8-ball in, remember?
He's a nice enough guy. Got nothing against him, but it's just he's kind of,
He's yet to teach me one thing about the game.
He's like peanut butter on toast. Like it's okay.
And he's
I don't
yet
hate
to
it.
make
Just
me
like,
laugh.
Right. Oh, he's
It's either
not
laugh
funny.
or learn. You don't do either.
Right.
It's like,
no, he's not
okay.
funny at all.
That was obvious. Thank you.
No. So yeah, it's they're okay. I mean they're whatever. They're not my favorite, but wow, 22 seasons together. The other thing that comes of this too is obviously right away Tom Brady, who would have to divest his interest in the Raiders. I don't think he's going to the Jets, but Tannenbaum,
What's
other
he gonna
guys
play for $1?
Yeah, right. Well, here's the other thing too, and by the way,
How
on
much
the
is
text,
Rodgers making this year?
well, he's making a lot. His cap number is only $8.9 million for the Jets. It's $40 million for the Packers, who, by the way, aren't getting a first-round pick. They're getting a second-round pick because he's not going to play in 65% of the snaps. So they don't like that either.
Will he play in 0.5%? I mean, he can't
4
come
snaps.
back and
That's
play.
it.
It's September
Right.
11th he did.
He's not playing.
No
so
way.
the other thing, though, is quarterback speculation. Somebody called and said, as you pointed out, WFAN in New York was talking about Darnold. I just can't see it.
The Niners aren't trading.
They're not doing it. Well, they're not trading him, and he ain't going back to New York. Brady's name popped up. A bunch of other guys who were retired names popped up. That always does it.
They did bring up Sam Darnold in New York. That's interesting.
Somebody called
we had
in.
the
I
list,
just can't see it.
the Rick Gosselin poll last week, and he was voted the best backup quarterback in. I mean, who would trade their backup quarterback right now?
Dallas.
I mean, would the Rams trade and Matthew Stafford, and we'll get more into it later in the week because we're playing Lar on Sunday. He is completely back.
Well, and that's the problem, right? Is because you're not. Let's say the Rams started 0-4. Well, then Rodgers got hurt. Well, maybe then they'd trade him because they weren't going
the
anywhere.
trading deadline's Halloween,
Right,
So
but-
you're deeper into the season.
Sure.
But by then, the Jets could still be close enough to make a run.
Exactly.
They could call.
Nobody
I mean,
knows what they are yet.
Well, one thing is for sure, and we heard it from Mike Lombardi last year, John, and he was talking about it when the new league year started, and there was a date where Stafford's money was going to be fully guaranteed, and then there were reports afterwards where they wanted to trade Stafford, they wanted to restructure his contract. He wouldn't do any of that. Now that they've won their first game, I don't know if it changes your perspective. I think you could probably get Les Snead to engage right now about trading for Matthew Stafford. But what does Matthew Stafford make? How do the Jets fit him, and how do they have to restructure every guy on the team? I mean, the 49ers cleared off $42 million over the weekend, so there is a way to do that. And I'm sure the people at Florham Park love Matthew Stafford the way Kyle likes him. And I mean, last year he was just not healthy. He is over whatever happened to his elbow. And when did he do that exactly? Because he won the Super Bowl. Was it when he got loaded at the celebration? Their victory parade?
No, because remember, a woman reporter fell off the stage, but he didn't. But so I don't think he was there.
Who knows when he fell at home? I mean, he was gassed that day. When did he hurt his elbow? But he's over that. Last year, that's not Stafford's wonky elbow. That'd be the one guy. But what would you have to give up to get him? Probably not a lot.
Oh yeah, I think now with leverage wise, if you're you at least are getting a 1, right? You're getting a 1 for Stafford.
Well, then how much does he know the system there? Nathaniel Hackett does run Kyle's offense. In fact, there was discussions with Kyle Shanahan about bringing Nathaniel Hackett here, after Mike McDaniel left, but he wound up getting the head coaching job in Denver. So he runs Kyle's offense there. This is Paul Hackett, who was with Bill Walsh, and, the birth of the West Coast offense. So it's a similar offense. Mike LaFleur was there before. Now Mike is out, interestingly, with the Rams. So, I mean, if you wanted to save the year, if I'm Robert Saleh, and if this year crashes and burns for him, that owner may just fire him. He may fire him in the middle of the year, John. So if you're Saleh, you're having those discussions right now. The question is, what do we have to give up? Would the Rams do it? And how do we fit him under the salary cap? But Stafford would be the guy you go get.
Well, and I think you're right in that, a lot of the names that have been thrown out there, they're not much better, if any better, than Zach Wilson. If you're the Jets and you have the expectation level that they have and the ownership expectation that they have, and you're Robert Saleh, you got to go out and get a difference maker. You can't just go out and get Teddy Bridgewater from the Lions. That ain't going to do anything for you.
No, Stafford, but this is not fantasy football. Can they do it? In the draft pick, you can give up draft picks. Can they fit Stafford's money? How would you do it? And then what do you do what if Aaron Rodgers wants to play next year, John? And he's not going to retire. Then what do you do? Flip Matthew Stafford after this? I mean, this would be like, remember when they went to get Sam Bradford that one year?
It's Minnesota after Bridgewater got hurt.
Teddy Bridgewater got hurt.
That's exactly.
But we're not talking Sam Bradford and Teddy Bridgewater. We're talking Aaron Rodgers and Matthew Stafford, who just won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. If you're the Jets and you came out of it like, woo, we won the game, you wake up this morning and probably went to bed in the trauma. I mean, I would think legitimately Stafford would be the guy you'd go after. But would the Rams trade him? Maybe they'll wait a few more weeks till they lose a few more games. Are they trying to win this year with the Rams? You trade Stafford. Who are they going to play? Stetson Bennett? And then wait for the USC quarterback? I mean, you could go conspiracy theory of all time there, but would the Rams trade Stafford? What would it take to get him? And how would the Jets fit him under the cap? But Stafford would be the guy, right? He's the guy that would save your season, SOS.
Yeah. And again, look, I know that the cap is an illusion, and we were talking to Mike Silver last week, and we were talking about the Niners' issues in the future, and he said, hey, they've been having these issues since '94 and Dion, and I get that. But I'm just looking at his contract, and I'm sure there's a way around this, but his dead cap this year is $106 million. And his cap hit.
What does that mean? If they trade him,
that's
$106 million hit?
Yeah, so I mean.
You can't spread that out?
They must. There must be something they could do, but he just signed a new contract last year, and it's a backloaded contract.
Well, it was the restructure. Remember that date triggered right when the new league year started, and Lombardi was saying he's got to be traded. I think it was the Friday after the Wednesday of the new league year, John. It was like that second or third day, remember? And once it hit 1 o'clock, they had to pay him. And what did he get? Like $59 million guaranteed or something, right?
So, yeah, but his cap hit this year is not bad. If you're the Jets, it's $20 million. It's just the Rams taking a huge hit. But then it goes 50 and 50 in the next 2 years after that. So, like you said, then the Jets could handle it. It's just that the Rams would take a massive hit, and then the Jets would have $50 million the next 2. And the thing with Rodgers' contract is it's low this year, but then it explodes the next 2 years after this. So it's a major problem. It's a major problem.
So
I would not want to be the Jets.
Is it just unrealistic?
I mean, they could fit him under. It's just that this dead cap space that the Rams would take is astronomical. So basically, the Rams
so
would
what's
just
their
say,
motivation?
Exactly.
To get back a pile of draft.
You want to give me
picks
2 ones?
To lose on purpose to get Caleb Williams.
Right, because then they could get a couple of ones maybe if the Jets were that desperate. And then you say, okay, we'll package our ones and go up and get Caleb Williams, right? From USC, right in town. I don't know. What a crazy situation.
I just texted JV Long, the voice of the Rams.
Oh.
Could you trade Stafford?
What did he say?
And he wrote, nah, I'm just the radio guy.
That's the best. What a great line. All right, we'll get into the baseball side of things. We were very busy with the 49ers yesterday, but it's 4 in a row. It is still a log jam. I was watching some of the other baseball games. It was busy at my house. Getting dirty looks from the wife Saturday, Sunday. I'm like, oh, sorry, Monday night's the Jets and the Bills and the Giants, and the Cubs are on.
The Golden Bachelor, which you're going to be on. You're going to be on next fall on the Golden Bachelor. You're going to be the Bay Area's Golden Bachelor.
That's a good-looking guy on the Golden Bachelor, by the way. Dude's 70.
But the women, they're lining up for him. Come on.
I haven't seen the women. They have walkers.
It's a cougar club. Dear God. They've all got walkers. Who wants to watch that? Have you seen that?
No, I have not seen it. I've seen a lot of ads for it, obviously. And my wife keeps saying, are you going to watch that one with me? And I'm like, no, I'm not going to watch that one.
Who wants to watch old people hooking up?
See, that's what I said. I didn't want to watch myself do it. Tonight on the Golden Bachelor.
Well, that's coming up later. Tell Laney be careful. You're going to be on the Golden Bachelor.
Exactly. Edith comes up to the Golden Bachelor. Uh-oh. We need a stand-in for Edith. No, just kidding. All right. Let's get to some
First
Giants
date
baseball.
is the Botox bar.
Exactly.
Hey, not going there.
Let's go see the face doc. All right, we'll talk some Giants baseball. It's 4 in a row. We'll get you up to date on what's going on, what happened last night. Alex Cobb, late night Lamont makes an appearance. We'll get into all of it next on eSports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Tuesday, September 26th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Williams into his wind-up throws. There's a smash! Soaring high and deep, way back in right field, and onto the arcade. Goodbye! Yastrzemski leads off with a home run, and the Giants promptly have a 1-0 lead.
Listen up. We won a game yesterday. If we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
That is Lou Brown, of course, when they were the Indians. Major League, right? Major League. There you go.
It is.
Yeah.
And they won again last night. They won 4 in a row, John. This is the streakingest team I've ever seen. They have been on a 4-game or a 5-game, 6-game, 10-game winning streak, and conversely the other side on losing streaks. It's unbelievable. But right now they're on a heater ever since Farhan's speech on Friday night. And you know also when it was called into that room was Ron Wotus. Got to hear what what speech he gave. Maybe he gave him the Lou Brown speech.
It has happened before.
That sounds more like Bochy.
That's true.
That's Bochy.
We'll see. Give me some wine.
Got to get these bats going. Well, we are.
Yeah. And so the Cubs win last night. They've won a couple after stumbling a little bit. Again, it looks like the Phillies are going to be one of those teams. The Diamondbacks, they win, so they're at 69 losses. The Giants are at 70. The Marlins lose, they're at 70. And the Reds are at 71. So, again, D-back 69, Giants 70, 70 for the Marlins, 71 for the Reds. So this thing is going to come down to it, and that's for one spot if we assume the Phillies and the Cubs are going to get there.
Yeah.
And pretty cool last night. I mean, late night Lamont, we haven't heard from late night Lamont in a while, so he gets late night. Alex Cobb is just saying to heck with it, that hip. He's just pitching through that, and this is rarely the case, but last night it was nice to see Mike Yastrzemski get them off on the right foot early.
He is. He's leading off now, which he did when he was a younger player when he first got here. I remember him hitting high in the order, either lead off or second. I mean, he is on fire right now. Last 5 games, he's 10 for 16 with a couple of bombs, and he's leaving earth right away. And that pitch, that was that fastball that kind of gobbles him up a little bit, but he was able to pull his hands in, and just a great swing. He is so locked in. He looks so good. Everything in the outfield is better when Yastrzemski plays. I mean, he's just so fundamentally sound. We had Sean Estes will join us at 10:50, John, and I hate to keep bringing up the Alex Cobb and the 131 pitches. He was pitching for a no-hitter a couple of weeks ago, so it's against Cincinnati. So it's certainly, I'm not saying he shouldn't have started the 9th, but right when he gave up a hit, and Matos didn't have a great angle on it, and he gave up a run, the no-no's gone, the shutout's gone, get him out of the game. He didn't wind up throwing a lot more pitches, but he's been pitching with this right hip impingement going back to a start in Colorado, and watching him work last night, and then, the 131, and then he takes a regular turn the next time out. We didn't second or third guess. We first guessed it. And I'm not saying he shouldn't have gone for the no-hitter, but once he gave up the no-hitter, get him out of the game immediately. And they didn't do it. They didn't want somebody up in the bullpen where he could see it. I don't know. I think he was so locked in on Patrick Bailey's glove, his catcher's mitt, he wouldn't have noticed. But in any event, to ask him to throw all those pitches and then come back on regular rest and pitch in San Diego, and he didn't pitch well. It hasn't gone well for him, John. And now, I mean, last night, it was hard to watch him pitch. Every single pitch he was grimacing. And he's still throwing hard, so he's just going through the pain. But he's saying it's no structural damage on the hip. That may be true, and I'm sure it is. Dave Greshner knows what he's doing. But he's upper bodying the throw. He's not driving his legs. It's on his back leg. So he can't fire off. I don't know, where this is going. And then Kyle Harrison's going to throw tomorrow. We'll be at the patio. He's lost some velo since he threw 91 pitches. So I wasn't on board with this when they did it. But the bottom line is they're winning. Stay hot here. Try to win again. And Sean Manaea is going to actually start a game tonight for the first time since May the 10th. And he's built up. He could go deep in the game. And then, we'll be out there for the patio, our last one of the year. Maybe we go back in the playoffs when Kyle pitches, and hopefully there's a big group from De La. Then you got to go to Denver and just beat the Rockies, John, and they do nothing but beat the Rockies. What are they, 16-1 against them? I mean, it's unbelievable. And then to me, it comes down, the Phillies and Cubs you're not going to touch. You have time if you get white hot, but realistically, if Phillies, you're 5 back. You did win the season series with them, so if you tie, you're good. The Cubs swept you, and they took 2 out of 3 here, so you're 3 back of them. A tie, they get it. Really, you're in this third wild card, and John Miller loves to call it the wild card division. Like it's a whole new division now? I guess so. So it's Padres are dead, so it's a 4-team division. Diamondbacks, Marlins, Giants, Reds. One goes.
That's it.
And to me, you got to get it lined up for Arizona. It starts a week from tonight, Tuesday the 19th. Wednesday's a day game. Not too many day games in Arizona. That's a weird one. But anyway, to me, it may come down to those two. Now, Miami, they got bombed yesterday, and Cincinnati looks like they're young. They could still get into it, but I think it's going to come down to the Giants and Diamondbacks, John. And you got to be in a position now where you don't necessarily have to sweep them when you go there. You just need to win the season series. You're up 6-5 with them. So if you win one of the two, you get the tiebreaker. So don't fall too far behind them. Right now they're 76-69. You're 74-70. So you're 1 back in the loss, but they've got 2 more wins than you. But, beat Cleveland tonight behind Manaea and then Harrison, and then go to Colorado. And, boy, can you sweep them again or take 3 out of 4? Off day on Monday the 18th, and then roll into Arizona, John. I think it may come down to those 2 games against the D-backs.
Well, those are going to be great pitching matchups, too. This is what's projected. So that Tuesday the 19th, Harrison versus Zach Gallen. And the 20th is projected to be Logan Webb versus
Merrill Kelly. Woogie.
Who has been a pain in the ass to the Giants for a long time.
It's not what the pain is. It's on my face. Something about Woogie.
So,
you can't hit that guy.
That ain't great, man.
But he's got something wrong with him. His last outing, didn't he leave early?
Yeah.
He's having this problem with dehydrating or something.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know.
Dude, you're in the desert. Drink water.
That's never been your problem,
exactly.
Golden Bachelor.
I can show you.
Are you drinking a soda today? What's going on? I've never seen you drink a soda.
You know what? I don't. This is a diet soda, and I don't even like diet sodas. I just needed something, and I didn't have a chance to get water, so I just ran back there and grabbed something real quick. But
seriously?
I'm a water.
I don't think I've ever seen you drink a soda.
Yeah, I'm not a soda person. I'm not enjoying it.
And if you're going to drink a soda, you got to go to McDonald's, right?
Yeah. But did you see they're taking away that thing? They're going to do it.
What are they doing?
Well, McDonald's, as long as you can remember, you fill your own cup up, right? You can make all sorts of
free
stuff.
refills.
They're gonna do away with that because of germs and the such. Now they're gonna put it behind the counter, that's ridiculous.
So you got to pay for it, or do they give you the free refill behind? Wouldn't the free refills behind the counter spread more germs?
I guess you could, but I would think, but I just I don't know, that's a tradition.
Do you have to pay? Do you have to pay for the free? The free refills aren't filling any full anymore.
They probably will do that. Probably let you do that. But I like doing it myself. I don't want to do that.
Can you top off my big gulp?
Because it's the same reason I go through the self-serve at the Safeway. I don't want to talk to anybody. Okay, talk to people all day long.
I never use that.
100%. I don't care if I have 500 things in my cart and everyone's staring at me.
I got to go through that. Otherwise, I don't get. Hey, what'd you think of the Niners Sunday, Papa?
That's why you liked the pandemic. You had a mask on, you had glasses on, gloves. Nobody knew who you were.
I think no one's going to notice me.
Yeah.
Greg Papa? Is that you?
Ned Ryerson? You do that every day. You're Bill Murray every day. No matter what.
I don't like using the self-serve checkout.
You don't? Oh.
No. Even if I have like one item, I could go in for a piece of gum.
I don't like talking to people.
I don't like it.
I don't like, how are you today? I'm great. How are you? Let's go. Anyway.
Plastic or paper.
Exactly.
I have this bag I brought. You're putting it in that. My satchel.
Yes, my satchel.
My satchel
in the
page.
West. All right, Sean Estes joins us. Coming up next, what does he see down the stretch? And he knows the D-backs. If it's going to come down to that two-game series, he is in the desert, so we'll ask him about that as well. 10:50 for Sean, 11:30 for Susan Susser. We moved her off on Monday, so we got a lot of Giants coming for you. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Don't eat another peanut. Take a drink.
I'm done talking. I'm done.
Oh, it is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. He can help you with all your tax issues. And today we're talking about ERC. Steve, what's that all about?
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers by giving them, that's right, giving them, not a loan, giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21 if you qualify. Now, I know some of you out there are saying, oh, your CPA already told you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough. That is only one of two ways to qualify. And, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney. A lot of CPAs I've spoken to only want to do the math test, and they tell you you don't qualify. But there's a second test, and you only have to pass one out of the two. The reason they told me they didn't like it is they have to do analysis. They don't like that. They do numbers. We're tax attorneys. We do the analysis. Of course, not everybody qualifies, but a lot of people do qualify on this facts and circumstances test that don't qualify under the math test, the drop in gross revenue. That being the case, so many people are getting hundreds of thousands, a few millions. Don't leave all that money on the table. Call us for a second opinion. Find out if you qualify.
Do it right now. Call Steve Moskowitz, like you said, Moskowitz LLP, to find out if you qualify at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to moskowitzllp.com.
On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, it's 4 in a row for the Gigantes. We will be on the patio tomorrow for the final time, at least of the regular season. Maybe be there for postseason action, and then back at it with the Rockies. And a week from today, very important Series 2 against the Diamondbacks. That's where our good friend Sean Estes is, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line to talk all about it. What's happening? How are you?
Well, I'd be a lot better if I would have drafted Brandon Ayuk on my fantasy football team.
Did you draft Aaron Rodgers?
You non-Niners.
Yeah. See, you now let non-Niners.
Who are your wide receivers?
Hey, after week one, you have bragging rights right now, Pop. I get it, but I liked Ayuk, but I couldn't get him.
Who are your wide receivers?
Chris Olave had a nice game with the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Tyler Lockett, I don't think he even showed up to the game.
No, and they were not good all around.
And then those are my two starters. Jared Judy, who's hurt right now with the Broncos. So they'll be good when he gets back. And then I got some young guys that that probably will be good at some point this year. We'll see.
You didn't draft Aaron Rodgers, though. That's probably the best news, right?
Oh, I didn't get him. Yeah, good. I did not get him, fortunately.
Yeah,
I got Justin Fields. I don't know if it's much better. Although he had a good fantasy game.
Yeah, he ran well, like he always does, but he just can't throw.
He had a good fantasy game, but I lost. So depressing.
Yeah.
But the Giants won, so they're showing some life, which is fun.
They did, but so you're watching, Aaron Rodgers get carted off the field, and it looks, Achilles is torn on the left side. And then I'm watching Alex Cobb pitch last night, Sean, with that right hip impingement. And every pitch, he's grimacing or he's going into a deep knee bend, and he's just looks like he's still throwing hard. He's hanging a few splitters, but it's on his back leg, and he looks like he's all upper bodying it, and he's not driving with his legs. And we go back to the conversation about the 131 pitches, and he had an existing injury going back to earlier in the year in Denver. He's been pitching with that for quite a while. So just give me your thoughts, because he's going to fight through it, but should he, and could he develop an arm injury, and just what are you seeing? Because last night, he gutted his way through 5, but every single pitch was a battle.
Well, you look at it from his perspective. He's 35 years old. He's having one of the better years of his career. You can sniff the playoffs, and he feels like that he's going to give it whatever he has left to help his team get into the playoffs. I don't see him at this point, unless he's just ineffective. I don't see him at this point asking for any time off. He wants the ball. This is a guy that's had a pretty storybook year. If you think about it, he shut a team out for the first time in I think 10 years. In his career, he almost threw a near no hitter. He's pitching. He's got the best home ERA in all of baseball. This is a guy you're not going to be able to take the ball from him right now. He's going to be in the rotation. He's going to find a way to get on the field. Cortisone obviously didn't work, which is not a good sign, because that's kind of the last ditch effort when you deal with probably a lot of anti-inflammatories throughout the season. When he started dealing with the pain, it probably helped calm it down, and then it gets to a point where even anti-inflammatories aren't working, and then it's like, all right, let's shoot it up. And then you're thinking, well, that'll get me through the end of the year and hopefully into the playoffs. And then your second pitch of the game, you feel it, and you're like, well, that's not going to work. I'm going to have to gut my way through it. There's nothing good about a lower body injury. If you work from the ground up, pretty much any sport, that's the way it is. You need your legs to be an athlete. And the same goes with pitchers. So, I've had injuries with the lower half, especially with the ankle. Not being able to drive off that back leg, you can get by, right? You can get by with it. You can have a slight push, and then you don't have to get into that last, it really is. There's just that last couple feet or couple inches before you throw the ball to home plate where you really have to drive off that backside. And that's where you get your leverage. That puts you over that allows you to throw the ball downhill better. It allows you to take the stress off of your arm. Your arm just acts like a whip. But when you can't really get that finish on that backside, you end up using a lot of upper body. You end up using a lot of arm. And as a result, sometimes you can run into some arm injuries. I ran into an elbow injury because of it, trying to pitch with, on a hurt ankle for too long. And ended up, having an elbow surgery later on. Not that year, but, it takes its toll for sure. With that being said, if he was 22, 23 years old, or even 28 years old, I would say, absolutely let it calm down, put him on the IL, miss a couple starts, and then have him ready, for the last 2 weeks of the season or his last 3 starts. But there's right now, he feels like that he still can go out there and get guys out. And he saw last night, he was able to do it. And split wasn't quite as effective. You could tell some of those splits were running off the plate away to left-handers because he really is having a tough time getting that last drive to where you can drive the ball down toward home plate. But I commend him for what he did last night because early in the game, he was in a lot of pain and he pitched through it and he helped his team. He kept his team in the game. And I think he can continue to do that throughout the remainder of the year if they can find a way to keep that thing calm for the most part. But great job by Alex Cobb last night.
Sean Estes joining us. We're talking Giants tonight. Sean Manaea goes to the mound, and then we're going to be out at the ballpark tomorrow, and Kyle Harrison is going to the mound. We've seen a few Kyle Harrison starts now. What are your impressions so far, and what are the things he needs to clean up?
Well, I still love the kid. I love his competitiveness out there. I love how he goes out there and he feels like that. He's got a lot of confidence on the mound. You can just see it. I don't think that's wavered at all. I mean, he could have lost a lot of confidence in that start against the Padres, and he came right back and threw a nice game and rebounded nicely from that game. I still think obviously the fastball is going to be the pitch for him. The rest of his career. I mean, it's a above average pitch, just based on all the things we've talked about, just the spin and the angle and in the way he knows how to throw it that top shelf. And then the command's going to have to get better with that pitch. And I said that to you guys after his home debut, where he just dominated the Reds. He knows how to, he can work to a couple quadrants of the strike zone up and down, but as soon as he gets a feel for in and out with that fastball, it's going to take him to another level. And then on top of that, I like the breaking ball. It's just a matter of command. It's a matter of throwing, when you get 2 strikes, knowing that you can't throw a strike with your breaking ball, that you have to bury it. You have to throw it in the right spot, make it look like a fastball. I mean, the changeup, he's shown all 3 pitches, and I think they're all really good pitches, and he can get guys out with all of them. They're all plus pitches. And I think a lot of times, too, when you get a good fastball hitter up there in a fastball count, learn how to drop that changeup in there, right? Just to get him off your fastball, change speeds, get him out front, and then you can go back to work with your fastball. Just the little things of pitching that are going to come with reps and innings. But I just like his presence. I like his presence out there. I like how he attacks the zone. I like how competitive he is, and he's going to work to get better. He's a hard worker too. So he's always going to try to get better in between starts, and that's something you're never going to have to worry about. So, I mean, this guy's a rotation. He'll be in the rotation for years to come. You're always wondering come playoff time, you down the stretch, is the guy going to have, is he going to have the stamina to get through it? Is he going to stay strong? I mean, these kids pitch in the minor leagues. They don't have as many innings under their belt, and then September rolls around and it's a different ball game. You start to get a little fatigued. So I keep an eye on that. The fastball was really, really good against the Reds. And then, the velocity's dipped a little bit over his last couple. So you keep an eye on that, but still the fastball plays even at 93, right? It doesn't have to be 97. So I don't worry too much about that. But, there's just the overall mental fatigue, too, of the season. You have to stay focused, especially against good teams. And he's going to face some pretty good offenses. I don't know if he lines up against the Diamondbacks, but he's definitely going to be facing the Dodgers and the Padres coming down the
stretch. He does, by the way.
So,
next week, he's one of the two.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. He's got D-backs. He's got probably He's probably got Dodgers once and Padres once. So, against those lineups, there's no room for error. Like you really have to be on top of your game. So, that's the only thing I worry about. But, I love the kid. I really do. I think he's going to be good for a long time.
Well, you said the dip in velocity, and the way they were using him at Las Vegas, he never pitched on 4 days of rest on the fifth day, not one time. He pitched some days, some turns a week in between starts. And then they used him after his 91-pitch game at home against Cincinnati when he had the 11 punchies. He came back and he pitched on the fifth day, 4 days of rest, and they did it again, against Colorado on actually, he had an extra day for that start. But by going tomorrow, it'll be on 4 days of rest on the fifth day. We work Friday. The Arizona start, he will have an extra day, Sean, because they're off on Monday. So he'll have an extra day. But he's going to have to go up against Zach Gallen in that game. And then if he stays on regular rest, he'll get the Dodgers on the last road game of the year. And then he'll get the Dodgers again at some point the last weekend of the year. But when he came up, there was just a two-man rotation. It was Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. Now you've got Kyle in the mix, so it's a three-man rotation. Sean Manaea is going tonight, and I think he's stretched out enough to throw 100 pitches, he says, so that's more of a traditional start. And then Keaton Winn just pitched what a game. He had, Sunday in Sunday Night Baseball against Colorado. His stuff is overpoweringly good, Sean. He throws close to 100, and then he's got the wipeout slider. So what do you think of him? And now here late in the year, and Farhan kind of said it, coming out of the All-Star break with Manaea pitching tonight, and I assume it's going to be a start, not an opener. Have they somehow found their way back to a five-man rotation?
Well, it's kind of looking like that. I think at least four. I mean, we kind of thought with Tristan Beck and how well he threw in his start, then they gave him another start, and that didn't go well. And now he's in AAA. But you kind of felt like maybe Tristan Beck was that guy. I've always liked Keaton Winn. Like I was there in St. Louis for his debut when he came up, and so we talked a lot to Kapler about him and his makeup and what they like about him. And then now we've seen it. That guy's a bulldog, man. He goes out there and he just attacks. I love his demeanor on the mound too. And then that to go along with his stuff. So I'd love to see him, be a fixture in the rotation, down, through September, because those are the type of power arms you need in September, right? I mean, you want guys going out there throwing upper 90s with that power split. And he doesn't have to do anything more than that. I mean, what you saw the other night was as good as he can get any lineup out with that stuff. And, we probably would have seen him a lot more had he not got hurt down in Sacramento, but he's back, he's healthy, and I hope he stays in that rotation. So you're right. You got four guys at least. If you got to imagine that Keaton Winn bought himself another start, but you got at least four. And then if Manaea can go out there tonight and prove that he can go deep in a game and be effective, then you're looking at a five-man rotation, which we haven't seen since I don't know. Was it even in play when the season started? I mean, I can't remember how long you have to go back.
Well, they had like seven guys. Remember, they had like Junis in the bullpen. They started the year with a five-man rotation, right, John?
Yeah, because DeSclafani was healthy, and I think Alex Wood. Yeah,
right.
I just don't know how long that lasted. I don't think it lasted very long. I don't think the Giants have had five guys in the rotation
since like May. Since like late April, I think.
I was going to say, either late April or early May.
Because Brebbia started doing openers in like early May.
Yeah,
he was the first of them.
Yeah, I think it was when DeSclafani went down. He got injured. They started doing that, and I think they gave Stripling some starts. That didn't go well, and then he got hurt, and Manaea was ineffective to start the year. So they started with seven starters, and then they ended up with four at one point, early in the season. So
they were down to two.
Right.
Yeah, then they were down to two. So, and then the opener was going well for a while. I mean, they were 14-4 or 14-5.
They're 15-4, and they're 2-10 in their last 12. That's probably why.
Right, thank you.
That's probably what they're like, this isn't working anymore.
Well, we always say, it's working, so it's really hard to dispute it, and then, until it's not working, and then it looks really bad, right?
Yeah.
Because then now you see the ripple effect of it, and, of the bullpen getting a little tired, and now you're starting to see, the back end of that bullpen. well, for the bullpen in general, start to have some hiccups when they were so solid for so long. So, eventually it's going to rear its ugly head. But now, you may be able to find, 4 or 5 starters now to finish this year out. And now you can keep that bullpen fresh. Because that's really, to me, what it's going to come down to is those late inning games, against, you're going to face the Dodgers 7 times, and it's going to come down to your bullpen and how well they throw. But they've got to be strong, right? You can't have those guys limping in to the last week of the season. And, we also saw what the Padres did to the Giants bullpen as well. So you can't rule them out based on the fact that they're not afraid of the Giants at all after what they did to San Francisco and San Diego the other day. So, or during that series. So, like, the last 10 games are going to be tough, but they're doing what they need to do right now against the team they need to beat. I said 8-2 through this 10-game stretch, but, they got 4 now in a row, and maybe they can get a little greedy and try to go 9-1, right? Because that's what's going to take to get back into it, and then you kind of control. I think at that point you'll be able to control your own destiny with 2 against the Diamondbacks. The Marlins got a rough schedule, so I'm not going to say I'm going to count them out, but they got some injuries in the rotation, and they're playing Milwaukee 7 times, and they got the Braves. So, that's going to be tough for the Marlins, but you got the Diamondbacks in front of you, and that's the team you got to eye, and you have a chance to control your own destiny with beating them twice. So that's really kind of what you're looking at, but you want to get things going in the right direction when you go into those 2 games against Arizona. And right now the offense looks good. They've picked it up. And like you said, Pop, maybe even have a solid rotation here through the next 3 weeks.
So at this point of the season, there's 19 games left in the season, and you're fighting for this thing, like you said. It looks like the Phillies are going to be there, probably the Cubs, and then Diamondbacks, Marlins, Giants, Reds for that last spot, and they're all within a couple of games in the loss column. Are you just gassed at this point as a player, and you're just trying to get it through like what we saw last night from Alex Cobb? He's just doing it with duct tape out there. Is that how you generally feel, how he looked last night?
Well, as a starting pitcher, especially if you're in it and you got a chance to go to the playoffs, that there's an adrenaline in September. That's why they call it the dog days of August, because that's kind of like when you're gassed. That's when you go through some dead arm phases, and a lot of pitchers will tell you the same thing. You're just the summer's hot in June and July on the road, and so you're just kind of worn out. And then if you're not in it in September, then it's a grind. Then you're just like, you're checking the calendar every day. Just how close to the end of the season are we? And you're just trying to get through starts. But when you have a chance to make the playoffs, there's something about that energy that you come to the ballpark with every day. And you don't want to be the guy to let them down, right? You don't want to be the weak link in the rotation. So, you get that adrenaline and you find a way to get it done. So you don't feel tired. You're almost rejuvenated. I can't speak for the hitters, the guys that play every day, because that's a different grind altogether, because you're showing up and competing, and you're got the emotions of that, and you got the, you're fighting, for everything, trying to help your team get into the playoffs. So I'm sure those guys are running on fumes right now, but the starting pitchers, man, those are the guys that can't wait to take the ball every 5th day. And you're hoping the relievers are feeling the same way. And a lot of that has to do with, how deep your starters go and how much rest you're getting. But I mean, that's why too, if you can get a team that gets hot, right? You can get a team that gets hot the last couple of weeks of the season, and they can take that into the playoffs. That's what you saw with the Phillies last year. The Phillies fired their manager last year at some point, Joe Girardi, and they ended up going to the World Series. So, you just got to get hot at the right time with a healthy group, and you can make things happen in the playoffs. So to me, that's what the Giants' focus needs to be on, is playing their best baseball right now.
Now they gotta find it right now, because it's go time. And as you mentioned, they won the first 4 on this homestand, 3 against Colorado, and they beat Cleveland last night. 2 more to go. Then they go to Colorado for 4. These are all winnable games. To me, and I don't know, Miami's surprised me that they've hung in this long, but you noted how tough their schedule is. The Reds just seem young to me, but the Giants are streakier than streaky. But the point I'm making is I think we're going to talk to you like we do every Tuesday, next Tuesday. I think the game a week from tonight and the game the following afternoon in Phoenix against the Diamondbacks it may come right down to it. And John's already looked up the matchups. It's going to be Kyle Harrison against Zach Gallen, assuming they stay on rotation both sides, on the first game, and then Logan Webb against Merrill Kelly, the Giant killer. So when you look at it all, Sean, and you've looked at all the schedules, is it because the Giants are up 6-5? You know, if they win both of those games, they just won. They're going to get the tiebreaker, but both, they could cut the deficit. Right now, there were 2 in the win column behind them, 1 in the loss. Do you think it largely, and the other games are going to be important, I'm not saying that, but I'm already circling the games with Arizona next week, Sean.
Well, they're definitely they're definitely huge games for sure. I mean, I hate to say that, depending on those 2 games will decide the Giants' fate, but as far as the tiebreaker goes, as far as mainly just momentum, taking that into the Dodgers series, that's huge. And if you can beat Zach Gallen, now that's the thing is that, the Giants have had a tough time against, other teams' top pitchers, and a lot of teams do, but the Giants seem to really struggle against the other team's aces, Spencer Strider, Blake Snell, I can go on and on, right? So if you can go out there and you can take a game from the Diamondbacks and beat Zach Gallen, I mean, I think that'll do wonders just for the confidence of the club. But more important, it shows you're playing good baseball. And that's really what the focus is right now, is to play good baseball. And that's why I felt like these next 10 games really were going to decide everything, because not only do you have to win a majority of them, you have to win. I felt 8-2 was a must. But you're also gaining some like confidence in the lineup. You're starting to score some runs, and now you build that momentum. And now as a group, you go into Arizona, for 2 games. You're locked and loaded. You're feeling good about yourself, and then you can go out and take a game from Zach Gallen. I mean, that would be huge, I think, for just the morale of the club. And then the last time they played the Dodgers was the sweep in L.A. Right?
You were on that 15-0 on Saturday night. You were there.
We were there. They beat Bobby Miller that series. They pounded him. So that's the last time they saw the Dodgers. Now, obviously, they saw what the Dodgers did in August. You can just check the record out, right? They played a lot better baseball after that. But I still believe this team, they'll remember that series, and that's the Dodgers that they remember. So they're going to have a ton of confidence in that series as well. So now you're right. I think that Diamondback series is a big one, just for the morale of the team. Like, if you go into Arizona and you lose both those games, and now you're sitting 2 games out of the wild card, or 3, wherever, whatever it might be. And then you got to go face the Dodgers, Padres, Dodgers, 10 games. I think from a morale standpoint, I think it would be tough. So, you can't look too far ahead. I know that's what we get to do. I know they're not doing that, but I'd say you can go 8-2 total against the Rockies and the Guardians, and you go into Arizona and you give it all you got against them, and you try to take 2. I mean, a split probably would be fine, but 2 would be huge momentum builder.
Absolutely. Thanks as always. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week. It'll be big because we got the 2 in Arizona. We'll get all over that next week. We appreciate it.
No, it'll be great because we'll see where they stand coming into Arizona. Hopefully they'll be tied or be in the lead, right? That would be even better.
Are you going to go down to those games, by the way?
I think I'm going to go to the Wednesday game. I think I'm going to bring my kid. I'm going to have him play hooky on that Wednesday and go down there and watch him. So
that's a day game? How often they play day games there?
Very rarely. Yeah, if it's it's a 2-gamer, and tonight then a day. Yeah, I'm not sure because they can do. If the Giants are going home, which they are on Thursday.
No, they're going to L.A. They're going to L.A.
I mean, to L.A. That's L.A.
Right, short trip.
Yeah, you're going home. You're coming back in studio for that game.
I'm coming back to studio the next day, but then I think just based on the travel, they could actually have a night game and get away with it schedule-wise. But
right, because it's short flight.
Because of the short flight, but they opted to do the day game, which I'm sure the Giants are completely okay with.
Oh yeah. And I'm sure the fans are too, because it's hot as the surface of the sun there, and they can just go down there during the day and melt instead of the night. But whatever.
That's right. Well, at least they could get some air conditioning for 3 hours.
It's still hot at night. My mom was down there, and she went to the ASU Oklahoma State game for some reason. She texted me at 7 o'clock at night. It was 110. I'm like, better you than me.
Oh, it's miserable.
That's ridiculous.
It's miserable. Like I'm already over it. I didn't spend but half the summer here.
Nice. All right, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay.
See ya.
All right, guys.
Take care, Shawnee.
Sean Estes, the great Sean.
Trade for Ayuk.
Yeah, there you go.
What's he thinking?
All right. He didn't take any Niners. Way to go. That's why he lost in week 1.
He never does.
Susan Slesser at the bottom of the hour. And you know what? I've been texting with somebody. I know who the Jets are going to go get. We'll get into that conversation. And then more Giants.
I know who you think is going to be.
I don't think you do because I
think I got him.
Somebody gave me a text, but then I think it's going to be somebody else. So we'll talk about it.
Does he wear purple?
Well, there's only one team that wears purple. That would give it away. But there's actually...
No, doesn't Baltimore wear purple?
Oh, yeah. They're going to go get Lamar Jackson.
No, they're not going to get Lamar Jackson.
No, I don't think that's who it's going to be.
It's not?
Right. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Oh,
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Confirmed, Aaron Rodgers goes down with an Achilles tear, and he's going to miss the remainder of the NFL season. How that impacts everything in the NFL. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Big play here, down 17-7. Nick goes into the shotgun. Mostert to his left. Kendrick Bourne is wide right. Richie James and Ayuk are left. Ayuk will come in motion towards the right. 4th down and goal. Goes back left. They give it him on a jet pass to Ayuk. Gets this edge. Touchdown! San Francisco!
What a clever little play call by the San Francisco 49ers, and with everybody slamming down to the inside, and Ayuk with another touchdown.
Ayuk is on fire!
Mullins!
Thanks
Who
for
threw
joining us.
Who threw that pass?
BDN. So our friend Carlos Ramirez, who we hope to see tomorrow at the ballpark. Carlos is great. NBC Sports Bay Area. You see him before and after all Giants games. He is incredibly good, and you see him on Niners coverage as well. He had suggested when we were talking all about this stuff, shout out Carlos, Kirk Cousins. Makes sense. Robert Saleh, same offense, but he makes a ton of money. He's in the last year of his deal. Minnesota's not ready to give it up, even though they lost to the Bucs at home. I'm sure they think they can win that division, and they won a bunch of games last year. But their backup, Nick Mullins, Robert Saleh knows Nick Mullins. That makes some sense. What do you think? Makes sense to me.
It's BDN.
BDN,
right?
yeah.
BDN.
Yeah. BDN. I don't know how that started, but it did start.
Much of the guys in the equipment room gave him that.
Yeah.
When they sized him up for a touchdown. Is he much of an upgrade over Zach Wilson? I don't think that's.
I just don't think Zach Wilson's very good. I don't think.
Well, he's got to play better. I mean, he's going to get a chance. He didn't get reps. He looked a little squeamish, but they found a way to win. He made a couple of throws on that drive. He made a big-time throw over the middle to Lazard, who bobbled it like 3 times, and he caught it. They'll give him a chance. They're not going to do this right now. I don't know if Nick, and we talked to Paul Allen, the voice of the Vikings, about him when we were wondering about Trey Lance going to the Vikings, and they said how much they love Mullins. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah is the GM in Minnesota, formerly with the Niners. So I think they would be more in line to trade Cousins. Now the question is financially. If you want to save your season, yeah, you go get Kirk Cousins. I thought Stafford. Here's another one for you. And I don't know if he'll save your season, honestly. And I don't even think he's playable until Halloween. Could you get Kyler Murray?
Ooh, his contract is massive.
Arizona would drive him there.
They would, but they'd have to take a massive hit. But you're right. But
yeah,
they are tanking this year.
Is he better? I mean, do you want Kyler Murray?
He's better than Zach Wilson.
He's the number 1 overall pick in the draft and a good player, but he's coming off an ACL. Would you? I mean, I wouldn't do that if I'm the Jets. Nick Mullins would be, the Saleh comp, and I don't know how much he is as an upgrade over Zach Wilson. I'd go get Stafford, but I don't know if Stafford's a tradable player there. And then Kirk Cousins would be the guy. I mean, if you want someone to SOS save your season, it would be somebody who's a starting quarterback in the NFL right now that somebody would trade.
Well, it'll be interesting here, like you said. Will they have a season to trade? Because, like you said, I'm sure they've called all these teams and said, and Minnesota might say, you know what, yeah, if we're not very good, we might trade you Kirk Cousins in 4 or 6 weeks or something like that. But they get the win against Buffalo, as we know, but at Dallas, New England, Kansas City, Denver, Philadelphia. I mean, they got some tough teams in their schedule in the next month. And if they can stay above water, I don't know, 3-3, 3-4, in that kind of a range, that's going to be a really tough division with Buffalo, Miami. I don't know what New England's going to be, but that's a fairly tough division. Everybody talked about it with the Jets in there. I guess if they could tread water and they could get – because I'm with you. Look, I'd go try to get a Stafford. I'd try to go get Cousins. There's huge expectations in New York. I just don't know if you can get one of those guys. And if you can't, then you have to settle for a Mullins. By the way, just to answer a question that's prominent right now on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, they wouldn't have traded for Trey Lance. I know that there's a connection with Robert Saleh, but Wilson and Lance were drafted 2-3, and they're about in the same place. Zach Wilson's not very good.
Well, I mean, Zach's a better pocket player. I mean, you're looking for an SOS. You're looking to save your season. save our season. I mean, last night you're numb. 4 plays into it, the guy that you built the whole thing around tears his Achilles. The first thing you got to, at least, if you're going to do any of these things, was Aaron, and he's probably numb. Does he want to try to rehab at this stage of his life? That is arduous rehab to come back and play. Is his career over? Where does he want to go? But if you want to save your season and plug somebody in stylistically that can run your offense, and your offense is Kyle Shanahan's offense, it's Paul Hackett's offense, it's Nathaniel Hackett's offense, it's Bill Walsh, it's perfect to go get Stafford or go get Cousins, because Cousins is running that offense with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota.
Denver will trade you his old buddy Russell Wilson. Nathaniel Hackett would love that.
Yeah, he's not. They're not taking him.
No, they're not taking him at all.
To me, he's done. He just is not. He had to lose the 15 or 20 pounds to survive, but he's just not good enough anymore. Short area quickness, the decisions he makes, he misses some layups. He should have played better against the Raiders.
Does Saleh like Jimmy? Does Saleh like Jimmy?
No,
he doesn't.
They're not trading Jimmy, and he's not a Jimmy fan. But anyway, I think at some point he's going to bench Russell Wilson and play Jarrett Stidham. Whether or not that helps,
they got the big contract.
Way. He's not that guy. He ain't him anymore. I don't know who he is, but he ain't that guy. But I think would the Rams trade Stafford, and could you fit his money? Because that guy's an elite player. I mean, you're talking a guy who throws like Aaron Rodgers, the arm angles, and he's over the elbow. He is fine. And then Cousins will run the offense perfectly. So, or do they just sit and wait for a couple of weeks and see? But right now, they don't have any leverage. They had to work. They waited. How long did they sit on Gutekunst in Green Bay to make the Rodgers trade? And that was the off season. Now you're in the middle of it all. And, I mean, that owner, I wonder what he's doing right now. You think he's taking his Woody necklace off him around his chest? What? Seriously?
That's the oldest ice I've ever seen. I couldn't believe it.
He brought that into Hard Knocks when he got up and talked to the team. It's like, dude, you're falling flat with that thing. But anyway, that owner is he's going to be unruly. I mean, we'll see what they do. And you got people there that have to act irrationally now to save their jobs. They were all in on Aaron Rodgers to save their jobs. If this season crashes and burns because Mekhi Becton didn't cut Leonard Floyd properly and he blew his Achilles out, they're all going to get fired.
All right, we'll get back to the Giants coming up next. Susan Slusser, who normally joins us on Mondays, is joining us today. We'll preview some baseball over the next couple of days against Cleveland and, of course, the Rockies, who they've done so well against, and then the big series against Arizona next week. We'll get into it with Susan next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here with this message for architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or redesign project with one of your clients, I invite you to visit Golden State Window and Door Design. Each location across the Bay Area features attractive displays of doors and windows of all kinds. You'll also find a variety of stylish accessories like handles, knobs, locks, and casings. And Golden State works with a number of manufacturers, including Marvin, for windows that provide outstanding quality and a large selection of colors and styles. Marvin offers beautifully designed collections that can keep you within your budget. So take a look at the Golden State's window and door design showrooms virtually at goldenstatelumber.com. When you're ready to impress your clients, click Request an Appointment to bring them in to see the appealing options. Golden State's educated staff can answer all your questions. Serving the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Hey, Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Papa and Lund to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Slusser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Coming down the stretch, 4 in a row for the Giants. Back and forth, the streakiest team in baseball. And right now, they're in a dogfight for that final wild card spot. We're going to talk about that and the way that Alex Cobb grinding it out, as John Shea wrote in the Chronicle. A lot of things to discuss, and down the stretch they come. And, of course, we love talking to Susan Slusser about all of it. Make sure that you're following her at Susan Slusser and reading all her great stuff in the Chronicle. She joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Good. We're just we're coming down the stretch here, and Shay's. I like Shay's piece. I mean, Alex Cobb, like you said, he wants to get to the postseason, and we were talking to Sean Estes a little bit earlier. I mean, this is just what guys do when they grind it out this time of the season. They want to get into the playoffs, right?
Exactly. But I am a little concerned. You know, he is obviously dealing with some pain, and they had hoped that the cortisone shot would take care of that. I certainly hope it does, because he's emerged not just as one of their best starters, of course, an all-star, but an obvious team leader. I mean, the number of guys that said, like, look what he did. He totally, like, almost willed that victory. We wanted to do this for him. That's great, but they need him. So that hip thing is, I think, something to keep an eye on for sure.
No, without a doubt. Every pitch he threw last night was second pitch of the game. He felt it. He's going down to deep knee bends, and he's grimacing. And, some guys lead by their actions, and some guys lead by their words, and a lot of guys lead by both. So we talked about they've had a lot of meetings lately. Tyro Estrada, that Sunday before the Sunday night game against the Braves on Mike Murphy Day, gives an impromptu speech, turned the team around for a short period of time when they came out of Wrigley. I know Mike Yastrzemski, Susan, he is on fire right now, so he's leading both verbally and with his bat loudly. He addressed the team. But I want to find out more about this meeting Friday evening going into the start of the homestand. And you covered the A's for a long time. Did Billy Beane talk to his team much? And I remember Sabes airing him out in 2010. But Farhan, getting the whole team together and addressing what's going on with a 6-game losing streak, and he flipped it, and then having Ron Wotus get up and talk. What more details do you have about Farhan and Wody talking to the team before the homestand?
Yeah, I think it's kind of unusual, but I'm told that it's not necessarily unusual for Farhan Zaidi. I'm sure Billy Beane talked to the team at times, but probably a little bit of a different tenor. This was very much a I believe in you guys, we believe in you guys sort of meeting. Started with how many of you guys in here believe that we can make the playoffs? And, of course, everybody raises their hands, they better, right? And then kind of some other guys spoke from there. But the main thrust was you're a good team. We've seen it. You've had stretches where you've played as well as anyone and even better than everyone else. Let's get back to that. Alex Cobb had kind of said things like that at times too. I mean, we're hearing the same message from a lot of people, but to hear it from the top baseball executive, I think that does mean something. And Gabe Kapler said, Farhan has a kind of a nice way of doing this. It's a little bit disarming. He's not putting his ego in there. He's not flipping spreads. He's, it's sort of like a very warm trust, we're all in this together kind of thing. And that's what you want to hear from the guy in charge. Certainly he had been a little bit under fire. I think Kapler's been a little bit under fire. I don't think either one of them is a flip the spread kind of guy. So clearly teams can respond to this kind of message. And who doesn't want to hear that their boss believes in them? I mean, that's kind of the best message that you can hear.
Great insight from Susan Slessor of the Chronicle as we're talking Giants. And, of course, got Giants baseball on the air tonight. We'll be down at the park tomorrow for Kyle Harrison's start. Interesting that Minaya would start tonight. And then, as we said, Kyle Harrison starting tomorrow. Those in the next couple before they take on Colorado.
Yeah, I like it. I like the fact that they're kind of doing what they said at the break with maybe going a little more towards a traditional rotation looking thing. I like the fact that Keaton Wynn started the other day. I thought he looked great, my goodness, and takes the line drive off his knee and keeps going and looks even better the rest of the way. I think they've got the makings not just of a good rotation the rest of this way, is even if they mix and match a little bit here and there and maybe use an opener once in a while. But going forward, Tristan Beck, obviously Kyle Harrison, Keaton Wynn, these are guys that we're going to see for a lot of years. And I think we all like what we're seeing so far. There's a lot of heart and there's certainly a lot of talent there.
Yeah, they started the year with like 7 guys in the rotation, and they were down to 2. Now, if Minaya starts, real start, you got Webb and Cobb and Harrison and Wynn and Minaya, you're going back to a 5-man rotation, which leads to what is going on with Ross Stripling and getting over the back injury. And he used the term that we use in the media a little bit here and there, but he used it to you, phantom IL, quote unquote. So where is he at? And did he, in fact, get called into the principal's office after dropping him on the phantom IL, Suze?
I don't think he actually did. I think there might have been a little bit of miscommunication. Phantom IL is very loaded because that usually implies there's no injury. And in this case, there definitely was. I talked to Farhan Zaidi about this, and he said, hey, I was there in Atlanta, and we asked, what do you want to do? And he said, I think I need to go on the IL. So there's no question that he did have an injury. He felt he was ready to come off. Some of this was just circumstances that wound up affecting his return. He was going to go on a rehab assignment. He pitched 1 inning. They shortened that because they were unsure whether Alex Cobb was going to be able to go at San Diego after throwing 131 pitches. So he was available just in case to at least throw a couple innings and maybe come off the IL then. But then he threw to Michael Conforto through like a live BP. So really it was very limited work as in lieu of essentially a rehab outing. And then they gave him the option, do you want to go do an actual rehab start, or do you want to do another live BP? And he said another live BP, which was Monday. So I think there was some confusion, but certainly the team was under the impression that Stripling was all on board with this. And I think he was just getting frustrated that, things are kind of going on here. He feels ready, even if he hasn't actually gotten in a lot of work. And just because he feels healthy, I think there was some frustration. So it's a little weird. But he did tell John Shea yesterday, like, look, I'm definitely I'm not opting out. I'm staying. He said, I'm a 2024 Giant and I'm ready to work with these guys to figure some stuff out and get better. He's such a good guy. I think he's just very, very honest, and I think there was some confusion. And Farhan told me, they'd texted, they'd talked a few times, they'd talked these things out. I don't think that there's any ill will. I don't think that there's any, anything really kind of more to it than just a little bit of confusion and a real desire to get back and help the team.
Susan Susser joining us, talking Giants. Got the Indians for a couple more before they take on the Rockies, and then the huge series. It's just a 2-gamer next week. At Arizona, who they're fighting with in the wild card chase. As far as the sticks are concerned, there is encouraging signs. Now, look, Colorado, you're going to get hits against. They scored 24 runs, but last night they get it done. We see some late night. Lamont, Jock's getting it going. You're starting to see some bats get going. Yastrzemski out of the gate was really good. Matos is having better at bats. Do you see that the offense is starting to turn this thing around after struggling for a couple of months here?
Yeah, and Haniger's looking better, and that's huge. This is a guy that they gave a big contract to, 3-year deal, local team he grew up rooting for. It's kind of been a lost year for him. If he can help them get a playoff position, that erases really what's been a disappointing season for him. I think he would feel better about it. Certainly, the fans would feel better. Like that would just be a really, really good thing. And then also going into next year to kind of have that foundation. So that's big to me. Sable with a really good at bat last night against a guy throwing 100, takes a pitch, kind of is able to time it. He's been so good. What a great Rule 5 pickup. Very, obviously versatile, getting better as a catcher. And then they get Conforto back. And Conforto, when he's swinging the bat, we saw that one stretch early in the season where he was just hitting homers left and right. Any sort of contribution from him. And I think that this team, is really has the potential to go some places.
So Conforto's like any day. He could come back tonight. Tomorrow, they I assume, Suze, they're going to reactivate Patrick Bailey off the 7-day concussion IL. And so what happens with Joey Bart? He hasn't gotten any hits since he's been up, but they haven't lost any games. I kind of worried about that. They're 4-0 with Joey behind the plate. So what do you anticipate? Conforto tonight or tomorrow, and then Bailey will come off tomorrow, and then what are the corresponding moves, do you think?
I mean, the move for Conforto is going to be really interesting because we assumed initially it would be Matos. He comes back when Conforto goes on the IL. Matos has been so good. I just can't see it. So it might be Paul DeJong, which is too bad. I pick up for nothing. Has actually really served a nice role, done a good job in the field, which is what they needed. He's a veteran guy, but I think he's probably, with some infielders now available, and Crawford, we didn't mention Crawford's looking better and had some really, really good at bats. I don't know if they need Paul DeJong, and he's a great dude. So that's going to be too bad. But I think they got to keep Matos around. With Bailey, I think Bart goes back down. But I've been telling you guys this forever. I feel like I've talked so much about Joey Bart. He has had the best attitude about all of this. He gets it. He understands the roster moves. He understands why. He knows what he needs to work on. He's working hard. I thought at the trade deadline he might be a piece that would go somewhere else, and it might be good for him to get a fresh start somewhere else. He's got a good foundation, and you're talking about them being 4-0. He's such a better catcher now. He improves all the time with the catching.
Totally.
He is going to be a very good, at least number 2 catcher in the big leagues for a long time. But I think the Giants now see him as their number 2 next year, and that's great. And then they can free Sable up to basically play in the outfield and be a emergency third catcher if needed.
There you go. As always, we appreciate the insight. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you next week.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Thank you, Madam President.
That is the great Susan Slusser. And again, at Susan Slusser, make sure she'll give you the latest on your Giants news. And you read her in the Chronicle coming down the stretch here tonight. We'll have baseball.
Are you
for you
crushed
right
about too young, John? That was your guy.
Yeah, he wasn't so good. He had that one game, and I got
swinging
giddy.
the bat better, though. He was 1 for 29, but he swung the bat better over the weekend.
Yeah, better. But yeah, those are easy moves. DeYoung and Joey Bart and Patrick Bailey. Like you said, he can come off the concussion IL as soon as tomorrow. So I'm sure that will happen. Get Patrick Bailey back. So that's good news for the Giants as they try to get this thing going down the stretch. We'll get back to the NFL, to the 49ers, to what happened last night to Aaron Rodgers. Sean Merriman, former All-Pro linebacker with the Chargers, will join us to talk about it next. Only here on the Sports Leader. Let's go. Where are we going? We're going to Modesto Toyota, of course. It's time to go places with great savings on that new Toyota you want. And get this, no dealer markup. And there are new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every day. So what you do is you check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. And that's got that. Yeah, that's the one. And then you reserve it. It's that simple. That's what I did. Also, come check out the all-new fully electric BZ4X at a great price. And there's special lease deals as well. Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965. You know how tough it is to stay in business these days, so they're over 50 years in business. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer, which means getting you a great deal, the very best price, and, of course, great customer service. So what are you waiting for? Come grab the keys at Modesto Toyota on that new car, SUV, or truck you want, and the vehicles that are arriving daily. The time is right. There's no dealer markup, and you check them out online. It's that simple. You look at that car, that SUV, that truck that you want. You get everything that you want on that thing. You order it. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. We are done. It's only at Modesto Toyota where I get my Toyotas, where I got my son's Toyota, where he's contractually obligated for his son to get his Toyota, and so on and so on and so forth. We are lifetime friends. It's Kevin and the whole crew. Check them out at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Like you have your favorite players in all 32 teams, right? You're like, I like this guy, I like that guy, like, whatever, right? So Howie Long was one of my favorite players. Romanowski, I love, his whatever style you want to call it. I love his, his game. Bo Jackson. I mean, the list goes on, right? Tim Brown was one of my favorite players and a friend of mine. And so that's your perception before you get to the NFL. And then what happens is you get drafted, right? Like I did in 2005 by Marty Schottenheimer. And what Marty did was he instilled in us to hate the Raiders.
Yeah.
Like like that hate that. And that, I would, it's a hate.
No, it's hate. It's a hatred.
It's a hate. Yeah, no, for sure it's hate.
That's Sean Merriman.
Shocking.
We love talking to Lights
Shocking.
Out. And he's doing Lights Out Fighting. We got to talk to him about that as well. He's got some stuff coming up on October 7th. He's working with the Chargers as well with some pre-post stuff. They got beat by the Dolphins in a great game at SoFi over the weekend. We want to talk all about the NFL. Plus, he knows about injuries and trying to come back from injuries as well as career, which was awesome. Ended at 28 because he had some knee injuries, but also an Achilles injury. We're talking all day about Achilles with Aaron Rodgers. So let's talk to Sean Merriman. Lights Out joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Good to talk to you again, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing great. I want to start with Aaron Rodgers just because, you dealt with this kind of stuff. You were awesome and too bad that, knee injuries, foot injuries, and Achilles injury ended up cutting your career short. But as you watched that last night, did you know right away that what was going on with Aaron Rodgers?
I did. And it was only really two things, in my opinion, that it was going to be. It was going to be a dislocated toe or Achilles pop. And when they replayed it back and I saw the full extension come up and I saw his calf move, I knew it was Achilles right away. The strange thing about the Achilles injury, man, is that you don't know it happens right away. It just feels like someone kicked you. And it's like the sound of it like a small tree branch just popping, just breaking. And you don't realize it happened, and that's why he got up for a second and then realized he had no movement in his foot. Like your foot completely drops. And so once he stood up, he knew right away immediately that he popped his Achilles. And it's unfortunate, man, because that's a tough one to come back from. I tore my knee up. I had a fully reconstructed knee. I actually came back from that one okay. It was the Achilles is the one that got me, pretty much out the league.
And you were in your 20s when you went through it. He's in his late 30s. So what are we looking at here? The Achilles and the ACL rehabs are similar but different. You went through them both. It's a full year. The fact that he's nearly 40 years of age, Sean, how does that impact trying to come back from this terrible injury?
Well, it's going to be a long road no matter which age, and the age just doesn't help you. I think a difference in us is I had to use explosion to get off the line of scrimmage and to turn the corners, and also why a 330-plus pound offensive lineman is pressing up against you at the same time with that Achilles injury. So it's a lot longer when you're in my position. You're going to lose some explosion. He actually, I believe, is going to be okay. If he gets the surgery within this next week or two, I think he'll be ready by training camp, to be honest. And will he feel 100% physically? Yes. It's the mental aspect, man. Once that Achilles goes, it's, you're constantly thinking, am I going to pop this thing again? If I step the wrong way, if I turn and try to plant run, is it going to pop? That is the hardest thing when you're talking about the Achilles injury to get over. It's not the physical part. It's the mental aspect of it.
Sean Merriman joining us. He's a three-time NFL All-Pro and, of course, Lights Out MMA fighting, Lights Out Extreme Fighting. And we're going to talk about that as well. But it's always great to be joined by Sean to talk some NFL as well. As far as just most impressive teams, and we watched, obviously, that back and forth between the Chargers and the Dolphins. But what the 49ers did to the Steelers, what, of course, on Sunday night, what Dallas did to the Giants. What was your most impressive takeaway from week one of the NFL season?
Well, it's funny that when a team gets beat really bad, they talk about how bad the other team is and not how good the other team is, right? Like, the 49ers, they're a really damn good team. And I'm talking about on both sides of the football. The playmakers, that offense is fun as hell to play in. But the guys they got on defense now, getting Nick Bosa's contract done, and Fred Warner, these guys can play. And so look, the Steelers coming into this camp, they got a lot of hype, right, about how good they were going to be. I still think they were a good team, but the 49ers are just on a different level. And same thing goes with Dallas. Like, the Giants will finish up a pretty good team this year, right? The division is not as strong. Commanders do look better this year. Dallas do look better. That defense is tremendous. But instead of talking about how bad another team is, we need to start talking about how good the other team is that won.
So, and the one thing, the Steelers had a rough start, but T.J. Watt, my God, he just took the game over with 3 sacks in the game, and he forced a fumble, and he recovered one, and just a dominant game. And then you got on the other side Nick Bosa after his 44-day holdout, Sean. And he had 35 snaps in the game. So, I mean, the matchup on Sunday was the last 2 defensive players of the year. Nick won it last year, and T.J. Watt won it the year before. And you won Defensive Rookie of the Year. I remember your whole career. I did the Raider games for 21 years and how dominant you were. And then your second year in the NFL, you were 3rd in Defensive Player of the Year. And we're going to see Myles Garrett coming up in mid-October in Cleveland. In your opinion, lights out, who is the best edge rusher, edge setter, the best DN outside linebacker currently in the NFL? Can you even pick one?
It is so hard, man. It's so hard because we're talking about pure pass rushers. Obviously, I'm going with Nick Bosa. But if anybody's watching Parsons and what he was doing on that defense, you can't stop that. And I said this before, with Nick Bosa, he's going to line up when he decides, he might have an up and under or some kind of stunt to get free. When you talk about Parsons, Micah Parsons, he can line up over a center or a guard and take you to a B gap, an A gap, and maybe starting A gap and come all the way around on the edge and rush a tackle. I mean, it's so hard to block against that. Same thing with Myles Garrett. We've seen him coming right down the center of the center and picking and choosing the side. And how do you stop a guy that's 6'5", 275 pounds or however big he is, that can move how he is? And he's coming right down the pipeline, and he can go from left to right down the middle. Those are the guys that's harder to stop. With Nick, he's the best pure pass rusher in football right now. But he's going to be on the side, so you can key on him a little bit more. With these other guys, you just don't know where they're going to line up.
Sean, is he now? He was out of camp. He comes back for 1 week, plays well against the Steelers. Is it going to take him some time to be himself? How quickly does that happen?
No, they're doing it the right way. He got 35 snaps. Typically, he might play 50 plus, and that'll gradually increase as it's going. The last thing you want to do is give him too much too early on, and he's playing catch up. He's sore. I'm sure this Monday morning he woke up, and today he's probably sore as hell. I mean, he's like looking at his ankles, his back, his groins, his hamstrings, those muscles that wasn't used over the course of him holding out. It's going to take him a little bit of time to come back, his lower back and just little stuff of the game of football. But when you're a pass rusher, man, it's the easiest position to go out there and make a play because it's all athletic ability and your repetition of being able to use your hands, being violent and active with your hands. You can go out there and be effective in 35 snaps.
So the moment he arrived, Sean, the 49ers started winning. And, you won Defensive Rookie of the Year. So did Nick his first year in 2019. The 49ers go all the way to the Super Bowl. And then the last 2 years, they're in the NFC Championship game, and he's got 15.5 sacks, and last year, 18.5. The 1 year where it all crashed and burned for the Niners was when he tore his ACL. Second game of the year, MetLife Stadium in Jersey, tears the ACL. Solomon Thomas got hurt 2 plays later to get carted off. Just a string of injuries. So going back to Aaron Rodgers' injury last night, if that hit from Leonard Floyd is on a natural grass surface and his foot has somewhere to go and does not get stuck and plant, does he tear the Achilles last night?
I don't want to speculate, man, because we don't know how bad that force is. And let me tell you, when your Achilles is stretched out to the max like that and you got that pressure on you, it's going to snap from the heel. And I seen it when it rolled up into his calf. But you got to think that if there is grass there got to be some movement. So I know a lot of people are saying, and I saw Bakatari and a couple other guys come out and say that if they played on grass, that would be different. I don't want to speculate, man, but you do know that, grass moves, less injuries. Guys don't, have non-contact where they're tearing their ACLs a whole lot. It mostly happens on that turf. So you gotta think at some point in time, the NFL might want to look at this. I get it, the cost effect of you having concerts and these things, the upkeep. But if you having your big-time players, your main guys go down with these type of injuries, it's definitely something that they're going to have to look at some point.
All right, you have transitioned from the NFL to Lights Out Extreme Fighting. I know you got a fight on October 7th. How's everything going, and how do people get a hold of your stuff?
Yeah, we got a huge fight October 7th in Long Beach, California. If anybody's in that area, you can get your tickets at lightsoutxf.com. For all information, if you can't be there, watch us on Fubo Sports, Fubo TV. If you don't have Fubo, get it. We got the next up-and-coming superstars, man. It's been fun for me because you're giving these, we would love to find a young Conor McGregor, right, a young Ronda Rousey or Amanda Nunes. We got all these up-and-coming stars, man, so we like them having to kind of grow their brand, get seen with us. We just crossed over the top 5 most watched on Fubo, which is really cool for us. And I've always been fan first, man. Like, the fans will tell you if you got a good product or not, if they like what they're seeing. And we just climbed up 75% viewership from one fight to the next. So I think that, the fans are enjoying what we're putting out.
That is awesome. That is happening on October 7th, like you said, in Long Beach. Fubo TV, you can check it out, and lightsoutxf.com. That's where Sean Merriman is now. It's always great to catch up with you, man. Thanks so much for the insight. Best of luck with everything, and we'll talk to you soon.
You got it, man. Thanks for having me.
Take care, man.
Thank you, brother.
That is Sean Merriman. It's interesting. I was thinking the same thing about the turf because everybody is coming out. A bunch of people are coming out to now and talking about the turf, and we saw it. You saw it firsthand. It's bad turf. Everybody says it. I was looking at the Niners schedule. They actually don't have to play on turf this year as much as most teams do, so that's good news. But man,
well, they do on Sunday in SoFi. So the bottom line, and I don't know if that particular injury was turf related. With a natural grass, maybe it moves a little bit. If you play on the field in Pittsburgh and he gets a divot because they had a college game the game before, the bottom line is in New York, they actually had 2 games back to back, and they had a huge concert on Thursday. They had a string of events over the weekend at MetLife Stadium, and then SoFi likewise, and you got the Chargers playing there, and you got the Rams playing there. It's just, if you're going to have multiple events, and these football stadiums are not like baseball stadiums where you get 81 dates, or basketball where you just roll up the court and the ice and you put a surface over it, and even in hockey you get chippy ice and guys can get hurt. So it's those sports as well, but you just don't have the amount of events. So the only way you could do it is to have concerts, to have a Taylor Swift concert, to have a Beyonce concert, to have an Ed Sheeran concert. I mean, the 49ers, the reason they're playing their first 2 games of the year, John, on the road, is Ed Sheeran is playing at Levi's on Saturday. And then you got to turn around for a Thursday night game and get that field up and ready to play. It's just not able to happen. I was talking to the guys who runs the operations in Pittsburgh. They had an Ed Sheeran concert in the offseason, and they resodded to come back and play their one preseason game. But when you have multiple events, the natural grass is going to result in divots on the field. And then, so you go to the field turf, which you have in New York, and you have in Los Angeles, and you have in Las Vegas, and you have in a lot of these venues. And then you get into a situation like, what happened to the 49ers at MetLife with the back-to-back games during the pandemic. So there really is no perfect answer here. I mean, you got to schedule these events to make money. And I'd look at last night, that was not my first thought when I saw Rodgers get hurt. And I thought right away when he went down to his butt, it's an Achilles. He had a calf, and the calf injury started on a simple rollout at Florham Park. And you could see him pull up. That's where it started. And that's where Durant's calf went to an Achilles, and you're more vulnerable. And then I'm looking, is it the right side, the left side? Which one was it? And he, in fact, tore the Achilles, and that's going to be his front side when he does come back. That's going to be the leg that's going to be exposed. So I don't know, but when you looked at it with Nick and Solomon Thomas in particular and the other injuries, those were. And then Emmanuel Mosley last year in Carolina, John.
Right.
And that was, the new owner there, Tepper, had a soccer match and he flipped out the field because the team that was coming from Europe wouldn't play on it. So they put in a different surface. So I guess there's ways if you want to, with no cost involved. But when you have the amount of events in these venues, when they're in big cities, New York, L.A., the Bay Area, Vegas, obviously, it's going to happen. And the only way is for the CBA to be adjusted to protect the players. But there's a new executive director now, and they just signed a new collectively bargained agreement last off season. So it's not going to happen for a while. But that was not my first thought when I saw Rodgers go down last night. When you looked at it later and then did the foot plant, possibly, but it was just his reaction right away and going in the 10 and then on the cart with a boot on. You knew right away this is an Achilles.
Dante Whitner is going to join us in about 15 minutes. Bottom of the hour. Is fun listening to Dante driving home yesterday as he was with Copes. We'll get his insight into what he saw, and we did get another chance to look at the game. So things we may have missed yesterday in our discussions we'll have for you today, and then we'll talk to Dante at 12:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko. He joined Copes and Dante to break down the massive potential. Leland Farrell, Drake Jackson, that entire defensive line. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
'49ers are going down to Levi South on Sunday. SoFi is your home ready for kickoff. Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday, so get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are now in full swing, so now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress the guests from the South Bay, Southland, SoCal, and intimidate rivals as well. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. We do live in California, so change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game this year, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. So support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Hello, friends. Dante Whitner in 10 minutes. I very much enjoyed Dante. I was listening to Dante on the ride home yesterday with Copes. Had some great points, and he will grace us with some insight into a great defensive performance. I was bored and got home last night and was just watching some All-22 stuff on the game last night. It was even better the second time around, and I know Kyle answered some questions yesterday, McKivitz and everything. You're never going to play a perfect game, but I'll tell you what, defensively, they might have played a pretty close outside of, like you said, that drive at the end of the half. That wasn't great, and there were some penalties and everything else. And you can't throw out a drive. I'm not trying to do that, but outside of that, they didn't give up anything. It was awesome.
I mean, literally, it was a dominant performance, and the pass rush is just unrelenting. And it starts with that, and then, having Javon Hargrave, we just don't realize how good of a player he is. And then having Nick, and Nick's going to get better and better, and Nick played great in this game. He had a holding call that was nullified because Talanoa Hufanga got all over a screen to Jalen Warren. And the linebacker play, Fred Warner was dominant, and then Dre Greenlaw making like every tackle in the third quarter. I think the one thing they're going to have to clean up, and we'll talk more about it with Dante, we addressed a little bit yesterday on the face-off, is just how they're going to line, Demo Lenore and Charvarius Ward are going to be 2 or 3 corners. And Dante thought Demo needed to play more inside. I thought the loss of Dante Johnson from Pittsburgh's perspective, because he's such a great change of direction route runner, they had bigger guys now. You've got Pickens, you've got Allen Robinson. They did use Calvin Austin III a little bit, who's like Deontay. But they went to Freiermuth and more, Darnell Washington, and then even Connor Haywood, Cam Haywood's younger brother. So the point is, it felt more like an Isaiah Oliver game after Deontay Johnson left. But, how are you going to line there? Whether they're, because they could attack Oliver in the slot, or they could attack Ambry Thomas on the outside. Demo has gotten to be physical, and Charvarius Ward. So there's just not a lot of holes that you see. And then Wisnowski punted the ball so well. Jake Moody made all the kicks. So really, it's just a dominant performance. And then offensively, I just don't know how you cover the 5 eligibles. I've been talking about it all. Ever since they got McCaffrey, and Ayuk is just so much better of a route runner. He's always been good, but now he's just snapping off routes. And Debo and the line, McKivitz is going to be fine. T.J. Watt is just that kind of guy. And 49ers had a good balance between run and pass in the game, and they got to their 30-plus runs and possessed the ball, but they dropped back to throw the ball a lot because the time of possession was there. McKivitz is going to be fine. Burford, the right side of the line needs to clean it up a little bit. Burford was sloppy with some of the penalties. Yeah. The one that really upset me was they were trying to run the clock out at the end of the first quarter. They weren't going to snap the ball. Why would he false start on that? You think they would have told him what the play was, but he's got to be smart enough to know the situation there. But this team is good, John. They are loaded. They just got to stay healthy. They got to figure out the secondary, and then we'll get into more with Dante. But it's the big brain of Brock. And I know you like the other nickname, because if you had to choose 2 body parts which you'd like to excel at, You would go below the waist.
Yes.
I would go head and brains. Women do find that attractive as well.
They do.
And I'm not saying Brock's not both, but his ability to run this offense, and I think people don't get fully what he's about because he makes it look easy. He gets it out on time and on target. But even when he doesn't, I thought the best play of the day, and Minka was tipping that he was coming on blitzes. He came earlier in the game, and he came on one, and he was a free hitter, and they did not block him. Minka Fitzpatrick's one of the best players in football. Brock knew he was coming. He saw him from his blind side left, and he stepped up a little bit to create an angle, and then he spun out of the hit. That's that short area quickness we talk about. He's 166 in the 10-yard split, and just spun out of it, and then got to his left, squared his shoulders and feet back to the target, and threw it, and it was a little wide. Devo made a hell of a catch, and then the play where Cole Holcomb had him lined up, and he made a miss. And I mean, he's not Josh Allen. Allen does it all the time, but it was Josh Allen-like. So, we sometimes fixate on his lack of size and his arm, and I think his arm is better than before. It's his brain, and mostly he gets it out on time and on target and with precision. But when it breaks down, you got a free hitter coming at him like Minka Fitzpatrick, John. That spin out to his left on Sunday was, whoa, that was a big-time play.
Well, check out the big brain on Brad.
Brock!
Well, that's something that we talked about with Steve Young last week, and that's what I was saying is that a lot of the discussion in the offseason, where can he improve, was pocket awareness in the pocket. And I thought that was one thing that we under-discussed. There was a million things to talk about yesterday, but he was much better in the pocket in week number 1. So if you're looking for a place of improvement, I thought he was much better. By the way, Derek has told me he's a big fan of the big brain on Brock nickname. So he took that.
He likes that one?
Yeah, he likes that one. And he, by the way, in the KNBR league, is the one who has Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, wow.
Your son. So, anyway.
Yeah, all I got from him was a wow.
On the Aaron Rodgers?
The only text
because that's his quarterback, or was his quarterback in the KNBR league.
The text just went, wow. and this is when they were saying ankle, and I didn't send him back. What did I say? You could tell.
Wow.
He had that look in his eye, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And it was I hadn't seen that look from him since week 12 of 2019, the Sunday night, when right away he got swallowed up by Buckner and Armstead. I think he fumbled the ball right away when DeForest hit him. And it was his eyes at a deep set like, we're screwed. We can't block these guys, and I'm going to get hurt. But now he's older. He doesn't want to get hit like that. Brady stopped. That's what Brady last year got the ball out so fast, he didn't want to get hit anymore. He was tired of it. He's been hit for 20 years. Stafford's got a little bit of that. That's how you beat Stafford. He doesn't want to get hit. They're going to hit you. And the Bills were going to hit him. And they were trying to cut the ends, and he had a look like, and he almost stumbled on the play before. He was stumbling. He almost got sacked. But when he went down to his ass, it was like, this is more than an ankle. He's done. I mean, he's done for the year. Now the question is he done for forever? So who's Derek's backup quarterback? Big brain Brock?
No. I don't think so. He's not taking a niner.
He will not take a niner.
The Rooster. Dante Whitner's going to join us coming up next. Of course, he was with Copes yesterday. He will provide great analysts, not only on the defense, but the entire look and how impressive that week 1 was. We'll ask Dante about it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Ooh, what? Some aren't even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are totally different. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they've seen a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, you got to be safe around here. Motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place, and also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. It's the Dolan Law Firm. They secured over more than $1 billion. That's with a B, on behalf of the clients. Now, here's the best part. Whoa. They've secured over $1 billion. That's going to cost me $1 million. No, it's not. You pay nothing up front, no hourly fees, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, without a huddle, Kenny Pickett now on third down. Will drop back 5 steps out of the gun. Armstead will flush him out to his left. Now he dodges around, but Drake Jackson will get him back on the 20-yard line.
Bang, baby!
10-yard sack for Drake.
God, every time you play that scares the hell out of me. Oh! I was like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. That's, of course, Tim Ryan. Great call. Papa and Tim Ryan. We play the recap for you every Monday. People love it. And on Thursdays, we go down to Levi's Stadium. So we're going to have a short show tomorrow because of day baseball. We'd be down at the park. And then Thursday, we'll have Tim Ryan and the Tim Ryan. I just called it Football Hour. I think they called it the Bull Rush or something, but we'll do that on Thursday. It was great hearing Dante Whitner on the way home with Copes yesterday. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Gas Line to talk more about that victory over the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers injury, and the rest of the NFL. Dante joins us courtesy of the Uma Gas Line. What's happening?
Happy Taco Tuesday, guys.
That's right.
Taco Tuesday.
What do you indulge on Taco Tuesday? If so, what do you get?
I get lean ground beef or turkey.
Oh, okay.
With a little bit of low-fat cheese.
Okay.
Soft shell. I put it on the stove for a little bit to let it heat up. And then that's the way I have it, with a little bit of hot sauce on it.
Oh, yeah. That sounds good, man.
Yeah.
That's why you look like you look, and I look how I look, because I loaded up with all sorts of stuff that's bad for you, and yours sounds actually better. So I got to get better at that.
It's very healthy.
Yeah, it's nice. It's good.
It was a Taco Tuesday in August when the 49ers signed Taco Charlton. It was actually on a Tuesday. And he came in and heated up the quarterback right away like he could be a part of it. And then he kind of faded and he got hurt and they put him on IR. So no more Taco Tuesdays. He's done. But the line, Dante, Nick is Nick. Drake Jackson worked his ass off in the offseason, gained 13 pounds of good muscle. Eric Armstead's healthy. You got Kerry Hyder Jr. back. Javon Kinlaw's doing Pilates in Willow Glen, and he looks like a guy. You got Kevin Givens, then you got Austin Bryan and Kalia Davis, but you got the grave digger, Javon Hargrave. So what do you think? Let's talk D-line. Does this D-line adding Javon Hargrave on top of everything else I said, is it better than last year's group, do you think?
Yes, I think it is better than last year's group. And then to think about Sunday, Nick Bosa wasn't even at full strength. He was just basically the decoy, which allowed a lot of those guys to get one-on-ones. Drake Jackson, he should thank Nick Bosa. Eric Armstead on that initial penetration to flush him out to Drake Jackson had a phenomenal game. And then late in that ball game, Javon Hargrave came away with a sack and a few big stops on the interior, which they're going to need this week against Williams and Akers. If they can set the edge and get penetration, I don't really see why this should be close. I think this defensive line has the ability to rival what the Philadelphia Eagles did last year with over 70 sacks.
You know, the thing, and I was looking at the double team. So Javon Hargrave was doubled on about 75% of the snaps, Armstead about 55%, Bosa on 43%. But then we get to the fun part. Drake Jackson only on 12% and Furl 5%. So those two guys in Jackson and Furl, when they're on the field, they're going to go one-on-one. And that's exactly what happened with Drake Jackson. He got 3 sacks and he ate. Can he continue? I'm not saying he's going to get 3 sacks a game, but between those two guys, can they continue to heat up the quarterback when they get that single blocking assignments?
Well, I truly believe in the law of averages. And you have to know that the LA Rams and every offense and opposition that the 49ers face, they're going to believe in the law of averages as well. And they're going to start to have to show Drake Jackson a little more of attention. And that's when Nick Bosa emerged. And once you start to, get somewhere around 45% for those defensive ends getting doubled, now the interior guys get singled up. So it's a little disparity right now, but at the end of the day, it's going to be one-on-ones across the board, and I'm expecting the 49ers to win a lot of those battles.
And obviously, the attention that Javon Hargrave is going to demand on top of Nick and Armstead opens it up for Drake just to play to the whistle and get a lot of those sacks just by being a try-hard guy, and he's got ability to rush the edge, which also leads to, when you put a front like that in front of those linebackers, and Fred Warner is just not getting touched, and he's just sledgehammering people. And Dre Greenlaw is just body slamming people the entire third quarter. Dante, just talk, because you had arguably behind your front, and you had Justin and Alden and Just a Cowboy back in the day, and then you had arguably the greatest quartet of linebackers behind, with Bowman on the outside or Bowman on the inside with Patrick and Brooks and Alden. Just speak to because the way they built it was the entire front, and it's the front seven. Just what does it mean for Fred Warner to be able to run free behind a guy like Javon Hargrave this year and big play Dre?
Well, it means everything to Fred Warner. Did you see how he opened up that ball game? No hesitation, downhill, one back in the backfield, which means everybody in the front seven has one gap that they're responsible for, and he knew that he could just take that gap and run as fast as he can to get to Najee Harris and almost knock his helmet off, Pop. When you put a front seven together like this, it's all about the physicality, the size, the attitude, but also the unselfishness. Run defense is attitude and unselfishness. How many guys can your defensive tackles eat up consistently without being knocked off the line of scrimmage allows your linebackers to play free? And it's like a puzzle, right? And every guy has their gap, and it can change based on tight end motions or misdirection. And right now, with the way the 49ers are playing to run, I don't know if any team in the league right now could run on the 49ers defense.
Dante Whitner joining us, of course, Sunday, the Rams in week number 2. Maybe the only concern defensively is that nickel spot, what they do. Do they keep Demo on the outside? Do they put Ambry on the outside, move Demo to the inside, Isaiah Oliver to the inside? What do you think is the best lineup for the 49ers, because they kind of split those reps on Sunday?
Well, a lot of people have been asking me, is the 49ers going to struggle this week because of the nickelback position and the receiver Nakua and Tutu Atwell? And I say no, and mainly because of the way that they run their offense. They run it with a lot of restricted receivers inside the numbers and a lot of inside breaking routes. When you think about the defense that the 49ers play, because of the pressure that they can get with 3 and 4 man, they're allowing those linebackers to play those inside breaking routes, and you have 2 of the best linebackers, if not the best and the second best in the NFL. So that Nakua kid, 80% of the time, he aligns at the Z receiver. So the nickelback won't have to cover him. I'm thinking that it'll be either Ambry Thomas, they'll line him to that side, or they're going to put him on Diamador Lenore when they're in some sort of base or when they have 2 tight ends on the field. So I think it's going to be everybody's job to really help that nickelback position. They're going to have to lean on a lot of zone coverage. The safeties are going to have to be phenomenal as they were last week. But it's everybody's job to cover up the middle of the field.
Yeah, Puka Nakua, he's a big guy. I think you're going to see at some point them have Charvarius Ward travel with receivers like he did last year in Atlanta with Drake London, the rookie out of USC, until he got hurt. And then, obviously with D-Hop when he was in the division and DK. I think you'll see they didn't do that in this last game. They were still mixing it. But just overall, what did you see structurally from Steve Wilks' defense? Because the one major difference is he looks at the game from the defensive backfield. He played defensive back at Appalachian State. He's coached defensive backs. Now, Saleh and D'Amico Ryans had different eyes and where they look at defense. When you watch the 49ers defense just one game out with Wilks as the DC, do you see anything at all differently, Dante?
I don't really see anything differently. The only thing that I did see differently, and was an interesting change-up early in the game, is when they went to a 5-2 alignment. We didn't see that last year from D'Amico Ryans. We didn't see that in the past 3 years from D'Amico Ryans. That was a great change-up to deter the Pittsburgh Steelers from running some of their staple runs. And once they were able to stop those staple runs, they went back to, pretty much their original alignment. So last year they had the number 1 defense versus the run, points per game, the number 1 defensive player in the league, and Nick Bosa. I don't think that you should break it if it's not broken. So Steve Wilks, he understands that. He understands how a front 4 that's dominant can allow you to play easy coverages, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to make sure that you're disguising well, you tackle well. Everybody's where they're supposed to be, and this defense can continue to dominate offenses. So I didn't see much change from Steve Wilks, only that 5-2 alignment early in the first half.
Yeah.
I look at the Rams defense, and especially in the secondary, Akilla Weatherspoon, the former 49er, is a starter.
Don't get him started on that.
Darian Kendrick, Russ Yeast, we know Jordan Fuller, but I mean, and then Trey Tomlinson is a kid out of TCU that they'll use as well. Kobe Durant's a guy that they'll use in the nickel. I was surprised. I mean, obviously the Seahawks passing game was just nowhere. But I was surprised they couldn't take advantage of these guys, because this is a young secondary, and any secondary that is starting Akilla Weatherspoon, to me, has Swiss cheese written all over it.
Yeah, and what it tells me is a bunch of apple pie and soft serve ice cream back here, right? So get ready for Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk. Trust me, Brandon Ayuk know what he can do to 44 over there. What's his name? Akilla Witherspoon.
Yeah, he's going to go contact courage on us now.
Man, he terrorized them every day in practice. You don't think that Debo knows that he has his soul at this moment?
He has his soul.
Yeah.
Man, I'm looking forward to them actually, destroying Akilla Witherspoon in this Los Angeles Rams secondary. And when you look at the way that they played last week, they didn't get consistent pressure. This isn't the defense that you're accustomed to seeing from the LA Rams. There's no Jalen Ramsey and these guys in the secondary. There's a bunch of holes, and if the 49ers can come out and get that run game going, you're going to see a lot of guys running free through that Rams secondary.
Yeah, wherever 44 lines up, and he's mainly a left corner on the offense's right. They're going to run right at him. We know he doesn't like to tackle. Just a word about Brock, and we're calling him now Big Brain Brock, and the way he's able to process Kyle's offense and get it out. But then even a play, and you being a safety, when Minkah Fitzpatrick was the free hitter coming to his blind side, the way he set him up by stepping up and then spinning out of him and getting to his left and then finding Debo over the middle. Just what did you see from Brock Purdy the start of year 2, Dante?
Cool, calm, collected. I think that I have a new name for Brock Purdy. It's called the franchise.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. He's the franchise. We all know that there's no correct, direct science to picking the right quarterback. As long as you get him on your roster and he gets the opportunity and he makes plays, then that's when you consider him a franchise quarterback. And think about all the guys like Justin Fields, all of these guys that were picked in the first round, top 2-3 picks, and they never really pan out, right? A guy like Brock Purdy kept his mouth closed, Mr. Irrelevant comes in, and it never looked like it was too big to him. And even in this past week's game, I thought that there were multiple times out there where I had flashbacks of Jimmy Garoppolo throwing an interception. In the first half, he was going to throw a slant to the right. A defensive end stepped into the path. He pulled the ball back, checked it down to Christian McCaffrey for a first down. I'm like, man, this guy really knows the game. In the red zone, switch release, right? You get Ayuk on a vertical route, stem, outside, plant his foot. Do you know how many times they had that same route concept drawn up for Jimmy Garoppolo and he sailed the ball above the head of the receiver out of bounds? I think that with Brock Purdy and his development, being the point guard of this offense and the ability to pull it down and create plays with his legs, it just gives the 49ers an offense that rivals this defense, right? And that's the type of positive encouragement and battles that you need, offense versus defense. Who's going to lead this team? Another thing that I think is going to happen is there's going to be a rivalry between Drake Jackson, a positive rivalry, and Nick Bosa. You can believe that Nick Bosa is at his house right now thinking about those 3 sacks that Drake Jackson has and how he's leading the league right now at the one game, and Nick Bosa is going to get on his high horse, which makes everybody better and elevates the defense to another level. So I like everything that the 49ers are doing, and the special teams play great as well.
Absolutely. Dante Whitner's joining us. Obviously, the big story last night, Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, and you don't want to see that. And now the debate is turf, grass. I mean, what's your thought? Should they yank all the turf out and put all grass in?
Absolutely. That's a one in a generational talent at quarterback, first ballot Hall of Famer, and to see him late in his career go down with an injury like that, with all the excitement that the New York Jets had, his teammates, and that organization, is devastating. It's devastating for the league. And when you think about so many players that have been injured over the years, even Nick Bosa, right? You don't want these guys to consistently get these non-contact injuries. His was contact, but a lot of them are non-contact on turf. I'm all about the grass. I can remember on days I would get up and, head over to Ohio Stadium, get ready to play at Ohio State, and we had real grass. It just does something to the players to have that actual smell and feel. So I think they should get rid of that artificial turf.
All right, I've got to play on it on Sunday at SoFi, so hopefully everybody gets out of there clean. But obviously you've done some advanced work on the LA Rams. I'm just getting into it starting today. The one thing is Matthew Stafford last year, played with a wonky elbow. I don't know exactly what he did to it. Maybe he tore his UCL, but he just wasn't himself. Watching him play against Seattle on Sunday, Dante, he is completely back. He can drop down and go sidearm like Aaron Rodgers. He's back to full Matthew Stafford ability. So what do you see from the challenges on both sides of the ball?
No pressure. He looks amazing. Pressure. He looks below average.
Right.
We've seen that last year. We've seen it the year before. When you get pressure and get him off of his spot, he will throw the ball to the 49ers defense. If he can stand in the pocket, manipulate and move the underneath and deep coverage with his eyes and his shoulders, you're in for a long day. The 49ers understand this. There are certain guys that you have to attack on that offensive line, and they will. And then as far as their defense, they're pretty solid. I think that the back end can be exploited from the 49ers, but you have to attack number 97, Hoyt. He's like a blind dog in a meat house, guys. He's terrible in pass. He's terrible holding the edge. And you better believe that Kyle Shanahan and this 49ers offense understands that, and they're going to exploit that part of the defensive line.
What did you say he was?
He's a blind dog in a lot of meat house. That's an old line. Blind dog in a meat house.
I love it, man. That is beautiful.
So we're attacking 97 and 44 on Sunday. Is that it?
97 and 44. You can pencil it in right now.
My God, I already wrote it in red ink. I got to get it on my board.
Plus, you know what? The other thing, too, is that, who knows? It's early in the season, but just looking at the Rams' offensive line, Pro Football Focus has them at 28. But note boom, Avila's a rookie out of TCU, Brian Allen, Coleman, Shelton, and Havenstein. And Shelton's played mostly center in his career. That's not a great offensive line, and that's been a problem for the Rams for a number of years. So as you just pointed out, when you get Stafford under pressure, which, again, something Seattle didn't consistently do, he's a totally different quarterback. And this is not a great offensive line. In fact, it's not as good as Pittsburgh was, and the 49ers dominated that line.
And I watched a game between the Seattle Seahawks and Los Angeles Rams last week, and both teams looked bad. It was a pretty even game for most of it, and Seattle's secondary played terrible. They might be ranked 32nd right now in the NFL, and they still almost had a chance at the end of that ball game. So I don't think that the LA Rams are just this juggernaut of a team. I think that it was just two bad teams playing, and now they have to face the 49ers. This is another game like last week, where I declared last week it shouldn't be close. This one should be even worse. The 49ers are stronger in every phase of the game. They understand what the LA Rams want to do. They played them consistently 3 years in a row and even in the playoffs. And this is a game where you have to start it like you did the Pittsburgh Steelers. It has to be fast, 3 and outs on defense, turnovers, and run the football, and the 49ers will be 2-0.
Great stuff, man. Dante, thank you so much for the insight, and loved hearing you yesterday, man. It was cool listening to you guys all the way home. It was awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, talk to you guys soon.
See you, man.
Thank you, Dante.
That is the great Dante Whitner. Well, he's a Brock guy, man. Big time. What do you call
franchise.
It? Freaky franchise? It's the first time since Lincecum.
Now, hold on here.
Freaky franchise.
On the payroll, he's way towards the bottom. He's called him a
not
franchise.
For long. Did you see Burrow's deal averages $61 million the first 3 years? Not saying Brock's getting that, but you know that $40 million that they're holding aside? They're going to need that in 2 years. They're going to need
your role. He's a game manager,
I'm just saying,
Mr. Irrelevant.
He's going to need $40 million in 2 years.
We'll just draft another guy in the last pick of the draft.
If Daniel Jones gets $40 million, Brock Purdy gets $40 million.
Take it easy.
All right, 1 o'clock hours on the way. We'll give you the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear, including some Manning cast that was outstanding last night and other things from Monday Night Football. Plus, we'll throw some baseball in there as the Giants 4 in a row. We'll do it in about less than 10 minutes. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
He's like a blind dog in a meat house, guys.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, sorry, getting foreplay. And I jogged in here from the room over, so I'm out of breath. I don't get that. I've been working out. I'm in shape, lost weight. Still have no
Moving
ability.
in from the newsroom to here, and you're
honestly,
out of breath.
you know how close that is? I mean, it's like it's right there.
Yeah.
How am I out of breath? Ridiculous.
You got your cardio in. You got your steps
I
in.
got to go do some cardio after the show or something today. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's not helping. Not helping at all. All right, we'll give you some Manningcast, a little Kevin Harlan for you, which I don't know that you're going to enjoy. Normally you like Harlan, but I'm not sure
You
you're
didn't
going to like
mention
this
a
guy
trip, a
of Harlan.
blatant trip in the middle of that bogus punt return. You didn't mention that.
We've got a little Brandon Ayuk. He was on with the morning guys today, Murph and Max, so we'll give that to you as well. You shall enjoy. And a little Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler was happy with the gutsy performance of one Alex Cobb, which, by the way, that could be a key down the stretch because they're going back to, as you pointed out, the 5-man, 2-10 in your last 12 will make you go away from the opener. So they're going back to trying a rotation. But if Alex Cobb isn't in the middle of it, that's not good. So,
okay.
We'll see.
Why did they pitch him 131 pitches? He already had the hip impingement.
That's what is he, 36? I mean, it's like me running from the other
35.
room.
35. I'll turn 36
35.
October the 7th.
Yeah. So, you know, got to watch your
Will he be pitching
elders.
October the 7th? When would that start? That'll start October 3rd.
Well, they're all roadies.
3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Right.
And the other thing is that
What do they do, play Milwaukee?
Cubbies could catch Milwaukee.
No,
if you do get the third spot, we're not even playing that game because it's so far. Would you rather play Milwaukee or Chicago? You're going to get the team that wins the National League
Were
Central.
they 1-5 against the Cubs? It doesn't matter.
They got swept.
Yeah.
And then lost 2 out of 3
Right.
here.
So 1-5 against the Cubs.
But
I can't remember
got,
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee's got Corbin Burns.
Yeah, that's not good in a short
Woodruff,
series.
Peralta, and they're scoring runs. Would you rather go to Milwaukee or Chicago? Ouch.
Personally, I'd rather go to Chicago. They're both great drinking
I'm not talking
towns.
about us hanging out and
Oh.
drinking, John. Although Milwaukee's very fun. You know,
It's underrated.
Ever been to Kilbourne Avenue? Milwaukee's fun.
I think I have. Yeah,
It's a
I've
small
got
Chicago.
I've actually got family in the Milwaukee area. We don't often go back there, but yeah, I get nervous when we do because they don't mess around. People, I mean, I'm not stereotyping here. People in the Midwest, they don't mess around when it comes. At least the people that are in my family, they don't mess around when it comes to beers. I'm not a massive beer guy,
I
but
probably
they love
have
beer.
family there as well, but a DNA test will not be given, so I don't know. What's the bar? Major Goolsby's. You ever been to Major Goolsby's?
No, but what a great name for a bar.
That's the place
Major
that
Goolsby's.
Reggie Jackson got into a fight and cold cocked a guy.
Really?
And that's a place where Charles Barkley picked a guy up and threw him through a plate glass window.
It sounds like a rough joint.
Major
two different guys,
Goolsby's,
two different Hall of Fame type
it's fun.
players.
It's fun. And then there's a place, I don't know if it's still open, on Kilbourne Avenue called Victor's. Milwaukee's fun.
Yeah, I definitely.
Not Chicago fun, but it's fun.
Yeah. Chicago's a whole different deal. You go to Chicago.
Well, Milwaukee's a small Chicago.
Yeah.
Anyway.
When you went to Chicago last, I mean, I know you had a good time.
Went there a couple times.
You know, in Pittsburgh, you had a good time. We had a guy on that was hanging out with you. Did you go out? I think I remember. Didn't
Chicago?
Yeah, you were out in Chicago.
Are you insane? That was the Giants. The Giants played the Cubs.
That's right.
Don't you remember that weekend?
Well, no, because I was remembering that people were. They always do this. They always send me video of you. I'm like,
because they can't get to me. Because I don't want.
Look who I ran into. I'm like,
I don't
that's
want
not a
any
surprise.
paternity suits coming my way. I have children that I trying to avoid
You've
now.
been served. No, thank you.
There's certain cities you don't go out in. I don't know which those cities are. I even like Cleveland.
I think you have to go out to all of them. You got to experience.
Well, Detroit's one. Maybe you don't go out to Big Beaver. You
I
stay
hear
in
you.
on that one.
Yeah, you got to go out of the city.
Chicago? Are you out of your mind?
That's awesome. Down on Rush Street. All right, it is Pop and London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Let's get to it. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Brandon Ayuk coming off a career day, a couple of touchdowns, and that great block that sprung Christian McCaffrey for 65. He was with Murphy Mack this morning, which you can hear at KNBR.com, talking about playing with Brock Purdy, no matter what his nickname is.
Yeah, that's crazy. But no, Purdy, he's done a great job since the moment he came in there and started his first start. Even when he started, when he ended up taking over in the Miami game, I believe, he had a great job. So, yeah, I think trust. Trust is a big thing. We talk about it in our offense all the time. Quarterback can trust. Quarterback can trust that we're going to be in a spot where we're supposed to be, and we can complete passes even when we're not. Even in looks, when we have terrible looks, we can still continue to complete the ball, move the sticks, keep the offense flowing. And I think trust is the main thing with that. But Purdy, I'm enjoying playing with him. He gives us confidence every single week. He gives us a bunch of confidence, so much confidence going into every game that not only are we going to win the game, but you have a chance to have a great game as well. So I'm loving playing with him.
You know, it's so interesting because we see what he does on the field, and you're around this team a lot. But every guy to a man, Trent Williams said this after the game, Kittle said it after the game, a lot of times it's unprompted, just how much confidence they have in him, which obviously permeates throughout the entire team.
Because you believe in that guy. I mean, I'm the big brain Brock for a reason. So we had that player for a purpose deal a couple of Mondays ago in late August, and they were playing, and I told you about it the next day, they were playing Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, and it was offense versus defense. And it's just something like that that's innocuous and fun. He just has a way about him, and he's got his cap on, and he doesn't say much. But when it's time to answer a question, everybody looks to him. He's one of those guys that I got this, whatever the situation, and he's unflappable. Coming into the Miami game, he got 0 blitz the entire game. And he hit George Kittle over the middle on that 3rd and 10, and they all believed in him. The Tampa game, his first start, he got earholed on the first play, and that was Keanu Neal, who was playing with Tampa. That's the guy that Brandon Ayuk decleated Sunday. He's the guy that came on that safety blitz that he didn't see, and he got him on the first play, and he got earholed the second play. They burned him over the middle. He's just in every regard. And then it's obvious plays. Like Ayuk's first touchdown, John, that was they stacked Debo and Ayuk together. They don't normally do that. And then Debo ran across, and he sucked 2 defenders. And Ayuk was one-on-one with Patrick Peterson. He ran a great route. Peterson fell down, whether it was a divot in the end zone or whatever. But then the second one, and I think Ayuk was talking about this, even when he's not open, he threw him the ball anyway. And does Jimmy throw him that ball? With him, he was not open. Patrick Peterson had him covered. And that was, Ayuk's just going to go up and take the ball with his long arms and big hands and vice grip. He's just going to take the ball. And then he had to get his feet down in the end zone, which was incredible. So they're confident in him. They just believe in him. Because why would you not? He's not started the game and finished the game and lost. Every game he's played in, even off the bench, they won. Only time was in Philly when he got it knocked out in the 7th play of the game. And then he believes in them. The one to Ayuk, John, where he just threw him the ball, even though he was covered, that's Brock saying, I believe in you, and Ayuk going up and making an incredible play.
All right, the big story, obviously, last night, Aaron Rodgers gets hurt for Monday Night Football. This is the Manning cast edition of it. You hear Peyton Manning with the injury, and then a little bit on who he didn't know was the backup quarterback, Zach Wilson. Take a listen.
He's hurt. Could not have been. Holy cow! I cannot believe this. I thought it was just an ankle. I thought we'd go tape it up and get him back in there. Come on. Man.
3 plays, 4 plays. You can get on the perfect prediction panel. How many times will Zach Wilson throw the ball the rest of the game? So far, it looks like he's thrown it 12 times. Will he reach 25 times?
No, 3 more at the most. 3 more passes to him.
Here's one of them. Oh, well,
there we go. Let's just go backwards. Let's just run backwards.
Throw it anywhere.
Looks like Kurt Russell in.
Okay. Oh, what's the flag?
Peyton was distracted the whole game.
He was pissed.
He started the line and then he dropped the line.
That was the Kurt Russell, Robin Williams. That seems like old times. That's what he was talking about.
He finished it, but he finished it later.
Yeah, and then he was talking about how he hit the center in like the butt or something with a pass, and he's like, so is that guy eligible? I mean, the thing that's great about it is he gets so disgusted with bad quarterback play that Troy Aikman's going to find a nicer way to say that. Not Peyton Manning. Like you said, he gets frustrated with
he
bad
roots for
quarterback
both sides.
Both quarterbacks, yeah.
Anybody's playing quarterback, he gets, and then they bring in Ryan Fitzpatrick, and then McEnroe's rooting for the Jets.
Yeah.
And he got up on the correct prediction board by predicting Josh Allen to Stephon Diggs.
That was pretty easy.
Yeah.
Good one. But anyway.
What's going on with Peyton's hair, by the way?
I don't know, but when he leaned over one time and they showed the bald spot, man, Eli was all over it. Eli was like, "Ooh, a bald spot there," and he's like, "Don't show that angle."
No, it's the angle from on top. Has he done something to his hair?
I don't know. He's always had the massive forehead.
Yeah. No, I know that, but the hair is completely different than last year. And he looks like he spent.
What did he do, Jason Witten? Did he go Jason Witten on it and spray something on there?
He's gone makeup.
Oh, yeah, for
The
sure.
first year, they were just doing it, and he was drinking Solo cups, and it was no big deal.
He put it in a metal
cup
this
this year. It looks like he's got a spray tan on, and he's actually combing his hair or getting it done. What's going on
I didn't
there?
notice that part.
Oh, his hair was like, I didn't even look like Peyton Manning.
He was going to the metal cup quite a bit late in the game, which everybody says he does like to drink beer. So I think he is kind of loosening up, drinking some beers, and
I
away
went
from
to
the
that
cup.
part in the game as well when Josh Allen turned the ball over for a fourth time.
By the way, Whitehead, that safety, do you realize that he had a $250,000 bonus for 3 interceptions or more on the season, and he made the $250,000 last night?
He should give $200,000 of it to Josh. What's
That's
he
awesome.
doing?
Good for him.
Awesome.
Man.
It was brutal.
Well,
And then
that's,
he
he
fumbles
made
the
$250.
Jet sweeper got in his way, and that's why he fumbled the last one. Buffalo gave that game away. I'm not happy about
Bud
that. Move on,
fumbled
John.
through 3 interceptions.
Can I hear Gabe Kapler now to change that?
Oh, wait, no. We love Kevin Harlan, and no offense to Joe
I don't
Buck
wanna
and hear
this
Troy
call.
Aikman, the
Is this the punt
longest
return?
tenured NFL duo of all time.
Which
But,
call are you going to play?
This Kevin Harlan, man.
Which one? The punt return or the injury?
I think it was probably a positive Buffalo play that we'll play here. I think that's pretty much it, right?
Is this the one they carted Aaron off the field? Is that one?
Let's play Harlan. I can't remember.
Sam Martin to punt. Deep back the rookie Gibson. Under the ball, looking into the wide snakes. The catch against his chest, 35. Breaks the tackle, 40. Comes to the near side of the block with the 50. Down the near side, the 40. Room to roam, 35-30. Got a block at the 25-20. He goes inside the 15. Breaks the tackle. 5. Touchdown! Touchdown! The Jets have won! The Jets have won! 65-yard punt return by the rookie, Xavier Gibson. The Jets have won 22-16. Final.
Is he dead to you? Is
Trip?
Is he dead to
What
you
game
now?
are you calling? Harlan, stop it.
We're going to have to play that the next time he's on. You're going to have to scream for the tripping penalty,
Wasn't
which
it
John
obvious?
Perry
And
ruined
Joe Buck's
it.
going, no flags down. It took
Well,
John Perry to
he's
come in.
right.
I'm yelling. It's a blatant trip. It's a game misconduct.
You're not going
What
to
are
do
you
that.
doing here?
Those officials never would have made it out of the stadium. It's like the
I
immaculate
don't
deception.
care. Jimmy Hoff is
Not gonna
dead.
do it.
Don't dig him up in the end zone.
Nah, that was too good of a storyline. That was the script.
Okay.
That was an amazing script last night.
Okay. Let's follow the
Harlan.
script.
Harlan
Yeah,
is
I'm
so
sure
good.
ESPN wrote the script. Let's have our ratings grabber get carted off the field 4 plays in. Should have been.
What
played
would even
more.
be better? Tom Brady. Da, 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 da. No, he's not coming back. That was the first thing.
You got to
though.
get off social media, John.
No, that's the first thing I thought too. Would he ever come back?
All right.
If I'm the Jets, if you're the GM of the Jets, you at least have to call him. He came back once. You at least have to call him and say, "Hey, are you sure?" And Tom's going to go, "Yeah, I'm sure."
John Yee here.
Right. I mean, if he knows.
Yeah, whatever.
He's your best option.
That was
Nick
that was a
Mullins.
blatant trip.
Rivers. I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're
You want
talking
Phil
about.
Rivers?
And finally, here is Gabe Kapler. As you pointed out, They put a heavy workload on Alex Cobb, and it looks like he was being held last night by super glue and duct tape. But Gabe Kapler, admiration for what Cobb did last night.
It might be. What I will say is this is going back a little while, so it's not just the last couple of starts, which I think is the easy read on this, but it's dating back at least to his start in Colorado, and maybe prior to that he's been dealing with this hip impingement stuff. So it's not going to be perfect. We don't expect it to be, but I think there are going to be some starts that are easier for him to get through than others, and I think tonight was a real grind and did a great job getting us through 5 innings. Obviously, early in the game we weren't sure if we were going to get 2 from him, let alone 5. It was pretty gutsy performance.
Doesn't he implicate himself a little bit more if this has been going on a long time
June the 8th.
and you still kept him in?
June the 8th.
Yeesh.
So he threw 83 pitches in that game. Then 79 the next one. 79, 88, 94, 85, 95, 84, 77, 92, 103 at Atlanta. They lost and they didn't score. They got shut out. I think Strider pitched. And then the 131 against Cincinnati, which is fine because he was throwing a no-hitter. I'm not saying take him out of a no-hitter. But once he lost the no-hitter and the shutout, and I don't think it was that many pitches to the last guy. Who he punched out De La Cruz, right, John? I think it was like on 5 or 6 pitches. But right then, do you not get him out at 125? And then his next start on regular rest, he throws 58, and they have to get him out. So has anybody point blank asked Alex Cobb or Gabe Kapler, is the right hip impingement, and I love that term, was it exacerbated, Cap, by him throwing 131 pitches? It has to be. I mean, he was out there saying he's getting tired later, and yesterday he goes 5, and every single pitch he's grimacing. So I'm not saying take him out of a no-hitter, let him go, but once he lost the no-hitter and the shutout, you got to take him out of the game immediately. It probably didn't matter. He threw like 5 or 6 more pitches.
Right. All right, that is your foreplay. That is your foreplay. We'll talk to Kevin Harlan the next time he's on. Are you going to be angry with Harlan now?
Come on. Did you not see the trip?
No.
When you watched the play live, what did you think?
That if I was an official, there's no way I'm calling that.
Wow. I'm going to hire you as an official. By the way, what happened to Mike Pereira?
I'm so bummed out. I guess he's out this year with a back injury. We got to get him on and see what's going on with that, man. That's terrible. Mikey
Jeff
Rulebook.
Passan and now Mike Pereira?
Jeez.
This is actually better for me. When I text him during games now, he'll respond.
So what's it just going to be? Dean Blandino? He's no.
Oh, boy.
He's no Mikey Rulebook.
He really is Blandino.
He is bland. He's like the Troy Aikman of blandness in the officiating.
That means when we go to the Super Bowl this year, we'd have to fawn over Sterator because he's going to win in the walk this year.
Oh, absolutely. Was it John Perry last night? Is he the ESPN one that
yeah.
that pointed that out?
Gruden's guy.
Yeah.
Who did John have in the booth with him when he was there?
Like it wasn't him?
Retired years ago.
I don't remember. You mean as an official?
Jerry
as their
Austin?
official guy?
Jerry Austin, I think.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Right? Years ago.
Sounds familiar. Yeah. All right. We will get you caught up on everything that's going on, give you a little bit more Giants as well as we take you down the stretch as they are 19 games away. By the way, this afternoon, is Tolbert back? Tolbert's back today? Oh, no. He's still back east. Marcus Thompson and Copes today.
I think he's going to the Philadelphia game.
Oh, is that right?
He's going to Minnesota and the Eagles on Thursday night. I think he's going to that. He's got a whole week planned.
I think Philly's, a 7.5-point favorite in that game. Yeah.
By the way, with your, you want Nick Mullins to go to Robert Salah?
I'm just thinking it makes sense.
I texted Paul Allen. I ran it by him. And he said, well, I didn't see him at walkthrough this morning, so maybe there's something.
Whoa.
No, he was being facetious.
He was kidding? No.
Guess I didn't look for him at walkthrough that just concluded. That's PA's wise-ass response to move along here, nothing to see.
Hey, you know what? Everybody's for sale, man. It's just a matter of the price.
Well,
and they're
got
desperate.
a game on Thursday. They're not trading the backup quarterback going into the game. They got to play.
Don't they have
Thursday
a third
night.
quarterback, a kid out of BYU?
I just want to trade all the quarterbacks.
Marcus and Copes today. Mike Sando, 2:30, does the Pick Six every week, which is absolutely great. Greg Cosell will break everything down at 3:50, and Andrew Bagley at 4:50. So
why don't you get
go.
them on
Great
together? Sando had Brock, Tier 4, and Cosell had Brock as the next Joe Montana.
Cosell, yeah. Cosell loves him. Sando's thing is just he went around the league.
Yeah, I know.
But it was a caveat of he'll rise up or whatever it is. I have to go back.
But he's not as good as he was last year. That's what they're saying.
Somebody said that?
That's the whole point. All the GMs are saying do it again.
Yeah, they're just jealous they didn't get him at 262. That I think that's part of it. They're all mad that teams could have had him, 6-7 times? Nobody picked them? They're probably fairly upset. All right, Sweet Clean Family Friendly Boost Pistol at the bottom, including in that, we got some audio from a story they did. I don't know if you heard this story about the bar in Green Bay that was giving out free booze when the Jets lose, and everybody thought that they were going to get free booze. Oops.
I heard that.
And then the punt return. We'll play that for you at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk, who did it with his hands, did it with his blocking, did it all against the Steelers. He joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss his huge day in Pittsburgh and how much confidence he has in the Big Rooster. Did he call him the Big Rooster? That's Brock Purdy, of course. Big Brain Brock, Rooster Brock. I prefer Rooster. Anyway, I digress. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. That's right. It is awesome to see again the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is who I have to thank. And I had this procedure because Pop kept coming in the studio going, I've had this CLR. Look at my eyesight. It's awesome. And so I was like, okay, I got to get this done. I'm a young man and I'm walking into restaurants having to put the iPhone light on. I'm running around looking for readers. I don't want that as a part of my life. So I went to see Dr. Ling and Dr. Bindi down at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And voila, I have tremendous vision once again. Now, they are the leaders, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, the leaders in modern vision correction. Now, I did CLR, like I said, custom lens replacement, LASIK, SMILE, EVO ICL, all sorts of different procedures. So go down there because it's a free consultation at BayArea2020.com. It's BayArea2020.com. Free consultation. So whichever procedure works for you, that is awesome. We're all different after all. And this one worked for me. I had a LASIK before, didn't work as well, but I went to my good friends here at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and CLR was the one that worked for me. It's easy, just took a few minutes, really, really simple. It is awesome. Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, the entire team, they're great. It's a Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. CLR is what I had. See what works for you. They are the leaders in modern vision correction. So for your free consultation, just go to BayArea2020.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose. We'll still about 6 minutes. I don't know why we brought this up a couple of times, but we I don't know, a few days ago, I think we brought this up about the Mile High Club and how small the bathrooms were. There is a Mile High Club story in the caboose today. Lots of good stuff. So we will give that to you.
We talked about
I don't remember why
somebody defecating on an airplane.
Oh, that's right, because it took 5 hours to clean that airplane. And that's right. Something like that. So, anyway.
Somebody on the traveling party, the 49ers, brought that up to me the other day. I'm trying to remember who it was.
Man, it just sounds awful.
Oh, Michael Zigaris.
Oh, I love Michael Zigaris. He's the best. Yeah, it was going from Atlanta to like Rome or something like that, and they had to stop somewhere in Virginia. And they were above Virginia or something. They had to turn around, and it took 5 hours to clean the plane. Somebody got sick. Not good. I heard it was Taco Bell. Just kidding. Hope they're not a sponsor. One thing that I meant to mention to you, because our own Danny Emmenman wrote about this yesterday, as well as Andrew Baggerly, paid attendance last night, 20,705, lowest since May 8th. And they've gone from 12th to 17th in average attendance this year. So
when it's 16 to go down, baseball attendance is up like 9%. Phillies are way up. Padres, after their success of last year, even though they're having a terrible year, and they're done now.
Yes.
Stop looking at them.
Yeah, they're done.
You know, they beat the Dodgers last night. Their attendance
that was a shootout.
Way up. Yeah, I mean, we're in the point of the year where school's back in session. I think you're going to have a similar crowd tonight, John, on a Tuesday night, even though they're going to wear, the favorite colors, and they win all the time. And then tomorrow, when we're there on the patio, that's the last midweek day game of the year, right?
Yeah, there should be quite a few people. Plus, it's a Kyle Harrison day. So
was school back in session? I don't know how many they're going to have tomorrow.
Take your kid out of school. What's he going to learn in 5th grade that he can't find out later?
Okay. Well, attendance are going to... I mean, this is the time of the year where attendance numbers are down until you get on the weekends. The last big draw... And tomorrow's this is the next to last homestand of the year. It's over. Then you've got San Diego for 3. They're all night games. And then the Dodgers, September 29, 30, and October 1.
That'll be packed regardless.
We'll see.
Because they'll pack it. They always do. Especially if it comes down to, because I remember I was at a game. I don't remember what year it was when they clinched. That was a lot of fun. Everybody's sitting there, and it's a bunch of Dodger fans clinching the division here. It's like, yeah, this is great.
When the Dodgers won the division?
Yeah. In fact, I think it was Kershaw on the mound.
I'll tell you what year
we
was it, 2021, since they've won 9 of the last 10
wasn't that
National League West, and they're going to make it 10 of 11.
Mm-hmm.
But when they come in, are they going to have anything to play for?
No.
The Dodgers have been struggling here after their unbelievable August. They were 24-4, lost the last day of August. They're not going to catch the Atlanta Braves. How good are they? Wow.
All right, great, sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. Would you vote for this candidate if she did this? We will explain that. I told you about the Mile High Club. New Apple phone is coming out.
New one?
DoorDash story. Yeah, you know what made me mad about that, though? I read about it today. iPhone 15 is coming out. They're not bringing out a new iPad. It's like, come on, man. I want the most gigantic iPad you could have.
A huge one? There's one now that's a borderline television.
Yeah, I like that.
No, there is one now. I don't know if it's not an iPad.
No.
I don't think Apple makes it, but it's the same technology of the touchscreen, and it's as big as a home theater, just about. Not quite that big, but you can bring it outside. So they do have that.
Yeah, I want them to improve the iPad every time they bring out a phone. I want an iPad. Why is that so hard?
Well, you don't have to get the Apple technology. There is something like it's the same as an iPad, but it's just not Apple. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll send it to you.
All right. I don't know why I've become so loyal to Apple products. They all just tie together. So if I like when I left it down there the other day and you told me I left it down there, I just looked on my phone and it looked at me like, "Hey, dope, you left your iPad." I'm like, "Oh."
No, that was my text to you.
Oh yeah, that was that one.
Hey, dope.
Well, no, it was so dumb because I text you to say, "Hey, Tim left his phone, you left your computer," and then I walk out of there without my iPad. It's like, "Hey, worry about your own house, pal, before you start talking about somebody else." It was silly.
Now, I've never been a fan of the term dope because
in any
always
context?
used. No, because it started referring to weed.
Yeah,
meaning it made you dumb.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's an enhancer of your thought process. Dope does not make you dumb.
I think it depends on the person.
I don't agree.
I know people who make
there's
it
different.
makes
Well,
them
you have
dopey.
to start from certain levels. I do not agree with that.
You don't think that some
smarter.
people don't become smarter?
No.
They certainly don't become smarter with
Not
their
at
food
all.
choices. But
Not at all. It makes you smarter.
I have some friends that I don't know about that. I think it just depends on who you are. Some people I would agree with you. I know lots of people that.
All the great literature, poetry, there'd be no songs out there. They all be about
Well,
screwing women in bars. That's all they'd be
That's
about.
all. That's enhanced by a lot of different things depending on.
It's not dope. Even Big Brain Brock dropped that play was dope the other day.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, Brock.
That term has stood the test of time, dope. And there's just a
Not
lot
a
of
fan
different
of that. Not a fan of
contexts you could use it.
So I did not
Very
text
versatile.
you, hey, dope.
It was along
I
those
would have
lines,
said if
though.
you were high, you never would have forgotten your.
That's
That's
true.
not true. You get a little forgetful. You get a little forgetful.
Just
Not
Spicoli there. All right, sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol, a good one. A lot of stuff to get through. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Happy Taco Tuesday.
I am going to go have a taco today. Dante motivated me, but not in the healthy way that he did. He was talking about like some whole wheat tortilla with turkey meat and a sprinkle of low-fat cheese. Like, what fun is that?
It's not his cheat day today.
It's not happening to me.
You going over to LeBron's house, you and AD and LeBron? For Taco Tuesday.
Well, I don't know if they're still doing this, but Taco Bell was doing a thing where, like, because it was Taco Tuesday or because, I don't know, I remember there was somebody could only use the term or whatever. Anyway, now everybody can use it, so they were giving away free tacos on Tuesday, which, of course, you walk in there, you're not going to just get a free taco.
Why, did they invent it?
Other things. No, they didn't invent it, but someone
did.
The A's
did a Taco Tuesday for years.
The A's did?
Yeah, it was I feel like a cheap taco on Tuesday. And what was the deal they had on Wednesdays? I think it was day games.
Day game drinking or something?
$1 or something. I don't know. But the A's have been doing Taco Tuesdays when I did the games. Speaking of LeBron, he's trying to recruit Steph and Draymond to play with Steve Kerr next summer.
And Joel
in the
Embiid, too. That's what they were talking about.
And Jason Tatum. Yeah. We got to roll there and get it back. Did you watch us lose to Germany?
Yeah, this is back.
Dennis Schroeder?
This is similar
to... We couldn't beat Lithuania and Jonas Valanciunas, Charles Barkley. We lost twice.
Yeah, this is
We're not
similar
sending our best
to,
players there.
Remember 88, and then they got mad. Then 92, they brought in the
Danny
Dream Team, and they smoked everybody. So
Richmond.
The same thing's going to happen. Like, we send over a bunch of...
So let's go.
Okay.
Steph's never won a gold medal. Let's go.
That's what they'll do next time. Yeah, that was
what do we have?
embarrassing.
Devin Booker, Steph, KD, LeBron, you're coming off the bench.
Embiid. Yeah, they said Embiid's...
Jason Tatum. That's all we need.
Yeah.
And then, could you imagine that team?
That would be back to the Dream Team.
We need that, don't we? In Paris? Let's go.
Sure. Yeah, why not? I would. Plus, who's not going to go to Paris? I mean, if it was somewhere, you didn't want to go. I mean, Paris is incredible. All right. Would you vote for this woman? A woman running for a coveted Virginia House seat has a side gig. Her name is Susanna Gibson. She's a Democrat running to represent District 57 in Richmond, Virginia. The problem for some people is she is a cam model and has posted several vids on a platform called Chatterbait. Several videos, and she does live streams in the news.
She's got my vote.
Yeah, it's called Chatterbait.
Chatterbait?
Chatterbait. As you can probably...
If I get on with this, is HR going to be all over me again?
Yes.
She's
very pretty.
Research.
She's very pretty.
Free adult webcam.
Chicka wow wow.
You must be over 18 to the grid of the terms below before continuing.
By the way,
agree.
She has like 10,000 followers.
Whoa.
And but if you were going to vote, would this be a problem for you if this person had been on a
vote, John?
Yeah.
What?
I didn't think that would be a problem. Wouldn't be for me.
Which side of the aisle is she on?
You know what? Here's what's funny. She does the videos. She does the videos with her husband, which is so. And then she's asking you for her to vote, and she's in these commercials like "Vote for me," and there's her husband right next to her. And I was doing some research, and I was like, "Wow, you sure look a lot different when you're vertical." But anyway, yeah. Virginia House of Delegates. She's running, and she had a side gig. She had to make a few bucks. So anyway, for some, it's a problem.
Quite the website. How to build stamina in bed.
I shouldn't have done this story first. I knew I would.
Sexpert.
I knew I would lose you if I did this story first. What was I thinking?
I don't know about the woman in Virginia, but this woman has my vote, John. Who's she? You got to bring her husband along?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what she did. So, anyway, that's what she did.
Get off of this.
All right. Where's the next one? So we had been talking about this because of that plane flight that they had to turn around. We're talking Mile High Club, and we were talking how small the bathrooms are. Please return to your seats.
We better hurry. I got to fasten my seatbelt.
So it says a Randy couple, Randy baby, aboard an EasyJet flight. I've never flown EasyJet. EasyJet. Yeah. Sounds like you should be nervous about the pilots flying.
Easy landing?
But it's called EasyJet. They were caught in the middle of a mid-air romp inside the plane's bathroom by a shocked flight attendant and stunned passengers.
Oh, my God. What are you doing? Were they at an EasyJet Pro 24 jet?
EasyJet. Ever flown EasyJet?
Oh, that's a printer. That's a printer.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait a minute. It's an airline?
It says when the nervous plane worker swung open the bathroom door, the half-dressed couple appeared to be in mid-act.
Wow.
I'm not going to give you the details there. The man quickly grabbed the bathroom door and closed it as other passengers wildly laughed and hollered. So there you go.
I got the video right here on Chatterbait, John. I'm seeing.
This happened in the UK.
The emergency exit row?
This happened in the UK. They do have a video of it up. Let me see here. Let me see.
Of course they do.
I'm going to get fired for this. Oh, hold on. Let me. Whoa. Let me turn this volume down a little bit. Up.
The audio enhances it, John. We are radio. Leave the audio.
I don't know what they're going to say. Let me see here. Oh, they are laughing. Wow. Oh, look, boy, the flight attendant. He's red faced. He did catch him mid act. Wow, man, that looks like a party airline. They're all drinking and having a good time. So it's in the direct back of the flight, and the door is facing. So if you were sitting on one of the back rows, they've got the door facing like north south, so it flies open. You can see them coming right out of there. So yeah, I just did see that. And like you said, they must have been a smaller couple because, as you were pointing out the other day, those bathrooms are small, really small.
Maybe EasyJet, they have bigger bathrooms.
Oh, my gosh.
Where did you get this video from?
It's in the New York Post.
Oh, page 6.
It's entitled, Couple Aboard EasyJet Flight Joining Mile High Club. Oh, my blanking God. Because that's what somebody said when they flipped the door open.
Isn't that what Geno Smith said when Aaron Donald came in?
Yes, that's exactly what he said. My gosh, that is a small bathroom. I don't know how they're fitting in there. Anyway, you can look for yourself.
Okay.
Please don't get fired. I am not.
I'm still on Chatterbait, but go ahead.
I'm not culpable.
Just doing show research.
This is kind of a funny story. Elon Musk passed out during dinner after drinking vodka shots in a meeting.
Shots.
And here's the thing too. He was in Russia. So he was buying $18 million rockets, and he went out partying with these Russian guys, and he passed out during dinner. I wouldn't mess with him. I wouldn't drink vodka shot for shot with these Russian guys. I mean, aren't you asking for it at that point?
That's like an old James Bond movie, don't you? That's like, I think that was in like Pussy Galore, wasn't it?
The best.
There's
James
a rule
Bond
there,
movie,
John.
Of course.
There's a rule there.
But anyway, yeah.
By the way, I sent you
Careful.
I sent you a text.
Oh, okay.
When you get to the new iPhone, and you want the big iPad,
where did
it's
we
called
see that?
Stand By Me Rollable Smart Touch Screen.
That's got a stand and everything.
It's brought to you by LG.
How big is that thing?
27 inches.
Oh, that is nice. I got it.
And we're not exaggerating.
See, I'd love that stuff. Is that too big? Is a 27-inch iPad too big? Can you tote that thing around?
I don't know. Ask the guy on EasyJet Airlines if it's too big. I don't know.
Oh, I like that thing.
Isn't that perfect?
Well, I'm like you, and then
And it's the same technology as an iPad.
So it's the same thing. It's just 27
There's no
inch.
cords. You take it outside.
Because what's the biggest iPad right now?
It really is kind of like it's a portable television is what it is.
Yeah, it's about twice as big as the biggest iPad.
I'm going to order one right here on. They're expensive, nice. $1,275.
Oh, that ain't bad though, for that size. And look at it, swivels, rotates. Ooh, I like that.
Kind of like the couple on EasyJet Airlines.
Speaking of, by the way, I think I know the answer, but it says new Apple iPhone features USB-C port, improved camera, blah 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 blah. Is the
What's the iPhone number now? What are
15.
we at now?
We're at 15.
15?
Yeah. Let's see. It's going to be $1,099. The 15 Pro Max will jump up to as much as $200, $1,299. My question to you is it kind of like Madden where they make these subtle changes and you don't really need to get a new one? Because there are people who wait in line who want to get the latest.
You're one of them, aren't you? You're always the one who wants to get the latest.
I can't remember what I have. Maybe I do have a 14. I don't even remember. But I don't wait. I definitely won't wait in the line. But
hell no.
You're not like the latest.
No. Well, remember, mine died in the go-kart race last year, and then I got a new iPhone because I needed it, like a day before they came out with a new one.
That's always how it is.
So what do I have, like an iPhone 13, and what is it, 14, and tomorrow it's going to be 15?
Yeah. Plus, didn't they get sued because they did admit that they mess with your phone, like they slow it down, they do all this stuff, so then you're like, I need a new phone.
When they ask you to download the new information, you got to plug it in at midnight.
Yeah, they screw it up for you.
Your phone. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. So anyway.
So when is that available today?
15. No, let's see. They just unveiled it. So when is that going to be?
They always
unveiled
do it in
it
the fall.
on. They unveiled it this morning. Blah blah blah
So
blah
people
blah.
in line at the Apple Store.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Anyway, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't see. Oh, September 22nd. There you go. September 22nd. So you
Friday
can pre-order
after the Giants game.
You can pre-order it now. September 22nd is when they actually go on sale. Yeah, I'm not waiting in that line.
So you don't know what iPhone you have, but the people that extorted you last year, remember they met you at the hotel room, the motel room?
That was one of the
Was
dumbest
that a year
things I
ago?
ever did. Yeah, it was about a year ago, I'd say. Yeah, that was one of the
Didn't
dumbest
they
things I
steal
ever
your
did.
phone? Didn't they steal your phone?
I don't know if they technically stole it, but it went missing. And then they called me, and then they said it was at a certain hotel, and I'm not going to disparage anywhere in San Francisco, but that was probably a place that I should have known better.
Same thing happened to my daughter in L.A. like a month ago. She was in a club.
Oh, she shouldn't have done that.
And these people swiped her phone.
Yeah.
And then I kept calling the phone.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
then it's a shakedown, like you
she
said.
She had to go somewhere in L.A. and it was pretty gnarly, but they gave her phone back, but they wanted money for the phone.
Yeah.
They stole it and then they extorted her for it.
Well, long story short is they told me to meet him at an extremely shady motel, hour by hour, let's say, with the vibrating
And you've never
beds.
been there.
I've never been there. Of course I haven't.
But the chatterbait cameras have been there, John.
And then
Boy,
I go to what passed as the front desk, and the girl goes, "What's the name of the person?" And they're totally all in cahoots. And so she says, "Hold on a moment. She'll meet you across the street." And I go, and it's like they've got like this van,
You were
and it's
going to
like
walk into a motel room.
No, that
were
wasn't
you by yourself?
No.
Didn't you insist on a public meeting?
Yes. But they had like a van across the street, and then all of a sudden the door opens to the van.
They had a
and they're
van?
Like, yeah, and they were like,
Which phone is yours? We got them all color coded.
And they were like, "Hey, you can come in and sit down." I go, "No, I'm cool out here. I'm good out here." Like I said, "Look,
just toss me the phone."
I said, "You want to give me the phone or not? Because if you don't, it's not that big of a deal." At that very moment, I was like, "This is a bad choice." Milk was a bad choice.
So how much money
San
did you have to
Diego.
get? Do you have to give money?
Yeah, I had it. They wanted more than what I had on me, and I said, "Look, this is all the cash I got, so take it or leave it." And they took it. Of course, they took it. It was probably. I think it was about what I would have just paid for the insurance for the dumb thing anyway. So yeah, that was not one of my brighter moments. Got to be honest, not one of my brighter moments. So that was probably about a year ago. I'd forgotten about that.
That was high drama.
That was weird. That was so weird. I had so many people on social media going, "You are not smart. You are not very smart."
Well, I sent my daughter back to get her phone.
She shouldn't have done that.
She got her phone
Not
back.
have done that. One other quick note, and then we will play that audio for you coming up next that we had promised you. But did you watch any of it was very busy last night, so you probably didn't. But did you see any of the Rockies-Cubs game last night by chance?
No.
I got to send you this picture. There was a guy. I mean, it's been a while. There was a guy. I'm presuming that he was a Rockies fan. He was dressed up as Steve Bartman, and he was sitting right behind home plate. It was unbelievable. I was like,
was it Wrigley or at Coors
no? It was
Field?
in Coors Field.
That's not funny.
And so the guy directly behind the pitch, like they showed him like every pitch, was sitting behind home plate, and he was dressed like Bartman.
That was probably Dinger out of costume.
He was wearing a
It
sweatshirt.
was the Rockies mascot.
He was wearing the green turtleneck with the headphones and the Cubs hat and the glasses. I mean, the guy
Where
looked
is
just
Bartman
like
now?
Bartman.
Is he in England?
I know he was in Florida. Then I think he left
he
the
went
country.
to England.
Remember the guy followed him for ESPN the magazine, and then finally
I
just
expect Pedro Gomez was on his trail for a while.
it was bad. Anyway, I'll send you this picture. It's kind of funny. All right, we got a little audio for you before we get out of here. A couple more remnants. And then, of course, Marcus Thompson in as Tommy continues to travel the East Coast. Marcus in with Copes at the top of the hour. Pop and Lunch sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're chasing your goals or living your dreams, Redwood Credit Union is here to support you every step of the way. Redwood Credit Union for all that you love. Some remnants next, including some sound you need to hear. It's Pop and Lunch on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Confirmed, Aaron Rodgers goes down with an Achilles tear, and he's going to miss the remainder of the NFL season. How that impacts everything in the NFL. That story and more returning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
So, there's a loud roar when Rodgers leaves the game hurt in the first quarter. The fans say it's nothing personal.
I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to Rodgers, but tonight I'm thinking with my wallet instead.
Still, some say they'll be flying high regardless of the outcome because after Sunday's game, they're in love.
I think we can work around that, especially after Jordan Love's performance yesterday. I'm not too down in the dumps after that, so.
Enjoy. And the mood has changed considerably. That is because the Jets just won the game on a long touchdown in overtime. You could take a look. This is the reaction from a bar where people are realizing the bar tabs they've been racking up all night, thinking, certainly with Rodgers hurt, the bar was going to be paying that tab. It is setting in. They are going to have to go to the bar and pay that tab.
It's a great news story out of Milwaukee, which we were talking about earlier. So this bar has a promotion going on that they'll buy drinks if the Jets lose. So everybody after in the bar, Packers fans, mad at Aaron Rodgers, thought when Rodgers got hurt that the Jets were going to lose, and so they start racking up their big bar bills, and then they realize that the Jets come back, they ended up winning the game, and then everybody's in this somber mood at the end because they got to pay their damn bar tabs.
Well, wait a minute, though. Aaron Rodgers got carted off the field, and he tore his Achilles tendon. Isn't that enough for them to celebrate? Does it matter the Jets win? He didn't even play in the game. They should have picked up the bar tab anyway, right?
No.
Come on.
I don't know, bar. It's like, yeah, that's the story. They lose, you get booze.
I know, but the reason they're even following the Jets is Aaron Rodgers is there. Didn't they get enough?
Yeah, but they're like jilted
What bar
lovers is what they are. Is that they're upset. But I don't know why they'd be. Well, the only reason they'd be upset now is they thought they're going to get a number one
Didn't
pick.
They celebrate
and now
that he got hurt? What if they kept him and he tore his Achilles?
Yeah, they're lucky.
The outcome of the game is immaterial.
By the way,
What's
Robert,
the name of the bar? Is it in Appleton, Wisconsin?
I'll get you the
Or is it
name right
actually?
here.
It's in Milwaukee. It's not in Green Bay. It's in Milwaukee, right?
Yes, it's in Milwaukee.
I told you about that bar in Appleton that is 24/7, 365 Christmas.
That's too much.
I love it.
It's too much.
I love it.
I mean, I'm a staunch believer. The day after Thanksgiving, Christmas gets its time, not a minute before.
It's so fun. You go in there and you go right under the mistletoe. It's so great.
I mean, right after Halloween, it's like Christmas. By the way, did you see that text of the Bartman guy? How about the Bartman guy? It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. What was that? You sent me that?
Yeah, I sent you that. It's like, man.
I didn't get it. Oh, I got it.
You got it? Look at it.
Oh, yeah, here.
I mean, that's a little long. I mean, what was that, 03? I mean, dude, it's 20 years later.
Wow.
I mean, he's a dead ringer, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's just like him. He's got the same turtleneck.
He's got the Walkman ears on, too.
Yeah, those aren't easy to
AirPods.
find probably nowadays.
No, he's listening to Pat Hughes right now during the Cubs games.
I mean, it's pretty
and
funny.
Ron Coomer.
I got to say, it is pretty funny.
What did John Shambi and Jim DeShays do on Cubs TV?
Oh, I'm sure they were. I was watching it.
That's a funny bit.
Yeah, they kept showing it. I don't know how. I mean, they've won a World Series since then. I think people are over it. And like you said,
I don't know.
You don't think so?
Come back? Did he come back?
No.
Was he there for this? Did he go to the championship parade after they won in 16?
No.
He went to England for a while.
He took off. Did we ever? By the way, I don't know if we have this. Did we play the guy, the Jets fan who flipped the bird and then Peyton right away said, "Hey, that guy's like you," and then Eli's like, "No, I did the double bird." So they caught it just briefly on after Rodgers got hurt, and I don't know if the guy knew he was on TV, but he flipped the bird to the camera, and then they quickly got it off there on the regular broadcast. But then I went back and watched Eli and Peyton. Of course, Peyton right away. It's like, the guy's flipping the bird. It's just like you, Eli. And then Eli was like, "No, I did the double bird." So anyway.
He had to go the Don Meredith line. He's saying we're number one.
Exactly.
That was the classic Monday Night Football line.
That was amazing. Anyway, wow, what a crazy
weekend. What was the mood at MetLife? 4 plays into his career as a Jet, they cart him off the field.
That had to be heartbreaking. I mean,
heartbreaking?
I mean, it's
Vinny Testaverde all over again.
But it's like,
Brett Favre got, what were they, like 8-3 when they got Favre, and then he got hurt, and they wound up barely 500.
But I mean, of all the storylines, just all, not the local storylines, the national storylines, this was number one, and it wasn't even close. I mean, to have it end after 4 plays?
It was the number one. He hijacked the entire offseason. The whole drama about going into his darkness retreat and coming out and all of that. And
crazy.
Would he accept a trade to the Jets? He went on McAfee. Remember all that? He wasn't. He's supposed to be on McAfee every Tuesday.
Maybe not
even
now.
on ESPN. Where was he this morning?
Oh, wait, McAfee, his first F-bomb dropped on ESPN today.
When? The Alabama game?
Yeah, no, this morning. When he was talking about
Aaron?
Yeah.
What did he say?
And he goes, oops, I can't do that. Sorry.
That guy, he is all over my TV. I can't get rid of him.
No, but believe me, ESPN, what they've done is they only have 5 people left, and they do all the shows. That's basically what they do. They fired everybody.
They're all the morning people.
Yeah, so like Scott Van Pelt does like he used to go to SportsCenter and be like, hey, Scott Van Pelt after the game. No, it's Scott Van Pelt doing SportsCenter at the game.
Like, Stephen A-hole.
Right.
Mike Greenberg.
Yeah.
Crying about Aaron
That's
Rodgers.
about it. Yeah, they got like 4
and
people.
AJ Hawk and
Orlovsky, Marcus Spears.
Right.
That's it.
Kendrick Perkins pretty soon is going to do NFL coverage. I mean, that's it.
Moody.
That's all they
Jacob
got.
Moody.
Yeah, that's all they got.
Jacob Moody.
Moody
Jake.
That's all they got. Like 5 guys doing every show. That's it.
You guys ready for 5 more national games of the
that's gonna be
Jets?
great. Of Zach Wilson. Of Nick Mullins.
Zach Wilson. That's a tough deal, man.
Pop and Lund brought to us by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call them today, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Marcus today. Looking forward to it, man.
Yeah, I assume so. He's not sitting over there right now.
No,
I hope
I thought he was going to be like on a camera. I looked at the screen.
You got to get him to have Steph call in.
Derek said, I got a strict rule.
Curry.
That'd be sweet if we got Steph to call in. Get on it, Marcus. Well, we got to get Marcus here before we can get Steph to call in.
Anything.
You know what I mean? But Derek goes, I got a strict rule. If you're not here by 2, you're not doing the show. I was like, well, that's not my rule. I was like,
I ever produce our show, John?
Back in the day, Tom would have done any shows because there were beer releases. Now they get sent to him. But
Right.
Yeah, Tom and Ralph never would have done a show.
I was like, dude, what?
Wow.
I was like, I'm going to be sitting here by myself every day.
Dude,
what are you talking about?
Hey, dude, you get here at 5:59. You can do the show.
You're good. 2:03, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. All right. Copes is coming up with
We'll see.
Marcus next.
He's still not in the building?
I'm Ron Burgundy.
I'm Ron Burgundy. How's traffic? Is traffic bad today?
Always, man, always.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Tires and all that.
Yeah, that's not easy.
Stuff in the road.
Oh, he's here?
Oh, he's here. All
right.
No sweat.
Marcus is coming up next.
Thanks for
There
letting
he
me milk
is.
this time, guys.
All right.
Appreciate it.
No problem. I wasn't sure. It's KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
He's like a blind dog in a meat house, guys.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes.
Let's get it on!
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Yeah, it's a new open of the show. It's a Black Tuesday. The sports leader, Adam Copeland, Marcus Thompson in for Tom Tolbert today. I like this, Danny. I like Fredo playing this today. Dust yourself off and try again. Nice work there, Dan. We will be joined today. We do have some guests coming in. I don't have a guest sheet in front of me, so I'll get that to you here in just a minute. But Marcus Thompson is here. He's in the building. He's going to be in for Tom today and actually on Friday. We'll be with Dieter Kurtenbach tomorrow and Thursday. Dieter and I will be from the bunker tomorrow afternoon following the Giants' final home day game or weekday day game of the season. A 12:45 first pitch tomorrow after they walked it off in extras last night for their 4th consecutive victory. We will be joined today. 2:30, Mike Sando of The Athletic always puts out his QB tiers. We talked to him about that. Talked to him about some of the quarterback play we saw in the first week of the season, and, of course, what we saw last night from Aaron Rodgers and Zach Wilson. I didn't think Zach Wilson looked all that different, all that great. I mean, the touchdown pass that he threw was a terrible pass, like into double coverage, and Garrett Wilson incredibly knocks it away to himself and comes down with the touchdown. We'll talk to Mike Sando at 2:30. 3:50, Greg Cosell from NFL Films does his weekly hit with us. We'll talk to him about some of the film stuff, what he saw from Brock Purdy and the Niner defense over the weekend, and Andy Baggerly at 4:50 talking some Giants baseball. 5:45, we'll get you Giants pregame. And Marcus Thompson's in the house. What's up, dude?
What's up?
How are you, man?
West Side.
All right, what's up? West Side.
We got two of my homies coming on.
Who's coming on? Which two?
Sando and Bags.
Yeah, that's it, man. Sando and Bags, two athletic guys, right?
Yeah, that's how we roll. I wonder what Sando can talk about. You think he could talk about? Was there big injuries? Yeah.
Dude, was that one of? I mean, for top to bottom, that game is one of the wildest football games I've ever seen.
I missed the moment.
You missed the injury.
Yeah.
When we were on air. We actually did. Like, they had to tell me through the headset, and then we had the game on here, so I didn't see it go down until after. But from basically the injury, about 6 o'clock last night. From then on, I saw the remainder of the game. From that injury to what the game looked like was going to happen. 4 turnovers in the second half. How about the Bass Bank field goal that goes in? That was wild in and of itself.
What was wild is it did not look like it went in.
It was not a and then I didn't know it went in until they showed the angle.
It was like,
from,
it's good. I was
from
like,
underneath.
what?
I was like, good from where?
Yeah, that was wild. And Xavier Gibson with the walk-off punt return.
And he was an undrafted rookie, wasn't he? We saw him hard knocks.
He just made the team.
Yep.
They took two
undrafted
rookies who were like tight. They became friends.
That was cool, yeah.
It was really unique that they did that.
Two different types of receivers, too. He's sort of a punt returner, slot guy, sort of a scat receiver type dude. The other guy, what's the other guy's name?
Oh, what is that name?
He's tall, rangy, wiry. Brownlee? Jason Brownlee?
Something like that?
Something like that. Anyway, Brownlee, he's a rangy receiver. He may be a goal line threat at some point. I mean,
both of them made plays in the game.
They did. It's devastating.
All I'm saying, Copes, is I was watching all the previews and I'm reading it, and it was a lot of 49ers, Jets in the Super Bowl. 49ers, Jets in the Super Bowl. I don't know about the rest of 49ers nation, but I was thinking Aaron Rodgers don't want to see the 49ers in the Super Bowl.
Well, he might not want to see. He's not going to see anybody in the Super Bowl.
I know. To me, that felt like that might be a pretty good matchup.
It is funny that Aaron Rodgers kept running into the Niners, or there was the Tom Brady game where Brady goes and wins the Super Bowl with Tampa. That game, and Rodgers, that wasn't his fault. I mean, he had him with a lead. Yep. What do they have, a 4-point lead or something? And they kick it away to Tom Brady. I was like, what are you doing
Brady,
with time left? And he marches down and scores a touchdown. I was like, what were they thinking? You got to get points there. You got to go for it on 4th and short and make sure he doesn't touch the ball again. Him jumping to the AFC, which is by far the better conference, was going to be a tougher road for him to get to the Super Bowl in the AFC than it was in the NFC anyway. But he was going to have a better team around him.
He was going to have a better team.
They still may have
They
joke.
still are really good.
They might have the best defensive line in football. I mean, that D-line is ferocious.
Yeah, it is monstrous.
The Browns are up there. The Niners are up there, I guess, because what we saw from Bosa and if Jackson can be somebody. But the depth for the Niners, I think, remains to be seen. Right now, I know Philadelphia was huge last year, but the Jets' D-line, that defense is going to keep them in games.
No question. And they're really good.
Breece Hall?
On the secondary.
The secondary of the defense, yeah.
Sauce. And former 49er, DJ Reed. He turned out to be a pretty good cornerback. And, Whitehead got 3 picks, like just randomly out the blue got 3 picks. We've seen that formula, right? A really good defensive line, put pressure on the quarterback, stop the run, and it gives everybody else more confidence, more energy, less time to work, right? It helps all corners. So that's the formula. But I was thinking out of the options of if the 49ers make the Super Bowl, obviously they got to get through Philadelphia. But that's the only team that really scares you out in the NFC.
Yeah, Dallas doesn't scare me. I mean, Dallas has more to prove. I know that they might have outstatemented the Niners in week 1, but it's just because they shut out the Giants and put up 40. But defense scored points. The offense looked good, but I'm not threatened yet by that offense at Dallas.
I mean, what beats the 49ers is great quarterback play.
Sure.
That's what we've seen. So you get Patrick Mahomes, you got Aaron Rodgers. I don't know who you taking. I think if you're the 49ers, you'd rather see Aaron Rodgers.
I would rather see Rodgers. He can beat you in fewer ways.
Yeah, he's just the quarterback they're set up to stop. The guy who's just going to be there, right? If you got 3 seconds to get there, Aaron Rodgers will be there.
Yeah.
Right? He's not moving. So that felt like a matchup that would have been good for the 49ers. If obviously we're way away from that, but just looking ahead, it's like, hey, if this team, look, after week 1, Super Bowl felt more real than it did before the game, right? You start looking like, oh, okay, no, this is still the same team that was in the NFC title game.
They might be. They may be better than that.
They might be better. Than
we were saying this yesterday, and I was asking Dante, and he said he's not there yet because we got to see more consistency. But from what we saw from Brock, And I was saying, I rewatched the game yesterday from Brock Purdy's year one and what we saw. And again, I think we're all in the same boat going, we want to see it for a season knowing that that's who he is. I went one step further in week one, and that first where he was like 10 of 12 and leading drives, and the O-line play was pretty good. He was dancing around, making throws on the move. I kind of thought there may be, I don't know if there's ever going to be a situation where you need that everybody's not playing well and he's got to carry the team, because there's so many weapons. What are the chances that everybody falls flat and Brock's got to be the guy? But I'm getting to the point where
in the NFC title game.
That's what I'm saying. Is we get to the point where he looks calm, cool. He understands the offense. He didn't get to practice all offseason, and he looked better than he did the last time we saw him take snaps and play a complete game in the divisional round against Dallas. I'm to the point where I think they may have more than just a game manager. He might be something that can exceed just filling that hole for them.
No, he's a playmaker, which raises his ceiling, but it also makes this. That's why Dante is like, hold on, because that you could see that the defense was able to do some things.
That's
to him,
the calling card,
right? Yeah, you were like, oh, okay, this second half is a struggle. You could see what happens when, he's obviously super nimble, like he can get out of it, but just that inexperience at seeing the defenses and what they're throwing at you. You could see
the adjustments he's going to have to make.
Yeah, right. And you figure by week 10, week 11, he'll be better at it. There just needs to be a level of patience because it's coming. The rough games are coming. The picks are coming. Like you could just see, like, oh, I didn't see that before. Oh, okay. Now he's got the ultimate safety blanket around him, right? To me, it's less like if Purdy is great, it's over. If Purdy is great, nobody's beating them.
Young players don't get weapons on defense and offense.
If Purdy is great, nobody's beating him. But to me, the real difference, the real surplus is Christian McCaffrey. Like he is a game changer. He changes everything, and we saw it last year. But now we're seeing how this offense can look when Kyle's like, "Hey man, I got like the gravity dude of."
It's Steph Curry of the NFL. It's tilting. The we saw it in the one play I keep coming back to is the George Kittle first down. The one where they ran that little gadget. He comes to the side, and Kittle sweeps right across the front of him. And Dante told us a great story yesterday about how veteran quarterbacks know to look at that nickel, and you think you're going to jump it, they look you and they come right underneath you because they think you're going to throw it over the top. He said Phil Rivers, he watched it on tape all week his rookie year. He said, I knew I was going to get him. He looked right at me. And he said, and I was like waiting to get my pick. He said, I was going to get an interception in this game, and I knew it. And I saw him set it up. He looked right at me, and I jumped the route. He threw it like right down below him, and the guy went for 40 yards. He said it was like a 3rd and long. The guy picked it up. He said Rivers ran by him and pointed at him and said, I knew you were going to bite on that. So I knew it was going to happen to you because you got to psych these guys. So that's where we're working. We're going to get the offense to the level of the defense. But what we saw the other day, it's on its way. If McCaffrey is here a full season and Purdy has improved the way he looked, just visually. We'll see what happens with the adjustments. But big injury last night to Aaron Rodgers. Devastating injury. One of the most I think I can remember devastation-wise as a sports fan. Beginning of the season, he gets nothing. They become the first team in the Super Bowl era, the Jets, to win their opening night game when their quarterback both takes a sack and didn't complete a pass. No team had ever won week one with that scenario. So he's got a torn Achilles. Remember he was dealing with a calf injury throughout the preseason? Yes. Somebody else we can remember who dealt with a calf injury?
Like, hey, man, you sure you want him to play? It's a calf injury. He's like, nah, he's got to play. Baker. No, not Baker. Burrow.
That's right. Yeah, remember they were worried about the calf. You know who else I think about? Kevin Durant.
Same. That's why I thought about it. I was like, are you sure you just paid Joe Burrow all that money? You might want to give him a few weeks because once you start hearing, I got a calf issue, we've already seen this movie before. Is that
a ticking time bomb?
Yeah, we've already seen this movie before.
Aaron Rodgers devastated.
I think Richard Sherman went through this too. Same thing. Like once you start hearing calf, it's like hold on, take your time. Because that thing is done, that's a year, period.
It's putting extra pressure on that Achilles, and the Achilles now is devastating in the way that the ACL was 40 years ago.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it is a bad injury. We'll talk about that. Rodgers, will he come back? Is this career ending? Is it season ending for sure? But career ending, who knows? We'll talk about that and the devastation of that injury as it related to Kevin Durant, who seems to be doing just okay after his Achilles tear. We'll talk about that. Marcus Thompson in for Tom Tolbert today. Mike Sando, 230. Greg Cosell, 350. Andy Baggerly, 450. Devastation in New York. Only here on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. American Canyon Sports Leader.
I'm probably the first to tell you guys this, but did you hear about Aaron Rodgers and his torn Achilles? Yeah, whole season gone. Wow. That story trending. All new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
Okay. Rodgers with the fade for Wilson and the touchdown.
Can it be that it was all so simple then?
Projection breaks down and time runs out. Down goes Rodgers in the sack for Leonard Floyd. The former first-round pick of the Bears, and now Rodgers sits down. A loss of 10 on the play, and hopefully the Jets are thinking that's the only loss on that play.
Well, as expected, an MRI confirmed just a short time ago that Aaron Rodgers suffered a complete tear of his left Achilles tendon. That means that Rodgers, barring a miracle long shot comeback in the playoffs, is done for the 2023 regular season.
Personally, I don't hurt for me. I don't hurt for our locker room. I hurt for Aaron and how much he's invested in all of this. So I'm still going to say prayer. I'm still going to hold out hope. But my heart's with Aaron right now, and nowhere else.
As head coach of the Jets, Robert Saleh, after the Jets found out today officially, or we all found out today officially, per the MRI, Aaron Rodgers a torn Achilles in last night's opener against the Bills. The Bills ended up winning the game in overtime on the Xavier. What's his last name? I'm blanking on his name.
Gibson.
Xavier Gibson. But it's spelled, isn't it
Gibson with a
G-I-B-S-O?
P.
It's like Tashawn Gibson. Yeah. Xavier Gibson takes the punt return for a touchdown to win. Now, in the NBA, a lot of people are fans of individual. Like, these are the two national sports in that you've got fans of every organization, of course, and of every team. But so much of basketball and football are individual fan sports, right? Like, in the NBA especially, because we know what every guy looks like. It's a young man's game in that a lot of the players came up on social media. They're playing NBA 2K. You relate to them in a different way, I think, if you're a young fan in the United States. Each guy has his own brand. I mean, talk a lot about Sasha's, my fiance Sasha's from Australia, and her cousin is a diehard NBA fan. He's not a huge fan of a single team. His favorite guy ever is Ray Allen. Okay, so he's been a Ray Allen fan he's got a Ray Allen jersey of every team he played for because he just repped Ray Allen. Right. This guy came to the came to the playoffs 3 years in a row when Kevin Durant was here and took Sasha and I to games because he was like, nice, I can go to playoff games on the West Coast from Australia. Then Kevin Durant left, and now the guy's got Brooklyn jersey. He's got a Suns. They follow individual players. He's like, I live in Sydney. I don't care about the team.
Facts.
I'm rooting for my guy. I want my guy to get championships. That's what I want to see. Football's different because it's a much more the superstar of the team doesn't necessarily mean you're winning games. You have the best defender in the league, and it doesn't mean anything. Baseball kind of the same way. Bonds has no titles. Most feared hitter ever. But for a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who is a recognizable face, has brands, and does the Pat McAfee show, it's one of the most watched shows. He is an all-time brand for how long he's been in the league and how much success he's had. Then you move from Green Bay to the Jets. They do Hard Knocks, where we get a look into what's going on behind the scenes, how they're trying to build this thing. You feel like you get to know some of the personalities on the team. I think when all that is put into play, and this goes back to the Kevin Durant Achilles injury as well, it's more devastating to the league and to the fans of the sports because you want to see what the impact is, good or bad, of what that player is going to do with that team. Now, Kevin Durant's was devastating because he was hurt, came back, tore it up for, what was it, a quarter?
Yeah, quarter.
He was
minutes.
shredding in that quarter. Remember that first one he threw down?
Yeah.
Like ran through the lane? I was like, oh, dude.
And then they were down in the series, but it was like, oh, they're going to win the series.
It's over. It doesn't matter now.
Series, yeah.
And then he comes down and he's got the little pop and he grabs the ankle, sort of reaches down and grabs the calf, and then he sits there. Sort of did the same thing that Rodgers did. Kind of sat down with the arms on the knees, and it's one of those things where they say, yeah, it's painful, but it's a weirder feeling than anything. It feels like somebody grabs you in the back of your leg, they say.
You know who I was there for? I was there for KD, but I was there for Kobe.
You were at the Kobe Achilles.
Yeah, that was against the Warriors.
Didn't he make the free throws?
Yeah, he turned around and he asked Harrison Barnes, "Did you kick me?" And that's where it was like, oh, because that's what they say.
You know what Barnes said he asked him after?
Yeah, that's what Kobe asked him. Like we were recovering the game, so we were right there, and he just goes down. And he's like, "Did you kick me?" And but that's what they say. It feels like
So it just pops you right
something
there, right?
hit you. Yeah.
They say the hamstring, and you always see guys, it's like you get sniped from behind. Guys like grab the back and they start walking weird. But the Achilles, everybody kind of reacts the exact same way. It's like
it's the same thing.
It's a weird
turn
feeling.
around, you're looking like, man, what'd you do that for? Who
It's a
did
weird
that?
feeling, yeah.
And then so he walked off and he walked back. But when he took the free throws, it was like, oh, it can't be that. Because he took the free throws. It was like, it can't be that. But then when he left the game after that, it was like, oh,
seriously.
It is. But he was a savage about
So the
it.
calf thing is a thing. I mean, this is the calf that is injured or putting more pressure. We know this just by human anatomy, that if something's injured and you try to work through it, no matter what it is, you're putting more pressure on something else, or something else is trying to pick up the
It
slack.
at least should worry you.
Yeah.
It at least should make you say, hold on, man. Like, because we've just seen it. It's
the injury of this generation, right? Because again, the ACL has kind of become like Tommy John in baseball. It's not a matter of if, it's when. If you're a running back, especially a running back like in New York, we're just waiting for it to happen. I mean, Brandon Ayuk was on with Murph and Mac this morning, and he said, I side with the guys in general. I think we all prefer to play on grass. We practice on grass. It's the natural turf.
It's unbelievable that they just won't do it.
Why?
The amount of money they pay, the amount of money they make. Like, I get it if like the local school district can't keep up the grass and you got to get turf, but you're talking about the literal NFL. Like, if anybody's got the money to water the grass regularly, like,
and didn't they claim some expense thing too? Didn't they talk about that a few years back when Saquon and Nick Bosa went down in back-to-back
I mean,
weeks?
it's obviously not cost like efficient, right?
No, of course not.
But I mean, you're playing football.
You have 8 dates there a year.
Yeah,
9 games a year, maybe. You know,
you just like let that thing go the rest of the year. It just feels like it's weird to invest. Like, all right, we're gonna put $170 million into Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
But I won't spend whatever money it takes to make sure he's playing on the surface that prevents injury.
But to me, that's an individual team issue. What's funny is if I'm the league, and I hear everything you're saying because I agree with you, but if I'm the league, if I play devil's advocate here, if I'm the NFL, I go, yeah, but what do I care? Yeah, I don't want my players hurt, I guess. Does the NFL care if the players are hurt?
They kind of should.
They should. We've been
but the
asking that for
NFL
years.
is not like a separate entity. They're literally the owners.
Sure.
Right? So it's like, I mean, now the Jets are cooked. And it's like, so everybody loses. Everybody in the room loses.
The games are scheduled, though, and people will watch. Like,
they're going to watch.
Would more people watch if Rodgers were playing than Wilson when we get to, like, week 9? Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Or now you get to the playoffs and you got these epic showdowns with these legendary players. Like, yeah, that stuff matters.
That stuff matters. But if you're the NFL, you look and you go, but people are going to watch it anyway.
And also, yeah, and if you're other owners, though, it's like, hey, we're coming to play in your stadium.
The investments of the owners is where it should come down to. I'm with you on that. If I'm an owner and I have Nick Bosa and I'm Jed York, I go, hey, we don't want to go back there and play on that. We just invested in this player. And don't you have Saquon? Don't you want to?
Don't you want to? Yeah, you
want to keep your guys safe.
It's just it's a weird thing to not want to just.
It's a weird thing for the league not to mandate, but the owners would then have to get together and agree to do that.
It's like, hey, man, it's not that much money. Not for them anyway. If for them, it's not that much money.
No, it can't.
And then you're like watching dudes with these like black spiders all over their face when they go down.
Did you see the Daniel Jones one the other night? Dude, he was covered in beads in his mask. I thought that was the most apt description without words of what we could have, how we could have described that game. So, is this the most devastating? In recent memory, I don't want to get recency bias here, but for the hype around it, for what it could have meant for a team that is legitimately, I think with Rodgers there, legitimate contender, whether he's a portion of what he was in the past.
I do think there's something to the fact that it's the Jets, the much maligned, can't get right. I do think that's a part of it. Like, this is the Jets who just can't get right. This was their time. This was their moment.
Can't have nice things.
Yeah, there's something to that there. Where it's the Jets, it makes it a little bit different, right? Where it's like, that's cold blooded. Like, Mike Greenberg is like depressed on air. He's
you see his daughter tweeting?
No.
Dude, I didn't even know he had a daughter until I started seeing her tweets last night. I was like, I followed her immediately. I was like, this is the funniest thing. I think she's 20 or 21. And she goes, she was the one videoing her dad, like in the room.
Oh, she was the one doing it.
She was the one taping him, like losing his mind. She goes, tweets something now going, in my life alone, my dad has claimed Chad Pennington, Mark Sanchez, Geno Smith, and Aaron Rodgers were going to be saviors for his Jets. I'm only 20. Like she was taking shots at the Jets left and right, which is hysterical that she was there. But yeah, Greenberg was wearing it. Our both of our last program directors here at KNBR, Jeremiah and Kevin, both Jets fans. I don't know where that was about, but yeah, I mean, I feel bad because I don't root for the Jets. I'm not like a Jets fan. It's sort of funny when teams that are bad and consistently bad sort of have that stink on them and flail over and over, but never because you're rooting for injury. I'm not rooting for Rodgers to get hurt. I was intrigued by his return to an offensive prominence with a guy in Nathaniel Hackett that he believed in and trusted. Breece Hall had a great game yesterday. I thought that was exciting.
Incredible.
Dalvin Cook looked good. Those are two different style runners, I thought, and going to do some different things for you. The receiving core is good. It's just an absolute bummer that they lose him. So it's up there for me, near the top of all-time most devastating injuries. Not just to a fan base, but to like what we're missing out on as national fans too.
You know what number one is?
What's that?
And I don't want to say this just because of, obviously it's far more grave, but the Lynn bias thing is
that's it's not an injury, but yeah, that's maybe the most devastating.
I remember that being like, are you kidding?
Because it's about what it can mean too.
Yeah.
Like Hank Gathers was unbelievably
Hank Gathers
sad.
is another one. Yeah.
Unbelievably sad. But what we're talking about sort of is, and I don't want to take, again, I'm not trying to say that's more sad than this. What I'm saying is the what if element of what could, I mean, the Celtics were champions and they were getting the number 2 pick in the draft.
And he was supposed to be like the next huge superstar.
You were saying he was better than Jordan?
Yeah, he was the next Jordan. I just remember it, and like it had all kind of super lasting political ramifications. That literally impacted communities and the election even, right? Like that was major. That's like right in the middle of I mean, you could look at Lynn bias and trace prison sentences to like how, crack being more penalized.
Yeah.
And because that was the thing. Like,
how they
he did it.
penalized and punished it, right?
Absolutely,
Right.
yeah. I mean, that was just so the reverberations of that.
And how they painted the kids who were just basketball players on his team. Like they were kids hanging out, man. They were partying after he gets drafted, and it was a tragic
It was,
thing.
yeah, that to me is just that'll be the all-time.
That's an interesting one. It's probably in a different class, you're right, but you're right. In terms of what it could have meant, this is different. It's not a death, but for what it meant to the future of a team and how it may have changed things, and I mean, you're talking socioeconomic stuff outside of just sports. That's wild. But the Aaron Rodgers one, it's going to change the landscape of the NFL this year. I mean, the one caveat to all the great scheduling for the NFL is stuff like this, right? How many national games do we have of Russell Wilson last year? We're like week 8. We're like, dude, again, this guy is here? 5 of his first 8 are on national TV. So the Jets are going to be that team this year. We got more to come. Mike Sando is going to join us when we come on back from The Athletic. Talk to him about what's going on with that quarterback play. By the way, Kaepernick's agent already reached out to the Jets, said, I'm ready to go. I just need my shot.
Yo, he's wild.
That's what I said. I love you, man. I love you, dude, but it's too far.
Wildin',
it's too far. Mike Sando next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Tuesday, September 26th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Everybody's got plans in life. Everybody's got a plan to get through their career and then get to the end of retirement. And if you've got that plan of getting to retirement or being retired, don't you want to know if you're planning correctly, if you're scheduling the right money to go to the right places, or if you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk in any of your investments, or even if you're going to be able to live that lifestyle that you have always envisioned when you get to retirement? That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. For over 30 years, he's been helping people right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. Greg and his team are easy to talk to, and they want to help. Call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative, offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. No Tom Tolbert, Marcus Thompson hanging out with me today. Tom was actually, how about this, was at the game last night in New York. We talked to him from MetLife Stadium beforehand, and then we got a photo of him today with his arm around a statue of Abe Lincoln at Gettysburg. threw his 49er bucket hat on the Abe Lincoln statue. So we'll talk to Tom later in the week. He's going to be at Thursday Night Football, but joining us here courtesy of the UMA guest line, covers the NFL for The Athletic, Mike Sando. What's going on, Mike?
Superstar for The Athletic, by the way.
Superstar for The Athletic. What's up, Mike?
Sando.
How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
We're doing well, dude. Hectic game yesterday, huh?
Oh, man, unbelievable. Really, it's only believable because it's the Jets, but you have to think that's the biggest disappointment after so much hype that I can really remember in the NFL.
You know what's crazy, Mike? It felt like winning that game made it worse.
Yeah.
It felt like they should have just, all right, the season's over. You just lost. Just lose. Go ahead. But the way the defense played, the plays Garrett Wilson was making, like the way an undrafted rookie like walks off with a punt, it's like, yo, they really could have won a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Am I crazy for thinking that?
Yeah, no, but I think for the aftermath of the coach trying to keep everybody together, I think the win really helps them because it is a long season. They got to go on. This team was 7-4 last year with Zach Wilson, who is probably going to be better this year than last year. Their team's better this year than last year. So, it's a total refocusing of it. But they did draft Zach Wilson for a reason high, and he's going to get his chance, and it's going to be a different season for them. But there was never a guarantee with Rodgers. I mean, because of his age, the new system, all of that, I think the hype was beyond the reality of what was going to happen. He was going to make him better. He was going to give him a chance to get to the Super Bowl, but he didn't guarantee those things. So, I think the fact that they got a win gives him a little bit of energy, something that they can sell just week to week, right? You have to lose the idea of what could have been for the whole season. It's a week-to-week league now, and they're just like a lot of other teams. And I think it'd be a great testament to them if they can have a winning record or get to the playoffs. That's sort of the thing.
Talking to Mike Sando, The Athletic, on the UMA guest line. So last year, obviously, Niners lose. How many quarterbacks was it? Trey Lance goes down. Jimmy Garoppolo goes down. They go to the NFC Championship with Brock Purdy. And I think as a Niner fan, I was at every one of those games last year. I think most Niner fans would tell you they question whether or not Trey Lance could take them there in the beginning. When Jimmy takes over, you feel maybe even more confident because you'd seen it before. But when the Mr. Irrelevant last pick of the draft takes over a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, you didn't feel all that confident until we saw what he was capable of. We were talking to Matt Mayoko, covers the Niners out here, and he was saying, I don't know if there's another team in football that could lose a quarterback this year and maybe still have a chance to go as far as the Niners did last year. And I think the Niners are still pretty well set up like that. Are the Jets a team that could still make the playoffs, you think? Because they looked, as to Marcus's point, the D-line looked great. The running game looked pretty good. The secondary was fantastic. I just still think they're a pretty damn competitive team, even after the injury.
I mean, can they realign and come to the NFC? Because, I think if they can do that, they look pretty good. I think they'll be in the mix. But I think it's really hard. Now, it's a long season, so is Tua Tagovailoa of the Dolphins going to be healthy and productive all year? That's a bet that we need to see play out too. Is Josh Allen going to, not take care of the football, and their defense hasn't been as good lately, right? So there's a lot of other teams that can have their issues too. Travis Kelce got hurt for Kansas City. There's a lot of these things that can reconfigure the whole season. I think by the end of the year, the playoffs is a possibility. I think that they're good enough on defense to think that they could, just tough it out and be there with whatever the record is, 9-8. It's not going to be amazing, but I do think that is possible for them. Just a lot harder in the AFC than it is in the NFC.
All right, Mike, you do this quarterback tiers. This is one of the best things we do at The Athletic every year. I can only imagine how many 49ers fans was in your inboxes and comments afterwards. But are you ready, after going into Pittsburgh and knocking off the Steelers, are you ready to put Brock Purdy outside of Tier 4? Did he move up to Tier 3?
Well, yeah, as you know, we don't poll 50 people every week, right? We let the whole thing play out. But he was right on the border of 3 to 4. The only reason he was in 4 is because he's hardly played. I mean, most people around the league are going to say, "What do you have, 5 starts in the regular season?" I thought it was kind of promising, but I'm giving him a 4 because it's not enough information. It wasn't a 4 because people thought he sucked. So let's see how he does staying in the lineup. That type of thing throughout the season. Certainly, if you just measured him off of the performance of how he played in 5 games, you would say that's solid tier 3 for sure, with upside to be better than that. So I think that's where he's at. Just keep playing, but it does look good. It does look good for him in the context of what they're doing. Right? They're not putting the whole thing on his back and asking him to carry the whole team. They've got a defense that's unbelievable. They've got a great schemer. They've got weapons on offense, and he does his role really well. He throws the ball accurately. They keep if you listen to Mike Tomlin after the game, try to read between the lines when coaches are asked about the game. He talked over and over about how the 49ers were able to play the game on their terms. That means a lot of first and second down, a lot of playing downhill on offense. You've got a big lead. It's awesome. It's great. And I think Brock Purdy did his job and then some in that regard. And if he keeps doing that week after week, he's not only going to be tier 3, he's going to get some tier 2 votes and move way up.
I do think, though, there is something to, and you talk about he hasn't played that much, but you spend enough time in the league, defensive coordinators start to do things that you haven't seen before. And you've got to make the adjustments. You've got to answer. Are the 49ers so loaded that that's going to be tough to put him in those spots? Or do you feel like at some point a defense is going to put him in some situations, show him some things he hasn't seen before, and having Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Deebo Samuels won't be able to save him? It'll just have to be him figuring it out.
Yeah, I do think that will happen, of course, because they're not going to win all the games. There's going to be hard games. There's going to be bad luck games. There's going to be games that good players miss, or he's going to be banged up, right? He'll have some ups and downs, but I like their team. I like the context of their team. The question I have for the 49ers is more bigger picture. The development of a quarterback is more than creating a system that protects him from the elements. And by the elements, I don't mean weather. I mean from having to play a drop-back pass offense. Because ultimately, whether it's when you're playing the Chiefs in the Super Bowl or you're playing some of these teams that are going to get their points offensively, you have to pass the ball when they know you're going to pass the ball. It's the hardest thing to do. It's a separating line when you start to get to the top half of Tier 2 and into Tier 1, right? The opponents of the 49ers really want to force them into having to pass the ball, okay? The opponents of the Chiefs really hope they run the ball. And so that is the line to me that has always been a little bit of a limiter. That's why they moved on from Jimmy G, because they felt like they didn't have that gear. Is it Purdy's fault if they don't have that gear, or is it just sort of the design and nature of the offense, which is to avoid those situations? They're not a team that really wants to have a drop-back passing game. But I think you need one, ultimately, to go all the way most of the time. If you're amazing on defense, 2000 Ravens, 2000 whatever, some of those Lovie Smith teams with Chicago, you may win it anyway. It's just harder when you don't have that gear.
Talking to Mike Sando, covers the NFL for The Athletic. Just bouncing around the league a little bit, I want to ask you about some of the rookies that we saw this weekend at quarterback. But before we get to that, the guy who surprised me and I was maybe most impressed with because I wasn't thinking about him, Jordan Love. This is a guy we've seen little bits of over the last few years and may forever, like Rodgers, tied to Favre and so on, be tied to Aaron Rodgers. A guy now who's got nobody behind him waiting to take his job, or a Hall of Famer sitting in front of him, a team that maybe isn't expected to do big things this year. I think that's the best situation for him to be able to grow. I was really impressed by what we saw from Love on Sunday.
I thought he looked really good also. And he missed a couple plays. They could have even had more. And They won 38-20, and there was stuff left on the field. So I thought it was a really nice start, too. He just has a little bit of flair to him. Sometimes it's even when his fundamentals are questionable, he has a little bit of that kind of Rodgers fadeaway jumper type, wrist action throwing. Like if you've played basketball, how you know how guys backpedal down the court after they shoot? Like, you can almost tell they sort of have a feel for the game, right?
Yeah.
I think this guy has some of that, more so than some of the other young quarterbacks. So he just it looks like he knows how to play a little bit. So I thought that was really good to see for them and him. It's against the Bears. I mean, they have their issues. They're not a good team. I'm sure he'll have some ups and downs, but yeah, I want to see more of him.
Yeah, me too. Something to build on there. And then just a thought from some of the rookie quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud, whose first NFL completion goes to himself. I thought that was kind of funny. Who, by the way, Brett Favre also did that apparently. Bryce Young gets his first start. The guy who impressed me the most of the rookies, Anthony Richardson. He left the game with a chance at the end there to get in the end zone, and Gardner Minshew came in, and they blew that game. They were up for a lot of that after the Etienne touchdown. But Richardson was way better than I thought he was going to be, at least week one.
Yeah, I agree. I think he had the potential, with only 13 college starts, are you going to a pretty good Jaguar defense? What are they going to throw at you, right? It could have looked really hard for him. It almost looked like it got more comfortable for him throughout the game. Right. I agree. It didn't look too fast for him. It didn't look too big for him. That was very encouraging for them. I think C.J. Stroud's just in a very tough situation, team-wise around him. I think the Colts are better around Richardson and Stroud. I think if you look at their schedule, tough defenses, I just don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Bryce Young and Carolina, I just didn't think Carolina looked very good at all. And they got 10 points in the game. He didn't do anything that, if you were to put together his highlights from the game, what would you pick, right? I thought it was just sort of a blasé a little bit for them. So we'll see early in the season. First impressions, I'm with you. I thought Richardson, another Love was a good young one. Fields not so much. A lot of year to go.
So have you drawn a conclusion, like most of America, that this proves the Dallas Cowboys are the best team in the league?
It's funny, I have thought that I think they have a fatal flaw in their structure with Jerry Jones. Let's just say that. I think that makes it hard to coach the team. But I also have felt this about them. Like, I've been impressed with Mike McCarthy understanding where the strength of the team is. And he's been saying for like 2 years, we are a team that's good on defense. And that's where I think Kellen Moore leaving as the coordinator, nothing against him, I think it helps the Cowboys because he's a kind of a hot young coordinator who's out there trying to, put up numbers and do that. Mike McCarthy is trying to win the game in the context of a team that has a really good defense. And so I do think that, look, they'll be tested too, and they'll have to play offense and pass the ball, and we'll see how well it goes when they do that. But I like their team to be there. And if you look at the last 2 years, since the start of the 21 season, I believe there's one team with more wins than them, and that's the Chiefs. So they've kind of been pretty good. They're just defined by Jerry Jones and defined by the fact that they haven't made a playoff push, thanks to the 49ers last year. They're a good team.
As long as they don't go with Zeke Elliott as their only O-lineman, I think they stand a chance. I think they're okay. Yeah. Just don't run that again. They may have solidified themselves as the number 3 team.
They need to win 40-0 because they're going to blow it in late game execution every time.
That's how it goes. They got to have a big lead at the end. Mike, always fun catching up, man. Some good quarterback play, some bad QB play. A really, really fun and intriguing week 1 in the NFL. We'll do it again soon, man. Thanks so much.
It was, man. 49ers, by the way, were awesome. That was a great road win you can feel good about. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Great stuff there from Mike Sando of The Athletic. And as you said, Marcus, one of your favorite things they do. I said to Tom earlier this year when we had Sando on, that's like my first, it's the first snow of winter. It's like the first snowflake comes down. That's my first sign that football season is here is Mike Sando's QB tiers.
It's not the Beast?
I guess the Beast, but I think I got into the Beast.
That's more college.
That's more college.
Yeah.
Like I used to be into that more when I was into college football stuff, like in high school and in college. But Mike Sando's QB tiers, like that thing comes out. You want to see where everybody jumped from last year, and it's voted on by people around. So I like that stuff when it goes into that. So good stuff from Mike Sando. We'll catch up with some of the film work or the film study of Greg Cosell from over the weekend when we catch up with him at 3:50. Andy Baggerly at 4:50. But when we come on back, your thoughts on the Niners in Pittsburgh. We didn't get to talk to you really about their performance on Sunday. We talked a little offense. The defense was spectacular. Nick Bosa immediately making his presence felt based on what Drake Jackson was able to do. If Jackson's a guy, this defense may be as good as it was last year. We'll get into that. Marcus's thoughts on the Niner win in Pittsburgh. Still an NBA grab bag to come. We're hanging out with you till 5:45 on the Sports Leader. Don't look now, but the Giants have won 4 in a row after last night's 5-4 victory over the Guardians in extra innings. That story is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. When I say fantasy this time of year, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking about your team that lost this weekend, where you drafted that running back first overall. Maybe you took Travis Kelce and things just fell flat. You're already 0-1. You made no money. What are you going to do? You're going to turn to Underdog Fantasy. That's what you're going to do. You're going to do what I'm doing. And that's Thursday night. We got another game. Vikings are playing at Philadelphia. And this is why you head on over to the Underdog Fantasy app. Download the app, or if you got the app and you're sitting at work, maybe you head on over to UnderdogFantasy.com. Take a look at this game. What you want to do is get involved in the player pick'em game. That's where you take between 2 and 5 players. Right now I'm looking at Jalen Hurts, quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm looking at Tua Tagovailoa, the quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. That game, of course, coming up a little bit later in the weekend. But what you do, you take those 2 players. With Tua, we'll go 277.5 passing yards. You say higher or lower. We'll go higher there. We'll take higher than the number of passing yards for Jalen Hurts. And if you hit on both of those, you can make up to 3 times, up to 20 times your money with 5 players. But with 2 of them, 3 times your money in just a single day. How about that? You can make some money and still be playing some fantasy football. But it all starts with going on over to the Underdog Fantasy app, downloading the app or UnderdogFantasy.com. And when you sign up, use promo code KNBR, and they're going to match your first deposit up to $100 plus. Plus, new customers are going to have a mystery special pick live in their Pick'em lobby. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more up to $100, doubled when you use promo code KNBR, and you must be 18 or older or present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Purdy with a take. Play action, and McCaffrey looks left, throws for the end zone. Wide open! Brandon Ayuk! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Let's start the fire right now, baby. Ayuk is on fire.
You're going early. Purdy out of the shotgun, looks right the whole way, and throws for Ayuk. Well covered. Caught by Brandon Ayuk anyway! Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is really on fire! Stretch run coming left to McCaffrey. Stays place side, breaks a tackle, 45. Blocked from Ayuk down the sideline, 30. Cuts back inside 20. Still inbounds down the sideline. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown! CMC!
Hell of a day for the Niners on Sunday. 2 touchdown catches for Brandon Ayuk, a 65-yard touchdown run for Christian McCaffrey. Niners win 30-7. They are 1-0, and only really to be outdone scoring-wise by the Dallas Cowboys, 40-0 over the New York Football Giants. By the way, I think I mentioned this to you. Did you see Greg Papa dressed as Kyle Shanahan, interviewing Kyle Shanahan?
Yes.
With the hype he's got for Ayuk, I half expect if he were to interview Brandon Ayuk, he'd have dreads like me. Like he'd have the.
If he came in with the Jimmy Butler dreads, I'd be rolling.
Bro, if Papa gets dreads to start, if he starts taking on the looks of the guys that he's interviewing and he gets dreads, or I want to see him with a little.
I want to see him with the Trent Williams.
I want to see
Trent Williams interview.
The shades,
the ice. Yeah, I want to see.
Big puffy jacket on Greg, dude.
Big Rick Ross beard. Yeah, I'm with it. Let's go. Papa should do this. Papa should do this.
Yeah, Greg should be dressing like every person he's got to interview, but he's got to start with Brandon Ayuk and the dreads, man. I heard you with Murph and Mac this morning, and you had a statement that I was echoing yesterday in that we hear so much, and I was asking people in the preseason, because I don't know how to evaluate talent. We see guys, we're like, that guy's good. I don't know what improvement means for a wide receiver, right? We've been hearing Brandon's going to have the breakout year. This is the year. This is the year. We heard it a little bit last year, and he was damn good last year, went over 1,000, but 17 games, 1,000 yards doesn't mean exactly what it used to. 1,015, I think, is what he got to last season. I asked Kyle in the preseason, is there anything tangible that we're going to be able to see? Like I said, I don't know what I'm looking at. Is it something that you know based on his mentality, his work ethic? What are we going to see different from Brandon Ayuk? And he said, I think it's something that will, body of work, end up being bigger. You're going to see his level of play rise because he understands his place in the offense. And what Kyle hit on is kind of what we talked about with Drake Jackson after last year, where a rookie season is oftentimes about learning what the league is about. Guys have to figure out how to be a pro. What do you do in the offseason? Dante was saying this yesterday. How do you take care of your body? What do you eat? What don't you eat? Where do you eat? How do you sleep and where do you sleep? How much work do you put in and when? How much studying and tape do you watch? He said Kyle did for Brandon Ayuk. His first season was that 2020 year, where part of the season was played here and part of it he was living in a hotel in Arizona playing home games at University of Phoenix Stadium or whatever the hell, State Farm Stadium or whatever it's called. So he said now that he's got an offseason under his belt where it was a normal year last year, coming into the season, he had a normal offseason this year.
He stayed here.
Went out. And he went and he worked with a bunch of guys. He worked with Mohamed Sanu, TJ Hushmanzada was another guy he named. But his physicality, his blocking has always been exceptional. But what he's been able to do, not just as a pass catcher, as a route runner and as a blocker downfield, Ray McLeod came in on that one too. Through one game, I know the numbers were big, but he looked like a true number one. He looked like he was maybe physically, he looked stronger. He looked like his shoulders were bigger to me. That is true.
Yeah, the thing about Ayuk is he's so, like, he's more physically gifted than you know. Like, he doesn't, it's not like Megatron, right, where he's, like, soaring over everybody, or he's not like a burner. But he is, like, athletically, impactful, right? Like, he's athletic. But to me, the growth he's made is he's also become really technical. And it's the combination of the both that makes him so an effective receiver. Like Debo isn't as technical a route runner, right? Like he's not. Debo's just like,
he's a bowling ball.
Get me the ball in space, and it's gonna be
get out of the way.
Yeah. But we've seen Brandon grow as a route runner, like understanding his trees, as the cerebral part of the game, in addition to the fact that he's actually pretty explosive. So it's almost like these two, characteristics of him have merged to become like one, and we're seeing the jump of it. I never like to buy training camp hype. You know how many times I got burned on that? Like, oh man, he's looking good. And
you don't know what you're seeing.
NFL is even worse, right? NFL, like you're really looking at like 4 plays. It's not like
you're watching 4 plays and you don't know who they're doing it against or what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
we have no idea.
We have no idea. But everybody else, at that point, you just kind of got to trust the people who are going through it. And the way they raved about Ayuk, right? The way they were talking about him, you was like, oh, okay, let me see this guy. It doesn't normally click like that. It doesn't normally hit like that. Like he came out and he looked like a different guy.
Yeah.
And I remember interviewing him and sitting down with him, and he's a very quiet guy. He doesn't say much. Like even if you watch his social, like his face is usually covered, right? He's just not like
he's a chill guy.
Yeah, he's a very understated guy. But when he starts talking and saying stuff like, yeah, I'm about to break out, it's like guys like that, they don't say that unless they really deep down believe it.
Speak softly, carry a big
absolutely,
stick. And
yeah.
He has not popped off or mouthed off. Even today when he was on with Murph and Mac, if you haven't heard it, it's up on KNBR.com and the app. He talked about Patrick Peterson, and he talked about he's a great player, man. He praised him and said things that he did well, things that they tried to do well against him. But he's like, it's a fun challenge going up against a guy like that because it makes you better. You have to learn different things from a vet who's on his way to the Hall of Fame.
And for him to make Patrick Peterson look like that, I mean, that's a different level. And obviously, Brandon's got this advantage, of what's around him.
Yeah.
Right?
Product of his environment.
Yeah. I do think that there's like the Justin Jeffersons, those types. They'll be like, look, you can put 2 dudes on me. Like, it don't matter. I'm going to dominate this
Calvin
game.
Johnson was maybe the best. Yeah.
Absolutely, And obviously out here, we know the greatest of all time at Jerry. So I don't want people to think we're saying he's that. But if you leave this dude one-on-one, he's going to cook you, right? And now he's knowing, like, how to get open against certain coverages, right? He's knowing when to lay down. He's got this rapport with Brock Purdy. Like, all these things are a product of work, of intellect, right, of experience, and it's just all like, collaborating to produce this really highly productive receiver. So it may not turn out that he might not have the Debo year where it's like he got 1,700 yards from scrimmage and 14 touchdowns.
He may not be that type of guy.
Yeah. But he's going to force people to make a choice. And this is the thing about Christian McCaffrey. You can't choose to not focus on him, right? Like, the moment you like, hey, man, this dude Brandon Ayuk is killing us, let's roll over that way. No. That's literally Christian McCaffrey. We saw in one play what he can do in 65 yards. Like, you can see, like, that's the difficulty. So, and then you got Debo, and then you got Kittle. So you might just have to live with what Ayuk does to you one-on-one. You might just have to say, hey, man, suck it up. We can't afford.
It's the NBA thing. If that guy's going to get 40, then by all means. But if he's going to get it, if he's the only guy who's going to get it, and it's never going to be the only guy. But if he's going to eat, we just can't let McCaffrey go for 200 total from scrimmage.
You're going to have to let Brandon beat us. You have to let Ayuk beat us.
Right.
And he will. That's the thing. Like, he's going to torch one-on-one coverage. He's going to get open. He's going to be a safety blanket for Purdy because he's going to be the guy that's being guarded by one guy, right? He's going to be the guy that's going to benefit. I mean, I hate to always bring in the Warriors, but it's like, hey, Andrew Wiggins, man. Andrew Wiggins is an incredible player. Like, he was really good, but we saw what happened when he got next to to a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
It's like all of a sudden, he's got this other level. To me, that's where I think, like, Ayuk is going to have this monster year because you just can't afford to bring more to him. But if you don't bring more to him, he is going to cook you because he's found his game, and he's so athletic. He's intellectually, like, smarter about how he plays.
He's physical too.
Yeah, and technically, like the way he's getting in and out of routes is so efficient. He's the best route runner on the team.
And don't forget, he jumped over a guy his rookie year. That was when we were going pure athleticism. Like, this guy could be something, and he was.
And he's low key a maniac too, right? Like, he's got that little maniac edge to him.
You see him getting into it. Frequently, there is like jabbing and smack talk going on the field, and you look over. A lot of times, it's Ayuk. A lot of times they tell you.
It's Ayuk in practice.
That's it.
It's him and Fred Warner
get into it,
and Dre Greenlaw. Like, he's the one, like, arguing with them dudes and going back at him. And it's like, yo, them some big dudes. But, like, Ayuk is about all that smoke. Yep. He's about that life. Like, he's got a little bit of a maniac drive to him. If you leave that dude one-on-one, he is going to cook you. But I don't think defenses can afford to roll somebody over. So maybe you're going to start seeing maybe, all right, we're going to put the number 1 corner on him, and then we're just going to give the number 2 corner some help.
Right.
And roll it that way. So now we'll see. But I still think he's going to have a big year just because he knows how to get open, and he's a great athlete, and he's smarter now. He's prepared for all of this. It doesn't happen this way, dude. You don't come out week 1 like, all right, I'm back. I'm here, and he did it in Pittsburgh on the road against.
It's tough as a receiver.
Team.
Tough as a receiver too, because you're not the one throwing yourself the ball.
Absolutely,
right? It's not all on you. Somebody's got to deliver.
That's what Kyle said. You throw a dude the ball 8 times, and he catches all 8. Like,
that's incredible.
Yeah, that's insane.
We got people checking in on the text line. You can always join the conversation. 415-808-KNBR is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Also, we live stream the show video. If you haven't checked it out, YouTube.com. It's the KNBR page, or you can go to KNBR.com. Just check out the Twitch. Marcus and I in studio today. A lot of the people checking in on the chat here on the YouTube page. Love when these guys check in. Otis checks in. He says, Ayuk played a great game. He's definitely motivated to get that contract. Was for sure to see him start the season off strong. Good take from Otis. I've always loved, and I've said this for years, love a player with something to prove. Going into a contract year, a guy who's got to prove it. Like Marcus Semien in Toronto. After the A's don't give him the contract, he had a down year. He hit more homers than anybody'd ever hit as a second baseman. Got cashed. Now he's in Texas. Nick Bosa last year. The prove it seasons for guys. I love it when a player bets
if you
on
respond to that, you want to.
It's the coolest thing. You're one of those guys. You got it inside of you. That's special for you. I look at you kind of that way. He's got the 5th-year option picked up. There hasn't been any deleting yet of the social media stuff or any nonsense off the field or anybody mouthing off. We haven't heard or seen any of that. I would be hard-pressed to say they're not going to extend him. They're going to extend him. This is a guy who's got to be here, and if he's going to be your number 1 alongside Brock Purdy, think about that. Think about that chemistry. You traded up into the first round to go get him, right? I mean, this is a guy you decided had to be a part of this offense. I love a guy with something to prove, and that's kind of where I'm at. Is I think this is you said speak softly, big stick type stuff. This is a year where he can come out, put up big numbers, and then you kick back and kick your feet up and say, I'll see you guys week 1 if I don't have a contract yet.
The other impressive part about this game that, nothing really goes under the radar with this team because everybody pays so close attention. But, man, the middle of that defensive line is a problem, which is wild because they were getting straight mushed in the preseason. You were like, will they be able to stop the run?
You got Hargrave and Armstead and Hargrave were fantastic.
They played the most snaps on defense. Yep. And here's the difficulty, and this is why Drake Jackson got 3 sacks. You already got to deal with Bosa. You know that, right? The answer to that is to not go outside, but you cannot go up the middle. Like, a lot of that pressure, a lot of what made Pickett uncomfortable is the middle is like a wall closing in on him.
Yep.
And now he's got to pick a side, and there's one side to go to. That's it. There's one side. It's Drake. Like, you're not going to Bosa, and there's a wall closing on you in the middle. So, like, whoever is out there should feast, right? And we're going to see this shift a little bit, too, because Bosa is going to benefit from the fact, I know people benefit off Bosa, but Armstead, Hargrave, even Kinlaw, like
he had a run stop and he had a run stop, and I think he had a QB pressure maybe at one point. He played 25 or 27 steps. He looked okay. Again, not great, but he was okay.
Them up the middle, and you know who else looked incredible up the middle? Fred. I mean,
dude, Fred Warner was amazing. First of all, he was in the secondary. He was in the backfield. The hit he laid on Najee Harris.
And that's Najee Harris, too. That's not like some little scat back.
That is it. Like, Najee's built like a linebacker. Najee's built like Fred Warner is.
He got up looking like, yo, who was that?
Fred Warner had the near interception. Then he had the one where he was like tip drilled it up to Hufanga.
He tricked off that pick, though. He had a pick 6.
That was a pick 6 going the other way. And by the way, who put the hit on Pickett there? Kenny Pickett, I think it was Cleve Farrell, got around the back at that one and laid the hit on him. He throws it up. And even the one that gets intercepted by Charvarius Ward was all because of pressure. I don't think the ball got tipped. I think Pickett had to try to loop
up the middle.
It's too much pressure in his face.
Like, if Armstead has a big year, I mean, those two in the middle, they're going to be the problem. If they can stop the run this way, like that is exactly what the 49ers need, because you're already just going to throw attention at Bosa. And Bosa wasn't great. Like, he wasn't dominant in the way you're used to seeing Bosa. Like, there's a lot of they're going to bring some people towards him, but it wasn't like we've seen Bosa get triple teamed, right?
Yeah.
They didn't do that.
They can't now.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Do that.
That's the thing.
Javon
because these
Hargrave is
dudes,
gonna eat you.
like Javon and Armstead, they were really good up the middle. They were stars up the middle, and that matters. And look, maybe Pittsburgh is not that good, but I don't believe that. And if you know a Mike Tomlin coach team, they're going to be tough. They're going to be physical. They're going to run the ball. They're going to go down your throat. And they literally could not do that against the 49ers middle. And that, to me, that said a lot about how good this defense can be.
It was a great thing to see because it was the calling card last year. Best run defense in all the NFL, best defense in the NFL, 3.4 yards per attempt last year on the ground against the Niners. That led the league, and they gave up nothing on the ground in this one. The game was out of hand. They couldn't run it. We'll get back into the NFL a little bit later. Greg Cosell is going to join us at 3:50 to do some film breakdown. Andy Baggerly talking Giants at 4:50 after they've won 4 in a row. Giants pregame 5:45 for Game 2 against the Guardians. But Marcus is here, so what are we going to do? We got to do some NBA. NBA right around the corner. Every week we do it, Marcus. Our NBA theme segment, the best segment in the history of radio. It's the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
And it's next on the Sports Leader.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
The great Ronnie Lott joined Murph and Mac this morning and got his thoughts in on the 49ers win over the Steelers on Sunday. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for one of my favorite places and people to talk about. It's Dr. Michael Furlong at Furlong Vision Correction in San Jose. You know an easy way to get somebody on your side? Give them perfect vision. That's what Dr. Michael Furlong and Dr. Sane and the team down at Furlong Vision did for me when I had my LASIK vision procedure done about 3 years ago now, coming up on 3.5 years. I walked out of there with the little plastic lenses on my eyes. I went to sleep when I got home after the procedure, woke up that night. I was seeing 20/15, went back the next day, and everything has been sharp since. I'm talking, it's like controlling the contrast on your TV. Remember that? You sharpen things up a little bit, bring a little bit more brightness. All of that can happen simply by booking a free LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com. And you could be a candidate for a brand new type of procedure. It's an alternative to LASIK. It's FDA approved. It's called EVO, and what they are is implantable contact lenses. Many athletes are using them, and Dr. Michael Furlong is the official LASIK eye care surgeon of the San Jose Earthquakes. And maybe you could use them too, but to find out if you're a candidate for that procedure, you got to schedule that vision correction appointment at furlongvision.com or pick up the phone and call 408-453-5600 and let them focus on your vision. Want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes, Tuesday afternoon. Marcus Thompson hanging out with me. We are going to catch up with Greg Cosell and Andy Baggerly in just a bit. But Marcus, you hear this music. It means one thing and one thing only.
NBA grab bag.
The NBA grab bag returns with Marcus Thompson. This is your first little soiree into the NBA grab bag, isn't it?
Correct.
A foray, I should say. All right, let's start here. We will start with an American pub. It's called Jack's American Pub. It's up in Milwaukee. As we open the grab bag here, they announced a unique promotion this year for the Green Bay Packer fans feeling spurned by Aaron Rodgers leaving for the New York Jets. All right, so if the Jets lose a game in which Rodgers starts and the Packers aren't playing at the same time, the bar will pay everyone's drink tab. Jets lose, Packers aren't playing. This bar, Jack's American Pub, is going to pay the entire bar tab for everybody in the bar. Now, the issue is the Packers fans were celebrating the injury of Aaron Rodgers yesterday at this bar, and they ran up the tab, thinking the Jets were gonna lose the game, except they didn't. We have audio of the bar. Here's the Jets fans. Here's the Packer fans. They cheered when Rodgers went down because they thought they were going to get a free bar tab. Then they lose the game on the punt. Here's what it sounded like.
So, there's a loud roar when Rodgers leaves the game hurt in the first quarter. The fans say it's nothing personal.
I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to Rodgers, but tonight I'm thinking with my wallet instead.
Still, some say they'll be flying high regardless of the outcome because after Sunday's game, they're in love.
I think we can work around that, especially after Jordan Love's performance yesterday. I'm not too down in the dumps after that, so.
Enjoy. And the mood has changed considerably. That is because the Jets just won the game on a long touchdown in overtime. You could take a look. This is the reaction from a bar where people are realizing the bar tabs they've been racking up all night, thinking, certainly with Rodgers hurt, the bar was going to be paying that tab. It is setting in. They are going to have to go to the bar and pay that tab.
NBA grab bag.
Unreal. Do we have any totals on that? Do we know what they paid? We'll have to see if we can get any totals. I imagine that promotion people probably won't be doing that much more this year.
It's a setup anyway.
It's a hell of a gamble.
I mean, have you never watched sports before? Like, have they never watched bad beats on SVP? Like,
doesn't the house always win?
Yeah, you're just running up a tab. Like, we're going to win. Like,
once Rodgers goes down and people start hammering, it's like betting on the Bills the second you see the Jets are down. If they're getting money on the Jets, you won big time if you took a live line.
That's, They deserved every bit of that. Hey, them dishes will be clean. I'll tell you that much.
So many people coming back for months to clean dishes. Who's coming in today? Whose tab was the
mood has changed considerably.
And the mood has changed.
I love that. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We go to Dallas for the Dallas Cowboys, AT&T Stadium in Dallas. Check this out. AI has taken over. They've now created an AI-driven hologram of Jerry Jones at AT&T Stadium. Fans can ask about his life, college at Arkansas, owning the Dallas Cowboys, etc. It's like you sit in front of it. Have you seen the videos? It's like a hologram of, he doesn't perform like Tupac. He just answers questions as Jerry Jones would. But in the vanity of a Jerry Jones to put a hologram of himself in this, you could just, answer fans' questions. You're there. It's your office. Anyway, fans can sit down and ask questions. The technology can generate multiple responses, creating a lifelike conversation with Jerry Jones. We have audio of the hologram. Here's audio of Jerry Jones. There's some good riffs here. There's some Ruby Bridges riffs for sure. But here's Jerry Jones and the hologram, dude.
Why did you choose AT&T to be your naming rights partner?
The reason AT&T Stadium is AT&T Stadium is because to me, AT&T was like saying America. And I wanted our Dallas Cowboys, America's team, to be associated with Alexander Graham Bell and AT&T.
What the hell's this guy's deal, man? What is this guy's deal? By the way, who would ask that?
I was about to say, what? That's the question? You sit down with Jerry Jones and you want to ask him about naming rights?
About naming rights, yeah.
Nah.
I wonder who sponsored that ad right there. I wonder where that came from.
You know what my question is.
What's your question?
Man, what was you doing in that crowd?
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. I dug it up yesterday because we were talking Jerry Jones in the bullpen, and I walked right by him. I brushed shoulders with him at the divisional game last year when we were walking by. And I remember right after I tweeted out, I said, "Dude, I just passed Jerry Jones in the hallway and had a great conversation. We didn't actually. He's actually very nice. He said we didn't actually talk, but he also didn't try to stop me from integrating his high school. So I got to call that a win." I mean, Jerry, the most obvious looking face of Jerry Jones in that crowd too. At the high school, he's peeking over. It's like the beginning of it's like beginning of Remember the Titans when they're coming back from camp at Gettysburg.
How mad were you really?
A miracle.
How mad were you really when you took that knee?
Dude, come on. Yeah, dude, linking arms, dude. We're all taking a knee together. Well,
I was like, yo, man.
Well, then I'm going to stand because then we're not.
Y'all really got me out here taking a knee. I'm hot.
Jerry was pissed, dude. You kidding? You kidding me? Yeah, posing for the camera. He's out there. Oh, come on, man. All right, moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Any chance to drag Jerry Jones? We welcome it. Kadarius Toney. Dude, Kadarius Toney has been getting eaten alive on social media. He had to delete his Instagram account after the lack of catches, all the drops he had last Thursday night.
The memes were incredible.
The memes were incredible. I saw one the other day that said the NFL is the league of opportunity, and it had Michael Sam. It had, who was the player who came out for the Raiders a few years ago, the lineman? Carl Nassib, right? He came out and said
recently retired.
Yeah, Carl Nassib, openly gay player in the NFL. They said first women coach in the NFL. Then they had a picture of Kadarius Toney. They said first no armed receiver, no hands. First receiver with no hands. said it really is the league of opportunity. Kadarius Toney had a terrible week one catch for 1 yard on 5 targets. He deleted all of his social media after the loss. But then he went after the Giants, his former team, on social media after they got shut out 40-0. 40-0. You can't. Come on, Tony.
Yeah, you can.
What?
When you down, misery loves company.
Misery loves company. If I'm down here, I'm going to drag you down with me. That's where he's at. I don't know. You see,
I'm just trying to figure out how he typed. If his hands are cinder blocks.
That's pretty good. Where did he take the shot? Was this audibly, or did he tweet? I mean, he doesn't have a Twitter account anymore, right? He activated the account to take a shot. So it was on IG too. He's like, I'm back, dude. 4 days later, I couldn't sit this one out, guys. I'm back. The Peyton and Eli Manning cast last night, they actually had a pretty good back and forth at one point where we have sound on that. We have sound later, Derek, for the. We'll save that then as it relates to the 40-0 Giants loss. No. So at one point, Peyton is taking a shot at Eli about them losing 40-0 to the Cowboys, and he goes, "I remember a game you lost 40-0 to." Then he called them out for losing a game, and Eli didn't miss a beat. And he goes, "Funny you mentioned that, Peyton, because I remember a game where you played against the Jets and you lost 41-0." And Peyton's like, Eli, that's irrelevant, man. We don't need to get into that. I don't know why you bring that up, but it's pretty funny. Eli's quick, man. Of the two, Eli's actually the funnier.
Eli's slow.
He lays in the weeds, dude. Yeah. He's just kind of, I'm chilling, dude. He's been sitting behind Peyton forever, not expected to be Peyton. You know who Tony should have a conversation with? Kadarius Toney?
Nelson Aguilar.
Catching babies like Aguilar.
He's like, I ain't dropping
yeah, dude. Like Aguilar. That was one of the best drops that whole year. Wasn't it on a newscast too?
Yes. He's out here saving.
People were saving babies.
Like throwing babies in. We're catching babies.
Unlike Aguilar. It's unlike Aguilar.
We was catching babies unlike Aguilar.
just some Eagle fan taking a shot at Nelson Aguilar for dropping passes.
Aguilar brings him to the game.
Dude, he came in, yeah.
It could be way worse.
It could be way worse, dude. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Chris Jones finally ended his holdout. How about that with the Kansas City Chiefs? He's settling for a 1-year deal worth $25 million. He was set to make $19 this year. He got his raise, has a chance to hit some incentives and make it up to $25. He'll then be a free agent after the season. Dante Whitner yesterday said he thought it was bad form for him to be at the game Thursday. He said he thought it was more of a slap in the face to the teammates because it's not like he's Nick Bosa where the team understands Nick because they're like, dude, get your contract. And you saw guys talking like that on Hard Knocks. You understand that when guys were getting cut, you see players talking going, man, that guy was good. You feel for him. You feel for his family. But with Chris Jones, you've already had your contract. You may get one more. It's not going to be a max deal. It's not going to be the biggest in the league. So it feels more like, who are you doing this for? For you, it feels like you're more selfish than doing it for the team.
Yeah, I just don't understand why be there.
Why go? And act like you're upset about it.
Yeah, that's
I want to be there. Get out there, man.
It's a holdout, right? This is what you're doing. And I mean, you got to see a banner drop. Like, you played your hand as hard as you could, and the moment he showed up, it was over. He wasn't getting that money.
That's it. Chris Jones is going to return to the team. It does beg the question, would they have punted on 4th and long with 2:09 left in the game and multiple timeouts? Had he been there, do they think they could get a stop? Because they hadn't been. That's going to wrap up your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Before we go, no reaction from you on the NBA grab bag being not a single NBA story.
I was just about to ask, like, does NBA stand for something else I don't know about?
No, we used to start the NBA grab bag with an NBA story, and then they stopped getting mailed in. So now we just have to go with whatever Derek puts.
And was assisting people down. My man just started throwing babies out the window. We was catching them. Unlike Aguilar and his mishaps, I like to put that out there.
Nicely done. That's your NBA grab bag for Tuesday.
It was the face, too. It was the face, too, and he's like...
Dude, right to the camera.
Unlike Aguilar.
Dude, that's Eagles fans but East Coast fans are just a different beast, man. Unlike Aguilar. You see the guy yesterday after Rodgers went down, he just flipped off the field? They had the screenshot of the Jets fan just flying the bird. I was like, this is hysterical.
Yeah, they are hysterical.
They showed the booth, the owner of the booth. He's all stressed. I'm like, dude, what did you went and got a quarterback. He's almost 40. You rolled the bones, man. You
literally rolled the bones. Yeah, I mean, he is almost 40, and obviously you don't want it to be an Achilles, but something was probably going to happen. That's the way it is.
You roll the dice, and that's the way it goes. All gas, no brakes for Rob Saleh and the New York Jets. That's your NBA grab bag. Greg Cosell going to join us at 3:50, but when we come back, a little bit more from the week one in the NFL as we wrapped it up. We got the Niners, the Cowboys, big wins. Rams get a win. Did Jimmy G look good with the Raiders? That's all coming your way next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, and 49er fans, I got something really, really cool to tell you about. Check this out. Broadway SF is presenting Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers, and it's featuring 49er legends. Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones. You hear Ronnie, Steve, and Brent on KNBR all the time. Also joining him, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, and his Hot Licks. They're going to be live on stage. And get this, another Bay Area legend. They're going to have a conversation with Olympic gold medalist and noted 49er fan Christy Yamaguchi. How about that? A one-night-only event. It's a unique opportunity to experience an authentic conversation between teammates and friends, all Bay Area natives, and stories from right here in the Bay, friends about their extraordinary lives on and off the football field. Check it out on Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 at the Curran Theater here in San Francisco. A portion of the sales are going to go to Champion Charities that's founded by Harris Barton and Ronnie Lott. It's going to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. Again, Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, and his Hot Licks, Unscripted, one night, one stage with Christy Yamaguchi. It's all going down Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 p.m. at the Curran Theater. You're looking for tickets, you can get them on sale right now at BroadwaySF.com. Again, tickets available at BroadwaySF.com.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Back goes Jones. Pumps, looks, fires. It is deflected and intercepted. Running along the near sideline. It's Darius Slay. Breaks the tackle at the 30, 20, 10, 5. Pick six. Darius Slay.
Jones in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass. Rush coming again, throws short left, caught by Barkley. Hit ball, pops up, taken out of the air by the Cowboys, and it's going back for a touchdown. It was DeRon Bland.
Garoppolo looking to throw again. Slant, complete. Jacoby Myers, touchdown Raiders, 6 yards.
And they go to the end zone and caught. Hill, touchdown! The Dolphins have recaptured the lead.
Some sound from week 1 across the NFL there. Kevin Harlan, big call there at the end. I love football season. We get the Kevin Harlan calls. Where you come down on a Harlan. He's one of the best, man.
One of the all-time
best.
greats.
One of the all-time greats. And maybe the best.
Especially being able to cross sports, right?
That's so hard to do. And for him to do it with, I mean, you'll see him do like an NBA game and then do an NFL game like a day later. And you see the prep that goes into these games for these guys. And for him to do it with not just the charisma he has, but like I love Mark Kestecher. I think Kestecher's a real good broadcaster. But Harlan's personality, his ability to be tongue-in-cheek and have fun with whatever's happening. I think we take a lot of stuff in sports way too seriously. I try never to because it's a blast. It's a fun gig to have, the guy on the field and pulling his pants down and doing the call on that. He makes sports fun.
Absolutely.
He makes weird things.
And he makes you feel the moment, right, which is really good. One of my favorite Kevin Harlan stories, when somebody gets on a breakaway in NBA and he's about to dunk, he goes crazy. And he's full into buckle your seatbelts, right? And he's like taking off, and then the dude does a finger roll. And he's like, "Oh, I thought he was gonna dunk it.
I thought he was going to dunk it." But that's what's so funny is we make mistakes all the time. If you pretend like you know it all and you got it, then nobody.
He was hilarious about it. He's like, "How do you not dunk that? You're like on a breakaway."
Well, this is the all-time best one.
3rd and 4, looks into the nickel of San Francisco in the secondary. Hey, somebody has run out on the field. Some goofball in a hat and a red shirt. Now he takes off the shirt. He's running down the middle by the 50. He's at the 30. He's bare-chested and banging his chest. Now he runs the opposite way. He runs to the 50. He runs to the 40. The guy is drunk, but there he goes. The 20. They're chasing him. They're not going to get him. Waving his arms, bare-chested. Somebody stop that man.
Here comes the blue coat, Kevin.
Oh, they got him.
Here comes
They're coming
the blue
from the
coats.
left. Oh, and they tackle him at the 40-yard line. That was the most exciting thing to happen tonight.
I tell you what, that was a great call on your part. That was a great call. All right, I'm ready for the last 11:31 now, Kevin. Let's go.
Look at the police. They've surrounded this man like he is... like he's just robbed a bank.
And then, by the way, he goes into like a read, like he gets like a promo read into. He does a red zone read. He's an absolute pro, and he's back on the calls. And we've got him on our Thursday and Sunday nights here over on KNBR 1050. We are going to catch up with Greg Cosell in about 10 minutes here. His thoughts on Week 1. Besides the Niners, your takeaways. Do you have one big takeaway or a couple of key takeaways from Week 1? Sloppy play like always. I thought O-line play looked the worst I've seen in a long time across the board. Some young quarterbacks were surprises. A lot of new quarterbacks on different teams. Some young guys who are getting their first opportunities. And then we're looking for teams that are kind of on the upswing. Teams like Detroit, who's going to be the true number 3 or 4. Cleveland was a interesting victory for them. Joe Burrow, you mentioned this earlier with the calf injury that he dealt with. And remember when he went down in the beginning of training camp and it was a non-contact. He rolled out to his right and he just started hopping and he goes down. He looked like he winced. I thought that was a Achilles then. Turns out it was a calf injury. They sat him down. Then they give him $500 million or whatever the hell. They give him $50 million a year, right? And then he's back out there. Is that $55 a year is what he got? So there's concern, I think, now when there's calf injuries because of what we've seen from KD, what we saw from Aaron Rodgers yesterday. But your takeaways, teams in the league, or surprises to you? Yeah, I was impressed with Cleveland. Cleveland looked really good. That again, it's the defensive lines, man. If you got a great defensive line, you got a problem, right? The thing that really stunned me was how like these good teams didn't look that good that you thought were going to be like really good, didn't look that good, including your
Seattle Seahawks. You're big on us.
I'm a big Seahawks guy.
Big on the Seahawks. You were talking them up over the Rams.
I was.
Oh, the Rams are trash.
Then I laid 5. Then I took 5 with the Rams and covered. That was nice. But
I expected Cincinnati to look better. I expected Philly to look better.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if Philly looked like they might have had a little hangover.
Yeah,
I'm always wary of that when a team jumps up there real quick. We saw the Niners do it in 19, and again, injuries were a part of it, but 20, they came way back to earth.
Sirianni's already talking about changing how he does camp.
I couldn't believe that. One game in, he's like, maybe we need to play more in preseason.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, what?
Yes,
you had one game. You played one game and you're already freaked about that?
I thought they would be better. Some of those, I guess not blue bloods, but the teams you expect to be at the top.
It's Belichick, though, too. I mean, I give Belichick, that's what he does. And I thought they looked better than anticipated. I thought Mac Jones looked pretty good.
The funny part is I didn't expect the 49ers to look good, and they're one of those teams, right, that
They didn't play anybody in the preseason, and McCaffrey was midseason form.
There's going to be an interesting middle of the pack. That's what's going to, like, who's going to be actually any good and who's not going to be. Like, are the Raiders, which I thought was a pretty good win for them. It was sloppy, like you said. It wasn't majestic.
It's on the road in Denver. That's tough.
Always tough for them, right? Always tough for that organization. The Saints, baby. Derek Carr,
by the way, goes 7 in a row against Denver. Is that what you're saying? Just when Derek acts like he's not a Raider fan anymore. One win, and he's like, yeah, we're looking good, man. We're doing it.
Was Josh Allen the most disappointing performance of week 1?
Probably, yeah. Probably Josh Allen.
Terrible.
Burrow was there, too. Joe Burrow had a bad one, but Josh Allen is like Burrow I had again, he was off an injury, right? Burrow is you expect him to, and he's a guy I think will bounce back, but this has been a problem for Allen. Turnovers are a problem
Always
for Allen.
A problem.
And he said it last night after because I feel like it's the same thing last year.
Yeah, that was wild that he said that, right?
He said that. I was pretty honest.
He's like, here I go again. Like,
I sort of wonder if that's a mentality, guys who are now younger and they've seen this generation of like, there's a whole generation of NFL players who've already lived on social media. Like Josh Allen was in high school and college while the NFL was on social. He knows how people react to Kadarius Toney and bad performances. And when you own something, it goes away sometimes a lot faster. When it's something like this, like, I turned it over 4 times. I cost us the game. I lost us the game. I get taking that ownership, and I don't think anybody's going to hate Josh Allen until he demands a trade or leaves to go somewhere else, right? But
he ain't going nowhere.
No, but that's a problem. He turns the ball over a lot, and he's their key runner.
It's just unnecessary too.
Yeah,
right?
forcing throws.
Even like the turnovers are one thing. Obviously, he's just flinging balls out there, but he's not making good decisions when to slide, when to get down. Like he's taking some shots.
I fear Cam Newton's situation.
Yeah, like what are you doing? It's weird. Like, he fumbles, he drops the snap, picks it up, and it's like, hey, man, start over, right? This defensive line is dominating you. Like, he's like, let me get some yards out of it, and then fumbles the ball again.
Through the tackles.
It's like, what are you doing? And sometimes you just got to get down, right? The fact that he still hasn't figured that out, he's still just feeling like I can make every throw. It's wild that he's at this point. I mean, remember him in what was it, the AFC title game where it's like an absolute war. He's going back and forth. He's making every play.
With Mahomes, that one?
Yeah.
The overtime game, right? Divisional, excuse me.
Division. You would think you would think there would be some growth from there. It looks like a bit of a regression. I don't know if this guy is ever going to get it. But if he's not, I mean, that's one less team in the AFC. Maybe the AFC isn't what everybody thought it would be.
Well, I think they are. The defense for them was also atrocious. The defense for the Bills wasn't all that good yesterday. I mean, obviously the kick return and the punt return that gets taken back, but it's not like they were taking the ball away a ton from or suppressing what the Jets were able to do. They allowed a couple of drives. They allowed that drive at the end, the bad push-off from Stephon Diggs off of Sauce Gardner that was going to put them in. No. I mean, excuse me.
The bad call.
The flag. I didn't think the call was that bad, but I thought in that situation, was that really? I mean, they were both on each other.
It was like, come on, man.
I hate when two guys are jockeying with each other, and then the receiver turns around, and naturally you have to push off. You've got to get away from the guy to get your hands out. But I think the counter to that is, well, if you don't get your hands around, they'll throw the flag for you. If it's PI from the other guy, but he shoves
It's more about the reaction of the other guy than it is like.
And Sauce went down, and I'm like, let him play.
Yeah.
I thought that was a let him play.
It was a little James Harden. A smart move by him.
It was a little good.
I think what we're going to see, we're seeing the era where if you, like the answer to the quarterback era, the answer to like spreading the field, passing it, is you got to be fast up front. And the teams that are fast up front can get to the quarterback, can move. We're seeing that become a thing. You're looking at, like, Washington's got the good front. Dallas is fast everywhere, right? Like, they're fast all over the field.
Secondary's incredible.
Right. It's like we're seeing the league adjust to what happened when, I guess the Patrick Mahomes era, where it's like, all right, we're just going to, like, running backs are getting phased out. We're just going to pass the ball every time down, right? Like, the answer to that is, all right, we're going to get to your quarterback then. We're going to beef up we're going to get faster, we're going to get stronger, and we're going to be able to cover more space than ever before. And the teams that are able to do that are the teams that are looking like, all right, they're going to be pretty good. Now you can see it. If you don't have that defensive line, you got a bit of a problem.
We were both at that Chiefs game last year, and you watched that quarterback show. Mahomes gets sacked by Nick Bosa twice in the first half, and then remember they have the video of him sitting on the bench. He's going, man, they're playing me so shallow. Fine. If they want, he goes, teams are playing me like that now, so I'm just going to throw it over the top. They're trying to protect deep so I can go underneath, but if they're just going to keep doing that, he's like, I'm going to take some deep shots, and then what happened second half? Absolutely torched him with Mecole Hardman and with Juju Smith-Schuster. Let's talk about some of the stuff that happened in week one. Were the Niners that good or were the Steelers that bad? Combination of both. How good did the Dallas defense look and where did the Jets go post Aaron Rodgers? Greg Cosell, NFL Films, here to break down all of it next. Adam Copeland and Marcus Thompson with you on The Sports Leader. Dante Whitner joined Pop on Lunch today and discussed the 49ers' defensive dominance in Pittsburgh this weekend. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. He doesn't speculate. He doesn't do predictions. He doesn't care about the standings or contracts. All he cares about are the facts from the film. This is NFL Film senior producer Greg Cosell with Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Dignity Health. When it comes to healthcare with kindness, choose Dignity Health. Hello, human kindness.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we are in, I guess technically now to week 2 after wrapping up week 1 last night in what was an epic Monday Night Football game. Tom Tolbert was actually there. What a game to be at MetLife Stadium.
What an ending.
He was at the Niner game on Sunday. He'll be at Thursday Night Football in Philly on Thursday against the Vikings. But here to talk about all that stuff from week 1, one of our favorites. We do it every week at this time. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Greg, Adam Copeland, and Marcus Thompson. How are you, man?
Good, Adam. I can't talk about all of it. It's Tuesday. I haven't seen all the tape of all that, so I can't talk about all of it.
I figured as much, but I know you've got opinions, you've got thoughts.
I talk about the Niners because if memory serves me correctly, I know I'm old, but it was only 2 days ago. I think the Niners did okay this past weekend, didn't they?
Well, yeah, unless you talk to people who are watching the Cowboys, in which case the Niners are an afterthought, and the Cowboys are the most dominant team in football. What did you think of the Niner game? Just first initial thoughts. Offense and defense looked like they were clicking mid-season form almost.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty dominating performance on both sides of the ball. I really love their defensive front. I think that it looks like Drake Jackson, might be a guy that they're counting on, and I thought he played very well. Clearly in their pass rush front, which they predominantly played on third down, but other long yardage situations as well. They had Bosa and Jackson as the edge rushers. They had Armstead and Hargrave inside. I thought they all played well. I thought Farrell was a really good player as well. He predominantly played D-end on first down and what we would call normal down and distance situations. I thought he really played well. My bromance with Fred Warner has just continued. The guy is an unbelievably great player.
I was curious about the 49ers' dominance, especially up the middle with Hargrave and Armstead. Yeah. It feels like the history of the Steelers means dominating them means you're pretty good. Did you learn anything about the Steelers? Are they down, or was that just an impressive performance by the 49ers?
Well, I think the Steelers have some issues that need to be addressed. And it's funny, I spoke to a coach today, and he said something really interesting to me, which I hadn't quite thought of it in those terms. He said, sometimes early in the season, you'd rather play against really good opponents because they expose your weaknesses, and then you find out what you have to work on and get better at, and you'd much rather find that out early in the season than later in the season. And I thought that was really interesting because the Steelers, their O-line was not very good in this game. It must improve both run blocking and in pass protection, or this offense will struggle. They don't really have any kind of consistent run game. This game seemingly got away from them early, and they didn't really try to run the ball. I like Kenny Pickett, but I think ultimately what he is even though he can move around a little bit, he's ultimately a ball distributor and an executor in the pass game, and he needs a run game and he needs to be protected, and neither one of those things were really done very well against the 49ers. Now, of course, the 49ers have, a top 3 defense in the NFL, but still, if you want to be a really good team, you got to play well against the other really good teams.
Talking to Greg Cosell on the Uma guest line, I want to go back to your love of Fred Warner, because we all feel that way about this guy. We were talking about the hit he laid on Najee Harris, going, man, Najee Harris got some scat back. I mean, he's built sort of like a linebacker. That was a big hit, but more so on tape. What'd you see from Fred? Because he was all over the place. He was in the backfield, almost picked off 2 balls, had a nice tip to Hufanga at the end. What'd you see from him this week?
Yeah, I think what I love most about the way in which he plays, I mean, obviously people will remember, I think it was the first series when he shot the gap and he tackled Harris. He had another play where he ran and tackled, it might have been Harris again. I can't remember whether it was Harris or Warren. But what I love about his game is how he plays in pass coverage. He understands and reads route concepts so well. He often takes away throws by maybe knocking a pass down, but other times by forcing the quarterback not to throw a ball that he wants to because Warner is there and the quarterback is forced to sit in the pocket longer. And that, of course, can result in the 49ers pass rush becoming an even bigger factor, and it's a big factor as it is. And obviously he made that play at the end where he did tip the ball, where he ran the seam with the tight end Hayward. You guys probably remember last year how often he did that. You remember in the playoff game where he ran the seam with C.D. Lamb, and he was with him stride for stride. So he's just a total, complete, all-around player with great size, great length, great awareness, incredibly intelligent, everything you want athletically. He's the best linebacker in the game.
Earlier this year, I think in June, Deebo Samuel says you cannot guard Brandon Ayuk in a phone booth right now. And then he goes out in week 1 and he puts up his career performance. Do you see anything in him that shows like improvement as a receiver, or is this him taking advantage of the fact that having McCaffrey and Deebo and Kittle get you some open space to work?
Well, there's a lot of open space in the 49ers pass game because they're so good with their use of personnel and formations and how they create space. I mean, I think that you're dealing with a coach in Shanahan who does two things extremely well. He builds offense off base personnel and concepts, and he gets to base concepts in many different ways with his deployment of personnel. And, there's so many examples where, whether it's high-low concepts or through the use of motion, which they use a lot of, that they just create openings for receivers. But I've liked Ayuk since he came out of college. Obviously, he ran a great route for the 8-yard touchdown. He made a great catch as well against Peterson, for the second touchdown. But one thing I've noticed, and, I watch a lot of tape, as you guys know, one thing that always stands out about the great pass offenses, the really good ones, is receivers are open in space, and that's a function of design. And the Niners do that really, really well. And this takes nothing away from Ayuk because I think he's really, really good. But he had a 23-yarder, for instance, on the second possession of the game. It was 2nd and 11. I don't know if you remember this specific play. It was a high-low concept, which everybody runs, and it was versus cover 2, and it basically resulted in pitch and catch. He caught it, wide open, and then he ran a little bit, run after catch. You see a lot of those kinds of plays in the 49er offense.
Talking to Greg Cosell, NFL Films, as we do every week here on the UMA guest line. Thought from you on the offensive line play. Colton McKivitz on the right tackle spot is something we were paying attention to. He's going to have a tough time probably all year. I mean, you're going up against Trent Williams. You've got Aaron Donald out there this week. You had TJ Watt, who picked up 3 last week. What was your general grade of the O-line? And I know you haven't watched all the tape of every team or anything yet, but just my sort of casual and watching football through the first kind of hour on Sunday, things are bouncing around. The O-line play, and I think we see this a lot with offenses in the first few weeks. O-lines were it seemed out of whack. It looked like defensive lines were dominant. Just your thought on the Niners and then in general.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, look, obviously McKivitz at right tackle gave up, 3 sacks. One of them, I think, was not necessarily on him, but, he'll struggle at times in one-on-one pass protection against really quality pass rushers, and T.J. Watt certainly falls into that category. But other than that, I didn't think I didn't come away from the tape thinking, oh, my God, that guy just got handled. I thought their O-line played pretty well. And your point's exactly right. The first couple of weeks of the season, O-lines often take time to come together because they have to play. And it's I'm not saying anything that people who follow football don't know, but offensive lines have to work together. There's a cohesiveness that takes time. And you talk to offensive linemen, and that's exactly what they'll tell you. They have to feel very comfortable with the guy next to them. Very often they work together in both run blocking and pass protection, and if they're not getting those snaps in real live football, that takes time.
In your experience, in all the time you've been around the NFL and that you've watched this tape, does that stuff happen on the defensive line too? Just because that dominance from what we saw in the interior with Armstead and Javon Hargrave and, of course, Bosa there, that's one game. These guys haven't been playing next to each other. I'm just wondering what that chemistry and growth could look like based on what we've seen traditionally. I know O-line's different, but does it happen on the D-line too?
In some areas, yes, but in others, no. I mean, one-on-one, it's just – there were a number of times where Hargrave just stood up Isaac Seumalo. I just stood him up. I mean, that's one-on-one. So, Hargrave's not working, and they're probably friends because they were both on the Eagles the last couple of years. But, I mean, that's not a situation where you're working with others. A D-line where you do work with others is, let's say, stunts, because there's a timing to stunts where one guy's the penetrator, he goes first, the other guy's the looper, he loops behind. That has to have a timing and a cohesion to it. So something like that might take a little time to really master. But if you're just talking about one-on-one, like when Nick Bosa is just rushing the quarterback against an offensive tackle, that's just a skill set, and then so that doesn't matter who's next to him, that's a skill set.
That's not chemistry. That's Nick Bosa's, coming out of the womb and getting ready to hit a quarterback. Something he learned almost at birth. Talking to Greg Cosell here. I think, Marcus, I think we're going to get into some offense here. Marcus, yeah?
Yeah, I'm very curious about your take on how Purdy looked. We hadn't seen him since his injury in the NFC Championship game. And around here, we almost kind of forgot how he operated. Did you see anything that looked good from him? Were you impressed by his performance?
I think in the context of that offense, he's an extremely efficient player. And what I think he has is an excellent feel for what defenders to read and control on specific route concepts. Because keep in mind, I don't know how fans think about this, but quarterbacks, when you throw the ball, they're not being asked to read five guys. That's just not possible. You can't do that. So basically, you're being asked to read a defender, maybe two. And that's what you're asked to do. And he's very good, I think, at mentally simplifying the reads and the throws based on the route concepts versus coverage. And I think that's one of the reasons he's really efficient in the context of this offense, because this offense presents him with the ability to do that cleanly, and he's really good at that. Obviously he played well a year ago. He played well in this game, but no one would say this guy is the most gifted quarterback physically in the NFL, but he is super efficient within the context of this offense, and he understands it pretty well. And with the run game that they have and with their use of personnel and motions, and it's a difficult offense to defend.
Greg Cosell with us as he is every week at this time, talking week one of the NFL season. I know you said you didn't watch everything yet, Greg, so stop me if I go somewhere you haven't, but did you get a chance to watch any of the Rams and Seahawks?
I watched the Rams offense, and we were debating in the office today because this guy, I don't think people realize how good he is and how good he's been. We were debating in our matchup room here at Films whether Matthew Stafford is a Hall of Famer. He was really, really good. I mean, he made a couple of throws in the fourth quarter on Sunday, because I did watch that tape, that I'm telling you, he made one to Tutu Atwell, and the way they've used Tutu Atwell is really good, because it was so much motion and just to get him free access off the ball because he's so small. And obviously these two teams meet this coming week, and I'm very anxious to see how that game plays out. I think the Niners will have a distinct advantage, D-line versus O-line, although the Rams O-line played extremely well against the Seahawks D-line, which generated no pressure at all. That won't be the case with the Niners. But Stafford made a couple of anticipation window throws that were just off the charts. I don't know if you saw the game or
I did.
But he hit Atwell for 21 yards in the fourth quarter, and then he also hit Nakua for I think 21 yards as well on a third down that kind of wrapped up the game. That were just you either throw with that kind of anticipation or you don't. I don't think that can be taught, and most coaches would agree with that.
Yeah, I thought he played extremely well. And to your point, I thought the lack of pressure from Seattle was a huge key in that. They also ran the ball pretty well. Kyron Williams, 15 carries for 52 yards, 2 touchdowns. Cam Akers gets in on 22 carries, finds the end zone, but didn't do as well per touch on the ground. Niners have done a really good job in the last couple of years. We saw that even on Sunday in stopping the run, plus the game script kind of got out of hand for Pittsburgh. I'm just wondering about this backfield. Kyron Williams and Cam Akers, I think they planned to do this a little bit last year, and Kyron was hurt. What was your thought on him this weekend? And then what do you think of their run game as it relates to that O-line in the pass game?
Yeah, well, that was one area that they're going to work on a lot this week because their run game wasn't very good. Akers had, I think, 22 for 29 or
That's right,
like that.
1.3.
Yeah, he didn't, Williams did a little better, but, I think Akers, to me, Akers is a better back overall. I remember Williams coming out of Notre Dame, and I thought he was a really, really good receiver. I didn't think he'd be the kind of guy that could carry the ball a lot in the NFL. He did this week, obviously. Not a particularly high yards per carry average either, certainly better than Akers this past week. But they're really going to work on their run game because this week it worked out okay. I mean, they weren't one-dimensional. They just didn't have great success on the ground. But they can't be one-dimensional because I don't think their O-line would ultimately hold up if they tried to play one-dimensionally by choice. So they're going to have to figure out a way for the run game to at least be sustaining to some degree.
We saw 15 targets to Puka in that game.
Yep.
Is that sustainable? I know they don't have Cooper Kupp, but it feels like Stafford's arm strength and talent, you want to spread the ball around. Is he just that good, or is that something that maybe we'll see defenses take away?
Well, I think, when your top three receivers, and their top three receivers in this game turned out to be Atwell, Nakua, and was it Robinson? Or no, I
think Higbee was number 3, then Van Jefferson was after.
No, it was Jefferson, Nakua, and Atwell.
Right.
Robinson did not play that many snaps, so the top three receivers in this game were Jefferson, Nakua, and Atwell. So to your point, if you're going to drop back, I think he dropped back 38 times or 40 times. He was not sacked, so I think he did run once, so maybe it was 39 times he dropped back. If you're going to drop back that many times, you got to throw it to someone. So, if those are the guys that are going to line up and play, they're going to be the receivers. And then it's incumbent upon the coaching staff to create opportunities for them. As I said, one thing they did extremely well was the use of motion. I mean, when they used shifts and motion, there were 20 snaps. 20 of his dropbacks featured motion. And Atwell was the motion man on 10 of the 20 movement snaps. And they do that intentionally because they want him to get free access off the ball so he can scream into his routes. It's very similar to what the Dolphins do with Hill and Waddle because you can't press them when they're in motion, especially when they're in motion across the formation. So when you take speed like that, you can't press and you can't disrupt the timing of the receivers.
Tyreek Hill was insane this week, wasn't he? I mean, I don't know if you've watched the tape, just what he was able to do, the numbers he put up, the speed he's got. I mean, that offense is fun to watch.
Yeah, and there's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Tyreek Hill's great. That's not my point.
Right.
And Tua is incredibly precise with his ball location. Again, not the point. But how many times with that offense do you see Hill and Waddle seemingly be wide open?
Always. Seems like every time.
Yeah, so I mean, again, taking nothing away from the individual players, Don't forget, this is the job of the coach. I think a lot of people take it to mean that, you're ripping the players. Isn't that the job of the coach to do a great job scheming an offense so that the pass game can be efficient and so in the run game your back can get past the first level of the defense without anybody touching them? Isn't that what you're kind of trying to do? So if you do that, that's not a knock on the individual players. That's the perfect marriage of coaching and personnel.
Something I've always thought about when college coaches come in and they've got a whole class of guys, before the transfer portal, it's like you got to give a guy a chance to get his style of players in-house. He's going to implement what he wants to do. And if he gets the right guys, we've seen Kyle Juszczyk show up when Kyle Shanahan did, and he's been here ever since. Just one more before we let you go, Greg. So Tom's off this week. I don't know if you know about the trip he's on. He went Sunday, Niners-Steelers. Last night, he was at MetLife for that game last night. We talked to him before the game. He's now at Gettysburg. We just got a photo of him with his arm around a statue of Abe Lincoln wearing a 49er bucket hat that's normally on Tom. And then he's going Thursday to Philly to see the Vikings and the Eagles. I think he's going to get a Braves and Phillies game in there somewhere, too. Hell of a trip. I mean, 3 NFL stadiums in 5 days is big. You going to catch up with him when he gets to Philly, Greg?
Well, if he reaches out to me, I mean, I'd love to say hello, but this is the time of year, guys, where I kind of work a few hours here and there.
Good,
so,
yeah.
I mean, I actually do an Eagles pre-game show, so I'll be doing that from 5 to 7. I don't go to the games, it's too much traffic and too many people. I'm too old for that stuff.
Yeah. Start watching in the comfort of your home or at the studio with the show.
TV's way better.
TV's way better. That's what football was made for. You can watch the tape. Just real quick then on the Eagles before we let you go.
Yeah,
that was.
Sure.
I thought you're facing Belichick. It's always tough to tell. It's what he does. I thought they looked not as great as we'd thought. I don't want to call it a hangover or anything yet, but just an evaluation of that offense and maybe even some of the Pats' defense.
Well, I don't think the Eagles offense played particularly well. And, we can debate why that's the case. Hurts did not play one snap in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
Their head coach, Nick Sirianni, even after the game said, well, maybe he should have played a little bit, which all coaches say after the first game when their team doesn't play well. But then they don't want to play guys in the preseason because they don't want them to potentially get hurt. Hurts did not play well. The offense did not play well. I thought it was more a function of that, to be honest, watching the tape, than what Belichick did. And not that Belichick didn't do some good things with their defense, but I thought that there were opportunities that Hurts did not execute. You would expect them to be better this week and as the season progresses. For Hurts, it looked like, the first preseason game. That's what it looked like. He hadn't played much football. So, because he wasn't sharp mentally. But we'll see. That's as you guys know, every season is new. There's always 3 games or 4 games week 1 that you go, ooh, I didn't see that coming. I mean, I think we all agree that Pittsburgh's probably not as bad as what happened.
Sure.
We probably all agree the Giants are probably not as bad as what happened. We know Cincinnati's not going to be as bad as what happened. There's always 3 or 4 games like that week 1 that are just, you can't really explain it.
Yeah, inexplainable. That's why we watch every year. That's why we don't miss a game, man. It's a lot of fun, Greg, every week catching up with you. Greg Cosell, great film study from NFL Films. Looking forward to the game on Sunday, and we'll talk to you next week, Greg.
All right, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Good deal. Greg Cosell does a great job every week with us. We'll see if Tom wants to get out there and
I don't
hang
know
with
about
Greg.
that. The Cowboys are as good as they look. They're winning every game 40-0.
You see, when the show started, that seemed a little sarcastic. You didn't seem legit in your belief in saying that.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I didn't think so. I don't know if their offense is that good, the Cowboys' offense. I'm not buying that yet.
Was it even good?
No, the defense had 2 touchdowns. The defense was fantastic. Like, again, I think if you have a defense that's far and away that good, they can just dismantle teams the way the Buccaneers and the Ravens used to. You still have to have a good offense. I think relative to their defense, their offense is much lower than where the Niners' offense is relative to their defense.
I'm mostly fascinated by the whole media landscape thing as somebody who's been doing this for a quarter century. Like, when the Cowboys, no matter what, if they do anything well, it is automatically, the hype goes crazy. It's like a machine. It's similar with like New York teams. If anything goes well with New York teams,
everybody's in.
It's always so fascinating.
Wing sanity, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like 2 weeks.
It's just
2 weeks long.
It just feels like, Charlie Brown trying to kick the football every year. It's like, how do you not know? And this is what makes Stephen A's whole thing with the Cowboys so funny. It's like, you can almost just always bank on it going wrong because that's what it does. But it doesn't matter.
Dallas Cowboys.
It doesn't matter. The moment, now they're going crazy. And, if you know anybody in the South, they're all Cowboys fans, right?
Yeah, well, especially from a certain generation to the Americans team. There's people who grew up in places without football teams from the 80s who are just, and 90s who are just Cowboy fans for the sake of it. Niners too, but more Cowboys.
One thing I will say about the Bay Area fans, when we know a team is trash, we're out. It's like, yeah.
Giants baseball 6:45 today. They're still in the mix. Let's just get out here. Greg Cosell, great stuff. You can check out the full podcast. I can talk trash. I swear to God, I'm going to the game tonight. All right, I'll be there. So I got the tickets. I didn't pay for them. We will catch up a little bit later. Andy Baggerly talking Giants baseball at 4:50. Giants pregame at 5:45. They have won 4 in a row, still in the thick of that wild card race. We do a bit here. We haven't done it since last football season, Marcus, and I don't think we've ever played it with you. It's called Who Stepped in It. We take a series of the worst mistakes, mishaps, flubs from the week in the NFL. I'll give you a handful of them. We'll decide who stepped in it the worst. That's coming up next. America's hottest game show, Who Stepped in It, on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
I'm probably the first to tell you guys this, but did you hear about Aaron Rodgers and his torn Achilles? Yeah, whole season gone. Wow. That story trending. All new KNBR app.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back here on a Tuesday afternoon, Adam Copeland, Marcus Thompson hanging out with you. We got Giants pregame coming up at 5:45, looking to make it 5 in a row for the black and orange. We haven't done this since last football season. It'd be fun to get Tom back into this, too. We've done a couple of game shows like this in our time doing the show together, and we'll do this one. It's great for football season. Football is full of storylines, teams that flub it, coaches that make bad decisions. I mean, just to think of a few last year, we can go with the Chandler Jones walk-off touchdown, right, against the Patriots is a big one. That was a who stepped in it.
Oh, you mean throwing it
backwards? That was a big who stepped in it. We had the 33-0 blown lead by the Colts coughed that lead to the Vikings. Vikings came on back in the second. That was the same day, by the way, as the Chandler Jones. So we had some who stepped in it. So there's so many decisions and mishaps you can have. Jimmy Garoppolo stepping out of the back of the end zone. Brings us back to our favorite game show here on Tolbert and Copes. Who stepped in it?
Tolbert and Copes want to know who stepped in it.
Oh, look out. We stepped right in it.
Yes, I sure did.
All right, our contestant today, Marcus Thompson. We will give you, Marcus, a list of some of the biggest mishaps, stepped right in it events from week one in the NFL, and you decide at the very end. We'll give you all the topics, all the rundowns. At the very end, you're the one who's going to decide who in week one stepped in it.
How do we decide ties?
That's up to you. What do you mean ties? Like, who breaks the tie?
Yeah.
I think we'll have to put it out to the listeners to break the ties. What'll happen? We'll try to get a quick text in or message in. You can always text in 808-KNBR 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, or you can join the conversation in the chat rooms, both on our YouTube stream or on the Twitch stream. Who stepped in it for Tuesday, September 12th? Let's start here. J.C. Jackson of the LA Chargers. How about this? One of the games of the weekend. Chargers and the Dolphins are going back and forth in an absolute shootout. Seems like Justin Herbert's on another Phil Rivers team. Seems like Phillip Rivers was always in these games, down 4 with 1:10 left, trying to drive the field to win the game. But J.C. Jackson, the DB, with 2 seconds left before halftime. Dolphins attempt a Hail Mary that falls incomplete. J.C. Jackson commits one of the most egregious pass interferences on a nothing play that you will ever see. It sets the Dolphins up for a field goal and helped them win the game 36-34. Here's what it sounded like.
Tua moves up, launching it deep, and incomplete. James down there, flag thrown. Flag 2, flags thrown inside the 25.
That just doesn't make any sense, Kevin.
For Miami.
Watch the play to Jackson. He just shoves him in the back
There's
and goes for the ball.
Defense number 27.
That's J.C. Jackson.
It just doesn't make sense, Kevin. I mean,
Now they give a chance to Miami to take a lead going to halftime.
Kevin Harlan, was that Kurt Warner with Harlan? He does the Sunday Night Football, I think, right? Trent Green, former quarterback of the Rams. The guy who lost his job to Kurt Warner. Trent Green. Then they're like, hey, we don't need you anymore. It's going to be Kurt on Sunday night. So for Thursday Night Football, there it was. J.C. Jackson, one of the better corners, a big addition for them last year. That was supposed to help them big time, and their secondary didn't help them a whole lot. Khalil Mack is there. That defense didn't look great. They got shredded by Tyree.
Yeah, first off, like Tua, after the last time we saw him,
he was throwing dimes.
Unbelievable. One of my colleagues, my homie Anthony Slater, massive Miami Dolphins fan.
Oh, is he?
Oh yeah,
I respect that. I respect it because they've not had a good run in Anthony Slater's life.
He takes L's. He takes
he
his
went
L's.
around the 70s. You know what I mean?
He gets hype, and then he takes like, oh, here they go again.
Yeah, he was like, Jay Ajayi, that's my guy.
I think this might be his year.
Miami, I mean, that's. And how about this? If you're a Miami fan and what you saw from the Jets last night, now I'm intrigued by that matchup. That's going to be defense and tough to score for the Jets, and a high-octane offense and not a great defense for Miami. I don't think it's the matchups make fights thing. I think that's what we're looking at. Derek just furrowed his brow. Like, that's not a good game. I said I'm interested in that matchup now because of the AFC East. We thought that was going to be one of the best divisions in football. Who knows what the Patriots are? I'm never counting out Bill Belichick. The Dolphins looked exciting.
Out Bill Belichick.
Counting him out?
I'm counting out Bill Belichick.
I'm not counting out Bill Belichick for making it difficult and making 25 points allowed to the Eagles and Jalen Hurts.
As Robert Saleh said on Hard Knocks, like, so what? You play hard.
You guys played hard.
Yeah.
You think Saleh said that last night to the Bills? Speaking of the Bills, we move on to our next entry into who stepped in it. You saw him last night. 4 turnovers, dude. Josh Allen. How about this?
You guys play hard. You.
It's Robert Saleh when teams at the end of the game beat you, like, man, you guys play hard. Yeah, F you. We play hard. We want to win. Here's what happens. Josh Allen commits 4 turnovers in the second half against the Jets, including the awful fumble right after the Jets come down, kick the field goal to tie the game. Great drive there by Zach Wilson to get him in range. A few runs there. They get the field goal. They give it back to the Bills. Josh Allen has to try to march the field. No, they hadn't tied it yet. Josh Allen tries to get back and score more. He then turns it over, runs up the middle, has it fumbled. They march down, kick a field goal, goes to overtime. But after the game, after the loss, here's Josh Allen talking about his 4 turnovers that cost them the game.
Is that something he did, or is that just you maybe forcing the ball, trying to force the ball on a little bit?
Yeah, trying to force the ball. Yeah, same place, different day. I hurt our team tonight. I cost our team tonight. And it feels eerily similar to last year, and I hate that it's the same. I do.
The same as last year, he said.
The self-awareness wins a lot of points with me.
It does. I can't be mad at him for that.
I don't know if you've been there, Copes. I know you're a good guy. You do everything the right way. Some of us are always in our own way. Some of us, you ever seen Life, one of the funniest comedies of all time?
You go eat your cornbread. Nobody ever knows what I'm talking about when I reference that line.
You need new friends.
I need black friends. Is what I need.
Can't Get Right is the character in there. Can't Get Right. Who I ran into in Hawaii, by the way. I ran into Bokeem Woodbine in a grocery store.
And you recognize him?
Oh, yeah. Bokeem Woodbine is like a legend. Right?
He was like
he in all the hood movies. Yeah. I was like, Bokeem Woodbine. And then when he was like real nice to talk to, and I was like, Can't Get Right, still my favorite character. He was like, a lot of people don't know about Can't Get Right. I'm like, oh, yeah, we know about Can't Get Right.
Can't Get Right is hysterical.
No question.
He's got the pencil goatee going too, right?
That's if you're like me and Josh Allen and you've been in those moments where you feel like, hey, I keep doing the same thing again. I respect that. I'm with him on that. I don't even think that's failure. I think that's victory for him. I think he stepped out of it. This is a breakthrough for Josh Allen. I'm with him on this. I'm with you, Josh.
You got to take leadership on this. Look, I don't like the performance. I'm not down.
I don't think he's that good of a quarterback, but
I'm not down on the Bills. I'm not out on the Bills. They lost on the road opening night.
But the moment of professional and personal development that was in that, like.
That's big. Who was the guy who threw it backwards? Chandler Jones. We were just talking about. Who was the receiver from the Pats? Jacoby Myers, who had a good game this weekend with Jimmy. Did he catch 2 touchdowns this weekend from Jimmy G? He throws that ball backwards, Jacoby Myers. Remember after the game, his reaction to it? He wore it. He stood right up in front of the media. He didn't do the towel over the head. I'm not meeting with you. He wore it, and he owned it. And while it's going to go down as one of the worst plays in the history of the NFL for any offense, he doesn't win who stepped in it this week. And that 1 points with me. That same thing. I was like, you wore it, man. You're a kid. You're like, I gotta take my lumps when it happens and say I hurt the team. So there's Josh Allen. He stepped in at number 2. Our last entry into who stepped in it. Why don't we go back to the New England Patriots? Kayshon Boutte. Boutee. Patriots 6th-round rookie receiver who converted a 4th and 11 with 29 seconds left that would have put the Pats at the 8-yard line, down 5, 25-20 against the Eagles. But Boutte forgot to drag his other foot. He could have. He didn't. He catches it 1 foot down, the other one doesn't, and it's an incomplete pass.
It's like 5 feet off the ground.
Resulting in a turnover. He could have just tapped it.
Yeah.
Could have just tapped it. Look at Brandon Ayuk getting that second one down. Like, the awareness of that is wild. Well, here's what it sounded like.
Here's Jones throwing. Catch is made. Did he get the feet down?
Is he in?
They say yes. Boutte, the rookie.
Wow. I don't know if he got in. We're going to see. Oh,
I don't think the second foot's down.
I don't think so. That's what I was saying. They should have got.
Well, it comes upstairs inside.
I know,
2
but he
minutes.
still can make them work really fast, too.
Yeah, I don't think that's second foot.
That was a perfect throw. He just didn't. Is that the second time Boutte did that today?
He had one other one on the far side. You're right.
Yep, and that might be part of the reason you lose a football game for something as small as.
Plus, he got pushed out.
You gotta. That's tough. That's a mental mistake to me.
I mean, we know he knows how to do it.
Right. That's why that's a mental mistake. That's not awareness of the. You got to know that, right? I mean, you have to catch it with 2 feet in bounds. Nothing you catch is a catch without 2 feet in bounds.
He's a rookie, though, so I'm a. Yeah, that's tough.
It was an ability thing. And the issue I have is that he totally could have. Yeah. That's why I felt like it was an awareness thing. Like, did he think he dragged it and he didn't?
But in college, you only need one.
Of course.
Foot down, so
of course.
Maybe it's just a hard lesson he needed to learn to remember this.
That's it. And he's on his way to being the best receiver in history. All right, we'll go with our entries into who stepped in it. J.C. Jackson, the pass interference with 2 seconds left. Josh Allen's 4 turnovers in the second half. And Kayshon Boutte, who does not drag the foot, might have cost the Pats the game. Where are you coming down?
Easy, Jackson.
J.C. Jackson.
Easy.
Because why not Allen? Why not Josh Allen? They win the game with 1 less turnover. They probably win the game.
Yeah.
2 less, definitely.
His mistakes were like it might just be who he is. I mean, the guy's a turnover machine, right?
Yeah.
At some point, I wonder if he could even help it. I really do. Like, I mean, poor Stephon Diggs is trying to talk him, getting his head, he's trying to talk him up. He's trying to get, after 3 turnovers, he's like, come on, you still got this. Like, he's doing his best. To me, penalties, I don't know, maybe I'm just like an old Pop Warner coach in my head.
It's mental, yeah.
Penalties drive you crazy. Mistakes, bad football plays, I got it. Penalties, like losing your head, to me, that easily he stepped into the most. Like
I'm good with that. You're a vet. That's why you were brought in, and these are important games for a team like that in the same division where the Chiefs lose on opening night. You had an opportunity to get a win. Raiders do get a win. Good deal there. That's your who stepped in it for week 1. Nice. That's what you're going home with.
No Patrick Peterson?
Oh, we didn't have a Patrick Peterson. Do we want to go honorable mention Patrick Peterson for a who stepped in it? Yeah?
I mean, you can't talk all week. I got to tell. I'm going to get I'll tell you about it when I get my pick.
Now, were you okay with his response after the game? Did you hear what he had to say afterwards?
This is what you yeah.
Here he is. Here's Patrick Peterson.
Owning it. He's not owning it.
Before he says, I picked up tells. He doesn't get an interception. Brandon Ayuk catches 2 touchdowns on him. Afterwards, they said, So what was the tell, Pat? Here's Patrick Peterson.
I had the opportunity to get 2 picks. I just didn't grab it in, but credit to those guys. Those guys did a great job of, sticking to their game plan and, really get into their identity, which is run the football, misdirections, hit those bang-aids, hit those deep stops. That's just what they do. We just wasn't in good enough position to make those plays.
Yeah, I was going to pick them. I mean, I had a chance.
The questioner asked, so were the tails there? And he's like, oh, no, yeah, they were there.
Yeah, just
everything. He was like, yeah, no, I was right.
I had the opportunity to get 2 picks. I just didn't grab it.
I just didn't do it. Yeah. I was going to do it. I just didn't. I was going to is one of my favorite things. That's what I was going to do. If you were going to, you would have.
See, we used to get in trouble with my grandmother because we used to say finna.
Oh, I'm finna do this.
I'm finna do this. She used to say, finna's not a word. Oh. So the day finna was added to the dictionary, I hollered at my grandma.
What'd she say? She said, I'm finna whoop you.
I didn't hear anything back.
I didn't think so.
It was just a little like.
You can't flex on your grandma.
For 1,000% can, especially since she's no longer here. I was like, ha! What?
With an F. Yeah, with an F. Finna. With an F. All right, that's going to do it for your Who Stepped in It for today. Some good entries into that one. We'll have some new ones next week. When we come on back, let's get a thought on what's going to happen with the start of the Warriors season. Dude, we are right around the corner from the start of the Warriors season, and Draymond is already talking about this being the most important season for the Warriors yet. We are less than a month away from the first preseason game. What is it, October 7th? Is that our first preseason?
I have no idea.
I think it's the 7th. Season. They open against, it is, but it's definitely getting close to not being baseball season. So we'll get into a little bit of what Draymond had to say about this being the most important season yet. And then Andy Baggerly at 4:50. Marcus Thompson, Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, and 49er fans, I got something really, really cool to tell you about. Check this out. Broadway SF is presenting Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers, and it's featuring 49er legends. Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones. You hear Ronnie, Steve, and Brent on KNBR all the time. Also joining him, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, and his Hot Licks. They're going to be live on stage. And get this, another Bay Area legend. They're going to have a conversation with Olympic gold medalist and noted 49er fan Christy Yamaguchi. How about that? A one-night-only event. It's a unique opportunity to experience an authentic conversation between teammates and friends, all Bay Area natives, and stories from right here in the Bay, friends about their extraordinary lives on and off the football field. Check it out on Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 at the Current Theater here in San Francisco. A portion of the sales are going to go to Champion Charities that's founded by Harris Barton and Ronnie Lott. It's going to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. Again, Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, and his Hot Licks, Unscripted, one night, one stage with Christy Yamaguchi. It's all going down Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 p.m. at the Current Theater. You're looking for tickets, you can get them on sale right now at BroadwaySF.com. Again, tickets available at BroadwaySF.com.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Anytime you don't have a contract, you have to have a doubt because this is a business and at any moment it can change. With the way the year started last year, I heard all of the noise, and if I'm honest, that didn't necessarily give me doubt. What gave me doubt is that I didn't know if I would have the opportunity to redeem myself. Not that that thing necessarily happened. When the world is saying, oh man, now all of a sudden you're not worth the money you make. You know, or you're the cancer and you're the problem 4 championships later. And for me, I was thrilled to have the opportunity to show that, no, I'm bigger than this moment.
Draymond Green talking about how he had doubts that he would be back with the Warriors, which I don't know what everybody else thought. It was a big thing at the end of the regular season. It was big questions to be asked, and then Bob Myers' exit was certainly what made me more uncertain about it. But when they made the moves they made to get Chris Paul here before Draymond signs, I think we all said, I think I talked to you about it and said, you got to believe Draymond's aware that that's going down before Dunleavy does that or pulls the trigger on that. I imagine he was in those negotiations. I don't know how tough it was to get that deal done with Draymond, but that's pretty honest. Your thoughts on him saying that he had doubts that he was actually going to be a Warrior this coming season?
Oh, I believe it. Just because I know a lot of people like to doubt Draymond, but there were teams who were going to pay Draymond. Like, and this is sports. Whenever you think somebody, can't get paid or he won't get money, there's always somebody out there willing to pay. I know 2 teams that really wanted Draymond would have paid him. The question was, would Draymond take the money or would he ride with Steph Curry? The only part that made me think he would stay is that at some point in this whole process, he would have to go to Steph Curry and look him in the face and be like, I'm out. I'm leaving you with these guys.
And Steph does that thing, I think, as a dad where he puts his glasses to the end of his nose. He's like maybe reading a newspaper or something, and he takes them off. He sets the paper down, and he just kind of looks he doesn't answer. He just goes, go on. Like, you keep talking because he's not talking, but you don't really have more to say. You're just explaining and like, what explanation are you going to get to where it makes sense to Steph Curry that you're walking away?
Hey,
it would have to be.
Here's how much they're paying me, and here's how much the Warriors are paying me.
It'd be kind of ridiculous. It would have to be ridiculous, though, right?
I think it would.
For Steph to understand?
No, I think Steph would get it. I just think it would be difficult. I think it would be easier for Steph than it would be for Draymond. I think.
What makes you say that?
The amount of respect there, like the amount of like.
I can't tell you to not go get yours.
Yeah, Steph would be like, man, I'm disappointed, but like you're gonna go get all this money.
You want your friends to get paid.
Yeah. But I think Draymond would have a hard time saying, especially knowing what's happening, right? Knowing the Warriors might be flipping and rebuilding. Like, yeah, I'm going to leave you with like nobody else who can kind of really build this with you. Like, I'm essentially saying, yo, they're about to start over now with you, and you got to like go through that.
You're saying with Steph.
Yeah, like if Draymond leaves.
Then that's what it is. If Draymond leaves, I assume Clay's gone after this year.
Even if Clay stays, Clay isn't
No, he's not.
I got my arm around Steph. We're building this together. We're going to develop these youngsters. That's not Clay. That was Draymond, right? So if Draymond leaves, it's basically saying
it's over.
Retooling around Steph, which means you're saying, hey, you got this. I'm leaving you. I think that would be harder for Draymond to do than it would be for Steph to understand. Like, we just watched Steph do it with Bob Myers, right? Steph didn't want Bob Myers to leave. That's the one guy in the front office he was tight with. And his guy, but he understood. And I know he understood because Steph didn't publicly, put any pressure on the Warriors to keep him. Like, he kept it all behind the scenes. But to me, that was telling me Bob Myers is like, bro, I don't think I can do this anymore. And if you tell Steph that, he's like, oh, I got you. I care about you. So to me, that's the part I always thought would be hard for Draymond. Because he just, he values Steph. They just have that relationship where he's like, and I think it would be difficult for Klay too. I think it'll all be difficult to look at Steph and say, I'm leaving.
It's not
you
a
now.
retirement. It's not an injury. It's I have an opportunity to do something else, and I think that's where Warrior fans are. Is that it's such a big jump. We actually have more sound from Draymond Green. Here's Draymond talking about his goals for this season and what it means to be back with the Warriors. What are they trying to accomplish? I imagine it's a championship. Here's Draymond's thoughts.
And I'll be straight up about it. Like, my goal this year is to help Chris Paul get his first championship. That's my goal. It's not to redeem anything about Draymond. My goal is that we can help Chris Paul get his first championship.
How weird does that sound coming out of your mouth that you just said, I want to help Chris Paul win a championship? He has even said himself that he was a sworn enemy of you guys for a long time. 1 to 10, what did you feel about that guy?
11, I hated him. 11. But I think that's also a sign of respect. And I'll be honest, I wasn't the most thrilled initially. Like, man, we're thinking about bringing Chris Paul in. I didn't say no. I definitely didn't say no because, I know who Chris Paul is. I know what Chris Paul brings, but it was just like, whoa, all right, cool.
All right. There's Draymond. His goal is to get CP3 his first ring.
Well, first off, he's saying it's not about rebuild. Like, that's literally
Isn't that what championships are? Like,
no, but him getting
His redemption.
CP3 a ring, and so he'd be like, man, I got you your ring.
I got you that ring. That's they all want to,
Yeah, it's the same thing.
You act like they're not behind the scenes. They know how good KD is, but
Yeah,
guess,
can
who
you imagine, like-
guess who didn't have one before and guess who doesn't have one since?
Man, I got you. Now you can be able to say, I got KD 2 rings, I got Chris Paul
You
a
don't think
ring,
Kobe
I got
won-
Wiggins a ring, right?
You don't think Kobe wanted to get one without Shaq?
Oh, yeah.
After Shaq left and got one with D Wade, that was important.
That's
Brady and
funny.
Belichick, same thing.
But to me, this Chris Paul thing underscores like what we were talking about. Like, what's Draymond's real beef with Chris Paul?
That they
Like,
played
don't-
him a bunch. You know?
Yeah, they're not.
There's nothing personal, is it?
It's Steph.
Yeah.
It's about Steph. Like, Steph's his guy, and Chris Paul was the arch enemy of his guy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, I don't like you because I'm rolling with Steph. Like, and so can you imagine what that's like? Like, he coming here. As long as he understands this is Steph's team, right? Like,
yeah.
To me, that kind of points to, like, I think the reverence they have for Steph is a little bit different, especially them OGs, right? Especially the ones who've been with him
Right.
through the fire. So that's gonna be interesting, but that's hilarious. He's saying out loud, "I want to get Chris Paul a ring," because that's literally what he's saying. Like,
He's not
yeah,
gonna be the first one to say it, right?
I want to be the one. Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to. Yeah, well, this is what we do. I bet that's what they want to do. This is what we do. You come play with us, you get a ring. Look at Wiggins, what we did for him. Look what, I guess, I don't know if you could make the case for Andre Iguodala because they didn't have one yet, but Andre Iguodala came and played with him and got a
Andre
ring.
said, "I'll go to the bench for a ring."
Well, obviously KD, but you add Chris Paul to that. I think there's a part of there that wants to be like, yeah, this is what we do. If you don't want people all in the video dancing.
What was the locker room dance after they came down the Fergie thing? That was a good one. They like to troll.
Hilarious.
We talk about the pettiness of the
hilarious.
Warriors. They'll come at you. Draymond's not petty though. He just calls it out.
No question.
He'll call it out.
That's
he's petty about it sometimes, but
I do feel like if they get Chris Paul a ring, that in their minds,
that's the most.
That will show that
5 titles, and they did it with how many different versions of that team?
That will be the ultimate, like, this is what we do. We were the best winners of our generation. Like, we got a guy who couldn't get a ring, and he came with us, and he got a ring. Like, that will be the ultimate stamp of how they win, and that's what Draymond's all about.
Here's the thing, though. They all talk about when you get that fourth. Draymond and Steph, they said the conversation that Draymond had with LeBron, remember where he's like, yeah, LeBron called me, say, yo, getting the fourth one is wild. Like something different. 3 is like as if 3 is not, but the fourth one is insane. Like remember having the gap in between. If they get a 5th, the 6th might be the most sought after title of all time.
It's
because of what it means for those 3 to have 6 that matches Jordan. I know it's not 6-0, but what that would mean to match Michael Jordan titles.
There's just not that many guys who has it.
Steph would be matching Kobe and Magic
at 5.
with 5.
Yeah.
I mean that's and Ori of course.
Nobody's catching Ori.
Nobody's catching Bob Ori. 510 says, come to death row. Nice.
I was going to say.
Come to
you
death row. 510 nails
video.
510 nails it on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And real quick here, 408 says, why are we talking about Draymond leaving? What did I miss? 408, no sweat here. Draymond just did an interview where he admitted he wasn't positive he was coming back. He said he had doubts about coming back just based on where the team was going, but he's back here. And the article on ESPN starts with a text message that Draymond had sent to Steph that had some old shoes from Draymond's early career in it. Steph said, what years are those from? And Draymond said, the good times. Steph said, yeah, we still in those. So they got their sights set on number 5 this season. On the other side, we'll come on back. We'll talk to Andy Baggerly about how the Giants are faring right now. 4 straight wins. They're getting after it again tonight. 6:45 first pitch against the Guardians. Bags joins us next on the Sports Leader. Don't look now, but the Giants have won 4 in a row after last night's 5-4 victory over the Guardians in extra innings. That story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.